Chapter 161. Encircling the Dragon Bird and Resolving the Ming Dynasty. While Lu Xiangxing took over the northern town, the coalition forces of the 8 northern towns finally assembled. Zhu San of Daming Town personally held the wheel hub and pushed the cart forward, followed by the other 7 town lords. This was the grand courtesy of the ancient emperors to appoint generals. And now Li Jinglong also received such treatment. The heroic Li Jinglong was immediately excited, and felt that some kind of shackles in his body were broken. And he felt very relieved. Jinglong, it's a pity that Daming Town's financial resources cannot build the Golden Terrace. Otherwise, I will definitely follow the example of King Yin, and appoint you as the chief general on the Golden Terrace. Zhu San smiled, and checked Li Jinglong's new panel. Li Jinglong's breakthrough task requires the player to personally perform for Li Jinglong. Perform the ceremony of holding the wheel hub and pushing the wheel, and grant the right to act at his own discretion. Zhu Yuan in history did this. And appointing Li Jinglong as the chief general may be the most glorious moment in Li Jinglong's life. My lord thinks so highly of me. I will do my best to repay him. Li Jinglong immediately bowed deeply to Zhu San. I wish you a triumphant return. The 8 towns in the north gathered more than 10,000 troops and rushed across the land in a mighty manner, clearing roads when encountering mountains and building bridges when encountering water. Li Jinglong did not hide his march, allowing many ordinary players in Shaonin to start their melon-eating journey. Now the players in Shaonin are divided into 3 factions. One faction is the Lord players, who are afraid of Li Ji's reputation. They are all weak players, facing Li Ji's army. They have no power to fight back, and can only offer their territory and give up their lord status. One faction is the lords like Zhu San who have small town-level lords. They have certain ambitions, and the military strength of their territory is not bad. They can compete with Li Ji together, especially the 8 towns in the north. They directly confronted Li Ji's army. The last faction is the ordinary players active in the county. They survive by their personal abilities, which is basically the same as local NPCs, relying on their own hands to support themselves. It can be said that if one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. The only entertainment for these people is to eat all kinds of big melons, and they like to add fuel to the fire. This is a plan to save Zhao by besieging Wei. Send a messenger to inform the lord of this matter. As a famous general, Lu Xiangxing in the north saw the intention of the coalition forces of the 8 towns in the north at a glance, which was nothing more than threatening Longcade Town to force them to withdraw. Jiando, then should we withdraw? Lu Pai asked. Withdraw? What army? Lu Xiangxing shook his head and refused directly. If they withdraw, they will definitely lay an ambush on the road they must pass through, and the slightest carelessness will lead to defeat. But if they don't withdraw, they can also take advantage of the situation to attack Longcade Town. Lu Xiangxing chuckled and comforted. The lord and the military advisors have long expected that someone will raid Longcade Town, and have made full preparations. Moreover, Li Zuinxiao and Huang Hansheng are stationed in the town. Even if another 10,000 troops come, they can't shake Longcade Town. I almost forgot. Lu Pai patted his head. Li Zuinxi's martial power was so powerful that it almost surpassed his cognition. With such a powerful general station there, Longcade Town would definitely be as stable as a rock. When the coalition forces are frustrated, we will launch a fierce attack on Daming Town at the same time, which will definitely force them to return. As long as we set up an ambush on the road they must pass through, we can definitely take down this 10,000 strong army, He Chi suggested with a bow. That makes sense. Gong Yao and Gong Du. Then you two will take 3,000 soldiers and horses to surprise attack them. Yes. Longcade Town. Lord's Mansion. Li Ji was handling government affairs with Jia Su and Ken Zhe. Now that a large number of people have been moved into the town, Longcade Town is getting closer and closer to the threshold of a 3rd-level town. According to his idea, as long as all the territories of Shaoning County are completely pacified, the population of Longcade Town will be enough to exceed 100,000. As long as all indicators are met, it can be successfully upgraded to a 3rd-level town. You should know that it has not been many days since Longcade Town was upgraded to a 2nd-level town. A 3rd-level town has a population of 100,000, which means that Li Ji will have to carry out a new round of military expansion. With the help of Jia Su and Ken Zhe, Li Ji initially drafted a 20,000-strong army. Among them, 100 Jinsai troops remained intact due to the lack of sufficient equipment and war horses. He Chi's Dan Wushanlin light infantry was expanded to 5,000 people. Ordinary cavalry recruited 3,000 people, and ordinary infantry and archers recruited to 10,000 people. In addition, Lu Xiangxing's Tianqiong army was also put on the agenda. Medicine King Sun Simu is not only a legendary physician, but he also has a secondary occupation of alchemist. In history, he mixed sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal into powder to make elixirs. So the system assumed that he had the skill of making gunpowder. You should know that the fire gun, one of the equipment of the Tianqiong army, requires gunpowder to forge. And the existence of Sun Simu just solves this problem. Li Ji initially recruited 2,000 Tianqiong army. If the Tianqiong army is really trained, then this may be the first existing army with firearms. In addition to recruiting troops, Li Ji is also paying attention to the progress of the advancement. The two armies sent by Li Ji in the north and south are advancing faster and faster. Most of the villages have surrendered to him, leaving only the 16 towns in the north and south who have not yet stated their positions. The northern part of Shaan'an has formed a coalition to resist Lu Xiangxing's army, and the situation is clear. However, the 8 towns in the south do not seem to have any signs of union, which makes Li Ji a little confused. According to the scouts sent to monitor these people, they wanted to emulate the Northern Alliance. But there was a problem with Zhang Xiaoming. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoming had severed the agreement of the Southern Alliance because of his alliance with Li Ji. This made Li Ji very satisfied. The Southern Lords had originally formed an alliance because Zhang Xiaoming had won Tianqiong. And now Zhang Xiaoming rejected the proposal, which made them very worried. Without a famous general to lead the troops, how could they be Li Ji's opponent? It was not enough to surrender with the whole town, but they could also get more money and better jobs. Li Ji also noticed this and hinted to Wang Ming to slow down the attack, and at the same time urged Lu Xiangxing to speed up and defeat the coalition forces of the 8 towns in the north, so that these southern lords would know the consequences of the joint resistance. Whoosh! The messenger rode on the high-quality Liangzhou horses, which were much faster than the coalition forces, and arrived at Longke town first and informed Li Ji of the news. TSK. Li Jinglong led the troops to the battle, and he used the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao, which seems familiar. Li Ji laughed. Now the coalition forces ignored Jindo's army and rushed straight to Longke town. Lord, are you not worried at all? Kenzei said curiously, and there was no panic on his young face. Even an old fox like Wenhe is not panicking. Why should I be panicking? Li Ji joked with Jiasu, and the latter smiled awkwardly helplessly. Lord, you are wise and brave, with great talents and strategies. You have such fierce generals as Suanxiu and Han Sheng in the town, and you have elite troops like Jingsai army. Even if the coalition forces come to the front, I, Jia Wenhe, can sleep peacefully. You? Li Ji shook his head helplessly. Send Feng Xiao, Shi Cai, Suanxiu, Han Sheng and Shi to the Lord's mansion to discuss important matters. Chapter 162. How dare he? Huh? The flags of the 8 towns outside Longke town were standing in a row, fluttering in the wind. The 10,000-strong coalition army led by Li Jinglong arrived in front of Li Ji's territory very smoothly. I didn't expect this town to be built so solid. Li Jinglong sat on a bronze-level warhorse and climbed the hill under the protection of many personal soldiers. He stretched his neck to try to see the situation in Longke town. This Li Ji is highly regarded by the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty. He once led 1,000 cavalrymen to charge the million-strong army of the Yellow Turbans. This man uses troops in a strange way and must be guarded against. The player who was appointed as Li Jinglong's deputy general suggested. He knew Li Jinglong's poor record in history. Even if the opponent completed the breakthrough and the attribute increased, he might do something magical. In fact, Zhu San appointed the Lord player as the deputy general, which also meant to use the player's advanced vision to give Li Jinglong some advice. But the player's fear of Li Ji made Li Jinglong a little unhappy. I also participated in this battle that day. The Yellow Turbans were just a group of rabble, with the 5 schools of the Northern Army around them. This general dared to charge into the army of millions, and take the head of the enemy general. Ah! Right. The player secretly despised the other party. Who can't talk big and be a keyboard warrior? Beat the drums. March. Boom! The sound of the war drums exploded, echoing over the entire battlefield. Li Jinglong sat in the central army and sent several generals with good martial arts to lead the coalition soldiers to charge towards Longke town. Li Ji leaned on the wall with his hands, looking at the rabble below who could hardly maintain the military formation, and couldn't help laughing. With such a group of rabble, how dare he? Li Jinglong, fight us! The coalition soldiers came from the 8 towns in the north, with uneven quality, and they had never fought a joint battle, so they would naturally behave like this. Without Wang Ming by Li Ji's side, Shi Shizai temporarily assumed the role of the chief counselor. My lord, I am willing to lead the troops out of the city and defeat the enemy. Li Zuinshu patted his chest confidently and said loudly, I, Huang Hanqing, have not made any achievements since I became my lord's general. Leave this battle to me. Huang Zhong was not willing to lag behind and asked Li Ji for orders. Li Zuinshu and Huang Zhong's bravery reached 99 points, the peak level among the top generals. As long as Zhu Shi does not come out, who can compete with him? The 10,000 troops sent by the 8 towns in the north are probably going to be a meat bun hitting a dog, and there is no return. You two, each lead 1,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, and attack the coalition forces from the left and right sides. Bang! The gate of Longke town suddenly opened, and 2 tiger generals rushed out on tall horses, followed by the elite soldiers of Longke town. Seize the city gate? Li Jinglong saw that Longke town chose to fight in the field, and decided to attack the opponent decisively before the opponent's formation was deployed. Rumble. 600 cavalrymen galloped on the ground. The sound of horse hooves exploded like thunder, and they suddenly crashed into the soldiers of the coalition army like a torrent of steel. For a moment, a large number of soldiers were knocked to the ground. Their bones and tendons were broken, and fragments of internal organs mixed with blood kept vomiting out of their mouths. It's cavalry. Li Jinglong and the player who served as the deputy general were shocked. No one thought that Li Ji actually had so much money to support 600 cavalrymen. You must know that the 8 northern towns cannot gather a decent cavalry army even if they integrate all their resources. Most of the 10,000 soldiers they brought were low-level infantry, and even archers were not many. Hit! Huang Zhong sat on the horse and showed his superb horsemanship. He pulled the bow with both hands, and the sharp arrow dragged the red fireworks, like a meteor flashing in the dark night, whistling through the air. The cold arrow tore through the air, making a deafening explosion, like the cry of a phoenix, crossing the entire battlefield and attacking Li Jinglong, who was in charge of the command in the central army. A muffled groan sounded, and at the critical moment, the personal soldiers around Li Jinglong rushed forward and blocked Huang Zhong's arrows with their flesh and blood. The fire of the phoenix burned and instantly burned the personal soldiers into a corpse. There is a sharpshooter. The player was horrified, and pulled Li Jinglong off the horse, and hid among the personal soldiers to prevent the enemy's hidden arrows. The main general is the head of an army. If Li Jinglong is shot dead, then their 8 towns in the north will definitely be defeated. Huang Gong shook his head. He just tried his luck with this arrow, and did not use his full strength. Otherwise he would definitely shoot the opponent's main general. Pulling out the phoenix red snow blade, Huang Zhong shouted loudly, slashing dozens of flaming blades in succession, and forcibly carved a gap in the coalition army. 1,300 Longke town soldiers roared wildly and rushed into it, and their sharp weapons kept slashing down the coalition soldiers. The other half, Li Zuinshu, defeated the enemy with force, and his whole body was wrapped in golden true energy, like a golden god. The 800 Jin Yuang spear smashed the void, and the air flowed backwards. Boom! The murder weapon swept across, and the soldiers in front of him were directly blasted into pieces, forming a bloody rain. Li Zuinshu was unstoppable, and no one could defeat him. No one in the coalition was a match for him, and he came and went freely among 10,000 soldiers. Li Ji sent 2 tiger generals who were like nuclear weapons, with thousands of soldiers and horses, to defeat 10,000 coalition soldiers. Li Ji's generals are so fierce. Li Jinglong, we must retreat. The player was frightened by the brutality of Huang Zhong and Li Zuinshu, and was about to suggest Li Jinglong to retreat. But he didn't know that the other party had already fled here with his personal soldiers. Li Jinglong, you? While cursing, the player felt that his eyes were dark, and a demon-like body appeared in front of him, almost filling his vision. Li Ji's generals had already cut out the front army and killed the central army. Li Zuinshu showed a cruel smile. Bai Yin Lao and Yuang Lance attacked at the same time, and the 4 elephants were killed with their power. A loud bang exploded on the ground, rolling up endless smoke and dust. Li Zuinshu rushed out alone, with meat on his weapon, and the players on the spot disappeared like steam, leaving only a pool of blood. Li Jinglong fled in the battle. His deputy general died in battle. The coalition soldiers were leaderless. The rank of the mob was reduced, and they became a mess, which was no match for Longke town at all. Quickly surrender. Li Xuanxia's voice was like thunder, as if a decree from the gods, making the scattered soldiers look dazed. And they dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Li Ji waved his hand and asked Chen Dao and Shi En to lead the soldiers to surrender them. Although the strength of the coalition soldiers was not very good, they were all trained in the barracks, and their physical conditions basically met the requirements. Li Ji only needed to train them a little bit to get a new batch of troops, who Li Jinglong rode on a war horse, and the remnants of the defeated soldiers behind him followed breathlessly. General Li Jinglong, we are defeated and returned to Daming Town. I am afraid we will be scolded by the Lord. There are brave generals like Fan Kuai in Lockay Town. It is not our fault. The Lord is very righteous, and will definitely not blame us. Now that Li Ji has accomplished his great cause, we can only rely on Daming Town to stop his army. Li Jinglong was also dusty, and had no spirit when he went to war. Swish! There was a sudden movement in the dense woods on both sides, and countless soldiers emerged from them. Chapter 163 General, please come this way. My lord. General Li is back. The soldiers guarding outside the lord's mansion rushed in, shocking all the lords present. Li Jinglong has only been on the expedition for a few days, and he is back so soon? Could it be true that the marketing account said that Li Jinglong was Zhu Di's undercover, and he really has the ability to capture Li Ji's territory? Li Jinglong is the god of war of the Ming dynasty. The lord players were talking about it, and they all seemed to think that Li Jinglong was defeated and returned with a great victory. Li Jinglong, who was standing outside the door, was embarrassed. Even if he was thick-skinned, he didn't dare to face the praise of the lords. After slightly tidying up his messy hair, Li Jinglong walked in, bowed his waist, and confessed to his lord Zhu San. The guilty general. Li Jinglong grieved the lord. The guilty general? Zhu San stood up. A bad thought flashed through his mind, and asked in a trembling voice, could it be? Just as the lord thought, Li Ji has a general who is as brave as the overlord. The guilty general can't stop him at all. 10,000 soldiers were defeated by him alone. Li Jinglong played a trick and lowered his head to squeeze out tears. 10,000 troops are gone. Zhu San fell in the chair as if struck by lightning, and the other 7 town lords also panicked. There are only a few generals who can be compared to the overlord in the history of 5,000 years. Li Ji is so lucky. I remember that there was a lord in Guangzhou whose merits ranked in the top 3. The system rewarded him with the recruitment order of peerless military generals and civil officials. He used this recruitment order to recruit Zhu Wuba. Li Ji once killed the 3 brothers of Zhang Jiao and made great contributions. I am afraid that his merits are also in the top 3. The general mentioned by Li Jinglong may be the peerless military general recruited by Li Ji. Such a fierce general is not used at home. Could it be that Li Ji guessed us and deliberately let us take the bait, and then used the peerless military general to defeat us? A lord asked Li Jinglong. I wonder what weapon this military general uses. The left hand uses a cudgel, and the right hand uses a lance. Li Jinglong said with 4 sobs. Bai Yin cudgel, Yuang lance, Flying Tiger General Li Xuanxiu. A name popped up in the minds of the lords of the 7 towns at the same time. Hack. What the HL? The Flying Tiger General has come out. I'm afraid that only the Guangzhou lords Zhu Wuba and Baodo's Lu Bu can stop him. Bullshit. These 2 people may not be able to stop Li Xuanxiu. Only the king of Western Chu Xiangyu and Li Yuanba, the reincarnation of the Garuda, can stop him. This group of players seemed to have missed the point and started discussing how powerful Li Xuanxiu was. Stop making noises. Zhu San angrily smashed the table in front of him, and the bang startled them, and they quieted down instantly. Jinglong, Li Ji has such a powerful general in his hands. Even if Han Xian is reborn, he can't stop him with 10,000 soldiers. This battle is not your fault. Li Jinglong stood up slowly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu San was also very helpless. Now he had only Li Jinglong and his like, so he was no match for Li Ji. He even regretted confronting Li Ji. Why don't we surrender? A lord said suddenly. As soon as this was said, 2 or 3 lords responded. I don't agree. You have a territory that can be exchanged with Li Ji for money and positions. But my territory was captured not long ago. So how can I be qualified to bargain with Li Ji? The players who lost their territory refused to surrender. Can you stop Li Xuanxiu? With Li Xuanxiu here, does Li Ji need to accept our surrender? The coalition of the 8 northern towns has been divided into 2 factions. One faction advocates surrender and negotiates with Li Ji with territory, while the other faction advocates not surrendering, thinking that since they have already offended Li Ji, they might as well fight to the death with Li Ji. Li Jinglong, who was standing aside, looked at the players in a mess and couldn't help laughing secretly. We form a coalition, and the decision of surrender or not should be made by the leader. The players below couldn't discuss anything, so they kicked the ball to Zhu San. These guys gave up before the battle, and if Li Ji came to attack, I'm afraid they would collapse even faster. Zhu San was so confused. Jinglong, what should we do? Zhu San finally asked his confidant. Li Jinglong had a plan in mind. He pretended to ponder for a while, and then said, we once sent 10,000 troops to attack Li Ji's territory. I'm afraid he has already held a grudge against us. He will definitely take us down at all costs. Rather than surrendering and being tortured by him, it is better to fight to the death and get a good reputation. Is that so? Zhu San hesitated. As the saying goes, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. He did not take his reputation very seriously. What would it matter if he could live with a bad reputation? But he was a little afraid that Li Ji would be petty and use the 10 tortures to torture him. At that time, it would be better to die. Maybe he could return to the world after death. Report. A soldier suddenly rushed in. Li Ji's army is preparing to attack us. What? Zhu San and other lords were shocked. Why did Li Ji's troops not attack earlier or later, but attack them when they were defeated? Could it be that the other party wanted to take this opportunity to capture Daming Town? Follow me up the city wall. All the important figures of the coalition army swarmed onto the short earthen wall and observed Lu Xiangqing's troops. Lu Xiangqing rode his horse to the maximum distance of the archers and said loudly, Zhu San of Daming Town disobeyed the order of the governor and tried to kill the governor and take this piece of Han land for himself. Such a wolfish and ambitious person should be executed. Execute! 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 The army of Longcay Town was full of momentum and burst into amazing shouts, intimidating the defending soldiers. For a time, the morale of the army of Daming Town dropped. Woo! The long horn sounded, and the thunder-like war drum sounded. Lu Xiangqing did not waste words, and led the soldiers to launch a strong attack on Daming Town. The archers behind him shot arrows one after another, forming an impenetrable rain of arrows in the air, forcibly suppressing the defenders on the city wall. Muffled groans sounded, and the defenders, who had been trained not long ago, suffered heavy losses. Zhu San hid behind the city wall in a panic and said to Li Jinglong, Jinglong, you are still needed to command the defense in this battle. Li Jinglong nodded, raised his sword and began to fight back. Suddenly, the earth wall shook, and the city gate made a wail. It turned out that the team responsible for attacking the city gate came to the city gate and began to destroy the city gate of Daming Town. My lord, the city gate is in danger. I must lead the troops to support it. Li Jinglong saw that the time was ripe and suggested decisively. But who should command the defenders? The other side is using a fierce attack. The lord only needs to mobilize all the defenders to defend immediately. But Zhu San was still hesitating. It was not a good idea to let Li Jinglong defend the city gate. My lord, if the city gate is broken, it will be useless for us to defend the city wall. At the same time, there was another vibration. Okay, leave this to me, Jinglong. Go and come back quickly. Li Jinglong left with his personal soldiers. Zhu San, where is Li Jinglong? A lord player fought bloody battles, and after looking around, he found that the only general with a name in the coalition had disappeared. Li Jinglong was sent by me to guard the city gate. You dare to let Li Jinglong guard the gate? As if responding to the player's words, there was only a commotion at the city gate, and then with a bang, the city gate of Daming Town opened inward. A heroic general excitedly waved to Lu Xiangqing. General, please come this way. Chapter 164 Zhang Xiaoming comes to surrender. My lord has always loved talents. General Li is willing to abandon darkness and join the light, so he will naturally be welcomed by the lord. Lu Xiangqing walked on the muddy road, and Li Jinglong was one step behind him. After hearing Lu Xiangqing's words, Li Jinglong's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. As a general of Zhu San, he suddenly turned to Li Ji's side during the war and became a traitor, opening the door for Lu Xiangqing. His reputation was already infamous. If Li Ji did not accept him, there would be no place in the world where Li Jinglong's talents could be used. If the governor appoints me as the chief general and gives me all the troops to lead, not to mention this small Kuaiji county, I can also help the governor seize the throne of the Han dynasty. Li Jinglong patted his chest and said shamelessly. Lu Xiangqing shook his head secretly. He never thought that a small defeated general would be so arrogant. Before attacking Daming Town, Lu Xianqing had taken over the remaining towns and villages in the north with his troops. Daming Town had long become an isolated city in the north. The capture of Daming Town announced that the resistance of the coalition forces of the 8 towns in the north had been quelled, which meant that Li Ji could completely control the northern part of Shaanning County. Most of Lu Xianqing's tasks had been completed, and the remaining task was to migrate the population in the north to Li Ji's Longke Town and various vassal villages and towns. I didn't expect that the boss would actually recruit Li Cunqiu, which was surprising. Zhang Xiaoming couldn't help but get excited when he heard the news from ordinary players. The 2 generals in Li Ji's hands used only a few thousand troops to kill tens of thousands of troops in an instant, which made the spectators call it outrageous. Some people were sharp-eyed and could tell Li Cunqiu's identity at a glance by relying on the unique weapon type. One person spread 10, 10 spread 100, and for a time, all the players in Shaanning County knew that Li Ji had a tiger general comparable to the overlord Xiangyu. And this news was like a virus, spreading crazily to other counties in the county. My lord, who is this Li Cunqiu? I wonder if I can defeat him. A general under Zhang Xiaoming stood up, looking quite dissatisfied. Li Cunqiu's courage can only be defeated by the overlord. I wonder if Shiji has the confidence to fight with the overlord. Zhang Xiaoming smiled, openly and secretly thinking that his generals were no match for Li Cunqiu. The general hesitated. Even if he was arrogant, he would not dare to compare himself to the overlord of Western Chu. My lord, the lords of other towns still want to see you. When Tianxiang walked in and asked Zhang Xiaoming, they also said they want to form an alliance. I won't meet them, Zhang Xiaoming said impatiently, fanning his palms outwards, as if he was chasing away the flies that had been pestering him. Song Rui, tell them that I, Zhang Xiaoming, am going to surrender with Xiaoming Town. If anyone wants to surrender with me, they can follow me later. Oh, it can't be considered surrender. The boss and I are allies, so it's only natural for me to surrender to him. When Tianxiang showed a surprised expression, he, the lord who had been hesitating, finally made a decision today. My lord, are you going to accept my suggestion? Since Li Ji became the governor of Kuaiji, when Tianxiang knew that he and Zhang Xiaoming had lost the chance to compete for hegemony, so he proposed to Zhang Xiaoming to give up Xiaoming Town and surrender to Li Ji in exchange for Xiaoming Town. But Zhang Xiaoming did not make a clear refusal at that time, nor did he accept when Tianxiang's suggestion. Actually, I have thought it through these days. The gap between me and the boss is like a universe in my fingers. Instead of going against the boss, it is better to join him and become a rich man. If the boss eventually becomes the emperor, then I can also get the title of a loyal minister. Zhang Xiaoming looked at Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Shiji, and his endless reluctance finally turned into a long sigh. Song Rui, Shiji, you are talented, but you met a mediocre lord like me. You can only play your full ability under the boss's account. When Tianxiang hurriedly bowed and comforted, Lord, don't belittle yourself. Zhang Xiaoming waved his hand. I have made up my mind. Wait for me to write a letter and exchange Xiaoming Town for your future with the boss. Lord. When Tianxiang followed Zhang Xiaoming at first, even though Zhang Xiaoming had no ambitions, he was always loyal to Zhang Xiaoming and helped Zhang Xiaoming build Xiaoming Town. Although Zhang Shiji, who had just been recruited, had little affection for Xiaoming Town, he was deeply moved by Zhang Xiaoming's actions. The news that Zhang Xiaoming chose to surrender reached the ears of other lords in the south, making it hard for them to believe. Zhang Xiaoming has the loyalty of Wen Tianxiang, but he still chooses to surrender. He is really ignorant. What can Wen Tianxiang do? Can he block Li Cunqiu's spear or Li Cunqiu's fist? A lord stood up and said loudly, since Zhang Xiaoming has chosen to surrender, I will surrender with him. With Zhang Xiaoming's help, at least you can get a good position and a generous amount of money. Do any of you think the same as I do? The players below hesitated, and finally most of them raised their hands, leaving only one player without responding. The player gritted his teeth and said, I still want to fight. What do you have to fight? Everyone shook their heads. They all thought that it would not end well to go against Li Ji again. The player who refused to surrender thought of the scholar who talked eloquently in his town, and felt a sense of confidence in his heart. Longke Town. In the Lord's mansion, Li Ji received the news that Lu Xianqing had pacified the 8 towns in the north, and he was happy but also began to have a headache. How should they be dealt with? Lu Xianqing laid an ambush on the way back from Li Jinglong's defeat, forcing Li Jinglong to return to Daming Town. When he saw Lu Xianqing's army, he opened the gate and welcomed Lu Xiangxing into the city. This is similar to the Jinchuan Gate incident. And the protagonist who opened the door is also Li Jinglong. It's just that Lu Xiangxing is not Zhu Di. After capturing Daming Town, he did not set fire to the town. He captured the lords of the 8 towns in the north, and asked Li Ji how to deal with them. These people dared to resist me, and they should have expected defeat. Cut off their heads, and hang them on the county wall for 3 days, and 3 nights to serve as an example. Li Ji decided to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After pacifying Shaanxi County, he could continue to send troops to other counties, by virtue of his position as the governor. Those lords might not be Li Ji's opponents, but they should not be underestimated if they united. With the lessons learned from the past, they dare not be too rampant. Not only that, Li Ji also needs to send troops to various counties to publicize the benefits of surrender and shake their resistance. Public opinion war is also part of the war, and they must know their gasoline identity. My lord, Zhang Xiaoming brought some lords from the south to surrender. There is such a thing. Please invite them in quickly. Just when I was sleepy, someone said a pillow. Aren't the lords in the south good materials for propaganda? Li Ji was overjoyed. Chapter 165 Mr. Zhao saved me. I didn't expect you to recruit Zhang Shiji, one of the 3 heroes of the late Song dynasty. It seems that if you recruit Lu Xiufu, you can make up the 3 heroes. Li Ji and Zhang Xiaoming sat alone in a guest room, talking happily. I won't have the opportunity to recruit Lu Xiufu in the future. Zhang Xiaoming swallowed the rice wine in one gulp, and the meaning was self-evident. After taking Shaanxi County, I decided to manage all players in the form of a gang guild. I need you to help me manage it. This is the condition I can give you. Okay. Zhang Xiaoming did not refuse and agreed directly. Soon, when Tianxiang and Zhang Shiji were brought in, at Zhang Xiaoming's suggestion, they abandoned their current identities and pledged allegiance to Li Ji. Name Zhang Shiji. Occupation Military General War. Identity Commoner of Longke Town. Level 60. Brave 79, 83. Commander 80, 84. Wisdom 66, 70. Political Strategy 46, 52. Charm 50. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Stubborn, black, not easy to listen to others' advice. Spear General, blue when using spear weapons. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 5%. Spear Skills Power plus 25%. 3 heroes of the late Song dynasty. Purple when in the same battlefield with Lu Xiufu and Zhang Shiji. Zhang Shiji's personal combat effectiveness plus 10% for each additional person. Loyal and brave of the Song dynasty. Purple default is a diehard loyalist. Fortitude and courage, purple when fighting with others. Personal combat effectiveness plus 20%. Unit combat effectiveness plus 10%. Glory of history, gold. The people's hearts in the territory are greatly improved. The public security is greatly improved. And the loyalty of the generals in the territory is improved. When the troops are attacked, the morale remains high, and the combat effectiveness does not decrease over time. Skill Spears as strong as Rain S level. Storm Piercing A level. Shadowlike A level. Mental Method Zhang's Mental Method. Equipment none. Special Arms none. Zhang Shiji's ability is not very outstanding, and even no attribute can exceed 90 points. A second-rate general. Note, when Tianxiang's commander was corrected to 80. After accepting the loyalty of the 2, Li Ji checked the generals of other lords, and found that none of their generals could fight. So he sent them to various parts of the military camp to fill the vacancies of middle-level officers. There is still a lord who is stubborn and unyielding. Do you think my sword is not good? Li Ji was a little unhappy, and sent a messenger to ask Wang Ming to speed up the pacification of the south. Bang! A village was directly breached under the command of Wang Ming, and the black-faced man Zhou Song came with a defeated player. I'm willing to surrender. The lord player saw the strength of the Longke Town army and begged Wang Ming to spare his life. It's too late. Pei Yuanshao raised his sword and chopped off the head directly. The warm blood splashed in the air, and a lot of blood splashed on Wang Ming's face. But he didn't even blink. Very cold-blooded. There is only one town in the south that has not surrendered. The lord has ordered the general to speed up the attack on the south. The cavalry responsible for delivering the message rode over. I know. Wang Ming directly waved away the cavalry. I didn't expect that after the coalition forces of the 8 towns in the north were defeated, their end was so miserable. There are still lords who choose to resist. It's really strange. Military advisor. What should we do? Zhou Song said in a muffled voice. The continuous attacks in the past few days made him a little tired. If something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Maybe this lord has some tricks up his sleeve. Do we need to ask for support? Pei Yuanshao asked. If I can't sweep the southern part of Shanin with these 10,000 soldiers, then I have no face to give advice to the lord. Wang Ming laughed. He thought that his talent was comparable to Zhang Liang and Xiao He. If he needed to ask for support for a small pacification, wouldn't it make people all over the world laugh at him? Who doesn't have pride? If Li Ji hadn't ordered him to slow down the attack, he would have taken the southern part before Lu Xiangxing. In Hezi town, a scholar sat alone in the inner hall, drinking warm wine in a depressed mood. The scholar sighed and said to himself, I am only 20 years old, but I have memorized all the military books in the world. It's a pity that the Yellow Turbans took advantage of me because I had no soldiers and broke through Zhaojiao village, forcing me to wander. Then there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside, and the lord of Hezi town walked in quickly. Why is the mayor so anxious? Mr. Zhao saw the other party coming in a hurry and asked hurriedly. Suddenly, the lord knelt down and cried to Mr. Zhao. Hezi town is in a great disaster now. Please save me. Mr. Zhao. Great disaster. What great disaster? Mr. Zhao has not been in Hezi town for too long. But seeing that this town is peaceful, there is no such thing as a great disaster. The governor Li Ji is ambitious and wants to integrate Kuaiji into his possession. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Li Ji is an official appointed by the court. This action is in line with the rules. The mayor can serve him. Mr. Zhao felt that there was nothing wrong with Li Ji's actions. But Li Ji is extremely cruel and once threatened to massacre all the people who resisted the territory. Does Mr. Zhao think that's right? Mr. Zhao hesitated. Seeing this, the player said while the iron was hot, I know that you are talented and know everything about military tactics and military command. I am willing to let you command the troops of the town. The lord of Hezi town inspected the refugees and found Mr. Zhao different from others when he saw him for the first time. In the subsequent in-depth communication, the other party's intention on military tactics was far beyond ordinary people, and he had the momentum to destroy the enemy army in a casual conversation. Although the other party has not revealed his life so far, the mayor of Hezi town guessed that the other party must have left a strong mark in history. Why is the mayor so? Hezi town has a population of more than 10,000 and a military force of nearly 1,000. Now that a disaster is imminent, the mayor of Hezi town will definitely train new troops regardless of the consequences. Mr. Zhao was somewhat tempted to hand over so many troops to him. Mr. Zhao is the only one who can save the lives of all the people in Hezi town. The player tapped the ground heavily, begging Mr. Zhao to help. I didn't expect the mayor to think so highly of me, so I have no choice but to obey. After a long time, Mr. Zhao agreed to the other party's request. Good. I wonder what Mr. Zhao's name is. The name is not the point. If I can repel the governor's army, it won't be too late to tell you then. The player stood up with joy. But he felt a little sorry that the other party still didn't tell him his name. A famous general with the surname Zhao? Is it Zhao Shi, Zhao Lei or Zhao Chogua? While the player was brainstorming, Mr. Zhao took out a map. He knew the importance of the map very well, and he explored the surrounding environment clearly in his spare time. He then pointed to a line that looked like an earthworm and said, Mayor, our troops are far less than Li Ji's. Instead of defending the town, we should take the initiative to attack and ambush them here. Chapter 166, Defeat first, then win. Cross the river. Pei Yuanshao acted as a temporary vanguard, urging the troops behind him to quickly cross the river that barely reached their waists. The last geographical advantage was in front of them. As long as they crossed the river, their army could face the flat Hezi town. It was November now, and even Kuaiji, located south of the Yangtze River, was gradually entering winter. The cold river water soaked the soldiers' armor, and the bodies soaked in the water moved slowly. This was a test of the soldiers' physical strength and will. Swish. Pei Yuanshao was the first to land, and his solemn expression began to relax. As long as they safely crossed the river, his mission would be completed. Speed up. Under Pei Yuanshao's urging, more than half of the vanguard had already landed on the river bank. Suddenly, deafening shouts of killing came from all directions, and a piece of dry grass not far from the river bank was lifted up, and nearly 1,000 soldiers, who were red from the cold wind, rushed out. Mr. Zhao rode on his warhorse, drew his sword, and ordered the archers of Hezian to shoot arrows at Pei Yuanshao's soldiers. Swish! Hundreds of archers drew their bows and arrows at the same time, and dense arrows whistled in the air, covering the sky and the sun. At this time, Half of the army of Lonke town crossed the river and shook off the water on the shore, while the other half of the soldiers were still soaked in the river. For a moment, the sharp arrows tore through their armor and pierced their bodies. They screamed in pain and fell into the rushing river one after another, and their blood dyed the river red. He Zijian's ambush caught the opponent off guard, causing Pei Yuanshao's vanguard troops to suffer heavy losses. The archers suppressed the enemy, and the infantry drove them into the river. When the Lonke town army was still in shock, Mr. Zhao, holding his sword, rushed over with He Zijian's infantry. With a cold light flashing, Mr. Zhao shook his wrist, and his sword swam in the air like a spirit snake. Many soldiers fell down, and their heads flew up. As expected by the military advisor, someone really took advantage of our crossing to ambush us, Pei Yuanshao muttered. And his big knife turned and turned, and the dim yellow blade light flew horizontally and vertically, forcing the approaching soldiers to retreat. This improvised vanguard force was ambushed, and its morale was greatly reduced. Even if Pei Yuanshao was brave, he could not save the defeat. Moreover, he did not intend to continue fighting. Retreat! Pei Yuanshao shouted, and the whole person was as slippery as a loach. He instantly avoided the encirclement of He Zijian's army and rushed into the river alone. Striding forward, Pei Yuanshao fled the battlefield before everyone could react. The commander fled in battle, and the remaining infantry were panicked and were no match at all. Under the command of Mr. Zhao, the space was constantly compressed until they were trapped and became prisoners. Mr. Zhao is really talented. He actually defeated Li Ji's army. The mayor of Hezi town was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the other party was not just talking nonsense, but had real skills. He actually defeated Li Ji's army with only more than 1,000 people. Mayor, there is no need to be so. This is just Li Ji's vanguard. There are still large troops behind. Mr. Zhao waved his hand, very calmly, but he couldn't hide the joy between his eyebrows. Then what should we do next? As the saying goes, the first push is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Li Ji's vanguard was defeated by us. The generals who escaped back will definitely tell them about this, which will inevitably cause chaos. If we suddenly attack them at this moment, we will definitely defeat the enemy. Then follow your idea. Sir, military advisor, General Pei Yuanshao has been defeated. The scouts who were monitoring the vanguard saw that Pei Yuanshao was defeated, and they rushed to Wang Meng's large army without stopping. The enemy really guessed our marching route and used the tactic of attacking halfway across the river here. Wang Meng smiled confidently. Everything was under his control. I wonder if He Zijian's troops are following Pei. The two are less than half a mile apart. Wang Meng nodded, and suddenly changed his face, saying in shock, "What? Pei Yuanshao was defeated?" The voice echoed in the air for a long time under the blessing of true energy. And the soldiers behind him, who were assembled from various villages and towns, suddenly exploded. You are talking nonsense and disturbing the morale of our army. You should be killed. Military advisor, spare my life. Wang Meng was furious. He drew his sword from the soldiers around him and slashed at the opponent's neck. A tragic scream of pain sounded, and the scout fell off the horse with his eyes closed, smashing smoke and dust. His acting skills were excellent. All this was not concealed, and was seen clearly by the soldiers in the front army, even with the control of the sergeant. The news of the defeat spread uncontrollably to the entire army like a virus. A panic atmosphere suddenly rose. The soldiers of this army came from various villages and towns in the south. They have always been responsible for defending the village, and have not experienced many battles. The defeat of the vanguard troops dealt a great blow to their morale. Not long after this incident, Pei Yuanshao rushed to Wang Meng's troops with a breathless pace. Military advisor, I am defeated. Pei Yuanshao knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Pei Yuanshao, you fell into the enemy's trap of attacking halfway across the river. Thousands of troops were killed by you. You have delayed the Lord's important task. You should be executed. After saying that, Wang Meng raised his sword and slashed at Pei Yuanshao. Fortunately, the soldiers around him held him tightly and shouted, Military advisor, it is useless to kill Pei Yuanshao now. I am afraid that He Zijian's army is approaching. We need to prepare early. Military advisor, when I escaped back, He Zijian's army was less than half a mile away. Pei Yuanshao lowered his head and echoed, You? Wang Meng was furious. If it weren't for the soldiers around him, he would have killed this guy long ago. The conflict between the generals made the army more turbulent. Now the soldiers in Lonke town were panicked and at a loss. Boom! The dense footsteps came from a distance, and the smoke and dust came. More than 1,000 Hezesian soldiers, led by Mr. Zhao and the Lord Player, quickly approached Wang Ming and others. Every soldier had an excited look on his face, and they kept shouting wildly. First, Pei Yuanshao was ambushed and defeated, and then the army of Hezesian took advantage of the turmoil to attack. Wang Ming deliberately did not issue an order to mobilize troops, and the army of Longke Town exploded instantly, with signs of collapse. Kill! Mr. Zhao personally led the soldiers to attack Wang Ming with his sword. Mr. Zhao saw Wang Ming's panicked expression and smiled smugly. Li Ji's generals are just like this. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the depths of the two dense forests, and a black-faced man rode out with a big knife, and the whole person came whistling like an arrow from a string. The big knife was swung, containing the momentum of a landslide and the power of a river bursting its banks, cutting deep trenches and cracks on the ground one after another. The real elite of Longke Town finally went out and attacked the rear of Hezesian. Chapter 167. Talking about war on paper is ultimately shallow. Whoever stands in my way will die, Zhou San shouted, and attacked with all his might. The strange force moved the stones and gravel on the ground, and an extremely strong force burst out. The aqua blue blade slashed out, turning into a dark blue dragon. An ancient dragon roar came from the deep valley, intimidating everyone's mind. The dragon turned the river and the sea upside down, smashing the heads of dozens of soldiers in an instant. The dragon swung its tail and threw out countless energy, and everything around was shot through with holes. Where Zhou Song went, there was a mess and blood all over the ground. You? Mr. Zhao's original pride had long disappeared, and what was left was horror. I didn't expect that the other party had set up an ambush here, waiting for them to get in. Perhaps his strategy of attacking halfway across the river was also within the other party's guess. At this moment, Mr. Zhao was extremely annoyed. He could be fooled by such a simple strategy. Wang Ming pinched his finger technique, and dozens of clay figures rose from the ground and pounced on Mr. Zhao like wolves and tigers. Ah! Pei Yuanshao got back on his horse and slashed with his broadsword. The Lord of Hezi Town showed an unwilling expression, and his huge head flew in the air. The weak players were no match for the fierce yellow turban generals. Behead the traitors. Why don't you surrender quickly? Pei Yuanshao's eyes were wide open, and he shouted sternly. His ferocious face frightened him, and made them lose their fighting spirit. Mr. Zhao tried his best to block the attack of the clay man. He was a Confucian general with low martial arts value, and could not break through the encirclement of the clay man. The sound of horse hooves rumbled behind him. Zhou Song rode his horse to rush over, and his broadsword knocked Mr. Zhao's sword away, and his strong arms grabbed the opponent's belt. With a sudden lift and retraction, Zhou Song exerted his strength and actually captured Mr. Zhao from the horse's back. You have become my trophy. The leader died, and the other was captured. The soldiers of Hezi Town who were attacked by the ambush finally collapsed under the continuous charge of the elite troops. The army was in chaos, and the soldiers could not fight. They cried and fled in all directions, trying to escape from here, so as not to be treated as rebels. Wang Ming had been prepared. The ambush was set up in a pocket shape, directly surrounding the army, leaving nowhere to escape. With the sound of persuasion to surrender, more than 1,000 soldiers became prisoners of Longke Town. Hezi Town was the last small town in the south. After it was solved, it meant that Li Ji could completely control the entire Shaanning County, and truly have the final say in Shaanning County. Shaanning County was the seat of Kuaiji County, and its status was beyond words for Li Ji. After taking down Hezi Town, Wang Ming, Zhou Song, Pei Yuanshao, and a group of soldiers smiled. Military advisor. I caught this man. Zhou Song walked over with a dark face and held Mr. Zhao under his armpit. Who are you? I am Zhao Qua, an opposition figure. Talking about war on paper is shallow, and you must practice it yourself. Li Ji looked at the two talents kneeling on the ground below and shook his head secretly. He couldn't understand why two talented people, Li Jinglong and Zhao Qua, appeared in such a small Shaanning County. Namely Jinglong, nicknamed Jiujiang. Occupation Military General, War Department. Status completed the breakthrough mission holding the hub and pushing the wheel. Identity a citizen of Longke Town. Level 73. Brave 65, 67 plus 1. Commander 65, 69 plus 1. Intelligence 40, 45 plus 1. Political strategy 60, 68 plus 1. Charm 70. Luck 20. Personal characteristics. Ambitious but reckless, black arrogant and conceited. Very likely to be influenced by the enemy's strategies. Duke Chao, Blue born in a military family. With a prominent position. Easy to gain the trust of the Lord and be entrusted with important tasks. Master of training. Purple. The experience points of the trained troops are increased by 30%. And there is a very small probability of doubling the experience points. Skills. God of War's Wrath, B level. God of War's Sword, B level. Mental Method. God of War's Secret. Equipment. None. Special Arms. None. Name. Zhao Qua. Occupation. Military General, War Department. Identity. Prisoner of Longcate Town. Level 65. Brave 62, 65. Commander 64, 69. Intelligence 62, 69. Political Strategy 42, 50. Charm 5. 0. Luck 1. Personal Characteristics. Paper Talk. Black when defeated by a leader with a higher commander value. Zhao Qua has a chance to increase his commander value limit by 1, up to 99. But he has a high chance of being killed after being captured. Familiar with the art of war, Blue integrate all the art of war. And have a high chance of refuting the opponent when discussing the art of war. Ma Fu Zi. Blue the son of Ma Fu Jun Xiao Shi. Respected by others. Easy to gain the trust of the Lord. And entrusted with important tasks. Hu Fu Chi Shi False. Purple. The sprint speed of cavalry in the territory is plus 5%. And the combat effectiveness of the troops is plus 15% when leading Zhao Bianqi weak. Skills. Ma Fu Zhan, B level. Charge, B level. Breakout, B level. Mental Method. Zhao's Military Code. Equipment. None. Special Arms. Zhao Bianqi weak. Can recruit 3rd level cavalry arms. With an upper limit of 30,000 people. Looking at the panels of these two people, Li Ji couldn't help but complain. Zhao Qua and Li Jinglong are like two dragons and phoenixes. If you get one of them, you will lose the world. Now he has put these two together. But he doesn't know if they can make a positive difference. Although Li Jinglong's panel is not good, the purple feature is still a little useful. It can help train the army, and quickly improve the army's strength. As long as he doesn't lead troops to go to war, and doesn't guard the city gate. Li Jinglong is a good general. Li Ji also noticed Li Jinglong's status bar, and found that he completed the breakthrough task without reaching the maximum level. The breakthrough task will be presented to all players after the task reaches the maximum level. As long as you complete the breakthrough task. Not everyone will get the same improvement. The greater the potential, the higher the upper limit of the improvement. For example, Huang Gong, Zhou Song and others under Li Ji have reached the maximum level. And they can be improved as long as they complete the task. Or there is a gap between the two. Su Huangzhong's bravery can be plus 5 points, while Zhou Song's bravery can only be plus 3 points. It should be that Zhu Sen obtained some props that allowed Li Jinglong to complete the breakthrough task ahead of time and increase the upper limit. Li Ji silently hid this information in his heart. As for Zhao Qua, the son of Ma Fu, Li Ji was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to deal with him. You say he is useless, but his special ability can make him a top commander. You say he is useful. His luck value is so low. If he loses, he will be captured and may even be beheaded. Otherwise, he can be sent to another camp as an undercover. Losing to himself can save his life and increase his commander value. And secondly, it can help him pit his teammates. Kwai has no intention of being an enemy of the governor. I beg the governor to forgive Kwai's crime. Out of office General, Zhao Kwai pledges allegiance to you. Do the players agree? Yes. Li Ji was not interested. He accepted Zhao Kwai as his subordinate. After all, he was good at talking and might be useful someday. I heard that the Lord wanted to pacify the counties of Kuaiji. Kwai is not talented, but I am willing to lead the soldiers to sweep them. Zhao Qua thought Li Ji had something to hide, so he offered to lead the troops. My lord, there is no need for General Lu to lead the troops. Long will lead a group of elite soldiers. Within 3 months, I will take down the entire Kuaiji for you. Li Jinglong on the side was not to be outdone and started to make trouble. Li Ji's face turned green instantly. Chapter 168, Unusual Movements. Li Ji swept all the lords of Shaanxi County in just over a week, and incorporated the wilds of the seat of Kuaiji County into his private territory, shocking the lord players of the entire Kuaiji County. At the same time, the names of some of Li Ji's generals were also announced by the players, who were curious. Li Tsuinxiao, Wang Ming, Lu Xiangqing. These are all famous generals, whose names have been recorded in history books. Especially Wang Ming, who is known as the first person who surpassed Zhuge Liang in merit. If anyone wants to go against Li Ji, then they have to fight against Wang Ming, who can compete with Zhuge Liang. You have to know that Zhuge Liang was born only a few years ago, and he is still running around in Yangdu County. Langia, with snot hanging from his nose and bare ass. Unless someone recruits top counselors to balance Wang Ming. But Li Ji also has Li Tsuanqiu, a peerless general. Among the three kingdoms, only Lu Bu can be rated as a rival to Li Tsuanqiu in Kuaiji County, not to mention recruiting peerless generals. Finding a first-class general is also a sign of great luck. There is also Lu Xiangshan. Although he is far less amazing than the previous two, but he is also a famous general who has been put on the horse to stabilize the country. The first thing Li Ji did after pacifying Shaanxi County was to set up an organization similar to a trade union to publicly recruit ordinary players. If the Lord players want to come in, they must give up their territory and hand it over to Li Ji for management. Of course, if these Lord players do not want to give up their territory, they need to face Li Ji's army and rely on physical force to persuade the other party. In addition, Li Ji introduced a policy, which is to exchange money for the military generals and civil officials recruited by the lords. Maybe the quality is not very good, but Kuaiji County, as one of the large counties in Yangzhou, has become vast and boundless after systematic expansion. Adding them to various places in the county is also conducive to increasing the speed of development. Zhang Xiaoming, you can do these things. After establishing his own player guild, Li Ji kept his promise and pushed Zhang Xiaoming to the top of the guild, responsible for recruiting and handling players. Li Ji originally thought that Zhang Xiaoming would be too busy, and planned to let Jia Su, the old fox, temporarily help Zhang Xiaoming, but found that Zhang Xiaoming had arranged these people clearly. You should know that there are hundreds of thousands, or even millions of players in Kuaiji County. It's okay. We can lure them with benefits. As long as we regularly release various strange tasks and generous rewards, they will definitely be very interested in helping us work. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes turned wildly, constantly checking the players' information. And we are an official guild. They are not afraid of us, but they have to be afraid of our army. Li Ji nodded and patted Zhang Xiaoming on the shoulder, as if to encourage him. With such a capable person helping him, he, Li Ji, can also sneak around for a while. Li Ji personally set up a player guild to attract a large number of players to join, including players of various life professions. They said they were working for the guild, but in fact they were serving Li Ji. As time goes by, some players with high characteristics will continue to break through their limits and become high-grade professional talents, even if Li Ji does not apply for talents from the court. With the help of these players, he can create various weapons and armor. The management of ordinary players has been put on the right track, and the remaining ones are those stubborn lord players. They seem to think they could resist Li Ji's army and the fierce Li Tsuanqiu. Li Tsuanqiu is here. Who dares to stop me? Yu Wang's spear tore through the wind and clouds. Li Tsuanqiu was furious, slashed in front of him, and forcibly destroyed the gate of a town. The lord of the town was horrified and fell directly from the earth wall, and was trampled to pieces by the soldiers under the city. Yangzhou has many waterways, and the long river flows from west to east into the sea. Most of the counties in Kuaiji County are built on the water. Shaanxi County is located on Jingruo Lake. Although it is not large in scale, it is enough to be an excellent port for Longke Town now. Li Ji paid attention to the establishment of the navy at the time of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and before leaving, he also told Kanzei not to give up the development of the navy. After several months of development, Li Ji's navy has long become a force that cannot be ignored. Although Li Ji did not recruit a serious navy general, Zhou Song under his command followed Guan Yu to flood the 7 armies in the novel, and was familiar with water, so he could temporarily serve as the navy commander. The development of the navy means that Li Ji can transport food from land and transport it by water, which provides an extra guarantee for future expeditions. It is now mid-November, and the temperature in Kuaiji County has dropped a lot, but Li Ji does not seem to stop the expedition. Instead, he speeds up the pace, intending to take over the entire Kuaiji before the cold winter comes completely, with Li Tsuanqiu, Huang Dong, and Chen Dao as the 3 sharp knives, and Wang Ming and Lu Xiangxing as the leaders. The troops of Longke Town are unstoppable and continue to take over the territories outside the county. Li Ji's strength frightened those lords, who intended to resist, and they surrendered one after another. But there are always some people who don't believe in evil. Li Ji's approach is undoubtedly to make us lords give up our territories and identities, and become ordinary people obediently. I don't accept it. A player in a town drank strong liquor, and the unwillingness on his face was revealed. Brother, you have made great contributions in the Yellow Turban Rebellion and recruited top generals. With this person's assistance, There is no need to worry about not having the opportunity to dominate. The younger brother next to him fanned the flames, and cautiously glanced at the general in a white robe not far away. I exchanged for the position of Yongning County Lieutenant during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. After these days of processing, I have sidelined He Fu, and all the military power in his hands is under my control. Li Bihing said confidently. My lord, we can find a time to invite He Fu here and take him down during the banquet. At the same time, we can announce to the outside world that He Fu is colluding with Shan Yu and intends to seize Yongning County. The general next to him offered a conspiracy. Li Bihing nodded in agreement. This general was recruited as soon as he entered the game. He has good wisdom and bravery, and is his right-hand man. Li Ji has tens of thousands of soldiers and armor. After he pacifies the counties in the north, his strength will be further enhanced. What should we do if he raises an army to attack us? Does the Lord want to go one step further? Of course I do. Then if the Lord wants to go one step further, he must flatten Li Ji's stepping stone before he can take Kuaiji and become the governor. From Wu Luo's tone, it seems that he has already had a plan. Although the Lord's troops are not as good as Li Ji's, we can look for external aid. The generals acted as riddlers, which made Li Bihing feel itchy. I don't know who can be our external aid. There are tens of thousands of Shan Yu bandits entrenched in Kuaiji Mountain. We can persuade them to attack Shanning County when Li Ji sends troops, under the pretext of conspiring against Kuaiji. At that time, Li Ji will be caught between the front and the rear, and we have a great chance of winning. Good. Li Ji, who was writing invitations, naturally didn't know that anyone dared to plot against him. He had another thing. After being the prefect for such a long time, no one among the county magistrates invited Li Ji to dinner. He had to go out of his way personally and prepare an unforgettable banquet for them. Chapter 169 Li Ji's Hongmen Banquet. In 22 BC, Qin General Wang Jian settled in the south of Xinjiang, conquered the king of Yu, and established Kuaiji County. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, the seat of government was changed to Shanin County, and Kuaiji County governed 15 counties: Shanin, Yan, Wushang, Shuji, Yuji, Taima, Shangyu, Shan, Yuyao, Jizheng, Yin, Zhangyan, Dongya, Yongning, and Hoguan. Almost at the same time, the 15 county magistrates in Kuaiji County received invitations from Li Ji, who invited them to Longke town for a chat on the grounds of pacifying the Shan Yu in the county. Jiandong tyrants were scattered throughout Kuaiji County. Most of them colluded with the county magistrates to take the county's troops out of the control of the governor and become their private soldiers. If Li Ji had not been very tough and had a good relationship with the county magistrate of Shanin County, it would have been difficult to mobilize the troops of Shanin County. So the first thing he did after wiping out the lord players was to take these aristocratic tyrants as a starter. Li Ji knew that these noble families were very rich and had a large population. Liberating one noble family could gain a lot of resources. Others hoarded grain. But I hoarded guns. Others were my granaries. Li Ji was not Sun Tzu. He came from the later generations and had a bad temper. He would sharpen his knife to attack the noble families as long as he got a chance. Moreover, he was not afraid of the noble family children going on strike and making trouble. There was a large group of players competing for jobs behind him. One carrot, one pit. If they really dared to make trouble, Li Ji could follow their wishes and completely clean up the officials in Kuaiji County. The county magistrates who received the invitations showed a puzzled expression. Only after the reminder of the staff did they know Li Ji's real purpose. Some showed an expression of understanding, and some panicked to find the local noble families and discuss with them. Li Ji didn't know their little tricks, but just set up a banquet in the Lord's mansion and waited for their arrival. It's good if they know what's good for them. If they pretend to be deaf and dumb, don't blame me for being rude. A sinister look flashed in Li Ji's eyes. Although Kuaiji County is vast and sparsely populated, the population of various counties has increased a lot with the support of the system, ranging from 200,000 to 300,000, and as many as 700,000 to 800,000. If Li Ji can integrate them, he can piece together an army of hundreds of thousands. Li Ji held a banquet, imitating Xiao Kuangyin's release of military power with a cup of wine, attempting to regain control of various counties. However, these county magistrates are not fools. They naturally know the importance of military power in troubled times. A simple banquet is not enough to make them give up. Li Ji can only eat them if he is more ruthless and more extreme. The teleportation array of Shanin County kept flashing, and county magistrates from various counties appeared in it with their entourage. As the governor, Li Ji invited them, even if they knew that this was a fierce hangman banquet. They had to attend the banquet. Some county magistrates wanted to refuse Li Ji on the grounds of illness, but were warned by the soldiers who sent the invitation. If the county magistrate is not feeling well, my master has a miracle doctor who can send troops to escort him to the hospital for treatment. If he still cannot be cured, the master will consider the county magistrate to be in poor health and report to the court to replace him with another person. If they were caught by Li Ji for this reason and dismissed from their posts and retired early, they would have no tears to cry. In any case, Li Ji's tough attitude made many county magistrates come with dark faces. "Brother, I'll have to ask you to perform later," Li Ji whispered to the Shaanxi county magistrate, who responded with a relieved expression. Outside the Lord's mansion, the soldiers on guard began to shout, and the county magistrates from various places came to the inner hall one after another, and began to sit down under the guidance of the attendants. Before long, the county magistrates from 15 counties were all seated successfully, making the somewhat simple Lord's mansion crowded. Play music. Dance. Li Ji's family only had Duo Chan as a dancer, so he temporarily selected a team of players to come to cheer. And at the same time, various delicacies began to be placed, with the temptation of beautiful women and delicacies. These county magistrates began to move their chopsticks, no matter how bad their mood was. When the wine was flowing, Li Ji saw that the atmosphere was getting hot, so he waved away the dancer, which made the county magistrates feel a little sorry. They had never seen the modern dance performed by the players, which opened their eyes. There are countless Shan Yu bandits in Kuaiji County, and the people in all counties are harassed by them. Ji is highly valued by your majesty. He will lead all the soldiers of Kuaiji into the mountains to suppress the bandits and bring peace to the people. If the prefect wants to pacify the Shan Yu tribes, we are willing to provide food for the prefect's army in the county. A county magistrate jumped up and avoided the important point. This statement made many people agree. Their meaning is very clear. You, Li Ji, can suppress the bandits, but they cannot agree to collect military power in the name of suppressing bandits. You, Li Ji, can even mobilize the local county army. The Shaanxi tribe lives deep in the mountains and forests. If there are not enough soldiers and horses to go into the mountains, what is the point of suppressing the bandits? Li Ji asked back. The prefect once killed the 3 brothers of Zhangju. In our eyes, he is a capable and good fighter. Does the prefect need to mobilize troops to deal with this small Shan Yu? An attendant behind the county magistrate stood up and asked, I am the governor of Kuaiji, in charge of all the troops in the county. But you refuse to send troops. Are you colluding with the bandits and letting them live happily in the mountains and forests? Governor, there are few soldiers in the county, and we can barely defend the city. It is difficult for us to follow you into the mountains. Li Ji wanted to take back the military power, but these county magistrates refused to hand over the military power. For a while, the atmosphere was tense. At this time, the magistrate of Shaanxi County stood up and said, Listen to me, everyone. The Shan Yu bandits have been scouring Kuaiji for a long time, and the people in the city have suffered from them. Now the governor has great ambitions and is willing to send troops to pacify Shan Yu. Isn't this for the sake of many people? I am willing to let the troops of Shaanxi County cooperate with the governor's actions. The county magistrates below twitched their eyes. They all knew that the magistrate of Shaanxi County and Li Ji were in the same boat. Now they stood up to help Li Ji build momentum. Who will be fooled? Swish. A figure stood up and bowed to Li Ji, saying, The governor once defeated 1,000,000 yellow turbans and had a great record. It is our honor to have someone like you as the governor of Kuaiji. If the governor sends troops, he will surely be able to pacify the Shan Yu in the county. Yongning Chang Hifu is willing to cooperate with the governor's actions. This person was not found by himself. So why is he still speaking for himself? Li Ji was a little confused. And then he remembered something. It turned out that Hifu was Hichi's father. Now that Hichi worked under him, he, as a father, naturally spoke to him. Hifu suddenly defected to Li Ji's side, which surprised the other county magistrates. They didn't expect that someone would dare to give up military power. I don't know what you mean. Li Ji simply stopped pretending and said to everyone in a bad tone. Chapter 170 Yongning Falls. I, Zhang Wulua. Meet Marshal Pan. Li Biheng's General Zhang Wulua took advantage of Li Ji's banquet and brought a few followers to Kuaiji Mountain, located in the south of Shaanxi County, to meet Pan Lin, the famous Shan Yu general who was in Kuaiji. The players who followed Zhang Wulua faced this general directly, and their hearts were slightly trembling. Pan Lin's momentum was not inferior to that of the Daca general in the Yellow Turban Army, and he was extremely brave. The Shan Yu generals on both sides were not weak in aura. Although they were not as good as Pan Lin, they were much stronger than the ordinary small leaders of the Yellow Turbans. No wonder the Shan Yu clan has been rampant in Kuaiji County, and the county magistrate and the powerful families have to give them some face. The player lowered his head and secretly observed the other party. Zhang Wulua. Why haven't I heard of such a person like you in Yangzhou? Pan Lin saw that the other party was not from Yangzhou, and mistakenly thought that Zhang Wulua was an outsider who wanted to settle down in Kuaiji. The commander-in-chief is so powerful in Kuaiji that he only meets important people. How could he know a person as insignificant as an ant like me? Zhang Wulua smiled and bowed, showing his flattering attitude. Pan Lin waved his hand without showing too much joy on his face, obviously not interested in Zhang Wulua's flattery. Tell me, what are you doing here? The commander-in-chief, Tang Mao, was transferred to the court by the emperor not long ago, and the court appointed Li Ji as the new governor of Kuaiji. I wonder if the commander-in-chief knows about this. I have always kept my distance from the officers and soldiers. Even if he changes more governors, it has nothing to do with me. Pan Lin sneered and put on an attitude of indifference. They live in the mountains and forests, and most of them are mainly engaged in agriculture, growing grains. As long as the harvest is not bad, there is basically no need to worry about the consumption of food in the clan, because the mountains produce copper and iron. They often forged their own weapons and armor. They were scattered and lived in small groups. They liked to practice martial arts, even within the jurisdiction of the Han court. The general county magistrates and prefects did not pay much attention to them, just like the previous prefect Tang Mao. As long as Pan Lin did not make too much trouble in the county, he would turn a blind eye. General, you are wrong. Do you know where this Li Ji came from? Tell me about it. Li Ji was originally just a small lord, but he was appreciated by Tang Mao. He once led the county soldiers to pacify a clan of 1,000 people. Later, Wu Huan led more than 10,000 troops to attack Shaning County. When the situation was critical, it was this man who broke the situation with his troops. Later, he participated in suppressing the Yellow Turban Army, offered advice to defeat Bo Kai and Yuzhou, killed Zhang Jiao's 3 brothers in Jizhou, defeated millions of Yellow Turbans, and helped Zhu Jun take down the solid Wancheng in Jingzhou. This man is a god in using troops, and he should not be underestimated. When Zhang Wulua said this, General Pan Lin talked a lot, and seemed to be shocked by Li Ji's record. The Yellow Turban Army's rebellion was so powerful that it swept the entire Han dynasty. In front of Zhang Jiao's 3 brothers, they, the Shan Yu, were no different from small fights. Silence! Pan Lin shouted loudly, with a solemn expression on his face. It seemed that he was beginning to be a little afraid of the new governor. According to what you said, the reason why Zhang Jiao and his 3 brothers failed was because of this guy. But I heard that there is no such person as Li Ji among the 3 commanders of the Han army. Even so, you can't underestimate this man, Zhang Wulua replied. As the saying goes, you can't let others sleep beside you. This man is extremely strong and can't tolerate any sand in his eyes, as long as he controls all the military power in Kuaiji. The first person he will attack is you, the commander. Pan Lin nodded slightly, recognizing Zhang Wulua. In the early days, Li Ji helped Tang Mao to pacify a clan of 1,000 people. Although the strength of this clan was not very good, it was enough to show Li Ji's attitude towards Shan Yu. And he also knew that after Li Ji took office as the governor, he frequently sent troops to wipe out all the territories near Shaning County. So you, or the people behind you mean? Pan Lin stared at Zhang Wulua and said, trying to catch a trace of information on his face. The commander is really smart, so I will get straight to the point. I am a subordinate of Li Biheng, the county lieutenant of Yongning County, and I came here to discuss the alliance with the commander. Zhang Wulua's identity was exposed, which surprised the Shan Yu generals present. They did not have an incompatible relationship with the officers and soldiers, but the word alliance would not be raised between the 2 parties. Even the commander Pan Lin was a little surprised by Zhang Wulua's identity, and at the same time, he was puzzled. He didn't do a good job as an officer and soldier, but came to cooperate with these bandits. What's wrong with his brain? Zhang Wulua took in everyone's expressions, which matched his guess. So he advised, General, Li Ji will definitely send troops to attack you after unifying Kuaiji. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative to attack Li Ji first. Take Kuaiji, and accomplish something great. Pan Lin frowned and thought about the feasibility. After a while, The commander agreed to Zhang Wulu's alliance and asked, "What is Lieutenant Li's plan?" Recently, Li Ji held a banquet to invite county magistrates from all over the country. And my master has already taken over all the military power of Yongning County without anyone noticing. As long as my master says a word, Yongning County can be renamed and removed from Li Ji's control. If Yongning County falls, Li Ji will definitely send troops to attack us. By then, Shanin County will be empty of troops. And the commander will take Shanin out of Kuaiji Mountain. Isn't it easy to take down Shanin? With Yongning and Shanin counties in hand, it's only a matter of time to take down Kuaiji County. Zhang Wulu told a rough plan. Draw out the snake? The Shan Yu general who knew a few characters was surprised. That's right. Okay. I promise you. Pan Lin slapped his thigh and agreed to Zhang Wulu's suggestion. I have another good suggestion. Please speak. Marshal. There are countless Shan Yu clans in Kuaiji County. With my prestige, I can completely convince them to send troops to respond to our actions. If all the Shan Yu in the county riot at the same time, it will definitely involve and disperse Li Ji's troops. At that time, whether it is to capture Shanin or defeat Li Ji's troops, the success rate can be greatly increased. Pan Lin showed a sinister smile. In the Lord's mansion of Longke Town, Li Ji was still arguing with the county magistrates below. Even if He Fu stood up to speak for Li Ji, he could not shake the ideas of other county magistrates. What a bunch of old idiots. Li Ji was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to draw his sword to chop these county magistrates to pieces. Sir, it's getting late. There are still many government affairs waiting for me to deal with in the county. Excuse me. This group of idiots stood up and said goodbye to Li Ji. At this moment, one of He Fu's followers rushed in panic and said, "Sir, the prefect, the county magistrate, Yongning County Lieutenant Li Biheng rebelled, and the entire Yongning County fell into his hands." What? He Fu stood up. Report to the prefect. The Shan Yu in various parts of the county are ready to attack the county. Chapter 171 Sending Troops. Yongning fell. Beyond everyone's expectation. I didn't expect that Li Biheng was so ambitious and wanted to rebel. I should have noticed it earlier. He Fu was heartbroken and sat on the ground. Who is Li Biheng? Li Ji had never heard of such a person in history. This person was originally a small lord near Yongning County. He made great contributions in suppressing the Yellow Turbans and became the county lieutenant of Yongning County. As expected, Li Ji understood it clearly. I didn't expect that there were still players in the county who came up with new tricks to subvert his rule, being able to change the name of a county in an instant. There must be capable military generals and civil officials behind Li Biheng. Perhaps the Shan Yu riots in various places are also related to this person. Sir, the Shan Yu riots? We must go back to the county to preside over the defense. Although these county magistrates did not want to hand over their military power, they also did not want to hand over the county to a group of bandits. Wait a minute. The Shan Yu are rioting everywhere, and the army in the county is dwarfed by them. Only by uniting the troops can we completely suppress them. Li Ji felt that something was not right. Sir, the Shan Yu are now ready to move and threaten the counties everywhere. We can only rely on our own troops to barely resist. How can we have the troops to suppress them? The county magistrates thought that Li Ji's idea was impossible to realize. If I only rely on the troops of Shanin County to take back Yongning, you will immediately hand over the military power. How about it? Li Ji suddenly said. And the soldiers outside were ready to move. Many county magistrates looked at the shining weapons outside, and their eyes twitched slightly. Li Ji's actions clearly told them that if they did not agree to the bet, death would be waiting for them. Since the prefect is so confident, we will agree. Then you stay here and wait for my good news. Li Ji flicked his sleeves and strode out at the same time, and the elite soldiers rushed in and directly controlled them. Li Ji. You? Li Ji didn't care about the expressions of these county magistrates. He would find a reason to purge them and replace them with loyal people. Moreover, he had the support of General He Jin and the eunuch Zhang Rang. With their operation in the court, it was easy to accuse these county magistrates of some crimes. After stepping out of the inner hall of the Lord's mansion, Li Ji began to dispatch troops and mobilize the army to Yongning to pacify Li Biheng. And as the governor of Kuaiji, he could issue tasks to the players below. Task: pacify the Shan Yu in Kuaiji. Difficulty S level. Client: Li Ji. Task description: the people of Kuaiji have suffered from the Shan Yu for a long time. Governor Li decided to send troops to conquer the Shan Yu to eliminate the harm to the people. Task reward: kill 10 Shan Yu bandits to get a little merit. After issuing the task, all the players in the county including Li Biheng, who was far away in Yongning, received the task at almost the same time. The pacification of Kuaiji Shanyu can be seen as a plot activity in the county, and players other than Kuaiji County cannot participate. Most of the players in the county joined Li Ji's camp and helped Li Ji conquer Shanyu. The rebellious Li Biheng and the players who followed him obviously would not do anything to hurt their teammates. My lord, winter is coming soon. Do you really want to send troops? Kenzei looked worried. He was not optimistic about this expedition. Li Biheng calculated this point. So we mobilize troops in winter to increase losses. But if we let them spend the winter steadily, they will have several months to integrate the resources of the county. It will be no less difficult to attack them in the spring of next year. Li Ji summoned his generals and civil officials to plot against Li Biheng. My lord, while this man was rebelling, the Shanyu people in various places responded to his actions. It was unusual for them to come out of the mountains to threaten the county city. There must be something fishy about it, Shijisa said truthfully. Wang Ming fanned his feather fan and said, I'm afraid that Li Biheng and the Shanyu people have other intentions. Why do you say that? My lord, have you forgotten that there are tens of thousands of people entrenched in the nearby Kuaiji mountain? Guijiao looked careless and didn't take the enemy seriously at all. Fo Xiao means that Pan Lin will threaten us at some point. After Li Ji became the governor, he immediately found out the local forces around him, and the Shanyu commander Pan Lin naturally appeared in his sight. We must be on guard. Jiasu rarely spoke. Li Ji pinched his chin and thought about the advice of the counselors. They could only provide Li Ji with strategies, and the real decision could only be made by Li Ji alone. I wonder how many people are needed to defend Shanin County and Longke Town. Li Ji decided to give it a try. Only a good general can lead 10,000 troops to stop Pan Lin. Wang Ming gave the answer. The best fighter under Li Ji is undoubtedly Wang Ming. But the opponent has an excellent commander of wisdom and strategy, and it is too wasteful to defend the home. After scanning the line of military generals, he finally stopped at a young face. Ling Dongniao is the chief general. Shi Jie is the deputy general. Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Pei Yuan Shao are under his command, leading 7,000 troops to coordinate the defense of Shanin County and Longke Town. Song Rui and Di Run continue to preside over the government affairs of Longke Town. Although He Chi is young, he has followed Li Ji to fight against the Yellow Turbans very early, and his level has been improved a lot, and his commander value has reached 84. As a famous general who started his career by fighting Shanyu, He Chi was enough to be the main general defending the city. Moreover, he had Zhang Shiji, one of the three heroes of the late Song dynasty, to assist him, and Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Pei Yuan Shao were responsible for the military force, which was enough to resist Pan Lin's troops. If they operated properly, it would be possible to counterattack. 10,000 soldiers and horses stayed behind, and Li Ji could mobilize 40,000 troops, most of which were low-level soldiers. Yongning County was a bit far from Shanin. Even if there was water transportation of food, it would cost a lot on the road, which was also a test for Li Ji's logistics. I will lead the troops to the battle in person. Li Ji believed that he could convince these county magistrates only if he personally took charge and took down Yongning County and Shanyu. Jin Lu, Shisai, Fo Xiao, and Wenhe were the military advisors, and Sun Xiao, Shuji, Jiando, Yuan Fujijiang, and Xiaoque followed me to the battle. This lineup was also quite luxurious in history, and it was considered a respect for him to deal with a small Li Biheng. It takes a while for 40,000 troops to gather. During this time, Li Ji went to observe the manufacturing of the three-eyed fire gun. Gunpowder is currently only manufactured by Sun Xinyu, so the manufacturing speed of the three-eyed fire gun is not fast, and it is difficult for the Tianqiong army to equip this equipment in a short time. Yongning County suddenly fell. Li Taisho detained all the county magistrates and dispatched troops. It seems that he intends to send troops. It seems that the sky in Kuaiji is about to change. In a luxurious mansion in Shanin County, a man in his 20s looked at the storm gathering in the sky and couldn't help sighing. With you here, Kuaiji is still Kuaiji, and the Xia family is still the Xia family. Xia Yan's wife came to Xia Yan holding a little girl. Maybe. Xia Yan looked at his daughter in his wife's arms, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 172 Li Biheng. The Ojiang River outside Yongning County seemed to be unaffected by the temperature, and the water flow was still surging. The Ojiang River in the distance roared like thunder, and a large amount of river water flowed into the sea. Yongning County was established in the southeast of Kuaiji County, which was very far away from Shanin County. Even with water transportation, Li Ji's 40,000 troops took more than 10 days to arrive outside the city of Yongning County. Now, it has entered December. Li Ji exhaled a breath of hot air and took the 4 military divisions to walk along the Ojiang River while setting up camp. As long as they raised their heads slightly, they could see Yongning County not far away. Logically speaking, Li Ji traveled a long way to Yongning, and most generals would launch a sneak attack when it was not established. And Li Biheng seemed to have made up his mind to adopt the strategy of fortifying the city and clearing the fields. He cut down all the grass and trees outside the county city and splashed river water on the city wall. The extremely low temperature made the city walls slippery. Li Ji's advisors all thought that the probability of taking Yongning by force was too low. I wonder if we can use this Ojiang River to make a fuss. Li Ji thought of the historical examples of Cao Cao flooding Xiapi and Guan Yu flooding the 7 armies, and wanted to follow their example and flood Yongning. Wang Ming pondered for a while, then shook his head and persuaded, although Yongning County is located beside the Yongning River, it is now winter, and the water flow has greatly decreased. Even if the water is stored for dozens of days, it may not be successful. Moreover, using this plan will make the people in the city suffer and damage the reputation of the Lord. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the plan of flooding Yongning should not be used. Seeing that his advisor did not agree, Li Ji had to give up this idea. Order all the soldiers to rest for 3 days, and then attack Yongning by force. 3 days later, the sun peeked out from the clouds, and the gentle sunlight shone on the earth, and the cold here was somewhat dispelled. This is a good sign. Under the leadership of Li Ji, 40,000 soldiers and horses went out in full force and gathered under the city of Yongning County. Li Ji established a guild to recruit many players to work for him. In order to take Yongning County as soon as possible, he brought a large number of blacksmith and carpenter players from the guild to help him build various equipment. It was also thanks to Tang Mao's loyalty to him that he left a lot of large siege equipment and high-grade NPCs who could build these things. In 3 days, with the concerted efforts of everyone, various siege equipment were built, including heavy equipment such as siege towers. Unfortunately, the craftsmen under his command could only build simple catapults, which were not very powerful. Lu Yi once proposed the Thunderbolt chariot to Cao Cao. Perhaps Lu Yi has the manufacturing drawings of the Thunderbolt chariot in the game. We have to try to recruit him before Cao Cao. Li Ji has become addicted to digging Cao Cao's wall, and now he has begun to miss Lu Yi, a veteran of the 3 dynasties of Cao Wei. Dong! 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 The sound of war drums rose, and the flags of Longcay town were blown by the wind. Li Ji led Chen Dao and others out to the battle and approached the city wall. Let the traitor Li Biheng come out to answer. Li Xuanxia's voice was as loud as thunder, and it spread in all directions. The rebel soldiers on the city wall heard it clearly. There was a commotion on the top of the wall, and Li Biheng appeared in Li Ji's sight with Zhang Wuluo. I have heard of the great name of Li Taisho for a long time. Today I see that the Taisho is so handsome. I am afraid that even if King Anqi of Wei is reborn, he will covet the Taisho's skin. Everyone knows the story of Long Yang's friendship. Li Biheng's words clearly mocked Li Ji for being the same as Long Yang Jun. The generals around Li Ji showed dissatisfaction and hostility towards Li Biheng above. Li Ji, who pinched his chin, didn't care about what the other party said. After all, it was recognized that he was handsome, and he didn't come here to quarrel with Li Biheng. The target needs to appear in Li Ji's sight to know people. He asked Li Biheng to come out to answer in order to check the attribute panel of the other party and his subordinates. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. Li Ji was quite curious about Li Biheng's confidence in rebellion and the generals who gave him advice. The traitor Li Biheng dared to rebel and took advantage of the absence of Yongning Chang to rebel and try to get out of the control of Kuaiji County. If you can repent in time and open the city gate to surrender, this governor will forgive you for the past, Li Ji said in a deep voice. His bravery reached the level of a second-rate general, and he could still pass the message to the city wall with Li Xuanxiu. Name Li Biheng, Zi Jixin. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Leader of the Han Rebel Army. Level 48. Braveness 46. Commander 42. Wisdom 32. Political Strategy 17. Charm 10. Luck 20. Personal Characteristics. Sword General, blue when using sword weapons. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 5%. Sword Skills Power plus 25%. Furious, blue the higher the anger, the higher the combat effectiveness. Up to plus 5%. Dragon-like Tiger Step, purple when fighting on foot. The walking speed increases. And personal combat effectiveness plus 10%. Skills lightning/sea level. Mental method none. Equipment silver level broadsword. Silver level armor. Special arms none. Li Biheng's attributes are average. And the characteristics he drew are even worse. It seems that he has recruited a good general. Then Li Ji's eyes swept back and forth around Li Biheng, and finally fixed on a general with a sinister face. Name Zhang Wulu, Li Tsuanqin. Occupation military general war. Identity general of the Han rebel leader Li Biheng. Level 76. Brave 86, 88. Commander 83, 85. Wisdom 80, 82. Political strategy 60, 64. Charm 20. Luck 10. Personal characteristics. Great fear, black after a series of defeats. Li Tsuanqin was discouraged and his fighting spirit was greatly reduced. The personal characteristic bonus was reduced by half. Spear general, blue when using a spear weapon. Personal combat power plus 5%. Spear skill power plus 25%. 13 guardians, purple Li Siyuan. Li Sijia. Li Kongsu. Li Tsuanjin. Li Tsuanqin. Li Sibin. Li Xin. Li Tsuanzhong. Li Tsuanchen. Li Tsuanqian. Shi Jingxi. Kong Juanli and Li Tsuanqi form the 13 guardians. For every additional person. Li Tsuanqin's combat power plus 3%. Clever and cunning, purple when making plans for the Lord. The success rate of the plan is plus 10%. Able to speak 4 barbarian languages and understand 6 barbarian books, purple able to communicate with anyone unimpeded. Cunning as a fox, gold when framing others. If the target's intelligence value is lower than Li Tsuanqin, the success rate of the plan is plus 30%. If the target's intelligence value is higher than Li Tsuanqin, the success rate of the plan is plus 10%. Skills Viper Bite, S level. Poisonous Dragon Drill, S level. Rattlesnake Chase, A level. Mental Method Vertical Pupil Venomous Snake Formula. Equipment Fujiko Double Snake Gun, Diamond level. Saifeng Jueri Qianli Colt, Diamond level. Silver Leather Armor. Special Arms Ear Army, 6th level Infantry Arms. Can recruit 30,000 people. Li Tsuanqin. The 4th Tai Bao of Li Qiong's 13 Tai Bao? Li Ji was a little surprised, and then glanced at Li Tsuanqi beside him. In history, it was Li Tsuanqin and Kong Juanli who designed to alienate Li Tsuanqi, causing Li Tsuanqi to betray Li Qiong. Unexpectedly, in this time and space, these two people also met. Chapter 173 Fighting. Li Tsuanqin was a military general, but his personal characteristics were all related to strategy, which made Li Ji unable to help but complain. With Li Tsuanqin assisting Li Biheng, he was indeed qualified to rebel. Perhaps the riots in Kuaiji Shanyu at the same time were also planned by this guy. Standing on the city wall, Li Tsuanqin couldn't help but frown. He always felt a strange sight constantly sweeping over him, as if he knew all the secrets of his body clearly. He hated this feeling, and then stepped back slightly, letting a soldier stand in front of him. The people in the Han dynasty are all living in poverty. Many people are forced to separate from their wives and children, and their families are broken up. All of this was brought back by Lu Hong. I, Li Biheng, have the world in my heart, and want to overthrow Lu Hong's rule and establish a dynasty for the people. Li Ji, you are extraordinary. Why don't you help me pacify this chaotic world? Li Biheng spoke eloquently, trying to pull Li Ji on board his pirate ship. Li Ji flipped through the silver helplessly. How could a loyal minister of the Han dynasty rebel? He had to wait until Lu Hong died. What a stubborn guy. Talking to you will tarnish my reputation. Li Ji had achieved his goal. After checking the panels of Li Biheng and Li Tsuanqin, there was no need to talk to Li Biheng anymore. So he took his subordinates back to the formation. Li Biheng looked at Li Ji and others, who retreated and became a little confused. He thought that the other party wanted to provoke him with words, and tried to make him lead his troops out of the city for a field battle. Unexpectedly, Li Ji ran back after saying a symbolic nonsense of persuading him to surrender. But no matter what, Li Biheng was not fooled and fought with Li Ji in the field. Woo! The soldiers used all their strength, and the horns in their hands made a long and ancient sound, rising from the dragon bird army and echoing in the air. The strong man waved the drumstick and hit the cowhide drum hard. The drum sounded like thunder. The blood of the dragon bird army soldiers seemed to be ignited, and a layer of mist was steaming all over their bodies. 10,000 people can form an army. Li Ji took the position of prefect. His soldiers finally exceeded 10,000 people, condensing into an army unique to the dragon bird army. The blood of the soldiers roared, and countless transparent chains in the army linked them to each other. The invisible force pulled the surging blood to the sky. For a while, Lightning and thunder, strong winds, and dark clouds pressed down on the city. Who? In a trance? A huge creature flapped its wings in the depths, stirring up the changes in the world. And the defenders on the city wall began to feel uneasy. In an instant, lightning flashed, and a lonely cry roared in the depths of the clouds. The black clouds rolled wildly, and a dragon bird appeared, with black wings sticking out of the clouds, covering the sun, moon and stars, and running rampant. Military force? Li Xuanqin and the white-robed general beside him came out at the same time, with shock in their pupils. Obviously, the Dragon Sparrow Army's ability to form a military force was beyond their expectations. With over 10,000 soldiers and armor, they could form a military force that could suppress the strength of fierce generals like them. If they were not careful, they would fall into it. Boom! The catapults threw stones, and a large number of rocks whizzed out, drawing arcs in the air. Some fell on the moat outside the city, splashing water. Some fell on the ground under the city wall, hitting a lot of mud and gravel. And some fell on the city wall, crushing several soldiers to death. The simple trebuchet made by Li Ji was far less accurate than the standard trebuchet of the Han army, and it was not a big threat to Yongning County. Stones fell from the sky, and the shield soldiers on the city wall formed a circle and blocked the boulders with mortal strength. Except for killing a few soldiers, there was no record. Li Bihing's soldiers cheered for this, and their morale was greatly boosted. Sunqiu, Anxing, Shuji, Yuanfu, you lead the troops to attack the city in person. Li Ji saw that the trebuchet was not very effective, so he sent his generals to go out and serve as the first to climb the city. Kill! The Dragon Sparrow soldiers attacking Yongning County let out inhuman roars. Thick black mist emerged from their bodies, and their combat effectiveness increased greatly. Zhang Ju's Yellow Sky Army can disturb the enemy's mind, and Huang Fusong's Golden Dragon Army can improve their own defense. And Li Ji's Dragon Sparrow Army can greatly increase the soldiers' attack power, and they will not stop fighting until they die. The Dragon Sparrow Army began to attack Yongning like a tide. Release? Li Xuanqin held a Fujiko Double Snake Spear and observed Li Ji's attack direction on the city wall. Li Bihing was afraid of being shot by hidden arrows, so he withdrew to the county government in advance and handed over the defense of the city wall to his trusted general Li Xuanqin. The rain of arrows fell, and the sharp arrows whistled, instantly tearing open the armor of the vanguard troops and nailing them to the ground. The archers of the Dragon Sparrow Army began to fight back, and the dense arrows were as sharp as the sting of a wasp, madly suppressing the defenders on the city wall. The siege tower flush with the city wall slowly approached the city wall, and another ladder was extended to the top of the wall, forming a bridge connecting the two places. A large number of soldiers rushed out, crossed the ladder, and engaged in close combat with the Yongning rebels. Fireworks were burning on the ramming car, and there were traces of charring everywhere, which was obviously targeted by Li Xuanqin's rocket method. Bang! The heavy iron core was pushed, and it suddenly knocked on the city gate like an ancient monster, and a lot of mud and dust fell. Li Ji sent out all the equipment, trying to take Yongning in the first siege, bring up stones and logs, and use fire to burn their ladders. Li Xuanqin was calm and began to mobilize the army to counterattack. Although Yongning County is not a big county, it has a permanent population of more than 200,000, and more than 30,000 soldiers can be recruited in a short period of time. Relying on the city and these 30,000 people, plus the bad weather, it is enough to make Li Ji's troops unable to move here. The rocks rolled down, rolling in the air, and hit the soldiers of Lan Ke. For a time, blood and flesh were mixed, crushed into meat paste, and miserable screams were endless. The soldiers with rising black mist were fearless and stepped on the corpses of their companions, who were not human-shaped, and began to climb the ladder. What was waiting for them was one heavy rolling log after another. We must rely on fierce generals to take down the city wall. Li Ji saw that the Dragon Sparrow Army suffered heavy losses, so he placed his hopes on Chen Dao and others. Kill! Li Xuanqin waved the Bai Yan Lao and Yuang Shao, and the heavy rocks and logs were as fragile as paper in front of him. They were instantly smashed into several pieces and fell in a whirl. Huang Wong did the same. His broadsword rolled up the Qi Jin, constantly swinging the incoming rocks and logs away. He galloped on the cloud ladder like a dragon and a tiger, and was about to climb the city, mobilize the archers and suppress them. Li Xuanqin saw the bravery of Huang Zhong and Li Xuanqiu, and couldn't help but take them seriously. A large number of archers drew their bows and arrows, and countless arrows broke through the air and fell on the two of them. The two did not dare to be careless. They waved their weapons and protected the front tightly, but began to retreat under the pressure of the rain of arrows. On the other side, Zhou Song and Chen Dao, who were not being watched, finally approached the city wall. Chapter 174. The White-Robed General appears. The first achievement should go to me. Zhou Song. The dark-skinned Guanxi man Zhou Song led the way, carrying a big sword on his shoulder, with aqua blue chi surrounding his body. The sharp arrow shot at him, only causing waves before losing speed and falling down. The big sword slashed horizontally, and the aqua blue sword energy turned into huge waves, like a river bursting its banks, and like a raging sea, rolling towards the defenders on the city wall. The next moment, a thunderous roar exploded, and countless mud and rocks splashed everywhere. On the city wall in front of Zhou Song, a crack of nearly 10 meters was cut by the sword energy, and the soldiers facing the sword energy were torn into pieces, forming waves of blood mist. The soldiers on both sides were also affected by the sword energy, spitting blood, screaming and flying out, breaking many bones. Zhou Song strode up the city wall of Yongning quickly on the cloud ladder, in order to attack Huang Zhong and Li Cunxiao. Li Cunxiao mobilized a large number of soldiers to suppress them, but Zhou Song and Chen Dao seized the opportunity and quickly approached the city wall. Zhou Song. Is it Zhou Song of the yellow turbans? The player in charge of commanding this section of the city wall was shocked when he heard Zhou Song introduce himself. Zhou Song was one of the most powerful generals in the Yellow Turban Army, and his strength was not something that these players could resist. Roar! A sergeant of the rebel army saw Zhou Song climb up the city wall and slaughter soldiers at will, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't care about the gap between himself and Zhou Song, and rushed towards the black-faced man with red eyes. With a flash of knife light, Zhou Song put the bleeding big knife on his body again, and a headless corpse fell to the ground, and the huge head flew into the air. Humph! Zhou Song burst out with amazing momentum, and the terrifying pressure was like a substance, pressing heavily on the chests of the surrounding rebels, almost suffocating them. The broadsword swung, slashing out endless sword energy that turned into layers of huge waves, one after another, each stronger than the last, sweeping away dozens of soldiers and instantly clearing a space on the city wall. The dragon bird army behind him surged up like a tide and quickly occupied this area. On the other side, the shadow of the silver dragon groaned, and countless spears flashed in the void, as bright as stars. Chen Dao, wearing white armor, was like a latent dragon rising from the abyss. The whole person turned into a white rainbow light and brushed across the cloud ladder, rushing straight into the rebel formation. Boom! The silver dragon threw out countless storms of energy, rippling out bursts of earth-shaking sounds. The spear tip was like a blade, accompanied by shrill screams. One after another fatal blood holes appeared on the rebels, and the breath of life was rapidly lost. Kill! The dragon bird army roared wildly, fearlessly following Chen Dao to kill on the city wall, and engaged the rebels in close combat. The news that Zhou Song and Chen Dao led the Dragon Sparrow army into the city wall was passed to Li Cunxiao, and the fourth Taibao had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Ah! Li Cunxiao was furious at being targeted, and his 12-foot-tall body suddenly burst out with terrifying momentum. The golden true energy was as hot as the sun, and the whole person turned into a golden war god. Qi, true energy, and momentum were pushed to the peak in an instant, with Li Cunxiao as the center. The strange force rolled up endless waves of air, sweeping in all directions. Bai Yin Lao and Yu Wang's spear swept everything and smashed the void. A dazzling rainbow light tore the air apart, as terrible as a landslide. Boom! The rainbow light exploded on the city wall, and a big hole was blown out of the solid and heavy wall, which was crumbling. The soldiers who were close to this side did not have time to scream in pain before they were evaporated into a layer of smoke by the rainbow light, and the endless darkness engulfed them. Li Cunxiao was so powerful that he was faced with a dense rain of arrows. The next moment, he was suppressed and could not even raise his head. Let that guy stop Li Ji's two generals, and I will resist this terrifying guy. Come on! Burn the cloud ladder. Li Cunxiao's face was solemn, and he watched Li Cunxiao struggling to move forward in the rain of arrows, and a layer of haze was cast in his heart. The flames rolled in, and even though Li Cunxiao was extremely confident, he had to jump off the cloud ladder alone. If you fall into my hands, I will tear you into pieces. Li Cunxiao was very depressed. Obviously, his strength was much stronger than Zhou Song and Chen Dao, but it was so difficult to climb the city wall. And the more he looked at Li Cunqin, the more he disliked him. Bang! Huang Zhong was also targeted, and jumped off the cloud ladder to protect himself. Ha! Zhou Song turned his sword up and down, blocking the attacks of several squad leaders in one fell swoop, and then slashed the sword horizontally, with overwhelming momentum, and cut off the squad leader's head. Suddenly, a white light flashed in the rebel formation and rushed towards Zhou Song. The long spear in his hand was as fast as lightning, and the whole person was running on the battlefield, like a white rainbow light across the void. Zhou Song was facing a great enemy, and drew his sword horizontally in front of him. Ding! A sharp collision sounded, and the tip of the spear slid across the broad blade. Countless gorgeous fireworks were jumping, implying a terrible power to destroy everything. The weapons collided, and heavy air waves erupted with the two sides as the center, sweeping in all directions, and the surrounding soldiers were pushed back by the invisible force. Zhou Song groaned, and his arm holding the sword trembled, as if he could not bear the opponent's power. The aqua blue true chi gushed out of his body like a spring. Zhou Song shouted, and pushed his broadsword horizontally, and the brute force forcibly repelled the white-robed general. You are not my opponent. The white-robed general shook his head slightly. Zhou Song's martial arts were not worth mentioning in his eyes. If you want to fight, then fight. Why bother to say more? Zhou Song was angered by the white-robed general's words. His majestic body moved, and his broadsword turned into a streak, and suddenly attacked the enemy general. The long spear tore through the void, and a deafening explosion sounded, hitting the broadsword again. Rumble! A burst of sparks flashed. The weapons collided, and the wall under the feet of the two shook violently. Countless cracks spread around, and the vast dust flew up, covering the two. The sound of collisions sounded, and countless energy shot out from the dust, and a large amount of mud and gravel were crushed into powder. Heavy air waves swept all around as the two fought. Neither the Dragon Sparrow army nor the Yongning rebel army dared to approach this place. Bang! A loud bang exploded from the ground, and the spear tip was brave and advanced. The white light that was exhaled tore through the dust and emitted a dazzling brilliance. Zhou Song finally couldn't hold on, and the whole person was shot away by the white-robed general, flying several feet backwards in the smoke and dust, and embedded in the city wall. A trace of blood spilled, and Zhou Song felt that his internal organs moved left and right, and nausea and dizziness kept surging in his heart. The white-robed general strode forward, and the long spear stabbed out like lightning, directly hitting Zhou Song's throat. At this moment, a dragon roared not far away, intimidating everyone. The silver light passed through the void and wandered, and in an instant appeared beside the white-robed general. Qin Dao picked up the white-robed general's long spear with one arm, and the whole person blocked in front of Zhou Song and hit him behind him. The fight between Zhou Song and the white-robed general attracted countless people's attention. Qin Dao was the same. When he found that Zhou Song was defeated, he immediately dared to come to support. Chapter 175 Shi Jingxi vs Chen Shuji. Shuji, this man is stronger than me, so you need to be more careful. Zhou Song coughed up blood and warned. I know. Qin Dao's cold face flashed with solemnity. Zhou Song's strength was pretty good among them, but he was defeated by the white-robed general in more than 10 rounds. Even he was no better. Moreover, the opponent's spear skills were as fast as lightning, so he had to be very alert to block the opponent's offensive. Who are you? Qin Dao asked in a deep voice. Shi Jingxi. Shi Jingxi shook the white robe stained with blood and answered every question. If Li Ji heard this name here, he would definitely be very surprised. There was also a fierce man named Shi Jingxi among Li Qiong's 13 guardians. You are a martial artist, but you followed Li Biheng to rebel. It's really a waste. Why don't you surrender and serve my master? With your ability, you will definitely be valued. Qin Dao tried to persuade Shi Jingxi to abandon the dark and join the light. Shi Jingxi shook his head and pointed his spear directly at Qin Dao, explaining his attitude. The military officers and civil officials recruited through the recruitment order have a high initial loyalty to the player. As long as the player does not take excessive actions, they will generally not defect to the player. What a pity. Qin Dao drew out the silver dragon spear. His body shook, and the silver dragon chi surrounded his body to form an extremely solid protection. The whole person was like an arrow from a string, and he suddenly killed Shi Jingxi. Shi Jingxi swung his white robe, and the white chi permeated his body. A white-scaled dragon vaguely appeared in it, and the spear was like a sharp edge, and he went up to meet it. Boom! The white dragon and the silver dragon collided in the void, and two wailing sounds sounded at the same time. Countless chi ran through it, raising heavy air waves and smoke. Lightning flashed, and thunder exploded. Chen Dao and Shi Jinxi's bodies disappeared, and the two spears continued to stab out with their movements. Hit each other. Swing away. There were bursts of collisions, with very short intervals. The ordinary soldiers around seemed to feel that their hearing was impaired. They didn't know whether these sounds were one or countless. They are equally strong. Zhou Tsang, who was rescued by the Dragon Sparrow army, was the only one who could see the movements of the two men clearly. Worry appeared on his dark face. They were now attacking the city, and they wanted to fight quickly and decisively. If Chen Dao was held back by Shi Jingxi, the rebels could use their numerical advantage to drive out the Dragon Sparrow army. Boom! The white rail dragon let out a mournful cry, and blood holes were pierced on its slender body by the 5 claws of the silver dragon. Then, there was a burst of explosions, and it turned into light and shadow and dissipated. There were several holes on Shi Jingxi's white robe, and the wound on his waist was even more eye-catching. And Chen Dao was not doing well either. There were several holes in the silver armor on his body. If he moved a little, blood would flow out. The two were equally strong, and neither could do anything to the other. Fight again! Shi Jingxi was furious when he saw his beloved white robe pierced by Chen Dao, and continued to attack Chen Dao. The silver dragon spear in Chen Dao's hand turned like a silver dragon with intelligence, and the silver true energy attached to the spear shaft, becoming the silver dragon's solid scales. The long spears collided, and the breath of the two began to fluctuate. The long battle made them lose their physical strength rapidly, and it was difficult to continue the previous high-intensity battle. The white robe was pierced with a hole again, and Shi Jingxi was furious. The speed of the long spear in his hand suddenly increased to a level. The spear technique was as agile as a snake, and the sharp edge was like a giant snake swallowing and spitting out its tongue. The silver dragon was defeated directly, and Chen Dao's body retreated repeatedly, and his heavy footsteps cracked the city wall. Shi Jingxi's sudden burst caught Chen Dao off guard, and he was almost seriously injured. He took a long breath, and the true energy in his body flowed throughout his body. Chen Dao endured the pain in his meridians, and rushed toward Shi Jingxi again. Swish! His physical strength and true energy disappeared instantly, and the speed of Shi Jingxi's spear was raised to a higher level again, blocking Chen Dao's spear tip. The two fought fast, without any reservation at all. The true energy stirred up the wind, and the spear tore out lightning, and countless strange phenomena rose. The silver spear light and the white spear light shot out, crushing everything around. Suddenly, Shi Jingxi ran out of physical strength, and the movement of his hand stagnated, revealing a flaw. Chen Dao shouted loudly, and the silver dragon spear passed through the flaw, and the elastic spear shaft hit Shi Jingxi like a dragon's tail. The terrifying power exploded in his body, and the armor was shattered into countless pieces. Shi Jingxi's eyes bulged, and blood-red silk threads covered his entire eyeballs. But Shi Jingxi was not a pushover. He used the spear in his hand strangely, like a spirit snake, and fiercely chiseled a blood hole in Chen Dao's waist. The two flew backwards at the same time, fell into their respective formations, and were rescued by soldiers. Woo! The Dragon Sparrow army sounded the gong to withdraw, and Li Ji's soldiers retreated like a tide and retreated to the barracks. I didn't expect that Li Ji would recruit Zhou Tsang and Chen Dao in addition to Li Cunxiu. It's really enviable and jealous. Li Bing climbed the city wall under the protection of his personal soldiers, and sighed at the corpses on the ground. Brother, in addition to these 3 people, Li Ji has another general with good martial arts, and we must be careful to deal with him. Really? A trace of jealousy flashed in Li Bing's eyes. In Li Ji's camp, Li Ji hurried over with many generals to visit the seriously injured Chen Dao and Zhou Tsang. I am useless. I was defeated by an unknown guy. Zhou Tsang and Chen Dao were unhappy. They had already climbed the city wall. It was only a matter of time to capture Yongning County. But they were injured by Shi Jingxi one after another, forcing Li Ji to call off the troops. Shi Jingxi is brave and extraordinary. He is one of the most powerful generals in the world. Besides, you injured him, which is a great achievement. Li Bing's recruitment of Shi Jingxi was beyond Li Ji's expectations. Shi Jingxi in history was one of Li Qiong's 11 generals. He was brave and good at fighting. He was extraordinary in martial arts, and his strength was close to the 5 tiger generals. Only Li Cunxiu, the 13th general, could suppress him. Among Li Ji's generals, only Li Cunxiu and Huang Zhong could defeat him. If I was not targeted, I would definitely be able to climb the city wall and help the Lord capture Yongning. Li Zuanxiu heard Li Ji's evaluation of Shi Jingxi and became curious. He said, "Don't worry, Shuji. Next time I meet him, I will beat him up and avenge you." Everyone present nodded in conviction. Li Zuanxiu's strength is obvious to all. If he can defeat Chen Dao with one hand, then Shi Jingxi, who is evenly matched with Chen Dao, is naturally not his opponent. After a few words of greeting, Li Ji took everyone away. Before attacking Yongning, Li Ji took away a large number of players and NPCs with the medical profession from the county, including the king of medicine Sun Simiu. With Sun Simia, the injuries of Chen Dao and Zhou Cong are nothing. Jin Lu, even if we have Xu Ji and others to lead us in this siege, we have lost nearly 1,000 people. It seems that this Yongning County is not easy to fight. Wang Ming nodded and said, Li Biheng adopted the strategy of fortifying the city and clearing the fields. Although this is just a small county, it is difficult for our army to take it down when winter is completely coming. Do you have any strategy? Li Ji asked the 4 counselors for advice. There is only one word. Wait. Chapter 176 Kuaiji General Pan Lin. There will be heavy snow in 3 days. Kenzei is good at astronomy and arithmetic, and can observe the weather in recent days to determine the climate change in the next few days. The Lord has sent troops to Yongning County for more than 10 days, and he must have started to attack Yongning. If Yongning cannot be captured within 3 days, the Lord will probably have to return home. Hichi looked solemnly in the direction of Yongning. It was unrealistic to capture a county town with 40,000 people in 3 days in the cold winter. The Lord has his reasons for sending troops, and the 4 military advisors are all resourceful. And Xiyun Shao and Han Sheng are even more powerful. Gong Miao. Our mission now is to be vigilant against Shan Yu attacking Long Ke and guard the rear for the Lord. Run? I am obsessed. He Chi smiled apologetically. He has followed Li Ji to fight east and west since the beginning of the year. Although he has experienced many battles, it is the first time for him to be appointed by Li Ji as the commander-in-chief to lead the troops. Li Ji led his troops to the battle, and Long Ke Town and Shaanxi County were in a state of lack of troops. In order to ensure the safety of the city, He Chi recruited a large number of farmers as auxiliary soldiers to transport various defense materials. Fortunately, it is winter now, and the autumn harvest has long passed. Long Ke Town has stockpiled a lot of food under the leadership of Kenzei. Even if it needs to be supplied to Li Ji's army, it is enough for Long Ke Town to hold on for a while. Shaanxi County is only 50 miles away from Long Ke Town, and it can be reached within 2 hours in a state of rapid march. Panlin Shan Yu bandits have a limited number of people, and it is unrealistic to divide the troops to attack 2 cities. Only by concentrating on attacking one can there be a chance to take it down. But this also makes one of Long Ke Town and Shaanxi County a reinforcement, which can rush to the battlefield when necessary. So He Chi, as the main general, sat outside the main city of Long Ke Town, and asked his deputy generals Zhang Shiji and Pei Yuan Shao to assist the Shaanxi County magistrate in guarding Shaanxi City. Sending troops in the cold winter is a taboo for military strategists. Li Ji has a top strategist like Wang Ming by his side. Why would he choose to send troops at this time? I heard that the Shan Yu riot is related to the rebellion in Yongning County. It seems that Li Biheng has reached an agreement with Pan Lin, the commander of the Shan Yu in Kuaiji. When Li Ji sends troops, Pan Lin will attack Shaanxi and Long Ke. Pan Lin has been entrenched in Kuaiji Mountain for a long time, with tens of thousands of troops. The former governor Tang Mao had to be polite to him. Long Ke Town is not even a small city. It is just a second-level town. How can it withstand the attack of tens of thousands of people? What should we do? Should we escape? Humph. Want to escape? It's freezing cold now. Where can we escape? You probably want to freeze to death in the wild. The news that Li Ji sent troops was not concealed at all. A large number of troops were withdrawn from the city. The defenders of Long Ke Town and Shaanxi County suddenly became fewer. In addition, the Shan Yu outside were ready to move, which caused panic in the hearts of many players and local NPCs. In the art of war, attacking the heart is better than attacking the city. Psychological warfare is better than military warfare. An outstanding general will definitely make use of the panic of the people in the city when attacking the city, in addition to mobilizing the army for defense. A qualified garrison commander must also learn to appease the people in the city to avoid mutiny. Even more outstanding ones should mobilize the high emotions of the people, unite as one, and cooperate with the army and the people to keep the foreign enemy out. Obviously, the young He Chi was slightly inexperienced in this regard. Fortunately, Kinzai had a high prestige in the town. And with the help of Kinzai, He Chi calmed down the people's emotions. General, Pan Lin's troops are approaching Longcate town. The scouts arranged by He Chi to act as eyes rushed back to the town and brought the news. It is true. Pan Lin had limited troops. And his mission was only to attack Li Ji's lair and force Li Ji to withdraw his troops, thereby rescuing Yongning from the siege. Compared with the solid Shaanxi County, the small town-level Longcate town was more suitable for Pan Lin to bully. He Chi also expected this situation. Send scouts to ask Shaanxi County for help. Shaanxi County and Longcate town were mutually supportive. When Pan Lin attacked either side, he needed to beware of the reinforcements of the other side. Not long after, black spots appeared on the distant horizon, and hundreds of cavalry charged towards Longcate town, with infantrymen behind them stepping on the ground. And a lot of smoke and dust rolled in. Pan Lin rode a tall horse, and several Shan Yu generals were half a body behind him. The outline of Longcate town appeared in everyone's sight. I heard that Li Ji has a territory with countless beauties. If we capture Longcate town, we will share Li Ji's beauties together. Go! Pan Lin flicked his whip, excited, and rushed over first. Tens of thousands of people ran wildly on the land, like a black wave, swallowing up everything along the way. Pan Lin appeared outside Longcate town with his army and began to build a pitiful number of siege equipment. There are iron mines in the mountains, but there are too few talents to build various equipment. Most of Pan Lin's craftsmen came down the mountain to rob villages. Longcate town had been ready for battle. The city gate was closed first, and a large number of defensive materials such as stones and logs were pushed up. Rows of archers stood on the city wall, drawing their bows and arrows. Once the Shan Yu entered the range, sharp arrows were waiting for them. It seems that Li Ji expected us to come. Pan Lin suddenly felt uneasy. A temporary moat surrounded the entire Longcate town, and a large number of defensive equipment, such as deer horns, were set up to slow down the attacking army. Arrow towers stood behind the city wall, and elite archers stood on them, looking down at the Shan Yu. General, Li Ji led his troops to attack Yongning, and he must have withdrawn his generals. The defenders of the city are just small fish and shrimps. Why don't we go and challenge them? A general suggested. That's good. Fighting the generals can tell whether there are generals in the city. If the other party does not leave the city, it can also hurt the other party's morale. Pan Lin did not hesitate and directly agreed to the other party's request. The Shan Yu general rode out and came to the limit of the arrow range. He shouted to He Chi and others on the city wall, "I am Wang Wu, the general under Pan Dashui. Get out of the city and die." You actually chose to fight? The other party's behavior was beyond He Chi's expectation. He thought that this group of brainless bandits would rush over. Pan Lin should be afraid of the reputation of the Lord and want to see if there are any masters in the city through fighting. When Tianqiang was very smart and guessed Pan Lin's idea at a glance. Is that so? He Chi glanced at the generals around him. Li Ji took away masters like Huang Zhong and Li Cunxiao, leaving He Chi with generals like Lu Pai and Gong Du. Although they were both second-rate generals in bravery and martial arts, they were enough to deal with Pan Lin's generals. Gong Du, the enemy general is so rampant. You must kill him. Lu Pai, you support Gong Du. Lu Pai and Gong Du were like brothers. They were not brothers, but better than brothers. If one of them was in trouble, the other would definitely not stand by and watch. Chapter 177 Pan Lin takes action. The city gate opened wide, and Lu Pai and Gong Du rushed out on war horses. The majestic Gong Du shouted at Wang Wu, "Where did this annoying guy come from? He actually disturbed my sweet dream. He doesn't know whether to live or die." Gong Du's body suddenly swelled, and the khaki Tru Chi formed an armor across his body. The warhorse he sat on let out a whine, and ran towards Wang Wu with his feet. The broadsword chopped down from top to bottom. Although Gong Du was best at using fists, he would also choose the sword as a weapon when fighting generals. The sword technique seemed to be random, but with the blessing of terrifying power. The destructive power was no worse than that of people of the same level. Wang Wu was suppressed by Gong Du's strong momentum and felt a little breathless. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and he drew out the weapon in his hand in panic. Gong Du grinned, and the sword suddenly changed its move, dodging the opponent's weapon. The khaki Tru Chi burst out and chopped Wang Wu's body like mud and stone tilting. Crack! Bone shattered. The terrifying force directly blew Wang Wu's body into several pieces, and a large number of broken bones and internal organs splashed around. Wang Wu, who was only 70 years old, was no match for Gong Du, and was directly beheaded. bleeding on the spot. Gong Du's bravery exceeded the imagination of these bandits. After a moment of silence, there was a commotion, and morale began to decline. Pan Lin also frowned. Wang Wu, a Shan Yu general, who was very close to Wang Wu, rushed out without authorization beside Pan Lin to avenge Wang Wu. Just in time. Gong Du, who was born in the yellow turban, had a bloodthirsty character hidden deep in his heart, and he didn't feel satisfied enough after killing Wang Wu. The big knife was thrown out, and the sharp blade tore through the air with the blessing of huge force, making a sharp explosion, and rushed towards Li Si at a high speed. Li Si was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent to choose such an attack method. The muscles in his arms bulged. The long spear shook, and the tip of the spear spit out several inches of sharpness, breaking the big knife. A large number of fragments passed Li Si and flew out behind him. Boom! The little giant Gong Du abandoned his warhorse, picked up his feet, and galloped on the battlefield, like a giant rhino covered with mud armor, suddenly crashing into Li Si. The fist containing terrifying power blasted forward, as if smashing the void. Heavy air waves roared, and the terrible fist wind rolled up the energy. Strange and powerful. Li Si's warhorse was the first to bear the brunt, and the khaki fist suddenly hit the horse's head. The terrifying power crushed everything in front of it, and the whole horse's head turned into blood mist in an instant. The headless warhorse continued to stagger forward. Li Si, who witnessed everything, showed horror, and then a force knocked him off the horse and smashed him into the mud, and a human figure appeared on the ground. A cruel smile appeared on Gong Du's face. His right fist was like a hammer, smashing down, and an invisible air wave rose from the center to the outside, sweeping across the wilderness and rolling up the dust. Ah! Gong Du lifted up the headless corpse and pulled it with both arms. With a tearing sound, Li Si's body was torn in half. Warm blood and broken flesh fell like a waterfall, and Gong Du and his armor were soaked in blood red. Devil! All the soldiers on the Shan Yu side witnessed Gong Du's brutality, and a chill and fear rose in their hearts. Wang Wu and Li Si were quite strong among them, but today they were killed by a little giant. Cheers erupted on the walls of Lonke town. Gong Du killed 2 generals in a row to intimidate Shan Yu, which inspired the defenders and boosted their morale. The reason why Hechi sent Gong Du to fight was, on the one hand, because Gong Du was quite strong and had a high chance of winning the battle, and on the other hand, Gong Du's fighting style was too brutal, which could easily cause psychological damage to the enemy. Now it seems that the effect is very good. I will fight in person. Pan Lin's face was livid. The death of 2 brothers made him furious, and Gong Du's strength was obvious to all. He was the only one who could defeat Shan Yu. Riding a horse and charging out, Pan Lin looked down from above, and slashed with a big knife in his hand. A black blade light rose out of thin air, splitting the earth, and countless flying sand and rocks flew, with a terrifying momentum. Gong Du did not dare to be careless. His body swelled again, and almost reached the limit. The wind of his fist was whistling, and both fists were punched out at the same time, bombarding the blade light. Bang! The blade light shattered. Gong Du's true energy became turbulent. His breath was unstable, and he took several steps back, leaving several solid footprints on the ground. Pan Lin's strength was stronger than Gong Du's spear. Gong Du was panting heavily, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he was obviously a little hurt in the collision just now. Come again! Pan Lin looked down from above, dancing his broadsword up and down. Countless swords she gathered into a storm, sweeping Gong Du, who was about the same size as a little giant. Gong Du's fists kept smashing the sword chi, but more sword chi cut through the khaki armor, and the sharp blade tore his skin, constantly taking away flesh and blood. Moreover, Pan Lin's weapon was very strange. When he cut into the body, Gong Du's physical strength was consumed for no reason. Gradually, countless knife marks and wounds on Gong Du's body oozed blood, and the khaki armor turned into a foam phantom and disappeared. Die! Pan Lin shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, and swung the broadsword, directly approaching Gong Du's neck. At the critical moment, Lu Pai, who was in charge of holding the line, finally arrived, and his broadsword came out from the side, clamping Pan Lin's weapon. Lu Pai's arm sank, and his breathing fell heavily. The air around him instantly became humid, and the blue blade light spit out, attacking Pan Lin at a strange angle. Pan Lin did not dare to be careless, so he had to draw his sword to defend and smash Lu Pai's sword energy in one fell swoop. With his arm stretched out, Lu Pai took advantage of the situation to pull up Gong Du, who was exhausted. The warhorse under him neighed, bearing the pressure he should not bear. The sword energy slashed out again, raising a wave of waves, and the sound of the shocking waves sounded out of thin air, carrying this overwhelming momentum. Pan Lin was like facing a great enemy, and the movements of his arms became invisible, and countless sword energy crisscrossed, cutting Lu Pai's sword energy into pieces. But this delay? Lu Pai had already taken Gong Du away from Pan Lin for a distance, and was about to return to the city. "Don't run!" Pan Lin shouted angrily. Gong Du, who was in his hands, was rescued by someone. Isn't this a slap in Pan Lin's face? How should his subordinates view him in the future? Driving his warhorse, Pan Lin broke into the archer's range. An arrow shot up into the sky, as if it pierced the sky and pierced the dawn, and came with a whistling sound. Ding! Pan Lin was pushed back several steps with his horse, and his arm was numb. At the same time, the sound of arrows breaking through the air sounded, and the dense rain of arrows covered the sky and the sun, as if shielding the sky and the sun at this moment. Pan Lin was hit by several arrows in a row, waved his sword to block the rain of arrows, and fled in embarrassment. He took back the falling tiger bow and shook his head slightly. His archery skills were average, and he couldn't shoot Pan Lin with a hidden arrow. Pan Lin withdrew to the formation, and the accompanying doctor came to treat his wounds. There are fierce generals guarding Longcade town. The method of fighting the generals is simply not feasible. Only a strong attack can take down this town. Pass the order down. The whole army will attack the city. Chapter 178 Heavy Snow. 3 days. 3 whole days. And we can't even take down a small town. Pan Lin swept away the steaming food in front of him and roared in exasperation. The strength of Longcade town was far beyond their imagination. It still stood firm under their 3-day attack. The whole town was built by Li Ji to be as solid as a rock. There were defense facilities such as arrow towers everywhere, and there were players with strange means to help defend the city, which made Shan Yu very uncomfortable. In addition, the climate was cold and freezing. Shan Yu did not pay attention to the development of people's livelihood. They relied on looting materials to maintain basic living needs. This resulted in most soldiers lacking enough clothes to keep warm, and could only shiver around the brazier to keep warm. And now it was snowing heavily, and Pan Lin's chances of taking down Longcade town were even slimmer. Many bandits had the idea of escaping. In fact, Pan Lin was close to taking down Longcade town, but was defeated by the reinforcements brought by Zhang Shiji from Shanin, forcing them to call off the troops. Now Zhang Shiji has built a camp with Longcade town, which is a cornerstone of Longcade town, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The difficulty for Pan Lin to capture the town has increased significantly. Pan Lin has none of the advantages of time, place and people, so his chances of winning are naturally pitifully small. General, we don't know when this heavy snow will end, so why don't we retreat? Some generals couldn't stand the harsh conditions and began to persuade Pan Lin, coveting the wine and beauties in the mountain stronghold. Yes, General, we don't need to fight for that Li Biheng. We must know that our lives are also lives. General, as long as you give an order, we will take our men back to Kuaiji Mountain and continue our carefree life. Why bother with Li Biheng? We have been entrenched in Kuaiji Mountain for a long time. Even if Li Ji or Li Biheng retaliates in the future, we can resist them with the terrain of Kuaiji Mountain. As soon as this was said, many people echoed. The Kuaiji bandits led by Pan Lin are composed of clans and tribes of varying sizes. These generals come from their clans and have a very important position in their clans. If Pan Lin cannot stabilize their emotions, then what awaits him is a split, and the troops in his hands will be divided into dozens of factions, like loose sand. Even Pan Lin's position as the commander-in-chief will be shaken. He is now in a big head. Stop arguing. Pan Lin burst out with momentum, intimidating everyone. Listen, we have offended Li Ji. If we tear up the contract and withdraw our troops, we will offend Li Biheng. No matter which of them takes Kuaiji and becomes the new lord of this county city, they will not let us go because of this war. We have no choice but to continue to attack Longcade town and help Li Biheng defeat Li Ji, so as to divide Kuaiji. You don't want to stay in the mountains for the rest of your life. Pan Lin used words and strength to force them to continue to obey him and attack Longcade town. The sky was covered with heavy snow, which merged with a pool of blood on the ground. A large number of craftsmen, wearing heavy clothes, were repairing the city wall with many holes. Pan Lin's fierce attack was not without effect. At least if the attack continued like this, the city wall would be broken by Shan Yu sooner or later. and there would be no chance to repair it. He Chi walked on the city wall with Wen Tianxiang and Kinzei, supervising the progress of the repair while guarding against the sudden attack of Shan Yu. As you said, Run. It will snow heavily in 3 days. Had the people in the city been settled? He Chi shook his shoulders, and the snowflakes fell off his body. Before we set out, the Lord had already ordered us to store food and clothes, enough to survive this cold winter. Under Li Ji's account, only Wang Ming, Wen Tianxiang, and Kinzei were good at handling internal affairs. People like Wu Jia were more like counselors, who were responsible for making suggestions. Wang Ming was appointed as the chief counselor by Li Ji and often followed the army to fight. So all the political affairs in the territory were handled by Kinzei and Wen Tianxiang. These two people were both good at politics, so it was natural for them to handle the affairs of a small town. And it could even be said that they were underemployed. That's great, but I'm afraid the people in the town will suffer because of it. Alas, I don't know how long it will take for the Lord to pacify the Yongning rebels. The Lord is a master of military tactics. In my opinion, the key to pacifying Li Bihing lies in these few days. Why do you say that? He Chi looked at Wen Tianxiang in confusion, trying to get the answer from him. But at this moment, the Shan Yu camp outside the city began to get restless. Pan Lin led his troops out in full force, trying to take down Long Ke in the face of the heavy snow. And the whistling of the cold wind could not suppress their shouts and cries. Please go down to the city as soon as possible and appease the people. As the main general, He Chi naturally took over the task of defending the city, and unconsciously adapted to the identity of the main general. Tens of thousands of Shan Yu bandits launched a charge and attacked Long Ke town and Zhang Shiji's camp at the same time. The black mass swallowed the white snow, and the bright swords were extremely sharp and glowed with cold light. Kill! The shouts of killing shook the earth, intimidating the defenders of Long Ke town. This was the largest siege so far. Pan Lin intended to take Long Ke town in the heavy snow. The dense rain of arrows covered the sky, and the sharp arrows tore through the snow, like a swarm of bees shaking their wings, showing their sharp poison needles to the enemy. The warlock player hired by Li Ji stood on the high platform, using a large amount of hail, fire and other magic to smash the bandits under the city. Thunder God, help me! The most dazzling among them was the master warlock, Zhang Ning, the daughter of Zhang Ju. In an instant, the wind blew violently. The wind and clouds changed suddenly. The 9-section staff flashed with dazzling light, and several thumb-sized thunder shot out, bombarding the dense military formation. A lot of mud and rocks flew, and dozens of bandits were hit by lightning and turned into charred corpses because they could not avoid it. He Chi brought Lu Pai and Gong Du to help defend the city. The bandits who had just climbed the city wall saw a flash in front of their eyes, and their heads were separated and fell down. Long Ke town, led by a famous general, was like a powerful meat grinder, constantly killing the bandits at full speed, with broken limbs and blood everywhere. Most of the soldiers and horses brought by Pan Lin were infantrymen, and there were few archers, so they could not suppress the archers in the city at all. Batch after batch of arrows fell from the city wall, shooting and killing many bandits. Pan Lin, who was supervising the battle, had a sullen face. The losses of Shan Yu were even higher than before, and the tenacity of Long Ke town was beyond his imagination. If the battle continued like this, not to mention taking Long Ke town, even his position as the commander-in-chief would be unstable. The generals around him would rush up, chop him into meat paste, and appoint another commander-in-chief. Retreat. After fighting for most of the day, Pan Lin had no choice but to call off the battle. The Shan Yu bandits left thousands of corpses under the city and retreated to the camp. The defenders of Long Ke town also suffered a lot of losses, although they had their backs against the city wall. They also paid the price of hundreds of people to resist Pan Lin's fierce attack. The two sides had a tacit understanding and took a rest, as if waiting for the heavy snow to end before fighting. Chapter 179, Withdrawal. It's snowing. The cold wind howled outside the tent, blowing the soldiers' cheeks red and moving closer to the brazier. Li Ji and others in the main camp were protected by true qi, so they were naturally not afraid of this little cold wind. Kinzei was good at astronomy and arithmetic, but he could only guess the climate trend in the next few days. However, Li Ji had been on the road for more than 10 days, so he naturally didn't know that there would be heavy snowfall. Fortunately, they were well prepared and brought a lot of warm clothes from the territory, which was enough to reduce the possibility of soldiers freezing to death. It was just that the heavy snow fell and many rivers froze, resulting in Li Ji's fewer routes for transporting grain. and the cost of grain transportation increased a lot. Tons! 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 Guijia wrapped himself in a mink coat and drank the warm rice wine in one gulp while Li Ji was not paying attention to dispel the coldness on his body. Unfortunately, his good friend Shishisao saw all this and complained directly to Li Ji. The two of them played together, bringing a touch of laughter to this cold winter. We don't know when this heavy snow will end. Don't worry, Lord. As the saying goes, auspicious snow means a good harvest. In my opinion, this heavy snow is not necessarily a bad thing. Wang Ming gently shook his feather fan, with wisdom in his hands. Has Jinglu already found a solution? Li Ji asked. I said before that we should wait. And now this heavy snow is what our army is waiting for. No food? The sudden news made the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army stunned. They just had a full meal. How could they say there was no food? My cousin is the Lord's personal soldier. He heard the Lord and the military advisors discuss the food problem with his own ears. It seems that the frozen river made it impossible to transport the food. A sergeant explained to his soldiers. But we still had a full meal. If there is no food, shouldn't our food be reduced? If the food is reduced, won't you guys rebel? Then should we fight this war? The sergeant glared at him. The soldier scratched his head in embarrassment and said, It's okay to eat less. In a few days, the food in the army will run out. Whether the heavy snow ends or not, the Lord will choose to withdraw the army. You should prepare early. Coincidentally, many sergeants received this news from Li Ji's personal soldiers. The news of the shortage of food in the army was known to all the soldiers almost within one day. Many soldiers panicked, and Li Ji did not seem to have the intention to appease the army. Many centurions in the army requested to meet Li Ji, but they were kicked out by the personal soldiers without even seeing Li Ji. Not only that, Wang Ming and other military advisors stayed at home and did not see anyone. Li Tsuanxiu, Wang Zhong and others did not attend the meeting, so they naturally did not know the content of the meeting. The soldiers under their command were panicked because of the lack of food. Even if they had high prestige, they were not as relaxed and restrained as before. This made them exhausted. Just as Li Tsuanxiu and others wanted to rush into Li Ji's tent together, Li Ji stood up first and directly announced the withdrawal of the army. My lord, why do you want to withdraw the army? The simple-minded Li Tsuanxiu was deceived by these old foxes and thought that they were really short of food. If there is no food in the army, we must withdraw the army. Can you make food appear by magic? Li Ji glanced at the other party. My lord, there must be food in Yongning County. Please let me lead a group of elite soldiers to capture Yongning. Then, there will be food. Li Ji really did not doubt the truth of this. In the unofficial history, Li Tsuanxiu once led 18 riders to attack Chang'an City at night. It was no problem to sneak attack a small county. Forget it. Tsuanxiu, let Han Sheng and others come in. I have a task for you. Standing on the high tower, Li Bihing looked down at the camp of the Dragon Sparrow army in the distance. It was noon. Almost time to cook. But the smoke from the Dragon Sparrow army was half less than before, which was suspicious. Wilua, I heard that Li Ji is short of food. I wonder if this news is true or false. Li Tsuanxin pondered and said uncertainly, It has snowed heavily recently. It is possible that the food and grass are insufficient because the rivers are frozen. You should know that most of the counties in Kuaiji are close to the north and far away from our Yongning. Most people will use land and water to transport food. But Li Ji's use of troops is unpredictable. It is difficult for me to judge whether the shortage of food is true or false. Is that so? The news that the Dragon Sparrow army was short of food was not suppressed by Li Ji, and it instantly exploded in the army. Even the rebel scouts, who were secretly observing, got the news. To be honest, Li Bihing suddenly had the urge to send troops to attack. His sixth sense told him that the success of the attack was very high. As a result, Li Tsuanxin denied it because they didn't know whether this was a big pit that Li Ji had dug for them on purpose, waiting for them to get out of the city and get in. The next day, the heavy snow was still falling. The smoke from the cooking in Li Ji's army was reduced by half again, which made Li Bihing even more excited. My lord, you must not send out troops. This is Sun Bin's strategy of reducing the number of stoves to lure the enemy, deliberately luring us into the trap. Li Bihing suddenly realized that he had heard of this strategy. A good warrior takes advantage of the situation. Sun Bin used the strategy of reducing the number of stoves to lure the enemy, taking advantage of Pang Wan's Wei army's underestimation of the enemy, luring the enemy into the dangerous terrain of Ma Ling, and defeated the Wei army. Pang Wan was ambushed and killed. I didn't expect Li Ji to be so dangerous. So the food shortage is fake. It should be. If Li Ji sees that we are not moving, he will definitely restore the number of stoves quickly, and the scale of the smoke will remain unchanged. On the third day, only 5,000 stoves were set up in Li Ji's camp, and the smoke was halved again. On the fourth day, only 1,000 stoves were set up in Li Ji's camp, and the smoke was reduced again. On the fifth day, the heavy snow had ended, and the smoke in Li Ji's camp disappeared. This was beyond Li Xuanxin's comprehension. He had promised not to give up until Yongning was taken. So why didn't he cook today? So Li Xuanxin sent a team of cavalry to check the situation outside. Report: the enemy camp is empty. What? Ran away? Li Biheng was shocked and stood up from his seat. Li Xuanxin was also surprised. And then he slapped his head and thought of the reason. I didn't expect Li Ji to be so bold. False and true. True and false. I didn't expect that the reduction of stoves and withdrawal of troops was true. He was really not afraid that we would suddenly attack him. Shi Jingxi, who had returned from serious injuries, heard Li Xuanxin's explanation and showed a trace of admiration on his face. What should we do? Li Biheng panicked. He had a contract with Pan Lin. He was responsible for attracting Li Ji's main force. And Pan Lin took advantage of the situation to attack Li Ji's main city, and finally beat Li Ji into a stray dog. If he failed to support Li Ji and return to the city in time for rescue, their plan would be ruined. Although Li Ji took advantage of the heavy snow to withdraw his troops, it was very clever. But the journey must have been very difficult, and the marching speed was extremely slow. We can send out elite cavalry and infantry, and perhaps we can catch up with them before Li Ji returns to Shanin, Li Xuanxin suggested. Okay. Wilua, you will go with me. Jingxi, you are still injured, so Yongning will be guarded by you. Yes. Chapter 180 Down the River. Lord, we have been traveling day and night these days, and the soldiers have not had enough rest. Now it is getting late. Why not camp here? After learning that Li Ji had retreated with his troops, Li Biheng and Li Xuanxin took most of the troops from Yongning County and chased him non-stop, trying to delay him before Li Ji returned to Shanin. Where is this? Li Biheng looked at the surrounding mountains and forests and asked. This is Quakang Mountain. As long as we pass through Quakang Mountain, we can reach the nearest Shanin County. There is a teleportation array in this world, which can be used to quickly transfer troops to the battlefield by spending silver. However, the teleportation array will automatically become invalid when the city is attacked, so as to avoid a large number of troops from being sent to assist in defending the city during the war. Li Ji has the position of prefect of Kuaiji County, and can use the teleportation array of any county in the county at will. So before he attacked the Yongning rebels, he came to Jiangning County through the teleportation array of Shanin County, and then marched to attack Yongning. Jiangning County was established along the Lingjiang River. Yongning County was established along the Yongning River, and Quakang Mountain is the watershed between the Lingjiang River system and the Yongning River system. If you want to quickly reach Jiangning County from Yongning, the shortest distance is to cross Quakang Mountain. So Li Xuanxin boldly guessed Li Ji's marching route, thinking that the other party would definitely choose Quakang Mountain. Li Ji withdrew his troops in batches, and by the time Li Biheng reacted, several days had passed. In order to catch up with the progress, Li Biheng marched day and night, catching up with Li Ji at all costs. He and Li Xuanxin led the cavalry as the vanguard, and the infantry behind them was led by his confidant. Not long ago, the cavalry scouts sent back news that they saw Li Ji's army camping and resting. So Li Xuanxin suggested that Li Biheng rest for a night and attack Li Ji tomorrow. It was late, and the Yongning rebels rested on the spot and ate rations under the instructions of the commander. The risk factor of marching at night is high, especially when marching in the mountains and forests, and the slightest carelessness will cause the loss of soldiers. Li Xuanxin didn't dare, and he believed that Li Ji didn't dare either. The cold moonlight fell. The cold wind whistled from time to time, and a large number of braziers made crackling sounds and swayed with the wind. This simple camp was silent and very quiet. Li Xuanxin stood outside the simple tent, and the personal soldiers behind him protected him closely. General, it's late at night, and there will be a big battle tomorrow. I hope you can rest early. It was a long time after dinner, and the personal soldiers saw that Li Xuanxin still wanted to inspect the camp, so they whispered to persuade him. Li Xuanxin waved his hand, and a trace of worry suddenly appeared on his face. He always felt that he seemed to have overlooked something, and he felt uneasy in his heart. As a general, he needs to observe the changes in the situation from clues. Although he is not a famous general like Han Xian and Bai Qi, after dealing with Li Ji, He always feels that the other party will not withdraw easily. At least they will not withdraw their troops for the reason of lack of food. He thought about it, but still couldn't figure it out. So he could only suppress his uneasiness deep in his heart. We must be careful tomorrow. Nothing happened overnight. The sun's rays pierced through the darkness. The snow on the ground melted away, and everything around began to show signs of life. It was early morning, and the sleepy soldiers twisted their hard bodies and began to gnaw on their hard rations. The sound of people began to appear in the simple military camp. Whoosh! At this time, a sound came from the surrounding high mountains and forests, and countless arrows broke through the air, forming a dense rain of arrows covering the Yongning rebels. Most of the soldiers looked confused and looked around. The next moment, sharp arrows pierced their bodies and took their lives. Enemy attack? Everyone had a thought in their mind, and the answer to them was a batch of arrows from the heights, madly taking their lives. The veterans who followed Li Biheng to fight reacted, and then their faces turned pale. The bell of alert assembly finally rang, and the whole camp exploded instantly. Hearing the chaos of the Yongning rebels, countless corporals and centurions tried their best to gather them and line up to meet the enemy. At some point, Li Ji's archers went around the cliffs next to them and shot arrows at them unscrupulously. In the distance, bursts of footsteps fell frequently like raindrops, and a vigorous figure appeared on the narrow mountain road. Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji, is here. Why don't you surrender quickly? Li Ji waved his overlord's spear, and the sound of horse hooves behind him rumbled, like an unstoppable torrent of steel, which made people feel cold. The Yongning River was not affected by the heavy snow. The river rolled eastward into the sea, and the waves were surging, roaring like thunder. At this moment, it was still dark, and the soldiers stationed on the city wall squinted their eyes, and did not see the black spots of different sizes appearing on the Yongning River in the distance. The Li character flag fluttered in the wind, and a large number of ships were galloping on the river. After systematic expansion, the surface of the Yongning River was enough to accommodate dozens of warships. In order to capture Yongning County, the navy and all the ships that had been trained for a long time were pulled out. Li Ji used the strategy of reducing stows to withdraw troops in advance, luring Li Biheng to take a large number of soldiers out of the city to pursue, and then set up a water fort in the Yongning River area of Lijiang, used ships to transport soldiers, and went downstream to surprise Yongning. Li Biheng had just occupied Yongning County and had not had much time, so he naturally had no ability to develop a navy. The Longkai navy approached Yongning without any obstacles along the way. General Li Tsunxiao, this battle depends on you. In order to quickly take Yongning, Li Ji sent Li Tsunxiao, Chen Dao, Huan Gong, and Zhou Cong out, and asked Jia Su to act as a counselor. This lineup was more than enough to take Yongning, which was not heavily guarded. I promised my lord that I would take Yongning for him, and there would be no retreat in this battle. The boat rushed to the river bank, and Li Tsunxiao, holding the Yuan spear by Yin Lao, strode across the river beach in one fell swoop. Huan Gong, Chen Dao, and Zhou Cong followed closely behind, leading the soldiers to rush to Yongning. Although Chen Dao and Zhou Cong were seriously injured before, Li Ji had the medicine King Sun Simiao, and after his careful treatment, their injuries had long been healed. Thousands of soldiers galloped across the land, with great momentum, alarming the soldiers on the city wall. Enemy! A soldier leaned on the wall with both hands, and when he was about to scream, an arrow with a stream of light and flames came whistling and hit his head directly. The terrifying power of the arrow exploded instantly, and the whole person exploded like a bomb, with a lot of blood, flesh and bones flying everywhere. The Yongning soldier was like a little bird, startled by the sudden army, and screamed and wandered on the city wall. One after another, the archers finally came to the city wall. At this time, Li Tsunxiu had already killed to the bottom of Yongning County. Batches of arrows whistled, drew arcs in the air, and attacked Li Tsunxiu. Li Tsunxiu looked calm, and waved the 800 Jin Yuan spear in his hand. A small storm rolled up from the ground, and all the arrows that followed were affected and lost their threat. Chapter 181 Breaking the City. The golden true energy on his body surrounded his whole body, like a golden god, with endless divine light shooting out of his eyes, making people unable to have the slightest thought of resistance. Kill! The soldiers of the Dragon Bird army, who attacked by surprise, roared, shaking the earth, and rushed towards Yongning like crazy. Huang Zong drew his bow and arrows, and arrows containing blazing true energy kept flying out, shooting and killing the archers on the city wall. Chen Dao and Zhou Cong held shields in their left hands, facing the dense arrows without fear, and covered the Cloud Ladder team to advance. The Cloud Ladder hit the city wall heavily, and the morale of the Dragon Bird army increased greatly. Li Ji's generals began to use the Cloud Ladder to try to take the credit of the first climb. Shi Jingxi was the only one guarding Yongning County, but he was seriously injured and had been recuperating in the mansion. He rushed over after receiving the news of the siege. Li Xuanxi was not targeted by the opponent's archers. His figure flashed on the Cloud Ladder, instantly breaking through the defense line of the defenders and climbing onto the city wall. "Die!" Li Xuanxi shouted loudly, and the Yuan spear in his hand swept across like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, breaking the defenders in front of him in half, and the hot blood flowed on the ground. The soldiers following Li Xuanxi cheered when they saw their general was so cruel, and the weapons in their hands flashed, taking away many heads of the defenders. Li Ji's thousands of soldiers were all mid-level soldiers with strong strength, while Li Bing's soldiers left in Yongning were all low-level soldiers, and they were no match at all. Wang Zhong climbed up the city wall one step later, and the phoenix red snow knife in his hand rolled up the flames, raising waves of fire on the city wall. The rebel soldiers who accidentally touched the sword could not even scream, and the whole person was instantly bathed in the flames and turned into a charred corpse. Chen Dao and Zhou Cong joined forces. The silver dragon roamed, and the huge waves surged to the sky. A large number of defenders either had their heads smashed and fell to the ground helplessly, or were rolled down the city wall and smashed to pieces. These 4 people are brave and brave. The worst Zhou Cong is a second-rate general. Without Li Xuanxin's command, the Yongning rebels can't suppress this army at all. The Dragon Bird army took advantage of the situation and rushed into the city wall. "General, the enemy is attacking." The general in charge of defense at this time found Shi Jingxi and said in panic, "I know." Shi Jingxi coughed heavily, and blood came out of his mouth. He was shot by Chen Dao before, and his internal organs were damaged. There is no miracle doctor in Yongning County. His injuries have not improved much in the past few days. Holding the Baiwa Lanyin spear, Shi Jingxi's white robe rose with the wind, with a great momentum of "I will go even if there are thousands of people." Li Xuanxi was unstoppable. Yu Wang's spear and Yin Lao kept smashing down the defenders, rolling forward like a war machine, and a lot of flesh and blood flew in all directions. Wherever he went, there was a bloody storm and a mess. The whole body of true energy was stimulated. The light was thousands of feet high. The blood roared like a big river, and the eyes shot out endless divine light, flashing with murderous aura, like a tiger coming down the mountain. Li Xuanxi rushed into the formation wantonly. Countless heads made crackling sounds, and bodies fell to the ground one by one. The weapons stabbed at the surroundings were swept away by the true energy. Li Xuanxi flicked them casually, and a tearing wail sounded in the void, shattering their weapons with one blow. The Dragon Bird army behind him was greatly encouraged, roaring excitedly, and roaring to kill the enemies around them. Under the leadership of the 4 fierce generals, the soldiers of Yongning County retreated step by step, and it was only a matter of time before the city wall fell. Chen Dao's body was covered with the blood of the enemy, and the tip of his spear was covered with broken bones and flesh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from his right side, and he subconsciously swung his spear out. Ding! The sharp tip of the spear produced sparks, and the heavy and harsh sound waves swept in all directions, and the soldiers around him showed painful expressions. Chen Dao recognized Shi Jingxi at a glance. With his white robe swinging, "Shi Jingxi, Li Bing has fallen into the trap of my master and will definitely fail. Now that Yongning County is about to fall, you have done your best as the commander. As the saying goes, good birds choose trees to live in. Why not serve my master?" Chen Dao thrust out his silver dragon spear, and the shadow of a giant dragon emerged, and the dragon roared all over the body, and suddenly pounced on Shi Jingxi. The 100 flowers spear was used, like a clever python stabbing left and right, forcibly blocking the opponent's attack. A slight numbness came from his arm, and the internal organs in his body were shaking. The pain almost shook Shi Jingxi's will. However, what surprised Shi Jingxi the most was that Chen Dao and he were both seriously injured. But how come the other party became full of energy in just a few days? "You have to beat me first." After hearing Shi Jingxi's words, Chen Dao showed a trace of joy. It seemed that the other party was not opposed to working for Li Ji. Shi Jingxi's figure kept flashing, and the silver spear in his hand tore through the void. The white true energy sharpened the spear tip, and countless spear beams broke through, forming a terrifying spear waterfall that suddenly attacked Chen Dao. The shadow of the silver dragon rose, and Chen Dao waved the spear in his hand. like a real dragon reborn circling in the air, with a dragon roar. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and in a trance, there was a latent dragon rising from the abyss, and a silver dragon reaching out its claws. Qin Dao went all out for this shot, which was a respect for Shi Jingxi. Boom! The 100-flower silver spear and the silver dragon spear collided violently, and with a loud bang, the whole four directions were shaken, like a river bursting its banks, like a mountain tilting. The city wall shook, and the soldiers were thrown to the ground. Not good. Shi Jingxi's face was pale, and he felt uneasy deep in his heart. The force transmitted by the spear made his arms numb, and his body could not move. Qin Dao turned the spear tip, and the strange force caused a hurricane. The boundless momentum suddenly broke out, like a giant dragon out of the sea and a tiger out of the mountain, and suddenly attacked the opponent. At the critical moment, Shi Jingxi slightly turned sideways, and the spear tip tore through his body, protecting true qi, and pierced into his left shoulder with fierce strength. The terrible force came, and the nearby bones were as fragile as paper, and were directly crushed into slag. Half of his body was almost smashed by Qin Dao. The already seriously injured body was even worse. Shi Jingxi spit out blood and fell limply to the ground, breathing like a thread. It seems that I hit too hard. Qin Dao ignored the existence of Sun Ximu, thinking that the opponent's body was healed like him, and thought that the opponent could block this move. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Biheng let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes red, like a gambler who had lost all his money. The sound of horse hooves rumbled, and Li Ji led the cavalry to gallop on the mountain road. The overlord's spear was like a phantom, and he, who was the arrow, was like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Biheng's army fiercely. The air wave roared. Li Ji was unstoppable, and the overlord's spear kept stabbing out, directly chiseling out a gap, and doing whatever he wanted in the formation. After a burst of killing, Li Ji quickly approached Li Biheng. "I'll fight you." Li Biheng knew that the opponent would not let him go, so he simply abandoned all his defenses, put all his strength into the spear in his hand, and stabbed out with the spear tip. He obviously intended to exchange his injury for his life, and not let Li Ji have an easy time. Li Ji laughed loudly, and the overlord's spear was covered with true energy, with a terrifying momentum. 18 picks with one hand. Chapter 182 Surprise Attack. No. It's impossible to attack Shanyu from the city now. Longke town will be attacked more strongly by them, and will be in danger. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. If the Lord cannot pacify Yongning in a short time, then the possibility of Longke town falling will increase as time goes by. The only way to break the situation now is a surprise attack. Qin Zhe and Wen Tianxiang were arguing in the inner hall, while Lu Pai and Gong Du were trembling beside them, and dared not speak. These two are the chief and deputy commanders of Longke town, in charge of all matters, and have great power. The two surrendered generals of the Yellow Turbans dared not speak out to avoid offending them. He Qi, who was sitting in the main seat, was also a little headache because of the noise. Wen Tianxiang and Qin Zhe each held their own views, and had their own reasons for sending troops were not. Although he was appointed as the chief general, and commanded the affairs of the army, he had to listen to the suggestions of these two people. After the heavy snow, Pan Lin attacked Longke town several times, but the offensive was weaker each time, and He Qi and the Longke defenders repelled them without much cost. Up to now, Pan Lin has not even organized a decent attack. So Wen Tianxiang and Qin Zhe have a disagreement. Wen Tianxiang believes that it is not a good idea to defend it, and he needs to find another way to repel or even defeat Pan Lin. The conservative Qin Zhe believes that it is necessary to hold on to the town and wait for Li Ji to return to rescue Longke town. Gong Miao, you are the commander. You say we. The two saw that they could not convince each other, so they pointed the spearhead at He Qi, who was appointed as the commander by Li Ji. In an attempt to gain his support, He Qi rubbed his head, and suddenly felt that this commander was not easy to be. The camp of Kuaiji Mountain you outside the town. The heavy snow melted, and even if the sun shone on the earth, the bandits staying in the tent did not feel any warmth, but only felt that the surrounding temperature was much lower. Pan Lin had attacked Longke town after the heavy snow ended, but the morale of the bandits tortured by the cold winter was low, and their combat effectiveness was low. The siege could only be done hastily without much effect. The spirit and energy shown by an army led by a famous general and an army without a famous general are completely different. Obviously, Pan Lin is not a famous general and has no ability to solve this problem. so he could only follow his subordinates and drink in the tent in a depressed mood, waiting for a turnaround. Drink. The brazier in the tent crackled, igniting flames and dispelling the cold air. Many Shan Yu generals gathered together, drinking and playing finger-guessing games while laughing and scolding. And the atmosphere was very hot. They were all born as bandits, and they did not have any taboos. Even now when they were besieging the city, they did not forget to live a life of drunkenness and dreams. The agreement that Li Biheng had made with them had long been forgotten. The same was true for Pan Lin. Seeing that it was extremely difficult to capture Longke town, he simply stopped attacking and stayed in the camp, drinking wine and sleeping with beauties. Anyway, their base is in Kuaiji Mountain. No matter which side wins, Li Ji or Li Biheng, they just need to hide in the deep mountains and old forests, and the other side will be helpless against them. By then, the other side will have to form a tacit understanding with them like the previous governors, and keep out of each other's way. Tons! 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 The generals drank heavily, teasing the beauties who accompanied the army on the expedition. There was a lot of drinking in the camp, which was very lively. Outside the camp, the sky had become extremely dark, and the whole world was shrouded in darkness. At this moment, they did not know about the upcoming surprise attack. He held a long sword and rode on a warhorse, staring at the fire in the distance. Lu Pai, Gong Du, and nearly 1,000 soldiers followed behind him, not leaving for a step. The cold wind whistled past, covering the breathing of the soldiers in Longke town. He finally thought that it was not a solution to continue defending like this. Only by repelling and defeating Pan Lin could the crisis be truly resolved. He was appointed as the main general by Li Ji. It was naturally a great achievement to defend Longke town, but the merit of defeating Pan Lin was even greater. Everyone has selfish motives. He also hopes that Li Ji will reuse him in the future and command a force for Li Ji. Even though the difficulty and risk of a surprise attack on Shan Yu were not small, He did not want to give up this opportunity to be valued. According to their plan, Zhang Shiji, who was camping outside, was the main army, and He was a surprise force. When Zhang Shiji launched an attack, he would surprise the camp. Pan Lin didn't know much about sieges, so he adopted a strategy of attacking fiercely. The camp was also connected to face Longke town. Little did he know that Li Ji's Longke town was designed according to the city, and had several gates. Kinzei calculated that there would be strong winds during this period, so He quietly opened a gate during this period of strong winds. Hundreds of soldiers, nearly 1,000 soldiers, took advantage of the wind and the darkness to quickly approach Shan Yu's camp. The scouts arranged by Pan Lin had long been hiding because of the cold winter, and were nowhere to be found. And they had no idea that Chi's army was approaching. After an unknown period of time, there was a vibration in the distance, and a few moments later, screams rang out and flames rose. A large number of soldiers in the camp were at a loss. Seeing Zhang Shiji rushing in with his troops, using the tents as fuel, the surging flame soared into the sky, and the world was illuminated clearly. Chi, who was on the periphery, showed a happy look, waved his long sword, and pointed the tip of the sword at the main camp in the camp. Kill! Zhang Shiji led the way, his long spear emitting several inches of spear light, and shattered the wooden fence in front of him with one shot. The infantrymen behind him filed into the gap, and fought hand-to-hand with the bandits. Drunk Pan Lin heard the commotion outside the camp, and leapt to the corner of the tent. A lot of fire appeared in his sight, and a lot of bandits ran around like headless flies. The scorching temperature stimulated Pan Lin's nerves, and he regained consciousness in an instant. Get up! Everyone! Someone is attacking! Pan Lin roared and slapped the drunken generals in the tent one by one, and the terrible force directly woke them up. What? Surprise attack? Many generals woke up, and were horrified. Pan Lin's eyes flashed with ferocity. His muscles trembled with anger, and his whole body was full of imposing aura. I didn't expect that the garrison commander of Longke town was so bold and actually attacked us. Cut off the fleeing bandits casually. Pan Lin shouted loudly. Form a military formation with me as the center to resist foreign enemies. The main general came out, and the panicked bandits finally found the backbone. Although their military quality was not as good as that of the regular army, they still knew that there was strength in numbers. Pan Lin's order was passed in the turbulent camp, and more bandits gathered towards the main general to form a military formation. Follow me to charge. At this time, Zhang Shiji caught a hint of something unusual and followed the bandits to find Pan Lin. It's you? Pan Lin recognized Zhang Shiji at a glance. and anger instantly filled his chest. His eyes red. It was Zhang Shiji's sudden reinforcement before that forced them to give up the opportunity to take Longke town. He would never forget this favor until his death. He roared and waved his sword to kill Zhang Shiji. Chapter 183 Defeat. Pan Lin shook off the generals behind him, strode forward, and charged towards Zhang Shiji at high speed. He knew that the other party was one of the important generals of Longke town. Pan Lin guessed that this sudden attack had nothing to do with the other party. To capture a thief, you must first capture the king. As long as he defeated the other party in the battle, he would be able to reverse the situation and decide the outcome in one battle. Zhang Shiji drove his warhorse, and the horse's hooves trampled on the ground with a rumbling sound. The true energy in his body burst out and set off a wave of air. The long spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out, and the spear tip rolled up endless energy, as thick as iron. Boom! The long spear and the broadsword collided, and Zhang Shiji's heavy true energy suddenly burst out, like a mountain suppressing Pan Lin. Pan Lin's arms trembled. His face turned red, and he seemed to be under great pressure. The broadsword swung, and countless sword energy burst out while sweeping away the deadly long spear, forming a sharp blade storm that swept Zhang Shiji. While the two men were fighting, Pan Lin's generals also fought with the Dragon Sparrow army following Zhang Shiji. The bravery values of the Shan Yu generals were generally between 60 and 75. The soldiers without the leadership of the fierce generals were no match for them, and were defeated one after another. A Shan Yu general roared. The big knife in his hand flew, and he chopped off the enemy's head with one knife. Then his figure flashed. The true Qi was agitated, and the knife light flashed again, and several soldiers' necks had a small knife mark at the same time. The next moment, blood appeared. The knife mark spread rapidly. A large amount of warm blood gushed out, blood like a waterfall, and the whole head tilted on the neck without a sound. Form a formation! Form a formation! Several sergeants of the Dragon Sparrow army shouted. To deal with the fierce generals, they had to gather everyone's strength and form a military formation to resist. A clever mountain bandit heard the sound, walked like a dragon and a tiger, and slashed the knife with a knife in his hand, forcibly cutting a gap in the Dragon Sparrow army, revealing the terrified face of the sergeant. The knife flashed again, and the head of the sergeant flew up in response, and blood rushed up into the sky like a spring column, forming a bloody storm. Oops! Zhang Shiji, who was fighting with Pan Lin, saw that the opponent's generals were so fierce, and he couldn't help but get impatient. Although the combat effectiveness of the Shan Yu troops was not as good as that of the Longke army, Pan Lin had a group of brave generals who played a great role in the local battlefield. A large number of Longke town soldiers were killed by them, and the loss was not small. The long spear swept across, and a shot forced Pan Lin to retreat. Zhang Shiji wanted to ride his horse to support, but was entangled by the opponent again. The two were equally strong, and it would take hundreds of rounds to determine the winner. Even if Zhang Shiji had a war horse, it would take some time to kill Pan Lin. Boom! At this moment, another wooden fence in the camp was shattered. A large amount of mud and rocks splashed, and a loud noise rose from the ground, instantly interrupting the sound of fighting. Zhang Shiji and Pan Lin looked at the same time, and saw a young man of 15 or 16 years old holding a long sword, wearing gorgeous armor, sitting on a war horse and neighing, and nearly 1,000 soldiers behind him rushed in with the momentum of a tiger descending from the mountain. The world has righteousness. When Tianxiang in the distance buffed the soldiers, and infinite physical strength and power filled his body, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. The warhorse was running wildly, and Ichi waved his sword. The sword energy was as terrible as a stormy wave, and all the soldiers who blocked him were smashed to pieces. Lu Pai and Gong Du behind him attacked at the same time, and the strange force rolled up the air wave. Bursts of explosions were heard in the void. The spirit was scattered, and the murderous aura around him was like substance. Every step forward, the weapon in his hand would definitely take the life of a bandit. Thousands of soldiers, with 3 people as the spearhead, fiercely plunged into the chaotic camp. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and countless shrill screams rang out, which were endless. It's the enemy! A Shan Yu general recognized He Chi's identity. The next moment, they seemed to have reached a consensus, abandoning the Dragon Sparrow soldiers, who were being killed and retreating step by step, and suddenly rushed towards He Chi. Compared with those ordinary soldiers, only by taking down He Chi can the world be truly reversed. He Chi took the lead, and his young face did not change at all when facing the flying bandits. With a flick of his wrist, several water blue sword chi slashed out, forming a giant dragon in the void. And the dragon roared in all directions. The dragon claws attached to the countless scales, with overwhelming momentum slammed forward. With a bang, several weaker generals were slapped away by a claw, and countless cracks appeared on their bodies, and blood overflowed from them. The next moment, the cracks spread rapidly, and the generals showed horror in their eyes. The whole person suddenly exploded, and a lot of flesh and bones flew out in all directions. The stronger generals were not in a good situation either, and they spit out blood and retreated backwards. Although He Chi's bravery was not ranked among Li Ji's men, he was still able to deal with this group of minions. Among the Yu people in Kuaiji Mountain, only Pan Lin was much stronger, comparable to Lu Pai. Seeing Zhang Shiji and Pan Lin fighting each other, He Chi shouted, "Lu Pai, Gong Du, quickly support Shiji and capture the thief general." Yes. It was said that it was too late, and the two agreed and rushed out from behind He Chi on the left and right. Like an arrow from a bow, the long sword slashed the void, and the harsh sound waves swept in all directions. The air around him became humid, and there was a faint sound of the whistling waves. The wind of the fists whistled, and the whole void was shaken. The earth-yellow true energy turned into solid armor. Like a mud-armored beast, the long spear thrust out, and the thick true energy surrounded the cold light, bombarding Pan Lin with unstoppable power. Zhang Shiji, Lu Pai, and Gong Du attacked at the same time, and the three pairs kept trying to take Pan Lin's life. This is unfair. 3 against 1 is not martial ethics. Pan Lin roared in exasperation, desperately waving his sword. The sword energy was like a forest, but it was smashed layer by layer by the 3 weapons and turned into light spots. In the eyes of the 3 people, Pan Lin's madness was just a fight of trapped beasts, not to be feared. The next moment, Zhang Shiji's long spear pierced Pan Lin's body first, and infinite energy burst out, crushing the opponent's flesh and blood. Immediately afterwards, Lu Pai's long sword crossed the arc, and the sharp blade tore through the armor and skin, and the flesh and blood rolled outward, almost cutting Pan Lin in half. Finally, Gong Du's heavy iron fist came late, like a 1,000-pound boulder that suddenly hit the opponent's chest, and the sound of bone fracture sounded. Pan Lin flew backwards, his internal organs and blood scattered in the air, and the spirit in his eyes quickly faded. The attack of the 3 people in Long K Town directly killed Pan Lin. The sudden death of the marshal made their hopes collapse. Kill them! He Chi led nearly 1,000 soldiers to chase and kill the Shan Yu generals in the camp. With He Chi, Zhang Shiji, Lu Pai and Gong Du, the remaining Shan Yu had no power to fight back. Although some generals wanted to resist, they were greeted by deadly weapons. At this time, the camp was ablaze with flames, as bright as dawn, and filled with fighting and screams. The battle ended only when the sky was bright. Run, Song Rei. These prisoners are left to you. Chapter 184 Shijingxi and the Yair Army. The mountain road of Kwansong Mountain was filled with blood, and a lot of flesh and bones mixed with blood flowed on the ground, making it a mess. Li Ji first shot Li Biheng through the throat, and then joined forces with Lu Xiangxing to kill Li Tsuanqin. The death of 2 important generals one after another dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the rebels. A large number of soldiers cried and wanted to escape from here, but were nailed to the ground by archers on the mountain wall. Slogans of surrender, but not killing, were transmitted over the mountains and forests, and the surviving rebel soldiers knelt on the ground and became Li Ji's captives. The rebel leader Li Biheng died, even though Shijingxi was guarding Yongning and was not captured by Li Tsuanqiu. As long as the news of the leader's death was passed back, those leaderless defenders would have no choice but to surrender. My lord, Long K Town in Shaanxi County should still be under siege. We should send a group of elite soldiers to use the teleportation array to support Gong Miao, Wang Meng suggested. Jing Lu's words make sense. Jiando, Shisai, you take 5,000 troops to support Gong Miao through the teleportation array in Zhong'an County. Lu Xiangxing and Shisai acted vigorously, and the Dragon Sparrow army moved suddenly, and 5,000 troops were separated to leave here and rush to Zhong'an County. Counties that are not in a wartime state can use the teleportation array to travel. If they are lucky, Lu Xiangxing and others can return to Shaanxi County through the teleportation array and then support Long K Town. The soldiers selected by Li Biheng are all elite soldiers among the rebels. They can play a good combat effectiveness when they are incorporated into the Dragon Sparrow army. But before that, Li Ji needs to punish them, carry out labor reform and ideological education on them, so that they can serve him wholeheartedly. At this time, a cavalry came from a distance, led by a burly Guanxi man. Zhou Cong carried a big knife and said excitedly, "My lord, we have already conquered Yongning County, and Shuji has captured the enemy General Shi Jingxi." Although his face was dark and his expression could not be seen, he could not hide his joy in his words. It was obvious that Zhou Cong was also very excited about taking Yongning County. "That's great." Li Ji patted the shoulder of the Guanxi man with relief to encourage him. Li Cuanxiu and others took Yongning County by surprise, which saved Li Ji from spending time to deal with the remaining rebels. In addition, Qin Dao also captured Shi Jingxi, the 11th Taibao, who was only one level weaker than the 5 tiger generals. Let's set off and enter Yongning County. Shi Jingxi was severely injured by Qin Dao and lay in bed. Fortunately, Li Ji had the genius Dr. Sun Simiu here. Otherwise Shi Jingxi would have been disabled if not dead with his injuries. When Sun Simiu treated the unconscious Shi Jingxi, Li Ji secretly observed the other party's data panel. Name Shi Jingxi, Shi Jingxuan. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Prisoner of Longjie Town. Level 64. Brave 93, 97. Commander 74, 76. Wisdom 62, 67. Political Strategy 38, 49. Charm 70. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Spear General, blue when using a spear weapon. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 5%. Spear Skill Power plus 25%. Xiaowu 9 surnames. Blue born in a large tribe of Shatua people. It is easy to gain the favor of Shatua people. 13 Taibao, purple Li Siyuan. Li Sijia. Li Kongsu. Li Cuanjin. Li Cuanqin. Li Sibin. Li Xin. Li Cuanzhong. Li Cuanchen. Li Cuanxian. Shi Jingxi. Kong Juanli and Li Cuanxi form the 13 Taibao. For every additional person in the faction. Shi Jingxi's combat effectiveness plus 3%. Brave and good at fighting, purple when leading the army to fight. Personal combat effectiveness plus 10%. Soldier's combat effectiveness plus 5% when fighting with others. Personal combat effectiveness plus 15%. White Robe General, gold wearing a white robe. The folks call him White Robe General. When fighting with others. Personal combat effectiveness plus 25%. Bravest of 3 armies, gold when charging into battle. Personal combat effectiveness plus 20%. Combat effectiveness of the troops under his command plus 20%. Not easy to get hurt. Loyal and fearless, gold when loyalty reaches 100. It becomes a die-hard loyal state. Shi Jingxi's personal combat effectiveness plus 30%. Attack speed increased. Fighting without retreat, gold when taking on the task of covering the rear. Shi Jingxi's personal combat effectiveness plus 30%. Physical strength increased. Physical strength recovery speed increased. Attack speed increased. Injury degree decreased. Defense increased. And charge speed increased. Protect the master and break through, gold when protecting the lord to break through. The lord will not be fatally injured. There is a great probability of breaking through successfully. And Shi Jingxi has a small probability of not being able to break through. Protect. General Wei, color appointed as the guard of the lord. Personal combat power plus 20%, if the lord is by his side. Personal combat power plus 20%, if the lord is in crisis. Personal combat power plus 28%. Physical strength increased. Injury degree decreased. Skill 7 Probe Coiled Snake Spear S level. A Little Cold Light S level. Giant Python Shock S level. Python Transformation S level. Softness Overcomes Hardness S level. Mental Method Onqing Mental Method. Equipment 100 Flowers Spear Diamond level. Silver level Leather Armor. Silver level War Horse. Special Arms Crow Army Iron Cavalry, 5th level Cavalry. The upper limit of 30,000 people that can be recruited. Shi Jingxi, a Shatua man, was adopted by the one-eyed dragon Li Qiong and ranked 11th among the 13 guardians. The 13 guardians are not ranked by martial arts. Shi Jingxi's martial arts can be ranked 2nd among the 13 guardians. And his strength is only lower than that of the flying tiger General Li Cuanxiu. At the end of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Shizong of Tang, Li Xian, summoned troops from all over the world to quell the rebellion of Huang Chao, the great general. Among them, Li Qiong and Zhu Wen made the greatest contributions. At that time, Shi Jingxi followed Li Qiong to fight Huang Chao, served as the vanguard general, and was the bravest of the 3 armies. Because he was dressed in a white robe, he was called the White Robe General by the people. Later, Zhu Wen invited Li Qiong. Because Li Qiong spoke rudely, Zhu Wen was furious and sent troops to attack Li Qiong's resting place. It was also Shi Jingxi who led 300 troops to the rear, and Li Qiong escaped death. Shi Jingxi followed Li Qiong all year round and served as his guard general. He was the same type as Dian Wei and Su Chu of Cao Cao, Qin Dao of Liu Bei, and Zhou Tai of Sun Quan. During the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, the martial arts were fierce, and a large number of fierce generals emerged, and Shi Jingxi was the best among them. It is rumored that Shi Jingxi's spearmanship was taught by a man with the surname Zhao, and he learned a Zhao family spear, and was called Little Zhao Yun at that time. Shi Jingxi's upper limit of bravery can reach 97 points. The strength of the 5 tiger generals of the 3 kingdoms is between 98 and 99. It can be said that Shi Jingxi is only slightly worse than the 5 tiger generals, and his performance in protecting his master is not weaker than the 5 tiger generals. If Shi Jingxi is recruited as a general, Li Ji will have Qin Dao on his left and Shi Jingxi on his right. Even if he imitates Cao Cao to tease Zhang Ji's Lady Zhou, he will not be afraid of not being able to escape. Name: Crow Army. Quality: 5th level cavalry. Recruitment conditions: the territory has a 5th level cavalry barracks. Army requirements: bravery 25. Healthy status: no age requirements. Army equipment: silver level iron armor, silver level warhorse, gold level spear, black crow. Army consumption: monthly salary of 10 taels of silver, daily consumption of 3 units of food. Army characteristics: fierce, cavalry charge speed increases, ignoring terrain differences. Black crow, with crows as eyes. It can observe the general situation on the battlefield. Description: the main cavalry unit of Emperor Wu of the later Tang dynasty. Codenamed Crow Army. Chapter 185: Control of Kuaiji. The term personal soldiers has existed since ancient times. In the Middle Tang dynasty, after the Ongxi rebellion ended, a large number of Jidushi who defected to the Tang dynasty transformed themselves into regular Jidushi of the Tang dynasty. And the meritorious generals who suppressed the rebellion were also named governors and Jidushi at this time. Since then, outside the capital of the Tang dynasty, there were thousands of towns, and the commanders of the vassal towns recruited brave and strong people as personal soldiers, entrusted them with their confidence, and regarded them as minions, so that the system of personal soldiers developed universally. As an important figure in the later Tang dynasty, Li Qiong naturally had a group of outstanding personal soldiers, selected from Shatua personal soldiers, the Yair army with black military uniforms, and cavalry as the core, selected brave men in the army, raised many as sons, and Li Tsunmao and others as officers, named Yair army. 500 Hangchongdu controlled by Li Siyuan, one of the 13 Tai Bao. The heavy armored cavalry Iron Forest army commanded by Zhou Dui and Lin Luoluo. These are the armies that Li Qiong had established during the period from the later Tang dynasty to the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. For example, Li Tsuanqin, who was killed by Li Ji before, had a special army, which was Li Qiong's Yair army. As a Shatua, Shi Jingxi could lead the Yair army, which was the main force. Although the Yair army was not as good as the Yair army, its characteristic Black Crow could overlook the battlefield situation, allowing the commander to obtain battlefield information in time and make adjustments. Shi Jingxi, if you work for me, you can guard the general for me. After receiving treatment from Sun Ximiao, Shi Jingxi woke up slowly, and his face became healthy and ruddy. After hearing Li Ji's conditions, Shi Jingxi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this governor, who had only met once, would value him so much and let him guard his life. He immediately thought of dying for his confidant. You should know that Shi Jingxi's previous master didn't think so highly of him, and he didn't even have the qualifications to lead troops. Even so, Shi Jingxi still shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sir. I am just a warrior and cannot be the general of the Sir's guard. Please forgive me for not agreeing." Li Ji was not surprised by this. If Shi Jingxi agreed directly, then this white-robed general would not have loyally served Li Qiong as the rear guard in history and ended up committing suicide. Well, please think about it carefully during this period of recuperation. It was also fortunate that Li Bihing did not max out Shi Jingxi's loyalty. Otherwise Shi Jingxi would probably kneel in front of him and commit suicide to follow his lord to the underworld. Out of the room, Li Ji called his general Qin Dao and said, "It depends on you, Shuji, to persuade Shi Jingxi to surrender." During the time Li Ji was stationed in Yongning County, he found that Qin Dao had a good relationship with Shi Jingxi, and perhaps he could use Qin Dao to make Shi Jingxi turn to him. "I will definitely do my best," Qin Dao replied with a bow. He knew that Shi Jingxi was strong, and if he joined their side, it would be a great supplement to them. Yongning County fell, and the people in the county were controlled by the rebels. The public sentiment and public security fell to the bottom. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents, Li Ji led the Longke army to station for a period of time to appease the people and increase the control over Yongning County. After dealing with Li Biheng, Yongning County lifted the wartime state, and the teleportation array in the city could be used. Li Ji immediately sent people to use the teleportation array to check the situation in Longke Town and Shaanxi County. At the same time, Lu Xiangxing, who was teleported back to Shaanxi County, also sent people to Yongning County to bring back the news that Li Ji had defeated the Shan Yu in Kuaiji and beheaded Pan Lin. This made Li Ji feel much more at ease. After guarding Yongning County for several days, Li Ji found that the people's hearts and public security had basically returned to normal. So he took the Longke army back to Longke Town, and the county continued to be governed by He Qi's father He Fu. In the Battle of Yongning County and the offensive and defensive Battle of Longke Town, Li Ji's forces directly solved the threat of the rebels and defeated Pan Lin, one of the largest Shan Yu clans in Kuaiji County, which inspired people. However, the county magistrates who were under house arrest were not happy, and they all believed that Li Ji's strength would affect their control and the control of the aristocratic families behind them. Give it or not, Li Ji sat in the main seat with a big horse and a golden sword, and his subordinates were bloody and murderous. The county magistrates who gathered in a group trembled, and finally reached a basic consensus and handed over the military power in their hands to Li Ji. Li Ji had made great military achievements, and the army under his command was extremely powerful. Even if they coveted military power, they had to give it up. After confiscating the military power, Li Ji drove them back to their respective counties one by one. There were more than a dozen counties in Kuaiji County. How could he have so many talents to replace them? Moreover, the replacement of county magistrates required Lu Hong's approval. Now he could only let these people continue to govern. Fortunately, these county magistrates were from aristocratic families, and their political values were not very low, so they were more than enough to govern a small county. This group of county magistrates found that Li Ji only confiscated the military power and had no intention of changing their positions. They were overjoyed and sat on the teleportation array back to their counties. After taking back the military power, Li Ji had one more thing to do, which was to reward his subordinates. His subordinates followed him to fight everywhere, east and west, and they undoubtedly wanted to get official positions and glorify their ancestors. If Li Ji became the governor, but did not reward his subordinates in time, these people would inevitably become disloyal and even stop working for Li Ji. Of course, conferring an official title is also a technical job. It is not something that can be conferred at will. It needs to be decided according to merit, so that people will be convinced. In order to confer a reward, Li Ji and Wang Meng and others worked all night to get it done. Wang Jinlu is appointed as the county magistrate of Kuaiji County. The position of county magistrate is the left and right arm of the prefect, and the status is similar to that of the prefect, and he is the second in command in the county city. Wang Meng is both civil and military. He followed Li Ji to fight against the Yellow Turban army early in the morning, and was also appointed as the chief counselor by Li Ji. No one dared to object to the position of county magistrate. The position of Gong Chao after the county magistrate is responsible for all personnel in the county. So Li Ji plans to give this task to Shishi Cai. The position of the chief clerk is in charge of documents. The best literary talent in Li Ji's account is naturally Wen Tianxiang and Kanzei. Unfortunately, Wen Tianxiang has just joined and his merits are not as high as Kanzei. So the position of the chief clerk was handed over to the Confucian scholar Kanzei. Since the old fox Jiasu joined Li Ji, he has been in a state of fishing and has not made much merit. Li Ji was not sure about the evaluation, so he had to appoint him as his chief recorder to take charge of document records. As for Guijia, this guy was even more lazy than Jiasu. He complained of headaches when he touched government affairs. Li Ji appointed him as the idle official of teacher and friend Gigi as his assistant in his mansion. There was also the important post of supervisor, and Li Ji put Wen Tianxiang on it. Wen Tianxiang was famous for his solar terms and uprightness. He was very suitable for the task of inspecting the county and monitoring the officials and people in the county. In addition to these positions, there were also various clerks who had no suitable candidates. Li Ji could only let the civil servants in his hands take on multiple positions and wait for talents with good political achievements to appear in the county to promote and fill them. Chapter 186 Aristocratic Family. The civil official position was sealed, and there were still a group of military officers eyeing Li Ji's reward. Jiano worked hard and made great contributions. So he was appointed as the county commander. When counting Lu Xiangxing's achievements, Li Ji found that he had helped him a lot. Killed the two brothers Wu Huan and Wu Yuan. The leader of the Yellow Turbans. Killed Huang Longluo. Assisted in killing the three brothers of Zhongjiao. Pacified the million-strong Yellow Turban army. Led his troops to capture the 8 towns in the north of Shaanxi. Pacified the rebels in Yongning. And various large and small battles in the early stage. Lu Xiangxing has been following Li Ji since the establishment of Longke village. Whether in terms of military performance or qualifications, he is one level higher than others. The county commander assists the governor in military affairs. Lu Xiangxing's position is enough to convince the public. He Qi is the first local military general that Li Ji has conquered. Although he is young, he has good ability. When he was appointed by Li Ji as the defender of Longke town, he also repelled the Kuaiji Shanyu and killed the commander Pan Lin. With good merits and achievements. So He Qi was appointed as the commandant of bandit suppression by Li Ji. Chen Dao was loyal to Li Ji when he pacified the Yellow Turbans in Yuzhou. And he had been serving as Li Ji's guard general. Although he did not have many opportunities to lead troops alone. He was appointed as the commandant of cavalry for his merits of beheading generals and cutting flags. And continued to serve as Li Ji's guard. Li Zuinshu was recruited by Li Ji after the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Although he served for a short time, he was brave and diligent, killed many brave generals, and was appointed as the Sima of the separate department by Li Ji. Wang Zhong was also recruited by Li Ji after the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Like Li Zuinxiu, he was appointed as the Sima of the separate department and could lead an army alone. Zhang Shiji, Lu Pai, Gong Du, Zhou Tsang, Pei Yuan Shao and others were either surrendered generals of the Yellow Turbans or newcomers. With little experience, so Li Ji appointed them as the Sima of the auxiliary army and served as the deputy generals of Li Zuinxiu and Huang Zhong. He Qi and Chen Dao did not have as much merit as Lu Xiangxing, but they had enough experience, so they could only serve as the commandant of miscellaneous titles, and their actual power was not as good as that of Li Zuinxiu and others. Li Ji was so thirsty that he finally conferred the official positions of his subordinates, and the generals who received the official positions were full of joy. Of course, these were just verbal appointments. Li Ji still needed to report each person's official position to the court and get the nod of senior officials. However, Li Ji had a close relationship with Yi Jin, the leader of the foreign relatives in the court, and Zhang Rang, the leader of the eunuch group. It was easy for him to ask for official positions from them. After conferring the official positions, Li Ji also set up a big banquet to entertain important generals under his account to improve their loyalty and favorability. Guijia burked for a long time. He hadn't touched alcohol for a long time. Now, with Li Ji's tacit consent, he drank heavily at the banquet. Drinking heavily would be fine. But this guy also pulled Wang Ming, who couldn't drink much. The two drank a lot. Their faces were as red as monkeys' butts. And they pulled their clothes casually. If it weren't for the people around them to stop them, these two people might even run naked. And they didn't have the usual image of masters at all. The Lord's Mansion is home to famous generals and civil officials in Chinese history. Li Ji's lineup is also ranked among the historical princes. But in Total War, players can recruit various powerful generals and civil officials. And Li Ji dare not guarantee that he can defeat the entire Han dynasty with this team. After a round of toasts, the atmosphere became heated. Although Li Ji was the lord, he also drank a few cups with his subordinates and had a very harmonious relationship. My lord, a scholar who claims to be Xiang wants to see you. A soldier sneaked up to Li Ji and reported to him. Xiang? Li Ji only felt that this name was very familiar. And then he remembered the other party's identity. The head of the Xie family in Shaanxi, Kuaiji, and his ancestor Xie Wu were once selected as Shilian and served as Shangshu Lang in the Eastern Han dynasty, but returned to their ancestral land after the Yellow Turban Rebellion. When Li Ji returned to the county, Kenzei mentioned these materials to him. The Xie family in Shaanxi has been entrenched in Kuaiji County for a long time and has a far-reaching influence. Although at this time it is not as famous as the northern families. But in the Three Kingdoms period, Sun Quan established the Eastern Wu regime. Since then, from the 6 dynasties of Sun Wu, Eastern Jin, Lu Song, Southern Qi, Southern Liang, and Southern Qin, after several generations of efforts, the Xie family in Kuaiji has developed rapidly. And together with the Yu, Kong, and Wei families in Kuaiji, it is one of the 4 surnames in Kuaiji. The 4 surnames of Kuaiji and the 4 surnames of Wujuan. Gu, Lu, Zhu, and Zhang are the top aristocratic families in Jiangnan, and have been passed down for 6 dynasties. Li Ji developed in Kuaiji, and naturally he could not avoid dealing with these aristocratic families in the future. Take Mr. Xie to the guest room. I will meet him later. Even though the banquet was in full swing, Li Ji, as the host, had to quietly withdraw and took Qinzai and Shishisai, who had not drunk, to meet Xie Ying, the head of the Xie family. Meet the prefect Li. Xie Ying, who was wearing a scholar suit, was sipping tea when he heard the noise outside the house. He turned around and saw Li Ji and others, so he stood up and bowed to Li Ji. Although Xie Ying had served as a Shangshu Lang and served in the court, he now had no official position. While Li Ji was a prefect of a county, and was famous for his military ability, he had just used tough means to take back the military power of the remaining 14 counties. Xie Ying, who came from an aristocratic family, naturally did not dare to look down on Li Ji. It's a pity that I was too busy with work before, and didn't go to see Mr. Xie. Li Ji bowed to Xie Ying, and invited him to take a seat. Although Li Ji was a warrior, he was surrounded by the Confucian scholar Qinzai, so he learned a lot of Confucian etiquette from Qinzai. I didn't expect that Li Taisho, who pacified millions of yellow turbans and killed the 3 brothers of Zhang Jiao, was so young. The champion marquis of that year was no more than that, Xie Ying said flatteringly. The champion marquis defeated the Xiongnu and sealed the wolf's lair. He is a person that my generation admires. I dare not compare with him. Li Ji shook his head and guessed the other party's intention. The powerful families put their families first. Xie Ying, the head of the Xie family, who was one of the top families in the future, came suddenly. He must have something to ask for. Perhaps because of Li Ji's strength. The Kuaiji family group within the Xie family was a little restless, so Xie Ying came to test Li Ji's tone. He, Li Ji, has been in this world for nearly a year and has come into contact with a large number of local NPCs, including many children from aristocratic families. They use blood as the hub and family affection as the bond to gather them together and hold on to survive in this cruel and chaotic world. Over time, they become local tyrants. If one of them becomes an official and makes achievements for the court, their relatives and friends will also be protected. This is the so-called one-person success will bring prosperity to the whole family, by increasing the influence in the court by having more people become officials. Over time, after several generations of efforts, their family will be transformed into a noble family and last forever. The noble families and local clans all put the continuation of the family first. And there are many noble families who are fence-sitters for the sake of family interests. Li Ji was born in the common people, so he naturally rejected these ancient noble families. There will definitely be no less changes in Kuaiji in the future. No one comes to the temple for no reason. Mr. Xie, what do you want to ask for this time? Chapter 187, Lady Xie. A beautiful lady. Looking at the entire history of China, it is hard not to find that Confucian etiquette runs through most dynasties. There are 3 types of Confucian etiquette, namely, etiquette, customs and rituals. Etiquette is reason. If it is used to govern, it will flourish with heaven and earth. This is etiquette. Laws must be based on human nature, just as political affairs must be based on customs. This is etiquette. Morals, benevolence and righteousness cannot be achieved without etiquette. Teaching and correcting customs cannot be prepared without etiquette. Disputes and lawsuits cannot be decided without etiquette. Monarchs and ministers, superiors and subordinates, fathers and sons, and brothers cannot be determined without etiquette. Officials and teachers cannot be close without etiquette. The courts and the army, the officials and the law, cannot be carried out without etiquette and majesty. Praying and offering sacrifices to ghosts and gods cannot be sincere and solemn without etiquette. This is etiquette. Governing the family and the country with etiquette. In fact, the emperor can be regarded as the largest family in the world, controlling the lifeline of the whole world. The military and civil officials who stayed by his side and served him could be regarded as the housekeepers of the emperor's family, while the common people at the bottom were naturally slaves. The family-based empire was a product of the monarchy. As long as the emperor did not change his surname, the empire would not change its surname. The same was true in the late Eastern Han dynasty when Li Ji lived. At that time, the empire was still named Lu. But after a series of turmoil, the empire would be controlled by others. Li, Chao, Lu, Sun, Yuan. Countless outstanding people were born to serve as the new head of the family to rule the world. Li Ji was no exception and wanted to serve as the new head of the family. So these aristocratic families were the ones he would definitely come into contact with in the future. Even if Li Ji wanted to become the head of the family, he could not do without these housekeepers. I wonder if Mr. Xie has any advice. Li Ji was straightforward and spoke openly. The governor defeated tens of thousands of Shanyu and killed the General Pan Lin, which eliminated a great threat to the people of Shaanxi County. It was really satisfying. So I dared to send 100 taels of gold to reward the soldiers. Xie was as gentle as jade, and then asked his followers to bring in the box containing 100 taels of gold. Under the light, the gold exuded a charming golden color, almost blinding Li Ji's eyes. The Xie family was not a business family like the Jin family and the Mi family, but a famous scholarly family. The 100 taels of gold made Xie bleed a little. Xie suddenly said money. No doubt, because he saw Li Ji's potential and wanted to have a relationship with Li Ji. I appreciate Mr. Xie's kindness, but there is a strict reward and punishment system in the army, and I have already planned the rewards for the soldiers. Li Ji put one hand on the box and shook his head to refuse. Is that so? The soldiers are tired from the battle. Why don't you use the gold to improve their food? Xie had been in the officialdom for several years, so he naturally knew what Li Ji was thinking. That's good. Li Ji nodded and accepted the gold half-heartedly. After seeing the other party accept the gold, Xie, who had achieved his goal, let go of his hands and feet and talked to Li Ji. After a while of conversation, Li Ji originally thought that this young family head, who was only in his 20s, was as arrogant as those children of the aristocratic families in Yingchuan. His character was very generous and gentle, and he did not look down on Li Ji, who was born as a small lord. Of course, this may be due to the blessing of the position of prefect. There are many aristocratic families in Kuaiji County, and most of the officials come from aristocratic families. Although Li Ji holds military power, he needs to be cautious in dealing with them. If these officials collectively resign, the civil affairs of the entire Kuaiji will be paralyzed immediately. So the best way to deal with these noble families is to pull a group. Be a group. Isolate a group. And divide them. Pull in those with good reputations. Suppress those with bad reputations. Isolate those who sit on the fence. Cut the Kuaiji noble families into pieces, and disperse them with benefits. Wait for the right time to set off a wave of reform, and suppress these noble families. The Xie family has a high reputation in Shaanxi County. Its gentle style of doing things has been well received by the people. It is one of the noble families worth pulling in. Moreover, Xie has been a Shanshu Lang, and his political strategy and wisdom are good. His brother Xie Shen has served as a county magistrate and is also a talent. I heard that you have served as a Shanshu Lang. Why did you give up your official position? Li Ji wanted to throw a brick to attract Jade and recruit Xie. Li Taisho. These are all old things. Let's not talk about them. Xie shook his head, his expression sad, as if he had not been doing well as an official before. I am the new Taisho, and there are still many important positions in my hands that have not been filled. I wonder if Mr. Xie can share my worries. This? Xie hesitated. He did not expect that the new Taisho would be so straightforward and directly extend an olive branch to him. The powerful families take family interests as the core. If he becomes Li Ji's confidant, it will definitely be of sufficient help to the development of the Xie family. He would not deny that he was moved. Xie weighed the pros and cons in his heart, and finally agreed to Li Ji's recruitment. It is what I wish for, but I dare not ask for it. I am like a fish in water with you, Mr. Xie. Li Ji laughed and held Xie Ying's hand. The atmosphere was very hot. Kenzei and Shishitsai, who followed Li Ji, also congratulated him. It happened that a banquet was held next door, and the important generals of Longjie town gathered together. Li Ji also took this opportunity to introduce Xie Ying to them. Now Li Ji's civil officials have been enriched. Unfortunately, Xie Shen, Xie Ying's younger brother, became the head of Jianchang and took office early in the morning. After another round of drinking, Xie Ying successfully joined Li Ji's camp. Suddenly, Wang Meng, who was drunk, grabbed Xie Ying's shoulder, and the smell of alcohol was strong. Xie Ying knew that this scholar was Li Ji's most respected counselor, so he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly supported Wang Meng, who was unstable, and said, "Jean Lu, you are drunk." "Really?" Wang Meng rubbed his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed. "I heard that your eldest daughter is a natural beauty. I wonder how she got married." Xie Ying didn't understand, so he had to answer honestly, "My daughter is only in the age of a child. How can she get married?" "That's very good. That's very good." Wang Meng smiled. and his eyes became blurred again. Li Ji, who was sitting in the main seat, naturally heard the conversation between the two. Although Wang Ming liked wine, he would never talk nonsense in public. This remark seemed to be asking for someone. Li Ji suddenly remembered that Wang Ming had mentioned to him a long time ago that he wanted to marry a wife and a concubine. Could it be that Wang Jinglu had set his sights on Xie Ying's 10-year-old daughter? Li Ji said it was too cruel. Xie Ying's daughter was not an ordinary character. In history, she was the first wife of Sun Quan, the emperor of the Eastern Wu dynasty. She was famous in Jiangdong for her beauty, and was deeply loved by Sun Quan. According to historical records, she was loved and favored. This Madame Xie was asked by Wu Guitai to marry the Xie family on behalf of Sun Quan. However, in order to consolidate Jiangdong, Sun Quan wanted to marry Su Kun's daughter Su. Because Su Kun was Sun Quan's cousin, Sun Quan wanted to make Madame Xie inferior to him. But Madame Xie disagreed. Later, Madame Xie was always unhappy about this matter, and died very early. Chapter 188 Operation. Looking at the young and ignorant girl in front of him, who was helpless holding the skirt, Li Ji felt a headache. As expected, what he thought that day came true today. I don't know what tricks Wang Ming used. What sweet words he said to Xie Ying. And he actually made the other party send his daughter to Li Ji's house obediently. Mrs. Xie is only 10 years old now, and looks very immature. But from her appearance, she has the potential to become a beauty. A beauty embryo. My daughter Yunshu meets the governor, Xie Yunshu said timidly with her head down. And from time to time, she stole a glance at Li Ji, who was sitting in the main seat. According to her father, it seems that this governor, who is not only young, but also extremely handsome, is the one she will serve in the future. Well, Li Ji replied indifferently, with no expression on his face. Mrs. Xie Yunshu is only 10 years old now, so it is impossible for her to marry Li Ji at this time. Let's not talk about whether Li Ji agrees or not. If the scholars outside know about it, they will block Li Ji's door every day and scold him. So Xie Ying found another way, and sent his daughter to Li Ji in advance as Li Ji's maid to take care of Li Ji's daily life and diet. Du Chan, who had been hiding behind the screen and eavesdropping, had to come out and salute Li Ji. Du Chan was obtained by Li Ji from Wang Yun's family through Zhang Reng. She was only about 11 or 12 years old, not much older than Xie Yushu. To be honest, Li Ji did not stay in the mansion for a long time. There was only one maid Du Chan in the entire lord's mansion, and the rest were workers. So the little maid Xie Yunshu could only be trained by Du Chan. Why do young masters like maids as young as themselves? After learning about her mission, Du Chan showed a suspicious look. However, she had been in contact with Li Ji for a long time and naturally knew his temper. As an excellent maid, she had to learn what to ask and what not to ask. For things like these personal preferences, Du Chan, who was elegant and kind, naturally had to keep her doubts in her heart. After arranging Xie Yushu, Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to slack off, when Tianxiang, who was the supervisor of the post and the inspector of officials and civilians, found him. You mean that the Jiao family oppressed the people, causing many local people to hate them, and they have many retainers and great power, and even the county magistrate has to give him face? Li Ji couldn't help but feel a little strange after hearing Wen Tianxiang's report. Although he was not interested in the noble families in Kuaiji County, and only knew some important families, he knew a little about the Jiao family in the present world. The Jiao family, who was once the county magistrate of Xinjiang, was active in the late Eastern Han dynasty. He supported a large number of retainers, and indulged them to do whatever they wanted. Even the local county magistrate did not dare to make enemies with him. And he also had a lot of connections with Bujiu, the minister of the Eastern Wu. Jiao was a man who despised the poor and loved the rich. He liked to entertain prestigious scholars and look down on people from poor families. At that time, Bujiu and his good friend Wei Jing, who had taken refuge in Kuaiji, were growing melons on Jiao's land, because they were afraid that this bully would occupy their land. The two of them went to Jiao's house to deliver melons in order to establish a good relationship with him. Because Jiao was a man who despised the poor and loved the rich, he naturally did not take these two poor people who made a living by growing melons seriously. He first left them out, and then treated them with cold rice and cold dishes. Wei Jing couldn't stand Jiao's treatment and wanted to take Bujiu away, but found that he was eating calmly. When Wei Jing asked him why he did that, Bujiu replied calmly, "We are poor and humble, so the master treats us poor and humble, which is natural, and why we should be ashamed. It is not known whether Bujiu came to Kuaiji to seek refuge. While listening to Wen Tianxiang's report, Li Ji's thoughts had already gone to other places. My lord, I don't know how we should deal with this Jiao family, Wen Tianxiang asked. Kuaiji is full of aristocratic families. Not all of them treat the people as well as Xia Ying's Xia family. More families like Jiao Jiao are wanton and oppress the people on this land. Just like the Shan Yu hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. The new official takes office with 3 fires. And it seems that this fire will burn the Jiao family to ashes. Li Ji sneered. In mid-December, heavy snow fell again in Kuaiji County. And Jiao Jiao, who was staying in the mansion, was entertaining all the guests who were supported by him, and admiring the dancing steps of Meiji. From time to time, there were bursts of vulgar words in the banquet, and Meiji, who was present, was amused and blushed. Suddenly, a noise came from outside, disturbing the group of men exuding male hormones. What happened? Jiao Jiao was disturbed and was very unhappy. As if in response to his question, there was a sound of fists and feet hitting each other outside, as well as several screams. A servant rushed in, crying and kneeling in front of Jiao Jiao. Master! Master! There is a man outside who calls himself Wen Tianxiang, saying that he is the governor's inspector. And he broke in with a group of soldiers without saying anything. Looking at the blood on the servant's clothes, Jiao Jiao immediately knew why someone was screaming just now. It seems that the person who came is not kind. Wen Tianxiang, wearing the official uniform of the inspector, stepped into the mansion with a righteous and awe-inspiring dragon and tiger steps. Behind him was a burly black-faced man, with meat scraps hanging from the sword on his shoulder, and blood dripping from the tip of the sword. I wonder what the inspector has come for. Jiao Jiao took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and bowed to Wen Tianxiang. I have received reports from local people, saying that you, the head of the Jiao family, indulged your retainers and oppressed the people at will. I wonder if this is true. How is it possible? The retainers of the Jiao family have always been kind-hearted. How could they make such a move? Inspector Wen must have misunderstood. Wen Tianxiang took a deep look at the other party, and then said, Really? Uh-huh. These retainers were recruited by me, Jiao, and no one knows their character better than me. Could it be that Inspector Wen believes those illiterate people and suspects me, who used to be a county magistrate? Ha! Wen Tianxiang obviously didn't care about the threat in the other party's words. He has the support of the governor Li Ji behind him, and he has the privileged troops at his disposal. Jiao Jiao is just a small county magistrate. How could he be taken seriously by Wen Tianxiang? Will I give up investigating this case because of what Jiao said? Please follow us back to be investigated. This? Okay. Jiao has a clear conscience, and is not afraid of the investigation of the inspector. Jiao Jiao thought that the other party wanted to blackmail him, and he was quite confident. By the way, Jiao, your retainers spoke rudely to me and the governor. It's not too much to kill them. Wen Tianxiang rarely smiled, but in Jiao Jiao's eyes, this smile seemed too sunny. No, I don't mind. Then please. Before Jiao Jiao could answer, Zhou Song strode forward, and his strong arms directly grabbed the other party. The terrible force made Jiao Jiao unable to move. Not only Jiao Jiao, but also the soldiers and horses brought by Wen Tianxiang rushed forward and escorted all the retainers present back, without missing a single one. Chapter 189, First Day of the First Lunar Month National War Preview. Li Ji attacked strongly and directly sent troops to destroy the Jiao family, a prominent family in Kuaiji, and arrested a large number of people, including the head of the family Jiao Jiao. For a time, Kuaiji, which seemed calm, suddenly set off a wave, and the leaders of the extremely arrogant families gathered together to discuss this matter. As the Xia family is one of the most prominent families in Shaanxi, the head of the family Xia Ying was naturally invited. However, Xia Ying was a minister of Li Ji, and he needed to figure out Li Ji's thoughts. After guessing the intentions of his master, he pretended to be sick and stayed at home. Soon, the punishment of the Jiao family came out. In order to achieve the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, Li Ji also made the punishment public. Jiao Jiao was suppressed by Li Ji to become a civilian, and all the land of the Jiao family was confiscated. All the guests under the tent who had contact with this matter were executed, and the rest were directly dismissed and left. Of course, Jiao Jiao's crime was not that serious, but Li Ji was really annoyed with him, seeing that he was still so shameless. He threatened to report to the court and unite with other noble families to rebel if he was not released. So Li Ji put him on the charge of secretly communicating with Shan Yu and attempting to rebel. This time Jiao Jiao was beyond salvation. When the people in Jiao Jiao's territory knew about this punishment, they celebrated with gongs and drums, and praised Li Ji as a good official. Compared with the people's celebration, several noble family heads, who had a good relationship with Jiao Jiao, immediately pulled a sour face after knowing the results. As if others owed them a lot of money. Jiao Jiao was directly killed by Li Ji. And the noble family tyrants, like them, who had frequent contact with the Jiao family, were probably a thorn in Li Ji's eyes, and a thorn in his flesh. The noble family heads in Kuaiji were all in danger, and they did not dare to offend Li Ji, for fear of being charged with the crime of colluding with bandits and dying unclearly. However, not long after the incident between Jiao and Jiao, the news that Xia Ying, the head of the Xia family, served under Li Ji spread throughout Kuaiji County in an instant. Not only that, there were rumors among the people that Xia Ying's daughter was sent to Li Ji's mansion and became Li Ji's maid. As soon as the news spread, the family heads who had been desperate rekindled their hopes and began to curry favor with Li Ji. And many of them expressed their willingness to submit to Li Ji. Some people even learned about Li Ji's special hobbies from the people and sent their young daughters to beg for shelter. This caused Li Ji to make an announcement to clarify that he was a normal person. And then, there was no such outrageous incident of sending his daughter. However, there are always some people who do not learn from their pity. So Li Ji had to help them, and end their family's hope in advance. This is the ending that Li Ji wanted to pull a group, be a group, and isolate a group. And the players who acted as the spectators obviously got the point wrong. When they heard that the 10-year-old girl was trained by Li Ji, they all cursed. What is the saying that copper refining in the second dimension is okay, but copper refining in the third dimension is a death sentence? For a while, Li Ji became a big villain in the mouths of this group of people. As expected, Chao Wei likes wives. Dongwu loves Lolita. Xu Han is full of gays. And even Li Ji is not immune to this law. Being in Jiandong, Li Ji's taste is the same as that of Sun Wu. The rumors outside are getting more and more outrageous. And Li Ji has no choice but to let this group of players, who are addicted to eating melons, continue to talk. Under Li Ji's strategy of killing a chicken to scare the monkey, plus a big stick and a sweet date, the noble families in the county expressed their positions, and were willing to be driven by Li Ji. Most of the children of the noble families have studied and learned to read, and their success rate is much higher than that of ordinary people. After passing the assessment of Li Ji and others, they become minor officials and enrich the grassroots everywhere. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. Li Ji hopes that more talents will emerge among the people to check and balance the noble families. The best way is to adopt the imperial examination system as the main method of selecting talents, and reduce the influence of the noble families in Li Ji's power as much as possible. However, the imperial examination system will threaten the status of the noble families. These people regard the family as more important than their lives, so they will naturally not agree. If Li Ji wants to implement the imperial examination system, these people will definitely bark more happily than dogs. Li Ji needs to discuss with Wang Ming and others for a while. Moreover, the Han dynasty mainly focused on selecting filial and honest people. The introduction of the imperial examination system is likely to be obstructed by the court or even Lu Hong. When dealing with the Jiao family, Li Ji upgraded Longke town to a third-level town, which is one step closer to the city level. The current seat of Kuaiji County is Shanin County, not far from Longke town. So when Longke town is upgraded to Longke City, the first thing to do is to move the seat of the county to Longke City and make it the new political center of Kuaiji County. After dealing with these noble families, Li Ji finally had some free time. Without war, he could settle down to farm. The plot after the Yellow Turban Rebellion should be the Dongzhuo Rebellion. But the Dongzhuo Rebellion in history occurred in the 6th year of Zhongping, which is 5 years away from now. And total war obviously won't let players wait for long. It can change the content of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. And naturally it can also change the Dongzhuo Rebellion, so that this major event will happen in advance. So Li Ji now needs to gather strength and improve his military strength while farming. The worst of the 18 princes who fought against Dongzhuo had to be a county governor. He, Li Ji, also wanted to participate, and not as a player, but like Cao Cao and Sun Jian. He led troops to the expedition as a prince. This way, more benefits can be gained. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, December has passed, and it is the first day of the first lunar month in 185. Today is New Year's Day, a long-standing traditional festival, which means that the new year is about to begin again. The entire Kuaiji County is filled with a festive atmosphere. According to convention, officials need to attend the emperor's grand court meeting. And Li Ji, as the governor, naturally needs to go to Luoyang to participate in this court meeting. Of course, with the existence of the teleportation array, Li Ji can go to Luoyang on the same day, and he will basically not be late if nothing unexpected happens. The Lord's mansion is deserted. In addition to Li Ji, there are two little maids, Dia Chan and Xia Yunshu. Those long-term workers have long been sent home by Li Ji to celebrate the festival. In order to protect Zhang Ning's identity from being exposed, Li Ji also kept Zhang Ning in the Lord's mansion. Now, one man and three women are sitting around the table eating breakfast made by Li Ji himself. There is no way. The chefs were driven home by Li Ji. And the remaining three women are either girls in their teens or young ladies who are taken care of. So Li Ji has to take over. Fortunately, Li Ji was alone in the present world, so he could cook. So he didn't have to go to court hungry on New Year's Day. Huaxia District National Announcement. The first national war will start on July 1st and end on December 31st. For a total of 6 months. Please click here to view the details. National war? National war? Li Ji's eyes widened after hearing the announcement. Sir, what happened? Du Chan noticed Li Ji's abnormality. Chapter 190 National War Rules. Nothing. Li Ji regained his composure and continued to eat breakfast. But his eyes had already shifted from the beautiful Du Chan and Xia Yunshu to the data panel that only he could see. National War Rules. With each civilized country as a camp. The number of cities allocated to each civilized country is different according to the size of the number of participants. Players randomly appear in the city of the country or in the wild within 20 miles of the city. National War Rules. If all cities in the country fall, all players in the civilized country will lose their qualifications for the national war, be forced to withdraw from the national war, and return to the civilized world of their own country. National War Rules. Participation in the national war is not mandatory, and any player can choose to participate or not. Players who still retain their lord status can carry soldiers and horses in their territory. The number of soldiers and horses carried is determined by the size of the player's territory and the player's official position and title. If a player dies in a national war, he will be forced to return to his own civilized world and lose his national war qualification and all points. National War Rules. Each city is guarded by a certain number of NPC soldiers and a general and civil official of his own civilization. Players can talk to them to obtain more convenient rights as needed. National War Rules. This national war adopts a points system, which is divided into personal points and national points, and sets up personal rankings and national rankings respectively. Players can get 1 national point for each city they capture that is not their own country, and 3 national points for eliminating a civilized country. Players and their soldiers can get personal points for killing players and soldiers of different camps. National War Rules. There are complete military buildings in the city, and Lord players can spend personal points to recruit the required soldiers. The higher the grade, the higher the personal points required. After the national war, players can return to their own civilized world with the soldiers recruited in the city. National War Rules. Players can choose to destroy or retain a city that is not in their own camp. If you choose to keep it, the city will have military buildings of the country and NPCs that match the arms of the country. The rules of the national war are so long and boring that Li Ji had not checked them all before he finished his breakfast. According to the rules of the national war, the larger the country, the greater the advantage it has. For example, small countries in tiny places need to face the threat of big countries all the time. The best way is to unite with other small countries to fight the enemy together. As an ancient civilization, China has a history of 5,000 years and a long history. Li Ji dares to guarantee that if China is second, no one dares to claim to be first, which is almost invincible. Therefore, countries like Zai, who has a blood feud with China, and Dahan, who claims to be the first in the universe, will definitely unite with Western countries to jointly seize the Chinese cities. Li Ji didn't think much and decided to participate in the national war. Not to mention that he is a county governor and can lead 50,000 troops, which is a force that cannot be underestimated. Besides, he is a Chinese with a red family background, and it is his duty to safeguard the honor of the country. It's not just about wanting to beat up the isolated people. Absolutely not. The national war lasted from July 1st to December 31st. For half a year. It happened that this period of time was not the time of Dongshua's rebellion. Li Ji still needed to wait until Luoyang became chaotic. Instead of farming, he might as well meet the great lords of foreign countries and compete with them. Congratulations to the player for successfully participating in the national war. Please try to increase the size of the territory, personal official position, and personal title before July 1st so that you can bring more soldiers to participate. Well, the soldiers in Kwaiji have only been recruited recently, and they are all a group of new recruits. Naturally not as good as veterans. Li Ji was thinking about whether to take the soldiers on hand out for a walk, beat up the bandits everywhere to level up and see blood, so as not to suffer big losses in the early stage of the national war. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, many rebels in the 13 states of the Han Dynasty rebelled. For example, the Shanyu bandits, who were still active in Li Ji's territory, the Xiongnu people who were eyeing outside Yunnan Pass, the Xianbei and Wuhuan people in Yuzhou who did not accept Liu Yu's appeasement, the Chang people who rebelled in Liangzhou and were still in a confrontation with Huang Fusong, Yellow Turbans in Qingzhou, Shanman in Jingzhou, Nanman in Yizhou, Black Mountain Army in Jizhou. Since I killed Pan Lin, the Shanyu have been hiding in the deep mountains and old forests, like avoiding the plague god. It is obviously inefficient to send troops to level up, and it is difficult for cavalry to make achievements in this complex terrain. Due to the geographical problems of Kwaiji, the Tianqiong army and various low-level cavalry recruited by Li Ji have been training in the barracks, and have no chance to go out to experience the cruelty of war. Should we take them out to fight the Chang people? Li Ji was thinking, and Xia Yuju's sweet voice came to his ears. Sir, it's time to go to the court meeting. Well, I know. The grand court meeting began in the Western Zhou dynasty, with a court ceremony with the highest etiquette standards. It was inherited from the Qin and Han dynasties to the Ming and Qing dynasties. Liu Bang, the first emperor of the Han dynasty, did not understand the court ceremony. After attending the grand court meeting, he shouted, "Today I know how precious it is to be an emperor. This shows how grand this annual grand court meeting is." As a local governor, Li Ji naturally needed to attend this court meeting. Not only that, he also had to offer tribute, that is, money, and report his work to the Prime Minister's mansion. In the Deyang Hall of the North Palace, Emperor Ling of Han Luhong, accompanied by the 10 eunuchs, finished a series of worships and sat in the first seat. Below, many heavyweight civil and military officials and representatives from surrounding ethnic minorities greeted Lu Hong in unison. The court meeting was so grand that Lu Hong's pale face showed an excited red. However, because the court meeting lasted too long, Lu Hong, who was already physically exhausted, was even worse, and he almost fell asleep from exhaustion. So this court meeting ended in a whimper. After the court meeting, Li Ji went to the Prime Minister's mansion to report his position, report on local political achievements, and submit population and tax collection information. However, how much water there was in this was only known to Li Ji and Wang Ming, who was doing the accounting. Li Taisho, the general wants to see you. He Jin's servants had been waiting outside for a long time and invited Li Ji to the general's mansion for a chat. Previously, He Jin captured Feng Zhen and Su Feng, which made Zhang Rang cut off his arm and killed the two in advance. This incident caused a lot of commotion in the whole city of Luoyang, and someone secretly fanned the flames. Li Ji proposed to get rid of Zhang Rang's arm and become the general He Jin. This news made everyone know it. In the eyes of most people, Li Ji was marked as a relative of the emperor. Facing He Jin's invitation, Li Ji chuckled. It happened that he also had something to ask He Jin. This was not a good mother opening the door for a good mother. It was a good coincidence. Please. Chapter 191 Change of Commander. Come here. Please take a seat. When He Jin, who was full of flesh, saw Li Ji's young and handsome face, he couldn't stop smiling, like a blooming yellow chrysanthemum. Thank you, General. Li Ji bowed politely, and then ordered the soldiers to carry a few large boxes. When they were opened, the spacious inner hall was filled with golden luster. In order to maintain his relationship with He Jin, Li Ji prepared a lot of money to honor him. After all, it was easier to get things done with someone in the court. It was not the time for Dongzhuo's rebellion yet, and He Jin's position was still stable. He had great influence in the court, which helped Li Ji's official career a lot. This general really didn't make a mistake, and Min is really a talent. When He Jin saw Li Ji being so sensible, he couldn't help but slap his thigh and laughed. Many people also laughed with He Jin and joined in praising Li Ji. Even Yuan Shao, who had a background of 4 generations of 3 officials, was like everyone else. Only Yuan Shu, who was regarded as a dead bone in the grave by Li Ji, drank sullenly, with jealousy in his eyes. Li Ji was much younger than Yuan Shu, and his background was just a small lord. He was not even worthy of carrying shoes for a man who had 3 generations of officials. But he became a prefect one step earlier than Yuan Shu, and was in charge of the military and political affairs of a county. How could Yuan Shu not be jealous of this? After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes were 5 flavors. Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Ji suddenly sighed. When I was in Kuaiji, I heard that General Huangfu had made no achievements in the Liangzhou War. I wonder if the general has any information about this. After hearing Li Ji's inquiry, He Jin's face changed immediately. He smashed the wine glass in his hand on the table and said angrily, "It would be fine if you didn't mention this matter. I get angry when you mention it. On mean. Do you know that since Huangfu became the commander-in-chief, he has been helpless in the face of the Chong people, and has no news at all? Because it was the general who strongly recommended Huangfu Song to be the commander-in-chief. The eunuch Zhang Rang often used this matter to slander him in front of His Majesty, and the general was scolded by His Majesty from time to time." Li Ji looked calm, but he laughed at He Jin secretly. It was winter before. Although Huangfu Song was the god of war of the Han dynasty, it was naturally impossible for him to attack the Chong people in winter. If you want to get good news at this time, the leader of the rebellious Chong people will be frozen to death. Alas, I don't know if Huangfu Song can do it. He Jin's good mood was ruined, and he drank the wine in the cup sullenly. Li Ji pondered for a while, and suggested, "Why don't you propose to your majesty to remove Huangfu Song and replace him with someone else as the commander-in-chief?" He remembered that the Chong people's rebellion lasted for a long time in history. Huangfu Song was unsuccessful in the early stage and offended my mother Zhao Zhong. Later, the eunuchs used this to slander him. Emperor Ling of Han directly deprived Huangfu Song of the title of General of Chariots and Cavalry and changed it to Marquis of Duxiang. Rather than letting Huangfu Song be framed, it is better to change the commander in advance and let another commander take the blame. What? Change the commander? This statement shocked many children of aristocratic families. Everyone knows that a temporary change of commander is a morale-damaging thing. Yuan Shu sneered and pointed at Li Ji, mocking him. General Huangfu has suppressed millions of yellow turbans before, and has a lot of combat experience. It's only a matter of time before he can deal with a small rebellion by the Chong people. Moreover, changing commanders at short notice is a taboo in military strategy. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. How could Governor Li make such a mistake? Li Ji grabbed the wine glass, sneered, and said, "Don't forget, General Yuan. The Chong people have become powerful now. Liangzhou can go straight to the heart of Guangzhou. If the rebellion is not resolved soon, it will threaten Luoyang sooner or later. Since General Huangfu is unable to pacify it, it is better to change the generals on the first day of the first lunar month. And perhaps there will be a turnaround." Then he raised the wine glass and said to General He Jin, "Ji is not talented, but I am willing to recruit troops in Kuaiji to support the Liangzhou army." This, He Jin hesitated. He never thought that Li Ji, who was far away in the south, would not be lonely and wanted to participate in the Liangzhou war. He really, I cried to death. General Li Taisho once suggested to General Huangfu to defeat Bo Kai, and then broke through Guangzhou to kill Zhang Jiao's 3 brothers and pacify millions of yellow turbans. In Jingzhou, he also helped General Zhu Zhonglong to capture the strong city of Wan County. With this person, although we can't say that Liangzhou can be pacified, it is more than enough to keep the Chong people out. Yuan Shao on the side also suggested. Even Ben Shu trusts Amin so much? He Jin was extremely surprised. Compared to other guests in the mansion, he trusted Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, who had a background of 3 generations of officials. More, Yuan Shu showed disdain on his face and said sarcastically, "Humph! You are so arrogant. General Huangfu is a famous general at the time. Could it be that Li Taisho thinks he is better than the general?" Li Ji did not answer Yuan Shu's words, but stood up and said loudly, "Ji is not talented, but I am willing to lead troops to Liangzhou to defeat the Chong bandits and retake Liangzhou." TSK. Yuan Shu looked at Li Ji with a sidelong look, and his deep disdain was not concealed. Okay. He Jin seemed to be infected by Li Ji's ambition and slapped his thigh involuntarily. If Anmin defeats the Chong people and quells the rebellion, this general is willing to guarantee you the position of lieutenant and general. General, please think twice. He Jin's promise really scared everyone. Dongzhuo's rebellion had not yet begun, and the situation of holding troops and being self-reliant was far less serious than it would be later. At this time, the lieutenants and generals were middle and senior military officers. and they could only be obtained through great achievements. Li Ji had already become a prefect of a county. If he was really recommended as a lieutenant and a general, his status in the court would rise steadily. I have made up my mind. He Jin waved his hand. His attitude was very firm. But he soon showed his entanglement. If the commander is changed, I wonder who can take the position. The position of the commander-in-chief cannot be held by someone who is not of high status. Although Li Taisho is talented, he is only a prefect. And I am afraid it will be difficult to suppress those arrogant soldiers and generals. Yuan Shu saw the opportunity to suppress Li Ji and hurriedly dissuaded He Jin. Li Ji was calm and acquiesced to Yuan Shu's words. Anyway, the rebellion of the Chang in Liangzhou was a foregone conclusion and difficult to quell. The final outcome of this commander-in-chief was to be dismissed from office. And he did not want to take the blame. Yuan Shu's words hit the mark of Li Ji. The Yuan brothers pondered for a while. But there was no suitable candidate. Seeing this, He Jin had to say, Sikong Zhangwen and Zhang Boxen have always been prestigious and are qualified to be the commander-in-chief this time. Do you have any objections? The general has thought carefully. And we have no objection. After the candidate was finalized, He Jin met with Emperor Ling of Han Lu Hong the next day and asked for a change of commander. Because Huang Fusong had offended Zhang Reng before. The leaders of the two parties with different positions finally stood on the same front and jointly impeached Huang Fusong. Huang Fusong, who was far away in Liangzhou, sat in the tent, unaware that the pot came from the sky, and he was dismissed for no reason. Chapter 192. Go to Liangzhou. Appoint Sikong Zhangwen as general of chariots and cavalry, and take over the position of Huang Fusong from now on. Go to Yufufeng to command the three armies. Appoint General Yuan Pang as deputy general. Move General Dong Zhuo to general of breaking the enemy, and send General Zhou Dian to serve under his command. Appoint Li Ji as the lieutenant of suppressing the rebellion, and recruit troops in Kuaiji County to support Liangzhou. Not long after the first day of the first lunar month, Lu Hong followed the advice of General He Jin and eunuch Zhang Reng, transferred the Liangzhou frontline commander Huang Fusong back to Luoyang, and sent Sikong Zhangwen as the new commander. This personnel transfer surprised the players who learned of the news, because they knew that Huang Fusong was dismissed in July. Not now. And they also found a name that was both unfamiliar and familiar in this list. Li Ji. As long as the players who participated in the Yellow Turban Rebellion knew the great things Li Ji did during the event, so he obtained the position of Kuaiji Prefect and became a local lord. Huang Fusong is the god of war of the Han dynasty. Lu Hong actually replaced him with Sikong Zhangwen. I'm afraid he has lost his mind. That's right. Sikong Zhangwen and Zijinhui Yuan Pang are both more famous than powerful. They are simply unable to quell the rebellion of the Chang in Liangzhou. But there is Dong Zhuo among them. He has Hua Xiong, Li Ju, Guisi and others under him. They are all capable people, and are more than enough to resist the attack of the Chang people. Don't forget that Li Ji is one of the best lords among our players. He has many brave generals and counselors under his command. The lineup is very luxurious. Hearing what you said, isn't it easy to quell the Chang people? No. The Chang rebellion in history lasted for 5 years. In the end, the Han dynasty was unable to retake Liangzhou, allowing Han Sui and others to become Liangzhou warlords and have their own troops. Although Li Ji participated in the suppression this time, the Liangzhou players who defected to Han Sui were not easy to deal with. The players started to discuss. As time goes by, some players show new roles, constantly improve their influence, and affect the direction of history. The advantage of the profit from the present world is getting smaller and smaller. The smoke of Qinsong was everywhere, under the leadership of Beigong Boy and Li Wenhou. Hundreds of thousands of Liangzhou rebels relied on their numerical advantage to defeat the Han army stationed here and captured this strategically important city. Huang Fusong, who learned the news, was helpless. Their main Han army was delayed by Han Sui and Bian Zhang, and lost the opportunity to support Qinsong, which eventually led to the fall of Qinsong. With a long sigh, Huang Fusong could only continue to retreat towards Chang'an, trying to stop the rebels in Meiyang County. But just after returning to Meiyang County, he received a transfer order from the court to remove his position as the commander-in-chief of the three armies. The loyal Huang Fusong believed that because he had offended Zhao Zhong and Zhang Reng before, he was framed by these two people. Lu Hong believed the slander and removed his position. Sikong Zhangwen was promoted by Chao Tung and just took the position of Sikong. He is not capable enough to suppress the arrogant and fierce Dong Zhuo and his Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Huang Fusong was worried when he learned about the selection of the chief general. He had been in contact with Zhonglong Jiang Dongzhua for a long time, and knew that he was a man with wolfish ambitions, and could not be controlled by someone with more prestige and ability than Dongzhua. In order to suppress Zhongwen, Wang Fusong had to recruit Sima's son Jian, who followed him to suppress the rebellion in Liangzhou. When Tai Dongzhua has evil ambitions, Zhang Xikong may not be able to suppress him. Please hold Dongzhua back. General Huangfu. Leave it to me. Sun Jian patted his chest and promised. On the other side, Dongzhua laughed loudly after hearing the news of the transfer. He didn't even care that his official rank was reduced to a general of miscellaneous title. Zhongwen is just a man promoted by eunuchs. He is overrated and his ability to command troops is far inferior to Huang Fusong. He is not worth worrying about. Although the prefect of the guards Yuan Peng is from the Qinjun Yuan family, he is selfless and dedicated to the public. He has no ambition and can't stop me at all. General Zhou Shen is just a mediocre person. His soldiers are not as good as mine. How can he go against me? Li Ji, the anti-rebel captain, has an old relationship with Niu Fu and is also a man of General He Jin. He is on the same front as us. Lu Hong sent these people here, and none of them can stop me. Why don't we take this opportunity to sideline Zhongwen and take control of these hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Then the throne of the Han dynasty will be at our fingertips. Dongzhua analyzed everyone, and his words were full of pride, and his ambition was not concealed. As Dongzhua's strategist, Li Ru, the son-in-law, was very wise. After thinking about Dongzhua's words for a while, he smiled slightly. Father-in-law, you have the fate of an emperor, but this is not the best time to seize power. If we seize power, we will be caught between the Chang people of Liangzhou and the Han dynasty, and we will be caught in a dilemma. And father-in-law, don't forget that Sun Jian, the assistant military commander, is brave and diligent, and he also has elite soldiers and generals under his command. If we seize power, this person will definitely stop us. In my opinion, it is best for father-in-law to make great achievements. Report to the court and become the governor of Liangzhou to rule one side. Wait for the time to take over the 3 auxiliary areas, and march to Luoyang. Dongzhua agreed with him. Although he was self-important and had high expectations, he was still happy to listen to his son-in-law's words. The situation in the various tribes in Liangzhou changed suddenly. But Li Ji, who had returned to Kuaiji, didn't know anything about it. And even if he knew, he wouldn't keep it in mind. The first thing Li Ji did when he came back was to continue to recruit Shi Jingxi. After Chen Dao's hints over the past few months, Shi Jingxi was moved by Li Ji's sincerity no matter how loyal he was, and finally agreed to Li Ji. After recruiting Shi Jingxi, Li Ji immediately started to train his special army, the Yer Army. The Yer Army has the characteristics of crow eyes, which can observe the battlefield situation and play an extremely important role in the Liangzhou rebellion. Because he had a recruitment mission, Li Ji could postpone his trip to Liangzhou for a while. During this period, Li Ji determined the specific situation of the expeditionary army. The first main army to go to war must be cavalry. Li Ji had 3,000 Tianqiong troops that had been trained and 3,000 Ye troops that were being trained, plus some other low and medium-level cavalry. A total of nearly 10,000 cavalry. It was also thanks to his trading partner Ding Xia, who was far away in Yuzhou, that he used some means to get on the road with Lu Yu, and was valued by Lu Yu. As long as Li Ji gave enough money, Ding Xia would naturally get the war horses that Li Ji needed. In addition, the Jingxi army, which had expanded to 500, also needed to be brought along. There are also Chen Dao's Baili soldiers, Huang Zhong's Phoenix longbowmen, and other infantry archers of various ranks. Li Ji plans to take away a total of 10,000 infantry archers. So Li Ji needs to bring 20,000 Dragon Sparrow troops to Liangzhou for support. Among them, there are many high-level troops with explosive combat effectiveness. Although the number is small, they are naturally not afraid of the Chang army without a famous general. Chapter 193 Popular Li Ji. He Gongmu will serve as the garrison commander of Kuaiji and continue to lead the troops in the county to conquer Shanyu. Zhang Shiji, Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Pei Yuanshao will serve as Gongmu's deputy generals. Li Jinglong and Zhao Kuo will focus on training troops and horses, and will follow Gongmu's orders when necessary to go to Shanyu. Ken Zai, Shi Jisai, Xia Ying, and Wen Tianxiang will take Shi Jisai as the main person to handle the government affairs of Kuaiji County together. Jin Lu, Wen He, and Fo Shao will serve as military advisors. And Jiando, Shuji, Sun Qiu, Han Sheng, Yuan Fu, and Jingxi will follow me to go to war. The date set by the court is coming soon. Fortunately, the Yair army has completed its training in time and can go out with the army. The 20,000 troops set out from Maokay town, with 10,000 cavalry bearing the brunt, rolling up smoke and dust, with a huge momentum, in order to take Chinsong. The Liangzhou rebels paid a very painful price, and the speed of advancement slowed down a lot. Mayon County, where a large number of Han troops were stationed, was not threatened, and the teleportation array could be used. Li Ji led his army to Mayon County with great vigor and high spirits. The 10,000 cavalrymen were so impressive that many people who were secretly observing were amazed and began to suspect Li Ji. You have to know how a remote county in the south could support so many middle and high-level cavalrymen at once. Li Ji, the anti-rebel captain, has arrived. A corner of Zhang Wen's camp was opened, and Li Ji walked in. The important generals responsible for suppressing the rebels were all among them. Zhang Wen, the Minister of Works and General of Chariots and Cavalry, sat in the first seat, and the Deputy General Yuan Peng, the Jingwu, sat in the first seat below. General Dong Zhuo, the General of Breaking the Enemy, and Zhou Shen, the General of Sweeping the Bandits, followed Yuan Peng. And then there was Sun Jian, known as the Tiger of Jiangdong. To be honest, there were many acquaintances of Li Ji among this group of people, such as General Dong Zhuo, the General of Breaking the Enemy, and Sun Jian, the Sima of the Assistant Army. These people were all known to Li Ji during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and their strength should not be underestimated. I didn't expect Li Ji to be a lieutenant at such a young age. He is such a strange man. Zhang Wen is not young. He pulled his 3-inch beard with his right hand and looked at this young general, who was in the limelight. In fact, Li Ji did not expect He Jin to be so helpful, and actually helped Li Ji to ask Lu Hong for the post of lieutenant in advance. However, Li Ji later got the news in the general's mansion that He Jin originally wanted to recommend Li Ji as a general of miscellaneous titles. But Zhang Rang interfered and demoted Li Ji to lieutenant. Although Li Ji became Zhang Rang's spy and was secretly Zhang Rang's man, now the whole Luoyang city knows that Li Ji is He Jin's man. Zhang Rang, who is He Jin's mortal enemy, even though he knows that Li Ji is his own man, in order to conceal his true identity and prevent others from seeing the flaws, Zhang Rang directly took action against He Jin. However, whether it is a lieutenant or a general, Li Ji is satisfied. The next national war depends on the official position and title of the lord. With the addition of the prefect and the lieutenant, Li Ji can carry 80,000 soldiers and horses. Thank you for the praise, General. Li Ji replied with a bow, and sat down under the guidance of Zhang Wen. His seat was right next to Sun Jian. Zhang Wen knew that this group of arrogant soldiers and generals was not easy to deal with. Under the hint of Huang Fusang before he left, he won over Sun Jian and gave him considerable military power, which greatly increased his influence. Captain Li, you brought 20,000 soldiers and horses yourself, so I will allocate another 80,000 soldiers and horses to you, and make up 100,000 soldiers and horses for you to command. Zhang Wen knew that Li Ji was good at fighting and might be the key to breaking the deadlock, so he generously allocated 80,000 soldiers and horses to him, which was not a small number in the Han army. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Wen wanted to win over this rising star of the future. After Li Ji's arrival, it meant that all the important generals and soldiers of the Han army had gathered, so their next task was to deal with the Chang rebels, who had become powerful. A map with the 3 auxiliary areas as the main focus was spread out on the table, and Zhang Wen pointed his finger at Maiyang County. The rebels took Chinsong with great force, but suffered heavy losses, which seriously delayed their advance. If they want to quickly enter Guangzhou and take Chang'an, they will inevitably go downstream and forcefully attack Maiyang County and Wugong County. So we must deploy heavy troops in Maiyang County to resist the rebels' front. General, what you said makes sense. Yuan Peng is not interested in great achievements, and this time he came to serve as a deputy general just to improve his qualifications. General of Chariots and Cavalry. I am from Xiliang and have been dealing with Chang people for a long time. I know their tactics very well. If you give me 150,000 troops, I will be able to defeat the rebels. Dong Zhuo stood up, his eyes showing contempt, not caring about Zhang Wen's expression at all, and even wanted to swallow up some of Zhang Wen's military power. General Zhou Shen shook his head and said, although Dong Palu is brave, the Chang people are not ordinary people. Even the world-famous General Huangfu can't do anything to them. Why don't we rely on Maiyang to defend the city? General Zhou is right. We should defend the city and wait for time. Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, also echoed. Sun Jian was entrusted by Huang Fusang to prevent Dong Zhuo from seizing military power and overthrowing his superiors. Don't you look down on me, Dong Zhongying? Dong Zhuo's eyes were wide open, and he was murderous. He held the hilt of his sword in his right hand, and he was ready to draw his sword if he disagreed. Many generals did not dare to look directly at Dong Zhuo. But Li Ji was calm and drank the wine in his glass. Zhang Wen was also overwhelmed. He never thought that Dong Zhuo's appetite was so big that he asked for 150,000 troops in one go. This was nearly 1/3 of the main force of the Han army. But if he refused Dong Zhuo's request, Zhang Wen was afraid that Dong Zhuo would leave with his troops in anger and join the rebels. The Xiliang Iron Cavalry and Dong Zhuo's Feixiong army were both cavalry with explosive combat effectiveness, and they were the elite troops of this Han army. Suddenly, he glanced at Li Ji and found that he was drinking. So he asked, Captain Li, what do you think? TSK. Li Ji was helpless. He kept silent and tried to deceive, but the fire still burned him. Li Ji moistened his throat and said, the Chong people have been rebelling for several months. They first killed Leng Zheng, the captain of the Chong army, and then defeated the famous General Gai Sun. They appointed Beiyang Boye and Li Wenhou, who were loyal to the Hu people in Huangzhong, as generals. They held Bianzhong, the magistrate of Xianan County, and Han Sui, an official in Liangzhou, hostage. They were so powerful that all the counties surrendered. Moreover, they captured the strong city of Qinsong not long ago. Even General Huangfu could not do anything to them. Their morale has reached its peak. The Chong people have lived in the bitter cold of Liangzhou for many years. The people are fierce, even if you are a famous general at that time. Dong Polu, you can't underestimate them. In my opinion, the general should defend Meiyang firmly. Select a group of elite soldiers to set up camps outside to support each other. Wait for the opportunity to defeat the enemy. Zhang Wen nodded in approval, and then asked, who is willing to go out of the city to set up camps to support each other? Li Ji bowed and said loudly, I am willing to go. Good. Zhang Wen slapped the table and said happily, in this case, Captain Li, please move the camp quickly. At this time, Sun Jian, who had a good relationship with Li Ji, also stood up and applied to go out of the city together. Seeing that Zhang Wen did not take his suggestion, Dong Zhuo snorted coldly, shook his hands, and left with a dark face. Chapter 194 Harassment. On the distant horizon of Meiyang County, a black shadow suddenly rose, followed by rolling smoke and dust, almost covering the sky and the sun. The horses' hooves trampled heavily on the ground, making a deafening roar, and countless muddy gravel shook, as if it was the end of the world. Hundreds of thousands of Liangzhou rebels galloped, and there were 100,000 Chong cavalry as the vanguard, with a huge momentum and unstoppable momentum, swallowing up the land like a black ocean. In ancient times, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty fought against the Huns, and specially selected Liangzhou soldiers and introduced Dayuan horses to establish elite troops, which were as famous as Bingzhou soldiers and cavalry and Yuzhou cavalry. It is said in history, Liangzhou horses are rampant in the world. Liangzhou Qidao. Thieves and bandits are eliminated. Qidao is fluttering, and it is terrifying to kill people. The people of Xiliang include many ethnic groups such as Han and Chong. The folk customs are extremely fierce, and the folk customs of fighting and fighting have formed among them. They are a rare source of high-quality soldiers. The Han army temporarily changed its generals. The once famous Huang Fusang was replaced by an over-famous Zhang Wen. It's really ridiculous. Beiyang Boye, the leader of the Chong who was nominated as the general, laughed loudly, raised his whip and showed his arrogance, looking down on everyone. General Beigong, don't be careless. There are still Dong Zhuo, the general of Xiliang, Sun Jian, the tiger of Jiangdong, and Li Ji, who followed the army to pacify the millions of yellow turbans. These are all outstanding people of the time. Han Sui, a Liangzhou official who was forced to rebel by the Chong people, made a suggestion. He was tied to a warship with Beiyang Boye, Li Wenhou and others, and could only follow the Chong people to rebel everywhere. Even if he was alienated from the Chong people, he could only go down this path until the end. The best result of the rebellion is to split Liangzhou, capture Guangzhong, become a great prince or even an emperor. Beiyang Boye didn't like Han Sui's words and snorted coldly. Dong Zhuo and Sun Jian are just defeated generals of mine. Li Ji is only in his 20s. In my opinion, he is just a young boy and is not to be feared. This, before Han Sui could speak, Baigong Boy sped up and rushed out of the army alone. The Huangzhong Song army behind him also raised their horses and followed their leader. The Xiliang rebellion not only involved the Han and Chong people in the state, but also the Lianzhou players could not stand alone. They could only rely on others and follow Baigong Boy to attack the Han army. Only by helping Baigong Boy and Li Wenho to capture Meiyang and march into Chang'an can we farm in peace in the days to come. The Lianzhou players gathered together and formed a force that could not be ignored among the rebels. The elected player leader Jiang Chong rode a Lianzhou horse, followed by a Xiliang general and a Xianbei general, and hundreds of elite troops with bows and crossbows hanging on their backs. Wow wow. Suddenly, a crude hoarse sound was heard above the hundreds of thousands of rebels. At some point, dozens or even hundreds of black crows spread their wings and flew over the rebels' heads, their black pupils moving nimbly, as if they had intelligence. The crows' screams were nothing compared to the thunderous sound of horse hooves, and most of the rebel soldiers didn't pay attention. The Xianbei general saw the black crows hovering above his head and seemed to have realized something. Just as he was about to remind Jiang Chong, an unusual sound came from the rebels' flank. Boom! As if the sky and earth were collapsing. A roar rose from the distant horizon, and a black torrent was rushing towards the rebels' flank. A white-robed general appeared in front of the formation, holding a silver spear with hundreds of flowers, looking domineering, forming a sharp contrast with the cavalry in black clothes and black armor behind him. The sudden appearance of the 3,000 Yaya troops caused a commotion among the rebels. Only 3,000 Han troops dared to go out of the city to attack us? After Baigong Boy got the news, he was confused and shocked. Who gave them the courage? With the help of the Black Crows, Li Ji and others knew the marching route of Baigong Boy is hundreds of thousands of people, and deliberately set up an ambush here to harass them. Of course, Li Ji would not be stupid enough to rely on 3,000 Yaya troops to attack hundreds of thousands of troops. Shoot arrows in a roundabout way, Shi Jingxi roared, like a dragon roaring in the four seas. Boom! Boom! The black torrent galloped on the land, and the momentum exuded by the 3,000 iron cavalry was like a rainbow in fire. And at a certain moment, it suppressed the rebels who were close at hand, hanging the long spear on the warhorse, taking the longbow off the body. The movements were smooth and uniform. Li Qiong's main cavalry, the Yer army, were all skilled in archery and horse riding. They were as steady as a mountain on horseback, and could draw a bow and shoot arrows easily. The troops led by Shi Jingxi were no less skilled. 3,000 iron arrows were shot out at the same time, drawing arcs in the air, forming a dense rain of arrows, which seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The arrows were as poisonous as the sting of a wasp, and suddenly attacked the rebels. Puff! The arrows whistled in, making a sharp hissing sound, tearing open the soldiers' armor in an instant, and the cold arrows cut their skin and pierced into their flesh and blood. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of people screamed at the same time and fell to the ground one after another. The soldiers behind them stepped on their chests, and the sound of broken bones was endless. Hundreds of thousands of rebels were still marching. They were in the square formation and could not stop their speed. There was no space to avoid the fierce arrows. The Yer army approached quickly, and at the same time, another round of arrows rained down. The rebels on this side still failed to stop, and the arrows pierced their bodies and nailed them to the ground. Shi Jingxi roared, and the hand holding the reins pulled hard, and the warhorse under him neighed. The horse's hooves flew up, and fell again, and the body shook violently, and changed direction abruptly in front of the rebel soldiers, and left close to the army formation. The long spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out, and countless gun flowers shook in the void, turning into one after another vertical pupil spirit snakes, rolling up many soldiers, and fatal blood holes appeared on their throats. The Yer army behind him followed suit, relying on superb horsemanship, and changed direction abruptly to follow their general. Only a few unlucky horses slipped, and they fell into the Chong army formation with their horses, killing many soldiers, but their lives were soon taken away by the shining swords. What are these centurions doing? Baigong Boy, who was in the middle army, was furious after learning about this. He cut off the soldier who was reporting in front of him with his sword. Shi Jingxi led the Yer army to harvest the lives of soldiers near the rebels, like a sharp blade peeling off the skin of the Chong people. The black crow hovering above his head made a hoarse sound. Shi Jingxi understood and urged his horse to accelerate suddenly. The Yer army behind him followed closely, raising a lot of smoke and dust, and went away with the wind. Not long after, the rebels here mobilized, and 10,000 Chong cavalry received the order and automatically left the army to chase Shi Jingxi. The horses' hooves rumbled, and the two cavalry were like a wave, rushing across the land. On the high slope, 3,000 nameless cavalry had already prepared, holding a strange weapon in their hands. Bang! The smoke was everywhere. Chapter 195 Dongzhi was arrogant soldiers and brave generals. Under the high slope, there was a mess. Countless vultures were circling, and the stench of blood was constantly rising. Just like H.L. on Earth. Only dozens of the 10,000 Chong cavalrymen were killed directly, which attracted the attention of all the important generals of the rebels. Their wounds don't seem to be caused by weapons. Han Sui checked the wounds of the fallen soldiers, and found that many of them had their chests and abdomens exploded directly. Their armor pieces were shattered, and black smoke rose, which was not caused by cold weapons at all. And there is a strange smell in it. Beidong Boya's face flashed with anger, although the fallen cavalrymen were not his elite troops. The Huangjong army. The 10,000 cavalrymen accounted for 1/10 of the Chong cavalry. I only heard a loud noise. And then, the war horses were stimulated, as if they were crazy and difficult to suppress. And many people were directly thrown to the ground. Just when everyone was at a loss, the player leader Jiang Chong was brought by Beidong Boya's personal soldiers. General, this may be caused by guns loaded with gunpowder. Gunpowder? What is gunpowder? In the Han army camp, Li Ji personally poured wine for Shi Jingxi and Lu Xiangshen. What tough opponents will we encounter in this battle? As the protagonist who participated in this harassment, Shi Jingxi thought about it for a while, shook his head and said, "It seems that not many people in the rebel army have discovered the Black Crow. And even if there are, there will not be too many people. And Beidong Boya is not a good soldier. He only sent troops to pursue me when I left. The Chong cavalry sent out are all minor characters. The real main force, the Huangjong army, did not chase us." Lu Xianxing said so. It seems that not many players have mixed with Beidong Boya. Li Ji pondered for a while. At the same time, a black line rose not far away from Meiyang County. Hundreds of thousands of people, led by Beidong Boya and Li Wenhou, were running on the ground at the same time, rushing recklessly. The Liangzhou rebels did not hide their actions, which made Zhang Wen stationed in Meiyang County panic. "Hurry up and call all the generals to discuss the matter." Yuan Peng, Dong Zhuo, Zhou Shen, even Li Ji and Sun Jian, who were in the process of becoming the generals, were invited to come. Li Ji had no choice but to hand over the 100,000 troops in his hands to Wang Ming to lead. And Sun Jian also asked the 4 generals who followed him to control the troops together. Li Ru sat behind Dong Zhuo, stroking his beard and whispered, "Father-in-law, Zhang Wen is already panicking and will definitely seek advice from his subordinates. We can take this opportunity to improve our reputation and make great achievements. It would be best if we can get the military power from Zhang Wen." When Yu's words make sense, and I agree with them. Dong Zhuo nodded in agreement. Li Ji, who had been observing Dong Zhuo, found that he was talking to the literati behind him. So out of curiosity, he threw a shrewd look at the literati, namely Ru Ziwenyu. Occupation Civil Official, War Department. Identity Dong Zhuo's son-in-law. Level 90. Brave 35, 39. Commander 64, 67. Wisdom 93, 94. Political Strategy 83, 85. Charm 50. Luck 50. Personal Characteristics. Insight, blue when fighting with the enemy. Obtain unknown information through known information. Plotter, blue easy to come up with strategies. Poisoning, blue poison skills plus 10%. Poisoning, purple ruthless. When in the same camp as Jiasu. Li Ru skills plus 20%. Burning the city with fire, purple after using a big fire to burn a huge city. Li Ru's wisdom limit is temporarily +1. Until he leaves the current lord. Drawing without reason, purple enemy strategy success rate -15%. Calculating without missing strategies, gold strategy success rate must be higher than 50%. Peerless strategy, gold when offering strategies to the lord. The lord will gain a sober effect, and will not be easily affected by other people's strategies. The effect depends on the lord's personality. Strategy success rate +20%. Skills burning plan S level. Incitement S level. Poisoning S level. Mental method poisoning mental method. Equipment poison bottle, diamond level. Feather fan. Scholar's clothing. Special troops none. It turned out to be Li Ru. Dong Zhuo had many generals, but the only 2 who could be called wise men were Li Ru and Jiasu. Li Ru married Dong Zhuo's daughter, and was highly valued by Dong Zhuo. When Dong Zhuo was not yet successful, he was by his side giving him advice. It can be said that Dong Zhuo's ability to become the Grand Master and enter Luoyang in the future was half due to Li Ru. Li Ru, like Jia Su, was very ruthless in his tactics. In history, he poisoned Liu Bian, the young emperor of the Han dynasty. And in the novel, he also saw through Wang Yun's chain of tricks. But it was a pity that Dong Zhuo did not adopt them. It can be said that Li Ru was not an ordinary person, and those who were targeted by him had no good end. As if noticing Li Ji's gaze, Li Ru smiled at him slightly, with vast stardust in his eyes. What you fear is what you get. Li Ji was noticed by Li Ru after just using a skill. Generals are good at true qi, while civil officials are good at spirit. Some people with extraordinary wisdom can perceive subtle changes in the surroundings. Fortunately, Li Ru did not intend to tell Dong Zhuo about this matter. Just as Li Ru thought, Zhang Wen, who had little experience in commanding troops, asked for advice from everyone, and Dong Zhuo was the first to stand up. I am willing to lead my troops to repel the rebels. I only need General Zhang to send troops to cooperate with me. Dong Zhuo's tone was domineering, and he did not give Zhang Wen any face at all. Although the latter was angry, he did not dare to show it. Everyone knew that Dong Zhuo's Xiliang Iron Cavalry and his personal soldiers' Feixiang army were the elite of the time, and an important main force to defeat the rebels. Before Zhang Wen answered, Sun Jian suddenly stood up and pointed at Dong Zhuo and cursed, Dong Zhuo, I saw that your attitude was so arrogant a few days ago, and your way of doing things was disrespectful. Today, you even showed your ambition and despised the general of the chariot. I think you are a wolf with ambitions. What are you? Dong Zhuo's pupils shrank slightly, and the murderous aura on his body burst out, shaking the surroundings to blow strange winds, and the momentum of the battlefield warrior was revealed without reservation. Humph. Sun Jian is known as the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, and he is extremely brave. He glared at the opponent with his tiger eyes, and there seemed to be sparks of fighting in his eyes. Dong Zhuo was overwhelmed by Sun Jian's momentum, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. At this moment, a big man from Xiliang stood up behind him, with a strong back and strong waist, and his momentum suddenly burst out, competing with Sun Jian. Not only that, several Xiliang generals stood up at the same time, and a warning flashed in their eyes. Among them was Li Ji's old acquaintance Niu Fu, Hua Xiong, Li Ju, Guasi, Zhang Ji. Li Ji grabbed the wine glass and tasted the wine. His eyes swept back and forth over these people, and checked their data panels. Hua Xiong, before Li Bu recognized Dong Zhuo as his adoptive father, was the most powerful general in Xiliang. But unfortunately, he was killed by Sun Jian in history, and he was killed by Guan Yu in the novel. Li Ju and Guasi were famous generals under Dong Zhuo, who had defeated famous generals such as Zhu Jun, defeated Li Bu and captured Chang'an, and got the emperor to control the government. Zhang Ji was the father of Zhang Xiu, the hero of the north and Zhao Yun's senior brother. He was brave and good at fighting, and had good martial arts. What a group of arrogant and brave generals. Chapter 196 Flying Bear Army. Dong Zhuo had a group of arrogant and brave generals to support him. They stared at Sun Jian with squinting eyes, and the balance of momentum between the two began to tilt towards him. Sun Jian also sensed the extraordinariness of Dong Zhuo's generals, and a little surprise rose in his heart. But he quickly suppressed it. He was a fierce tiger in Jiangdong, with an extremely strong character. How could he be afraid of these Xiliang men? Li Ji played with the wine glass in his hand, and a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before the war with the Chang people, two generals on the Han side had already started an internal conflict. If this matter was spread, it might cause a mutiny and hit morale. As the main general, Zhang Wen had to use necessary means to force the conflict between the two. As expected, Zhang Wen's face was very livid, and he slapped the table with a palm, making a bang, intimidating the two. The Chang are already at the gates of the city, but you are fighting here. If you have the energy, you might as well go to the battlefield and kill a few more rebels. Humph. Seeing this, Dong Zhuo had no choice but to shake his armor. A large number of armor pieces swayed and hit each other, making a crisp collision sound, like a black bear shaking its body. Sun Jian also turned his head and moved his rough big hand on the hilt of his sword away, dispersing the murderous aura on his body. Zhang Wen was still the nominal superior of the two. Even if Dong Zhuo looked down on him, he had to give him a little face. In addition, the momentum exuded by Sun Jian was stronger than Hua Xiong. the first fierce general under his command. Only with Li Ju, Guisi, Zhang Ji and others could he suppress the tiger of Jiangdong. Dong Zhuo didn't want to fight this hot-tempered tiger yet, so he had to go down the stairs. Report: the rebels are at the gates of the city. Beigong Boye has sent a general to challenge us. A messenger rushed in, and then the sound of war drums exploded like thunder, reaching everyone's ears. Dong! 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 The war drums roared, and hundreds of thousands of Liangzhou rebels appeared in the wilds of Meiyang County, like a huge swarm of locusts washing over the land, covering the sky and the earth. Boundless, Beigong Boye brought dozens of Chong generals and the elite Huangzhong Yisong army to challenge them. What a bunch of barbarians! They don't know what is courtesy, righteousness, integrity and shame. Listening to the foul language of this outspoken Chong man, Zhang Wen's face suddenly became ugly. Who can help me kill this man? No one answered, but Sun Jian sneered and raised his eyebrows to Dong Zhuo, saying provocatively, I heard that Dong Polo has several fierce generals under his command. Why don't we show them to each other? Why not? Dong Zhuo's temper exploded at any time. He and Sun Jian had always been at odds with each other, and he would not back down in the face of the other's provocation. The gates of Meiyang County were wide open, and tens of thousands of Shiliang cavalry followed Dong Zhuo out of the city. Their sophisticated armor shone coldly in the sun, which was frightening. The Shiliang cavalry came with great momentum, and the military force they formed was no worse than the hundreds of thousands of rebels on the opposite side. Huh? The battle flag fluttered in the wind, and the wings grew from the ribs of the evil bear on the flag, vivid and lifelike. The Feixiong army led by Li Ju was heavily armored, and the war horses snorted and blew out hot air. The terrifying momentum was like a volcano about to erupt, oppressive and terrible. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry brought by Dong Zhuo and his private elite troops, the Flying Bear Army, were so powerful that they seemed to be overwhelming. Flying Bear Army? Standing on the city wall, Li Ji noticed the heavy cavalry behind Li Ju and was somewhat frightened by the majestic momentum of this cavalry. The Feixiong army is composed of the elite of the Shiliang army, all of whom are skilled in archery and horsemanship. They are well-known elite troops under Dong Zhuo. I thought the Chong people were just a group of simple-minded people who didn't know any military formations and tactics. I didn't expect that Beigong Boye had formed a cavalry with quite good combat effectiveness. Dong Zhuo got closer to Beigong Boye. He had fought on the battlefield for many years, and felt that the elite troops behind Beigong Boye were not much worse than the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. According to the military advisor, Beigong Boye mainly formed a group called Huangzhong Yisong Army with Chong people, which is very fierce. Li Ju was brave and resourceful, and was favored by Li Ru. Many secrets were discussed with him. It seems that I haven't been back to Liangzhou for a long time, and these Chong people are a bit reckless. Dong Zhuo regarded Liangzhou as his foundation, and he didn't have a good face for this group of rebellious Chong people. When Beigong Boye saw the Han army leaving the city, a Chong general beside him rushed out on a Liangzhou horse at his eye signal. Han army, come and die! The Chong people spoke a half-baked Chinese. Dong Zhuo and the other generals were stunned. They didn't understand what the other party was saying at first. However, seeing the other party's arrogance, even a fool knew that the other party was here to provoke. Niu Fu, you go and try it out. Father-in-law, leave it to me. Niu Fu stroked the back of the knife and rushed out with a big laugh. The two riders rushed out of the formation. The two swords were as fast as lightning. They collided in an instant, emitting a harsh air wave. Niu Fu and the Chong people were both power-type generals. They relied on strength to suppress their opponents and win. Boom! The sword swung. Niu Fu let out a long whistle, and his arm suddenly burst out with amazing strength. The blade cut through the void, and the heavy sound waves rolled up smoke and dust like a substance, transmitting to all directions. The Chong general's face changed immediately, and the sword in his hand stood horizontally in front of him. The true chi stimulated the armor and turned it into invisible armor. The next moment, Niu Fu's broadsword came crashing down, like a heavy hammer hitting the back of the sword from top to bottom, and the majestic force suddenly erupted. Bang! Fierce sparks flew everywhere, and the Chong man felt his arm numb. A crisp sound came from the broadsword, followed by bursts of shattering sounds. The blade fragments collapsed and scratched the rough skin of the Chong general, leaving insignificant blood marks. Niu Fu's broadsword slashed again, and a rainbow-like sword energy ran rampant in the void. The Chong general was powerless to stop it, and the man and the sword were cut in half. Woohoo! Niu Fu excitedly raised his broadsword. The cavalry under the city saw the bravery of the general, and roared to support Niu Fu. Li Ji had long known the result of this battle. Niu Fu's bravery was more than 70 points, while the generals sent by Baigong Boye were only 60 points, and were no match for Niu Fu at all. Damned Han general! I'm here to kill you! Another Chong general rushed out of the rebels, holding a big axe, with bronze muscles as hard as granite, a strong back and a body that was even bigger than Niu Fu. Come! Having just killed a Chong general, Niu Fu was full of confidence, and he slashed with a big knife and attacked the Chong general. With a swing of the big axe, the knife energy was instantly blasted into pieces, turning into light and shadows that dissipated in the void. The Chong man galloped over on horseback without slowing down. Li Ji checked the generals of Niu Fu's opponents, and asked someone to bring a longbow while he was surprised. The big axe swept across, and the heavy weapon was as light as a chopstick in the hands of the Chong man, and he killed Niu Fu in the blink of an eye. Niu Fu was immediately shocked. Chapter 197 Han sways 8 generals. A master? Niu Fu sensed that the opponent's momentum was far superior to his own, only slightly inferior to Li Ju and other fierce generals in the army. He knew his martial arts very well, and it was no problem to deal with some minions. But to deal with a fierce general like Li Ju, it would be better to come to see him with his head in advance. In a panic, Niu Fu, who was already scared, could only raise his sword to block and leave it to fate. Ah! The expected fierce attack did not happen, but a painful wail sounded in front of Niu Fu. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the Chong man was holding his right shoulder, blood flowing from the gap between his fingers, and a standard arrow of the Han army had pierced his shoulder, and the arrowhead came out from the back of his shoulder. A sneak attack. The Chong man sitting on the warhorse was staggering and lost some of his combat effectiveness. Niu Fu turned his head and found that Li Ji had retracted his longbow, and a burst of gratitude rose in his heart. "On mean, why did you save Dong Zhuo's son-in-law?" Sun Jian asked in confusion. In his opinion, Li Ji was a loyal minister of the Han dynasty. He knew that Dong Zhuo was an ambitious man. Logically, he would suppress Dong Zhuo's arrogance with him. When two armies fight, the most taboo is to be killed in front of the battle. I saved Niu Fu just to avoid hurting the morale of our army. Li Ji had a deal with Niu Fu and had a certain friendship with him. Moreover, Dong Zhuo would enter Luoyang in the future and have great power. It would be convenient to establish a certain relationship with Dong Zhuo to get an official position from Dong Zhuo later. Damn it! The Chong man's right shoulder was pierced, and his right hand lost strength. So he had to swing the axe with his left hand to hit Niu Fu. Without one hand, I can't beat you. Thinking of this, Niu Fu slashed forward with his sword, and the strong force swept the axe away, and then chopped it down from top to bottom, rushing to the Chong man's chest. The Chong people would not sit still and wait for death. They drove their war horses, slightly moved aside the broadswords, and chopped with their axes. The heavy axe blades smashed the void, making a rustling sound. Boom! Niu Fu was unable to dodge, and was chopped back several steps with his horse. Even if the Chong people were injured and their strength was greatly reduced, Niu Fu was not their opponent. The axe burst out with rainbow light, and the injured Chong people seemed to be stimulated by the pain. They became more and more courageous, and attacked Niu Fu with a more rapid posture. The knife energy flew and the rainbow lights slashed out. Niu Fu fought with the Chong generals for dozens of rounds. His strength gradually couldn't keep up, and he showed a faint decline. Niu Fu is about to lose. Shiran, you save him. No matter how poor Niu Fu's ability is, he is still Dong Zhuo's son-in-law, and he doesn't want his daughter to be a widow so early. Yes. Li Ju saw the right moment, and decisively urged his warhorse. He came like an arrow from a bow. His true energy stirred his armor. A black bear with wings appeared behind him. The ancient long roar spread to the world. The knife light turned into a streak. Li Ju showed a fierce look on his face. He thrust out his big knife. In a trance, a vicious bear stretched out its claws and smashed the Chong man's weapon in one fell swoop. The Chong man groaned. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his left hand holding the big axe was numb and trembling. It was obvious that he was seriously injured in the previous blow. Die! Li Ju did not hold back. He turned his big knife up and down, and countless energy shot out. In the blink of an eye, he wrapped up the Chong man's majestic body, accompanied by bursts of puffing sounds. A large amount of meat paste with warm blood flew around, and the air blades spread out. It was seen that there was no intact part of the Chong man's body. Countless knife marks cut his skin, deep into the bone. The warhorse let out a mournful cry and spread its hooves to carry its lifeless master back to the battle array. Many people gasped when they saw this horrible death. She ran. He is my right-hand man. Dong Zhuo nodded in relief. Hua Xiong, the most powerful general in Xiliang, said dissatisfiedly, Li Ju is just SOSO. If the Lord sends me out, I will definitely kill the enemy general with one sword. The generals under his command were jealous. And Dong Zhuo couldn't help laughing. You are also my right-hand man. Hua Xiong then showed a proud expression. Among Dong Zhuo's generals, only Lu Bu and Hua Xiong are the most famous. The former is famous for his martial arts, and the latter is famous for being killed by Guan Yu. In addition to the two, Li Ju and Guisi are extraordinary and wise, and are Dong Zhuo's right-hand men. Li Ji analyzed Dong Zhuo's power. Sun Jian beside him also became solemn. He did not expect Dong Zhuo's generals to be so brave. Fortunately, the 4 generals of Dongwu in his hands were not much worse than Li Ju. Niu Fu fled back to the battle, leaving only Li Ju with his sword drawn and his horse on his back. Who dares to fight? Li Ju looked down on everyone and took over Niu Fu's position to continue fighting. Bei Yongboi and Li Wenho looked at each other, staring at each other. Li Ju's bravery exceeded their imagination. Han Sui, order your 8 generals to go out. Before being coerced, Han Sui, the Liangzhou official, had a high status and was respected by many people. After the Liangzhou governor died in battle, many Xiliang generals followed him to join the rebels. Liang Xing, Ho Xian, Cheng Yin, Li Qian, Zhang Heng, Cheng Yi, Ma Wan, Yang Qiu. You all go to fight together. Han Sui was afraid of Bei Yongboi's cruelty, so he had to select 8 generals in a row and ask them to besiege Li Ju without martial ethics. The 8 generals nodded at the same time, grabbed their weapons and rushed out, heading straight for Li Ju. Li Ji scanned the panels of the 8 generals, and after learning their identities, his eyes twitched. Historically, these 8 people were warlords who ruled a region in Liangzhou, and they once joined forces with Ma Chao and Han Sui to fight against Cao Cao. In the revised version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms by Mao Luan and his son, these 8 people became the 8 generals of the great warlord Han Sui, commanding the 3 armies. And here, these 8 people were also changed to the 8 generals of Han Sui, participating in the Chang Rebellion in advance. Huang Eng. Li Ju was also a man, with a dazzling air blade slashed out by his broadsword, and his movements became shadowless and as fast as lightning, blocking the joint attack of the 8 generals in one breath. However, he was not a peerless general like Lu Bu. The bravery value of this group of people fluctuated between 70 and 85. Not much worse than him. Even Lu Bu was besieged by Lu, Guan, and Zhang and fled. When facing the 6 generals of Chao Ying, he only parried 2 moves and fled, swinging the big knife. Countless energy burst out, instantly covering the 8 generals. And the 8 generals were not ordinary people, and they killed in a breath. And Li Ju had already taken advantage of this gap to escape to the formation. The 8 generals felt that they were fooled. Their faces turned red with anger, and they clamped their legs together, galloping on their horses to chase and kill. Besieging others is not a man. After receiving Dong Zhuo's order, Hua Xiong rushed out first, trying to show his power. The big knife rolled up strange winds, and the devil flames were surging. Only at this moment, the temperature of the entire battlefield suddenly rose. Han Sui's 8 generals were shocked. They didn't expect that the Xiliang man's explosion was so amazing. Guisi from Zhangya, Liangho, is here. Surrender quickly. At present, Guisi, who had turned against Li Ju, had not yet come out with a knife, fearlessly killing the rebel generals. Zhang Ji is here. Zhang Ji is a master of guns. He rushed out with a few gun flowers, followed by a young general. It seemed that there was a hint of chaos on this battlefield. Chapter 198 Continuous Battle. The devil flames are surging. Hua Xiong shouted loudly. Sitting on the warhorse, his majestic body was like an iron tower, exuding an extremely fierce aura, and the heavy sword slashed horizontally. Countless black devil flames rolled up from the ground, turning into a storm and sweeping the 8 generals. Han Sui's 8 generals attacked together. Various weapons were slashed or stabbed, and the divine light flew. The devil flame storm shook twice and then exploded, splashing in all directions. The horse's hooves flew, and the warhorse carried Hua Xiong's body. Like a black lightning, the sword swung, and the rolling devil flames bombarded everyone with terrifying power. Hua Xiong wanted to fight Han Sui's 8 generals alone. Don't underestimate us. Liang Xing, the leader of the 8 generals, was furious, and the long spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out, like a poisonous snake with a bloody mouth. The spear tip was as sharp as poisonous teeth, and the black spear shaft turned into a snake body, stabbing Hua Xiong's devil flame sword. The sharp spear blade brought up an endless strange wind, smashing Hua Xiong's blade in one fell swoop, and the speed was so fast that it killed Hua Xiong in an instant. However, Hua Xiong did not panic at all, but instead showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The ape arm stretched out, and the big knife swept over. The terrible power directly swept away the attacking spear, and then chopped again, and the hot devil flame knife energy flew out of thin air and killed Liang Xing. Liang Xing looked at the deadly knife energy in horror, and the spear trembled continuously. Countless cold rays appeared in the void. It took a lot of effort to break Hua Xiong's attack. This man is extremely fierce. Let's attack together. The arm holding the spear trembled, and the fingers turned white because of excessive force. Liang Xing was sweating profusely, and was very afraid of the strength shown by Hua Xiong. The 8 generals looked solemn, and the 8 weapons cut out air blades at the same time, spinning in the air, crossing from various angles, blocking Hua Xiong's retreat. Break! Hua Xiong shouted, and the armor on his body erupted with terrifying magic power. The big knife swept across like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, opening and closing. The knife light was like a rainbow, rolling up endless gravel, and the end of the world came in a trance. A loud bang rose from the ground. Hua Xiong's eyes burst into divine light, and the action of swinging the knife became invisible. The knife energy was like a waterfall, and 8 air blades were blasted into pieces at the same time, and the energy flew out in all directions. The furious Hua Xiong rode his horse, and killed with overwhelming momentum. Han Sui's 8 generals were not to be outdone, and 8 weapons slashed at Hua Xiong at the same time. The 9 people fought together in the blink of an eye, raising a terrifying wave of air, which overlapped, like waves in the sea attacking in all directions. The senior generals of both sides, who watched the battle, were amazed when they saw the 9 people who caused such a powerful force. I have Hua Xiong, so I can rest assured. Dong Zhuo nodded with relief. But the next moment, his face suddenly changed and looked ugly. I saw the blades flying across the battlefield. Han Sui's 8 generals joined forces and burst out with amazing power, blasting Hua Xiong back. Impossible. Hua Xiong's veins popped up. His hair and beard stood up, like an angry lion. Hua Xiong, retreat from this battle. Guisi from Zhangye rode over, swung his sword, and chopped off several rainbow lights. The disdain in his eyes made Hua Xiong very unhappy. I was just careless for a moment, Hua Xiong argued, refusing to admit the fact that he was repelled. When he was about to rush towards Liang Xing and others, 2 war horses passed by him. He looked carefully, and saw that it was Zhang Ji and his nephew who had returned from studying Northern Spear Technique. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Zhang Ji and his nephew Zhang Xiu attacked at the same time. Snowflakes flew, the cold wind biting, and the phoenix cried inside, hiding murderous intent. Liang Xing, Cheng Yi and others only felt that their blood stagnated slightly, and their movement slowed down by half a beat. The phantom phoenix spread its wings and flew, raising a strong wind, and the spear tip was like a blade, drawing a brilliant light in the void, and instantly killed Li Kan, the weakest. Li Kan was shocked, and blocked with the big knife in his hand, trying to block Zhang Xiu's powerful killing move. Bang! The armor pieces shattered. The big knife broke, and the immense force hit Li Kan, and the whole person flew off the horse like a kite that had lost its line and fell to the ground. Li Kan! The other 7 people had red eyes and rushed to support. Your opponent is me, Guiduo. Guisi was violent, and Zhang Ji and Hua Xiong attacked the 7 people fiercely, making it impossible for them to return to defense. Zhang Xiu galloped over, shaking out several spear flowers from his spear. The spear tip turned into rainbow light, and turned into a phoenix spreading wings in the air. Dazzling. Only a miserable scream of pain resounded through the sky, and Li Kan vomited a lot of blood mist, with countless blood holes all over his body, and blood dripping, pulling out the short knife at his waist. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and Zhang Xiu, sitting on horseback, stretched out his hand to cut and block, and Li Kan's head appeared in his hand. With the flying of horse hooves, the fledgling Zhang Xiu carried the spoils and showed off his power in front of hundreds of thousands of rebels. Excited, Ha ha ha. Zhang Ji has a good nephew. Dong Zhuo laughed and stroked his beard with satisfaction. Zhang Shou had learned a lot. And just after the Penglai spear god Dong Yuan came down the mountain, he followed Zhang Ji to fight the rebels. And now he killed the enemy general for the first time without reaching the peak. The Xiliang army is led by Lu Bu. The outdated first fierce general Hua Xiong and the northern hero Zhang Xiu are the second echelon. And the remaining Li Ju, Wu Si and others are the third echelon. Zhang Xiu is Zhao Yun's senior brother. And he has mastered the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear to perfection. It is no problem for him to kill Li Can, the last of the 8 generals. Mighty! 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 Tens of thousands of Xiliang cavalry shouted in unison. And the sound waves were like a landslide and tsunami. Which was exciting. Zhang Wen, who was watching the battle on the city wall, looked at the young general Zhang Xiu and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Dong Zhuo's reputation in this Han army is flourishing. Now his generals are still beheading enemy generals in front of the battle. Just like pouring kerosene on the burning flames, which has raised Dong Zhuo's reputation to a higher level again. There is a faint intention to suppress him as the main general. Seeing this, a young general holding a spear wanted to ride his horse to fight, but was stopped by his immediate superior Han Sui. Han Sui shook his head slightly and told the young general to be patient. Bayon Boyu, the leader of the Chang rebels, had a face as black as coal, and many Chang soldiers behind him lowered their heads, looking very depressed. The failure of the battles was a great blow to the morale of the hundreds of thousands of troops. Li Can died in the battle, and the other 7 of the 8 generals had no intention of fighting again. They joined forces to force Hua Xiong and others to retreat, and fled back to the formation in disgrace. Bayon Boyu looked at the 7 people with regret, and the numbers burst out of his teeth. And he gritted his teeth and said, "Get out of here." Liang Xing and others retreated in a submissive manner. Li Wenho, who was at the same level as Bayon Boyu, said, "Bayon Boyu, the morale of the army has dropped sharply now. There is no way to break through Meiyan County, which is garrisoned by hundreds of thousands of troops. Let's withdraw." Bayon Boyu clenched his fists, and when he was about to answer, there was a commotion in the distance, and countless smoke and dust were raised, covering the sky and the sun. A soldier covered in blood rushed to Bayon Boyu and others, shouting, "It's bad, General." The Han army stationed outside the city suddenly launched an attack, broke through Bian Zhang's defense line, and is heading this way. At the same time, black crows circled overhead, making hoarse and unpleasant sounds. Wow wow. Chapter 199, The Great Melee. Swish. Bayon Boyu raised his whip high, and a sound of breaking air spread in all directions. The messenger's head cracked, and the next moment, the whole head exploded like a watermelon bursting, and countless red and white objects flew out, splashing the surrounding Chang generals with frowns. No one likes this thing. A bunch of trash. I saw a large army coming to kill me, and I came to report it this time. What's the use of you? Bayon Boyu said angrily. His rough face twisted beyond recognition. He and Li Wenho could never have imagined that during the battle, the Han army actually broke through the defense line they set and killed from the flank. The black crow hovered in the air, and his eyes kept looking at the Chang rebels below. In fact, Wang Ming had already judged the situation on the battlefield through the information brought back by the black crow, so as to quickly break through the defense line of Bianzhang and attack the flank of the rebels. Boom! The Yer army dressed in black, and the Tianxiong army with 3-barreled muskets on their waists, together with the Jiangnan soldiers brought by Sun Jian. A total of 15,000 cavalrymen galloped on the land at the same time, like an unstoppable steel torrent, rushing over with overwhelming momentum. Countless cavalrymen came out of the billowing smoke and dust in the distance, which made Dong Zhuo overjoyed. He has been active on the battlefield for a long time, and his sense of smell is still sensitive. He instantly seized this fleeting opportunity. Xiliang Iron Cavalry. Charge! Crash! The armor shook. Tens of thousands of Xiliang Iron Cavalry pulled the reins, and the war horses neighed at the same time, like a tsunami, with a momentum like a rainbow, which made people's scalps numb. Rumble! As if the sky and the earth collapsed, Dong Zhuo drew his sword. His body without fat was extremely majestic, and he seemed to have the momentum of thousands of troops, and rushed towards the rebels with the cavalry. Leave the city! Zhang Wen shouted when he saw the opportunity to defeat the rebels. The gates of Meiyan County opened with a bang. A large number of soldiers in the city poured out like a tide, turning into layers of waves washing the earth. Bayon Boyu panicked and tried to control the hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands to resist the Han army. Unfortunately, he was just a leader of Changhu before, without much combat experience. He was not a peerless commander like Han Xian and Bai Qi, and he could not stop the army's defeat. Form a formation. Raise your shield. Shoot! Shoot! The rebels were stunned by the sudden attack of the Han army. The centurion in the army was the first to react, roaring and trying to stop the attack of Wang Ming's army. The chaotic rebel archers finally came to their senses, drew their bows and shot arrows. Li Tsunxiao, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, Lu Xiangxing and others were the first to bear the brunt of the rain of arrows. There was no change in their eyes, as if they had expected this to happen. The cavalrymen behind him clung to their horses and tried to curl up their bodies. The rain of arrows arrived as expected, and the sharp arrows fell on the armor on their bodies, making a clanging sound. The fierce General Long Ke showed his amazing strength, and his true energy wrapped himself into an invisible armor, shaking off all the incoming arrows. After a round of arrow rain, the Long Ke army did not lose many people at all, and they killed directly in front of the rebels. Draw your guns, Lu Xiangxing roared. The 3,000 Tianqiong soldiers moved in unison, and at the same time drew out the 3-barreled fire guns on their waists. And a spark lit the matchlock. Shoot! The gunpowder ignited and exploded with powerful force. The hot iron bullets were pushed out of the gun barrel angrily, making a deafening sound. Bang! The rebels who were close at hand only felt a sound in their ears, followed by silence, with painful expressions on their faces and a hint of shock. Why can't I hear the sound? The next moment, several black bullets suddenly enlarged in their sight, and the scorching temperature scalded their rough skin and suddenly hit their skulls. A burst of pain came, and the skull shattered directly. The whole head exploded like a bomb in an instant, and countless red and white objects splashed out, which was disgusting. A round of volleys from the Tianqiong army achieved significant results. The rebels who were hit had no time to react and died tragically on the spot. Li Tsunxiao, whose whole body was wrapped in golden true energy, was like a golden infusion, like a war god emitting golden flashes. Yu Wang's spear and Bai Yan's hammer smashed the void and made a roar. The whole person brought the momentum of thousands of troops and horses, and led the Dragon Sparrow army to pierce into the heart of the rebels like a sharp knife. Huang Zhong held a bow and arrow, shooting a large number of red fire arrows, like a phoenix in the void, spitting out a large amount of divine fire, burning a large number of soldiers. Shi Jingxi's white robe rustled, and the Baiwa Lanin spear was like a clever python, circling in front of him. The Yair army behind him was like a black-clothed Shura, constantly harvesting the lives of the rebels. Lu Xiangxing rolled up a raging flame and killed many soldiers with one knife. After the Tianqiong army fired 2 more rounds of volleys, there was no gunpowder in the 3-eyed fire gun, so they swung the heavy fire gun and smashed it at the rebels. And many people were smashed and bleeding. The fierce generals of the Dragon Sparrow army were like one black hole after another that swallowed everything. The weapons in their hands kept strangling the lives of the soldiers, and a lot of blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the whole place was in a mess. The iron cavalry was rampant, and wherever they went, there were corpses everywhere. Whose army is this? They have so many famous generals. Go find Jiang Cheng. He has famous generals, and may be able to resist them. Jiang Cheng has been pulled to his side by Bai Gongboyu a long time ago. When we find him, we don't know how many times we have died. The Liangzhou players, who participated in the rebellion were so frightened by the killing that they could not think of resisting. The arrow pierced the void, dragging endless fireworks, and drew an elegant arc in the air like a bright meteor. A Chang general was unable to dodge, and was directly pierced through the throat. Next, the divine fire rose sharply, burning his body to nothing. Huang Gai and others who were half a step behind the Dragon Sparrow army were shocked when they saw the bravery of their allies, especially the Shatua man holding a strange weapon. The amazing momentum he exuded made them unable to think of resisting. My lord has arranged a marriage with Li Ji, and my lord recently gave birth to a daughter. We may be able to form an alliance with Li Ji through this method. The Dragon Sparrow army and Sun Jian's troops attacked the rebels' flanks together, forcing the rebels to retreat again and again. Their already low morale made things worse, and reached the brink of collapse. Han Sui, you will be in charge of the flanks. Bai Gongboyu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was facing Dong Zhuo's Shiliang Iron Cavalry and Fei Xiong army. If it weren't for the Huangzhong Yisong army, his troops would have been penetrated long ago. At this moment, he was under great pressure, and could not deal with the Lisun coalition forces coming from the flank. And another Chong general, Li Wenho, had already led his troops to resist Jiang Wen's Han army, and was unable to get away to stop the Lisun coalition forces. Yes, Han Sui looked like he was in a difficult situation. So he had to leave with the remaining 7 generals, and the young general holding a spear. Chapter 200 Impact. War horses neighed. Flags fluttered. Dragon birds flapped their wings in the depths of the clouds. And flying bears grew wings on their ribs, roaring for 9 days, intimidating the rebels. The military forces formed by the Dragon Bird Army and the Western Lion Army were the most powerful, showing great power and suppressing the fighting power of the rebels. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of rebels and hundreds of thousands of Han troops were fighting in close combat, and nearly 1 million people roared, as if the world was shaken by the loud noise. The battle line stretched for dozens of miles, and the degree of cruelty was comparable to the previous Guangzhou battle. Under the leadership of the fierce generals under Li Ji and Sun Jian, 15,000 elite cavalrymen, like tigers descending from the mountains and dragons emerging from the sea, burst out with amazing momentum and quickly penetrated the rebel phalanxes one after another. When Han Sui came to command support, the flag of the Lisun coalition army had already appeared in their sight. The speed of the Han army's advancement was far beyond Han Sui's imagination. He had no choice after stepping on the pirate ship. Han Sui drew his sword in anger and shouted, "Now we have no choice but to fight to the death. Kill them!" Han Sui in history ruled a region and became one of the 2 major warlords in Liangzhou. He fought on the battlefield for decades. His ability was not top-notch, but he was much stronger than Bai Gongboya. If he wins, he will be promoted and rule a region. If he loses, he will die miserably on the spot and be buried here. Han Sui had no choice. The rebels here seemed to have found their backbone. Under the leadership of Han Sui, they began to gather together and tried to gain a foothold and form a defense. The sound of horse hooves sounded like thunder, and the coalition cavalry once again broke through the square formation, and the bodies of a large number of soldiers were trampled beyond recognition. Lu Xiangqing held a long sword and galloped on his horse. Every time he swung the sword, he would take away the lives of many soldiers. His armor was covered with blood and mincemeat. The true energy in his body exploded into flames and ignited the air, making crackling sounds. His blood and energy rose to the peak, as if he was a fiery god holding a long knife to harvest lives. His eyes were as fierce as red flames, and his murderous aura suddenly rose. Just when he charged, he felt that the rebels had a tendency to gather, which meant that the enemy general had appeared. Instinctively, Lu Xiangqing looked up and saw that Han Sui was there. As an excellent commander, he must not only have the ability to command the army, as if pointing his arm, but also capture changes from clues on the battlefield. Those with a keen sense of smell on the battlefield can sense the flaws and loopholes of the enemy army in the first time, and use them to defeat the enemy army. Follow me to break the formation. Lu Xiangqing showed superb horsemanship, pulled the reins, and the 5 bright horses under him let out an excited neigh, raised their 4 hooves, and the speed suddenly increased. It was like a tiger descending from the mountain, rushing to the left front quickly. The long sword in his hand turned into sharp claws. Countless red flames slashed out, crisscrossing the battlefield. What iron armor and square shield! Everything that stood in front of Lu Xiangqing was cut in half, and a wisp of coke smell rose. The blood of the Tianqiong army following closely behind was boiling, and they roared excitedly. The heavy 3-eyed fire guns in their hands were like a heavy hammer, and many rebels were smashed to pieces, and their bones were broken. That is, Han Sui looked carefully, and saw a fierce general with flames all over his body, and his eyes shooting out brilliance. The iron cavalry behind him was like a heavy tank, madly crushing the Chong people into meat paste, raising a wave of blood. Stop them! Han Sui was immediately shocked, and the 7 generals guarding him rushed out, and the young general holding a spear beside him was also sent out. A total of 8 people rushed towards Lu Xiangqing. In the chaos of the army, swords and spears are blind. As the time of advancement increased, even though the 10,000 cavalrymen of the Dragon Sparrow army were all mid-level cavalry, the casualties gradually increased. The soldiers of the Tianqiong army who followed Lu Xiangqing in the charge were constantly pulled off their horses and chopped into meat paste. The long spear attacked from the flank, like a poisonous snake waiting for the opportunity, suddenly ejected its body, and bit Lu Xiangqing's neck with its bloody mouth. Holding the reins, the Wuming Ji neighed, raised its front hooves high, and avoided the rebels' attack of cutting the horse's legs. At the same time, Lu Xiangxing flashed his long sword and swept away the deadly long spear. Then the blade turned, and the whole person turned into a sharp knife and stabbed straight into the square where Liang Xing was. True qi erupted like a volcano. Qi and blood boiled, and flame shot up to the sky. Lu Xiangxing was unstoppable, and he instantly broke through the defenses and rushed to Liang Xing. Liang Xing retracted his spear, turned it into an arc, and tangled with Lu Xiangxing. The two rolled up countless gravel. Heavy air waves roared, and countless energy flew in all directions. Ordinary soldiers could not get close at all. If they were not careful, the energy would pierce their bodies. Han General, you've been fooled. Li Kan was beheaded, and the name of Han Sui's 8 generals was worthy of their name. Yang Qiu, Ma Wan and others had already held back their anger and vowed to kill their dead brothers in the future. 6 brave cavalrymen came from the square formation and joined Liang Xing to besiege Lu Xiangxing. Lu Xiangxing's face was normal, as if he had expected this to happen. The long sword slashed horizontally and blocked vertically. Lu Yanwang showed superb swordsmanship, blocking the offensive of Liang Xing and others in one fell swoop, and then pulled his horse out of the encirclement and left. Lu Xiangxing knew how weak his martial arts were, and that he could not defeat the combined forces of Liang Xing and others. So he simply fled directly. Moreover, his Dragon Sparrow army was not the only one with him. There were several who were stronger than him. Don't hurt our general. He only heard the voice, but did not see the person. An arrow dragged a hot flame, and the arrowhead turned into a divine light, cutting through the sky, making a sharp explosion. All the soldiers around him showed painful expressions. Liang Xing, who was targeted by Huang Zhong, was horrified. He drew his gun to block in a panic, and the arrow suddenly hit the tip of the gun. In an instant, the gun shaft bent to an extremely exaggerated arc, and then with a click, the elastic long gun broke into 2 halves and broke. The arrow was still powerful, and went straight to Liang Xing's throat. At the critical moment, Ma Wan and others nearby attacked at the same time, and various rainbow swords were shot out. The standard arrow finally couldn't bear it, and exploded in the air. The next moment, the divine fire hidden in the arrows suddenly erupted, and the rolling waves of fire accompanied by the cry of a phoenix devoured everything around. The sound of horse hooves rumbled, and a strong man in his 30s or 40s raised a precious sword and rushed towards Liang Xing and others. Wow wow! The black crows circled, and Shi Jingxi received the feedback information, confirmed it, and shouted loudly, Suanxiu, the enemy's commander is in front of the right. Got it! Li Suanxiu grinned, and the king Yu's spear tore through the wind and clouds, rolled up thousands of air waves, and rushed out alone on the black unicorn. The whole person was like an army, as powerful as thunder. The soldiers in front of him fell in rows, and the 800 kilograms of weapons smashed them into meat paste and merged into the earth. In the blink of an eye, the defense line in front of Han Sui was instantly broken several times, and the majestic Li Suanxiu appeared in sight, and the face that looked like a shatua quickly enlarged. Chapter 201 The First to Die. Don't run! Li Suanxiu's voice exploded like thunder from the sky, bursting in the air of this battlefield. The heavy sound waves seemed to be real, and many soldiers' bodies were lifted into the air, screaming in fear. The golden true energy wrapped around Yu Wang's spear and Bai Yan's claws, and the sharp aura cut through a large area of the void, almost collapsing. Before fighting, Li Suanxiu's fierce power frightened Han Sui's thighs and trembled. If it weren't for the personal soldiers beside him to support him, he would have fallen off the horse. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not worry about lack of firewood. Han Sui also ignored Bai Gongboi's order, abandoned the rebels here and rescued them, and did not even notify his generals to retreat. The chief general's escape from the battlefield dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the rebels. Seeing Han Sui hiding in the crowd, Li Suanxiu let out a long roar and suddenly threw the weapon in his hand. The Bai Yan Lao burst out with supreme divine light, turned into a golden meteor, and flew in the air. Wherever Bai Yan Lao went, countless energy tore through the air, and the speed was so fast that it looked like a beam of light in everyone's eyes, cutting through the void. The rebel soldiers on the path had no time to dodge, and their bodies were torn apart by the terrifying energy and turned into a blood mist. Boom! The Bai Yan Lao hit the ground like Mars hitting the earth, making a rumbling sound, and a large number of cracks spread from the center of the weapon to all directions, and countless mud and rocks splashed. Fortunately, Li Suanxiu had never practiced shooting, and his accuracy was too outrageous, so he didn't hit Han Sui. Han Sui broke out in a cold sweat. And at the same time, he let out a long breath to calm down. However, a burst of dense horse hooves sounded behind him, making him nervous again, and his speed of escape increased a few points. Tap, tap, tap. The black unicorn was like a black lightning, passing through the ground. Li Zuinshu stretched out his hand and pulled it. The incomparable force directly pulled out the air from Bai Yen Lao, who was immersed in the ground. His momentum did not decrease, but even stronger. As Han Sui, who used to work in Liangzhou, the Liangzhou horse under him was not an ordinary one. And the black unicorn was a famous horse of the time. And its burst speed was even faster than Han Sui's warhorse. The distance between the two people was quickly shortened. As long as Han Sui turned his head, he saw Li Zuinshu's face, which was as kind as the god of death. Li Zuinshu shouted loudly, and the Yuan spear in his hand turned into a golden stream of light, crossing the void and stabbing Han Sui's back. Han Sui only felt a strange wind behind him, and his broad back seemed to be pierced by thousands of sharp needles at the same time, and blood was dripping. Ding! At this moment, a figure rushed out from the flank, and the spear in his hand turned into a black giant python, carrying supreme power, and stabbing the Yuan spear. Li Zuinshu's eyes flashed with golden light, and then he became furious. Yuan's spear smashed out with a force of 10,000 kilograms, containing a violent aura, and turned into a golden divine light in the void. The young general was horrified, and his arms suppressed the pain. The black spear stabbed out again, causing bursts of explosions. The spear and Yuan's spear collided with each other in the heavier waves. The terrifying power burst out instantly, and the void seemed to be unable to bear it, and invisible ripples were shaken. In the smoke and dust, the tough spear broke into several pieces. The young general flew into the air and smashed into the army formation in a parabola. A lot of blood vomited out, forming a bunch of enchanting blood flowers. Yen Xing. Han Sui's eyes were about to burst. My lord, please leave quickly. I'll block it here. Yen Xing climbed up by force, vomited blood mixed with broken bones, picked up a spear and rushed towards Li Zuinshu. Fearless of death. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Roaming the world. The Iron Cavalry brought by Dong Zhuo were all fierce, facing the rebels who were several times their number. They did not show cowardice. Li Ju and Guosi led the high-level heavy cavalry Feixiong army and rushed into the formation. The heavy iron armor shone coldly, and many rebels were frightened at the sight of them. The heavy cavalry rolled over. Countless broken limbs flew out. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the horses' hooves trampled the rebel soldiers into meat paste and crushed them into pieces. Huang Zhongyi's Song army is out. The Chang leader Bai Gongboya looked at the front line, which was as fragile as paper under Dong Zhuo's attack, and was torn into pieces in an instant. The soldiers of the Huang Zhongyi Song army, wearing various animal skins, roared wildly, waving various heavy blunt weapons, and charging towards the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. This Chang cavalry was carefully trained by Bai Gongboya. They were wearing excellent armor, and their individual combat capabilities were much stronger than those of ordinary Chang people. On the battlefield, several cavalry units charged back and forth, and their weapons kept stabbing out. A large number of soldiers with superb horsemanship fell off their horses, and were trampled to death by war horses. At the signal of Bai Gongboyu, a team of Huangzhongyai Kanjun rushed towards Dong Zhuo, trying to capture the king first. Hua Xiong, who was guarding on the left and right, wanted to take action, but was stopped by Dong Zhuo. It's been a long time since I last relaxed my muscles and bones. The weapons flashed, slashing out several cold lights. The Huangzhongyai Kanjun, who had already started the charge, had no way to avoid it. Dozens of huge heads flew around, and the headless corpses continued to gallop forward driven by the war horses. The Feixiong army and the Huangzhongyi Song army had already started fighting. The Chang soldiers stabbed out their weapons, and the armor of the Feixiong army soldiers made a crisp sound, and they were unscathed. The Feixiong army soldier hiding under the mask sneered, turned the weapon around, and cut through the Chang's armor. A deep blood mark appeared on the opponent's chest and cut him off the horse. This scene happened constantly on the battlefield. As Dong Zhuo's trump card unit, the Feixiong army naturally belongs to the high-level army. Its combat effectiveness is very strong. The Huangzhongyi Song army is not their opponent. Li Ju waved his sword and rolled up the wind and clouds. Only the evil wind was heard. The Chang man screamed and his head disappeared. A rain of arrows shot out from the Chang army, like a locust passing through the border, covering the sky and the sun. The sword was swung in front of him, and countless blades were slashed out. All the arrows that attacked were broken in half and lost their threat. Suddenly, a stream of light flew, cutting through the void, dragging a golden tail gas, and it seemed as bright as a meteor. With a warning bell ringing in his heart, Li Ju dared not be careless. He blocked the front with his broadsword. The next moment, the stream of light hit the back of the sword, and the terrible force burst out like a spring column. Li Ju could hardly hold the broadsword in his hand. Guisi charged together. Li Ju knew that this crossbow arrow was not something that ordinary people could shoot. He could guess that there were generals who were good at using crossbows in the enemy formation, which posed a great threat to them. Good. The Western Liang Iron Cavalry gathered together, and the ancient horn sounded, echoing in the air, intending to trample the rebels. A Han general held a delicate crossbow and refilled the crossbow arrows. Jiang Chong beside him silently glanced at him, as if he had no dissatisfaction with the Han general's unauthorized actions. Jui, you have attracted the attention of Li Ju and his men. The unruly Jui put on a sour face and squinted his eyes and said, Humph. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry. I will make sure they never return. Vanguard warriors, follow me to meet the enemy. Hundreds of vanguard warriors took off the crossbows behind their backs at the same time and suddenly pulled the trigger. Hundreds of golden streamers turned into a meteor shower, covering the charging Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Chapter 202. Whose general is this? Swish. A rain of arrows cut through the sky, whistling with a sharp sound, covering the Shiliang Iron Cavalry formation charging in front. Hundreds of first-line soldiers shot crossbow arrows, like golden streams, especially prominent in the dense rain of arrows, and fell on the cavalry wearing armor, sharp as a thorn. The crossbow arrows were like the poisonous stings of a wasp, suddenly tearing through the cavalry's armor and piercing into the flesh. The crossbow arrows penetrated the back, and the power did not decrease, piercing through the body of a cavalry again. A large number of Shiliang Iron Cavalry screamed, and a large blood mist rose. They fell to the ground with horses, and suffered heavy losses. Zhu Yi's first-line soldiers defeated Gong Sun Zan's white horse volunteers, so it was easy to deal with the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. However, Jiang Chang's territory was insufficient in resources, and he was not yet able to recruit a large number of first-line soldiers for Zhu Yi. Otherwise Li Ju's Shiliang Cavalry would be overwhelmed. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry, which had always been rampant in the world, had never suffered such a blow. The fighting power of the first-line soldiers was beyond imagination. The second round of arrow rain came, and the golden light cut through the sky, with a terrifying momentum. Charge! Li Ju and Guisi shouted at the same time, swinging the big swords in their hands with all their strength. And countless sword chi flew out, sweeping across the world. The air waves roared, and the two of them joined forces to cut out the sword chi, turning it into a storm of air blades, bringing up strange winds, and sweeping away the fierce crossbow arrows. Suddenly, a light sound rose, and a golden light tore through a large area of the void, making a harsh explosion sound, hidden in the rain of arrows, and concealed murderous intent. Guisi was unable to defend himself, and the crossbow arrows killed him in front of him in an instant. His body was faster than his heart, and Guisi subconsciously turned his head slightly away. The crossbow arrow cut through the rough skin, and the sharp chi took away the flesh and blood, leaving a long blood mark. Huh? Guisi was still in shock. If he had not followed Dong Zhuo in his long-term campaigns, the crossbow arrow would have pierced his head and killed him on the battlefield. He was furious and roared like a wounded beast. The hooves of the Shiliang Iron Horse behind him roared and shook the earth. The strong warhorse knocked away the shield-bearing soldiers in front of him. The big shield was torn into pieces like paper. A large number of rebel soldiers were overturned on both sides, like a sharp blade cutting into the waves and slicing through the waves. Li Ju and Guisi were extremely brave and killed the Han army generals in an instant. The two big swords rolled up the wind in clouds, and faintly startled the thunder and lightning. Zhu Yi raised his crossbow with one arm, and a stream of light shot out, barely blocking Li Ju's fatal blade. Then he rolled back and drew out a long sword. With a flash of cold light, Guisi's warhorse screamed, and the front hooves flew up, and he and the horse fell to the ground, splashing a lot of smoke and dust. Shoot! The first batch of soldiers roared and pulled the trigger with all their strength. The golden light appeared in the air again, streaking across the sky, forming a group of brilliant meteors, attacking Li Ju and the Shiliang cavalry behind him. The Shiliang cavalry was blocked. Its speed was greatly reduced, and its momentum was weak. The rebel soldiers who reacted surrounded them with weapons and killed the cavalry. For a time, Li Ju's troops paid a very heavy price. Boom! The flag of the Feixiong army was raised high, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Finally, it broke through the defense line of the Huangzhong Song army and faced Beigong Boye directly. Hua Xiong acted as Dongzhu's guard, using the Feixiong army as the night guard, and rushed into the square formation, setting off waves of blood. The devil's flames are raging. Hua Xiong, the most powerful general in Xiliang, was unstoppable. He slashed out one devil's flame after another. Countless Chong soldiers were unable to dodge, and were cut in half on the spot. With blood flowing like a river, the Feixiong army marched straight in, like a heavy tank running at full speed, making a thunderous roar. The lines of defense were like paper in front of them, and were torn into pieces in an instant. Beigong Boye was horrified, seeing that he could not resist Dongzhu's army. He led the remaining cavalry to escape. Those Lianzhou lords once said that one Han could defeat 5 Hu. Today is really the case. You can't fight the Han army head-on. He regretted it now. He should have listened to the Lord's advice, and occupied Lianzhou to establish a separatist regime instead of attacking Chang'an. Don't run away. Hua Xiong saw Beigong Boye running away, and he rushed out alone without asking Dongzhu for permission. The broadsword was like a dragon, rolling up endless demonic flames. Several Chang generals who came to resist Hua Xiong were beheaded in an instant, and their headless bodies fell off their horses. Hua Xiong was chasing after him on a flying horse. Like a demon from H.L., he controlled the demonic flames and attacked the square formation alone. And in an instant, he killed his way out from the other side. However, a fierce flying fire meteor pierced through the void and arrived in front of Hua Xiong in the blink of an eye. Hua Xiong snorted hot air, slashed with his broadsword, and without any fancy skills, he suddenly hit the meteor. Boom! Sparks flew, and circles of invisible ripples arose in the void, rippling in all directions, and the fierce winds that followed swept across the wilderness. I saw a Xianbei general holding a horse lance, surrounded by red flames, and every bit of flame seemed to be able to burn a person's flesh to ashes. The warhorse under him snorted hot air, and 2 flames of several feet shot out from his nostrils, and his 4 hooves were wrapped in flowing flames, with extraordinary momentum. Beigong Boye, you can't kill him, the Xianbei general said indifferently, but in Hua Xiong's eyes, he seemed to be mocking his poor martial arts. Instantly, 3 feet of devil flames rose from his majestic body. Like a god from H.L., with a roar of anger, Hua Xiong raised his broadsword, and the temperature of the surrounding air rose by several degrees. There were faint signs of distortion in the void due to the high temperature. The broadsword swung. Countless devil flames rose out of thin air, and waves of ghosts and wolves howled, like evil spirits demanding their lives. The horse lance stood straight, and the endless flame seemed to be guided. The fire was loud, and the crackling sound exploded in the void, turning into a flying fire meteor that stabbed the broadsword from a distance. The horse lance and the broadsword collided, and the devil flames collided with the fire. Both were explosive objects of the aristocratic family. The collision here was undoubtedly as terrible as Mars hitting the Earth. The hot air wave was lifted up, and the water vapor in the air was instantly evaporated. The skin of the surrounding soldiers was burned red, and they screamed miserably. Boom! Metal and iron exploded. The two crossed each other, and the weapons in their hands turned into countless phantoms, colliding in the void. Fireworks bursting, air waves roaring, and heavy energy rushed in all directions like a raging sea. Hua Xiong flew over from the flank, sweeping his sword, trying to kill the Xianbei general. The Xianbei general's eyes were deep and silent, like a deep pool, and his expression did not change at all. He blocked it with his horse spear, and the unparalleled power in his body burst out, swinging the sword away. The two roared and fought together, and their momentum was as fierce as waves, rolling up a lot of gravel and mud. And there was great terror in a trance, looking at the fierce battle not far ahead. Dongzhu stroked his beard subconsciously and exclaimed, I thought Hua Xiong was invincible, but I didn't expect there is someone more brave than him. Whose general is this? Chapter 203, Rout. In the void, red flame shot up into the sky, transforming into a ferocious dragon. The dragon's mouth sucked, and countless demonic flames flew up into the sky and were all sucked into the body. The phantom of the red dragon transformed by the Xianbei general suddenly swelled several points, with an extremely magnificent momentum, and the dragon pupils became more agile. The horse spear pointed out, accompanied by the red dragon's earth-shaking roar. and the surrounding flames were like an extension of the weapon, which was even more threatening. Bang! With an invisible ripple vibration, the demonic flames in the void exploded, and Hua Xiong was directly stabbed in the waist by the horse spear, and his majestic body flew straight off the horse's back. The first fierce general of Shiliang was not the opponent of this Xianbei man. Dong Zhuo was also shocked, but he had long been fighting on the battlefield and had already developed an expression of being indifferent to praise or disgrace. At this time, as the commander, he must not show a timid expression. Otherwise it would accelerate the decline of the army's morale. The divine fire flashed, and the Xianbei generals rode over, holding their spears and rushing forward, like a sharp knife stabbing the heart of the Feixiong army. He was not only proficient in martial arts, but also good at commanding troops and horses. He could see the loopholes of the Feixiong army at a glance. A large number of soldiers in heavy armor were blown away, and the Xianbei generals were like a lawn mower, constantly strangling the elite soldiers. Dong Zhuo's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Now that Hua Xiong was defeated, Li Ju and Guosi, the commanders of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, attacked the enemy's army. Zhang Ji and Zhang Xiu, the uncle and nephew, didn't know where to fight. Only his son-in-law Niu Fu was beside him. But Niu Fu's strength was terrible, and he couldn't protect Dong Zhuo at all. Niu Fu gritted his teeth and said, "Father-in-law, this place is dangerous. You retreat a few miles first, and I will cover you." Niu Fu. Dong Zhuo was moved. To be honest, Niu Fu was the least capable among the sons-in-law, far inferior to Li Ru. But he was honest and simple, which made Dong Zhuo very happy. It was impossible for Dong Zhuo to say that he was not uncomfortable to let such a loyal son-in-law die. The Xianbei general was wrapped in red flames, like a flaming god, controlling the flames between heaven and earth. The warhorse under him was like a chariot, crushing and impacting, and countless soldiers were ignited by the flames while being knocked away. The red flames instantly ignited the air, and the terrifying murderous intent blocked the space where Niu Fu was. The endless murderous aura suppressed Niu Fu so that he could not move. The horse lance in his hand turned into a red fire meteor and suddenly stabbed into the opponent's chest. Murong Xiaozong, save me! At the critical moment, a cry for help came from the rebels in the distance. Jiang Chang's embarrassed figure fled on the battlefield, followed by a very young Han general. The overlord's spear rolled up a strange wind, and all the surrounding sand and gravel were drawn into it, turning into a sandstorm, hitting Jiang Chang's back. Li Ji followed Zhang Wen out of the city to fight the rebels. In the chaos, he unexpectedly killed his way here and ran into the leader of the Liangzhou players. Murong Xiaozong? After hearing this name, Li Ji's movements were a little slow. Jiang Chang stabbed the horses, but with a knife, and fled from Li Ji's attack range like crazy. The next moment, the flying fire meteors came with a hurricane, and a large number of sparks flew in the air. With great power, Chen Dao, who was guarding on the side, made a decisive move. The long spear in his hand turned into a silver-armored dragon, and the tip of the spear was as sharp as a claw, which swept away Murong Xiaozong's killing move. The long spear was as fast as lightning, causing a thunderstorm, a silver dragon lurking in it, and the dragon roared for 9 days, with a mighty rainbow. The silent Murong Xiaozong's face trembled, as if he was surprised by Chen Dao's strength. He shook his spirits, and the horse lance set off a heat wave, forcing Li Ji and Chen Dao to retreat. Then the horse turned around, and the 4 hooves with fire stepped on the ground, leaving a string of black marks. Murong Xiaozong, our army has become a declining trend. Beigong Boya has successfully retreated and left. Retreat quickly. Jiang Chang blew a long whistle, and the soldiers scattered around gathered together to guard him. On the other side, Zhu Yi, who was fighting with Li Ju and Guosi, had to abandon the few remaining first-line soldiers and return to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang only recruited hundreds of elite soldiers for him, even if his combat effectiveness was far superior to that of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. The advantage in numbers could not be made up. While shooting and killing a large number of cavalry, Zhu Yi's hundreds of first-line soldiers were almost killed and wounded, and could not form an army. Li Ji and Chen Dao had no soldiers and horses in their hands, although they were very confident in their martial arts. With Murong Xiaozong guarding them, it was highly likely that they could not kill Jiang Chang. Murong Xiaozong is a famous general listed in the Temple of Martial Arts. Jiang Chang's war potential should not be underestimated. Li Ji looked at Jiang Chang's receding back with a serious look, muttering to himself, "Beiyang Boyu." Han Sui and others fled in a panic. and the remaining rebels were like lambs to be slaughtered, constantly being eroded and captured by Zheng Wen's Han army. The cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army came out in full force, and under the leadership of the fierce generals, they attacked the flanks fiercely, defeated a large number of rebels, and seized a large number of intact Liang'o horses as trophies. At the same time, the cavalry suffered a lot of losses, and thousands of soldiers died on the battlefield. Brother Anmin, Niu Fu, owe you a life. Niu Fu, who escaped from the gates of H.L., excitedly hugged Li Ji, who frowned because of the strong smell of Niu Fu's sweat and blood. General Niu Fu and I have a long history. How could I sit back and do nothing? Hearing this, Niu Fu laughed and patted Li Ji on the shoulder. Brother Anmin, you first shot arrows to injure the Chong people to relieve my pressure, and then repelled the Xianbei people. You have been very kind to me. Tell me what you want, and I will do my best to do it. Li Ji shook his head. Favors are not something that can be repaid just by saying it can be repaid, especially since Niu Fu is Dong Zhuo's son-in-law, and the value of the favor he owes will rise in the future. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Niu Fu was found by Li Ru, who was sent by Dong Zhuo, and ordered to return to the camp. Before leaving, Li Ji saw Li Ru's meaningful eyes again. My lord, I killed the rebel generals Cheng Yin and Zhang Heng. Wang Zhong held the head of the dead man in his left and right hands, walked into the tent with a dragon-like and tiger-like step, and asked Li Ji for credit. Cheng Yin and Zhang Heng were Liangzhou warlords in history. In the novel, they were Ma Chao's 8 generals. In the end, they died together in a horse pit. I didn't expect that they would have such a fate here, and die at the hands of Huang Zhong at the same time. Han Sheng's courage is comparable to Fan Kuai of Emperor Gaozu. Li Ji praised and asked someone to record the merits. By the way, where is Sun Xiao? Looking left and right, Li Ji didn't see the militantly Sun Xiao, so he asked. Shi Jingxi on the side bowed and said, it is said that Sun Xiao could capture Han Sui, but he was blocked by a young general and missed the opportunity. Now Sun Xiao should be very depressed and hide in the military camp and refuse to see you. After hearing this, Li Ji also laughed and said, could it be that Li Sun Xiao thinks he is a 3-year-old kid and needs my lord to comfort him personally? Jingxi, bring him here, and bring the captured young general as well. Chapter 204 Young General Yanxing. I didn't catch the traitor Han Sui, so I have no face to face you. My lord, please punish me. Li Sun Xiao replied with a frown. Sun Xiao, you defeated the rebels and raised the prestige of the Han dynasty. What crime have you committed? Li Ji had to comfort his generals with great effort. Li Sun Xiao was coaxed into a happy mood and then started to spar with Huang Zhong. A young general from Xiliang with disheveled hair pushed up, with fear on his face, as if he had been psychologically traumatized by Li Sun Xiao. Who are you? Yanxing from Jincheng. The young general Yanxing lowered his head and trembled. It was obvious that the confidence of the general was completely destroyed by Li Sun Xiao's brutality. Yanxing? Li Ji thought that the general captured by Li Sun Xiao was just an unknown general, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually a figure who almost killed Ma Chao. Name Yanxing Ziyanming. Occupation Military General War. Identity Prisoner of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Level 40. Brave 85, 92. Commander 64, 70. Wisdom 49, 66. Political Strategy 30, 33. Charm 69. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Spear General, blue when using spear weapons. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 5%. Spear Skill Power plus 25%. Filial Son, blue known for filial piety. Respected. Easy to gain the favor of others. Pro-Chong, blue easy to gain the favor of Chong people. Willing to be driven by them. Rarely good name, purple when in the same camp as Ma Chao. Yanxing's Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 15%. Persuasion, purple when persuading your lord. There is a greater probability that it will be adopted. Brave and diligent, purple when fighting with others. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 20%. When commanding troops. Personal Combat plus 15%. Troop Combat Power plus 10%. Broken Spear Blade, gold during combat. The weapon in hand has a high probability of breaking, and the broken weapon gains a sharp effect, sharp. The weapon has a high probability of ignoring the enemy's armor and causing cutting damage. Personal Combat Power plus 30%. Rear Guard General, gold when commanding a small number of troops to complete the rear guard mission. The morale of the troops under his command remains high. Personal Combat Power plus 28%. Troop Combat Power plus 15%. Physical strength limit increased. Physical strength recovery speed increased. Skills Giant Python Shock S level. Strange Power S level. Python Transformation S level. Mental Method Yan's Battle Method. Equipment none. Special Arms none. Yan Xing was not famous for his health. He made a name for himself when he was young and had a certain reputation. He followed Han Sui to dominate Xiliang as a young general. At the beginning of Jianan, Han Sui and Ma Teng, the two major warlords in Liangzhou, clashed, and Yan Xing, who was responsible for the military, found the young Ma Chao. When the two tigers were fighting, Yan Xing's spear broke, so he grabbed the broken spear and stabbed Ma Chao's neck, almost killing the 5 tigers. With a maximum of 92 points of bravery, he was enough to kill the young man, Jin Ma Chao, who had not yet reached his peak. Later, Han Sui sent Yan Xing to visit Cao Cao, who was very fond of him and treated him very well. Taking advantage of this, Yan Xing asked Cao Cao to move his father into Chang'an City. This shows that Yan Xing is a very filial son. If you want a filial son to return to his heart, the best way is to move their relatives into your control. Later, Yan Xing returned to Wei, defeated Han Sui several times, and helped Cao Wei to pacify Liangzhou and made great contributions. Yan Xing. Hundreds of thousands of rebels were defeated by our army and retreated step by step. They no longer have the ability to threaten Guangzhou. At most, they can only occupy the barren Liangzhou and be threatened by the Han army at all times. Why don't you surrender to me and work for me? You will make achievements in the future and be granted the title of nobility and prime minister. Li Ji began to paint a big picture for Yan Xing. Yan Xing was tempted by Li Ji's conditions and was slightly shaken. I don't know what the general's name is. I am the governor of Kuaiji. Li Ji, the anti-rebel captain. Kuaiji governor? Isn't Kuaiji in Yangzhou? Why would the governor of Yangzhou come to Liangzhou to fight against the rebels? Yan Xing was startled and showed a stunned expression. Yan Xing, if you surrender to me, you will not only be able to get rid of your identity as a rebel, but also save your relatives from being wanted by the Han army. After the war in Liangzhou is slightly settled, I will order people to take your relatives away from Liangzhou and settle them in Yangzhou. Most of the Shanyu in Kuaiji County have been cleared, and you don't have to worry about the safety of your relatives when you are on the expedition. Li Ji's words hit Yan Xing's weakness and shook his heart. Finally, Yan Xing, with disheveled hair, sighed and said, the general is wise and brave, and he is a rare wise leader in the world. Xing is willing to be a pawn for the general and serve him. I hope the general will work hard to rescue my relatives. Outfield General, Yan Xing pledges allegiance to you. Do the players agree? Yes. I have Yan Ming, which is like adding wings to a tiger. Li Ji laughed and helped Yan Xing up. Bei Yongboi and other important figures fled to Liangzhou in the west, and it can be basically declared that the victory of the Meiyang battle was won by the Han army. After a war involving millions of people, the soldiers were exhausted and could not form enough combat power to wipe out the rebels. So Zhang Wen waved his hand and asked everyone to rest and report the results of the war here to the court. Hundreds of thousands of Liangzhou rebels were defeated. Several Chang generals were killed, and Bei Yongboi was killed and fled wildly. Such a record shocked the court. He Jin, who recommended Li Ji and others, was rewarded by Lu Hong for this, and he earned enough face in the past few days. However, they soon stopped being happy, because Zhang Yan, a bandit who roamed the Taihang Mountains, led the Black Mountain Army to come out of the mountains, threatening Henei and approaching the Sili area. So Zhu Jun, who had just returned to Luoyang, was sent to garrison Henei to resist the offensive of the Black Mountain Army. The whole court was in chaos. In a tent, Dong Zhuo drank the wine in a depressed mood, while the other Xiliang generals, including Li Ju and others, all lowered their heads, obviously being taught a lesson by their lord. Why is my father-in-law like this? Li Ru entered the tent, and the strange atmosphere made him guess the reason. So he asked, I thought Hua Xiong was invincible, but I didn't expect that there was a fierce general among the rebels who could suppress him. If Li Ji hadn't appeared in time and forced the Xianbei general to leave, I don't know if I can sit here safely now. Dong Zhuo felt that he still lacked the protection of a fierce general. Even with tens of thousands of Xiliang cavalry guards, he didn't feel safe enough in his heart. Hearing this, Li Ru smiled and comforted him. Father-in-law has the elite Xiliang iron cavalry, so there is no place in the world that he cannot go. I once saw a fierce general under Li Ji's command, holding a weapon weighing 800 kilograms, with a terrifying momentum. Perhaps we can lure him to work for us with benefits. Niu Fu was the first to get anxious and persuaded. Brother Anmin saved my life several times, and also shared the credit of the yellow turbans, allowing father-in-law to escape from prison. If we dig out his generals, I am afraid that we will be criticized and damage father-in-law's reputation. Dong Zhuo nodded after hearing this. Niu Fu's words make sense. Does Wu Yu have any other candidates? Is that so? I have another candidate. Chapter 205. Divide the troops to pursue them. Who? Father-in-law. Do you know that there is a rumor in the streets? 1 Lu, 2 Xiao, 3 Dian Wei, 4 Guan, 5 Ma, and 6 Zhang Fei. Military advisor. This so-called ranking is just nonsense from those lords. Don't take it seriously. Li Ju shook his head ridiculously, thinking that this ranking is just some after-dinner jokes, and can't be taken seriously. Hey, that's not necessarily true. Father-in-law, do you know the 4 Guans and 6 Zhang Fei? But are they Liu Bei's sworn brothers before? Li Ru nodded and said, it's these 2 people. Liu Bei's 3 brothers abandoned their official positions and went to Yuzhou. With the help of these 3 people, Gong Sun Zan defeated the Xianbei people in succession and made a great reputation. Even the Yuzhou governor Liu Yu had to respect him. When I was the commander of Guangzhou, I heard from the soldiers that Liu Bei's sworn brothers had martial arts that could not be stopped by 10,000 men, and they were the enemies of 10,000 people in the world. I didn't expect that there were people who were more powerful than them. Dong Zhuo's eyes shot out eager light. Asked, who is this Liu and where is he? I learned from the Lord that this Liu is named Lu Bu, from Jiuyuan County, Wuyuan County, and was adopted by Ding Yuan, the governor of Bingzhou, and appointed as the chief clerk. I didn't expect such a brave general to be someone else's adopted son and be inferior to others. It's a pity. The Lord said that Lu Bu is a real man of the time, who can bend and stretch. He will definitely not be Ding Yuan's adopted son in the future. This man likes beautiful women and famous horses, and his father-in-law can lure him from this aspect. Dong Zhuo's sense of security rose instantly, but it soon extinguished, revealing a trace of decadence. But I am only a general who defeats the enemy now. My status is not as good as that of Ding Yuan. I don't have any beauties or famous horses. How can I recruit Lu Bu to work for me? Father-in-law. With my Li Wenyou's advice, Lu Bu can be easily captured. Dong Zhuo now has no shortage of soldiers and generals to command the army, but he lacks a peerless general who can suppress this era. The addition of Lu Bu can make him go further and increase his chances of entering Luoyang. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes. After a day and a night of rest, Zhang Wen went back to the tent to discuss the next step of pacifying the rebels in Liangzhou. Everyone knows that with hundreds of thousands of troops defeated, Beigong Boy has lost the capital to threaten Guangzhou. Now he can only flee back to Liangzhou, hide in his own nest, and lick his wounds silently. The main army was defeated, and the rest was to pursue and fight hard, trying to take down the rebels in one go and regain the governance of Liangzhou. Zhang Wen had such a plan, and so did others. They all hoped to make great contributions in this war and be promoted to higher positions. No one objected to Zhang Wen's idea of sending troops. Now the rebels are roughly divided into 2 groups. One group is led by Beigong Boy and Li Wenhou, who led the Huangzhou Yisong army and Chang soldiers, and wanted to leave Liangzhou and return to their own tribes. The other group is led by Han Sui and Bian Zhang, who led the remnants and retreated to Jincheng County. Zhang Wen sent a large number of scouts to act as the eyes of the Han army, constantly following the rebels and bringing back a lot of useful information. His fingers wandered on the map, explaining to the generals. Han Sui and Bian Zhang fled to Jincheng County. Yuzhong County is the gateway to Jincheng County and is known for its solidity. Perhaps they will station a large number of troops to defend the city, Sun Jian said in a deep voice. Beigong Boy's troops are mainly Chang cavalry, and they are very fast. I am willing to lead my troops to chase them. Dong Zhuo regarded this as his own one-man show and ignored Zhang Wen's orders. Although Zhang Wen was very angry, he had no choice, because Dong Zhuo's troops were all Xiliang cavalry, which occupied the vast majority of the Han cavalry. The best candidate to chase Beigong Boy was undoubtedly Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo. Li Ji, you lead your cavalry to chase Beigong Boy, and you will definitely capture this person. Zhou Shen. Sun Jian, you will be the vanguard troops. Lead 50,000 troops to open the way through the mountains and build bridges across the water to attack Han Sui and others. At the critical moment, Zhang Wen remembered that Li Ji also brought 10,000 cavalry. Although the number was not as large as Dong Zhuo, It was also a force that could not be underestimated. In his opinion, Li Ji was the best candidate to control Dong Zhuo. Li Ji cupped his hands, took Zhang Wen's order, and followed Dong Zhuo away. In the eyes of others, Dong Zhuo was obviously more famous, and even this rising star had to follow him as the leader. Many people felt worried. Since ancient times, there have been cases of people who have surpassed their masters, and there have been many cases of people seizing power in the army. Zhang Wen could not suppress Dong Zhuo, this tyrant. When preparing the army and horses, Dong Zhuo's son-in-law found Li Ji and invited him to the camp for a chat. Li Ji agreed and came to Dong Zhuo's camp alone. The important figures of the Xiliang army were among them, most of whom Li Ji had met in the previous battle. Li Tony, you have saved my son-in-law from danger many times, but I have never thanked you in person. This seems to be the first time we meet. Dong Zhuo sat in the main seat and stroked his beard. At this time, Dong Zhuo's figure had not changed. From his strong arms, it can be seen that he is a veteran on the battlefield. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he was magnificent. It is hard to imagine that such a person would enter Luoyang and become a grandmaster a few years later, indulging in wine and women and becoming a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly. Although we have not met before, I have long wanted to meet a man like the general. Now that we meet, it has fulfilled one of Ji's wishes. Li Ji put on an admiring look. His attitude was very enthusiastic, as if a fanatical fan succeeded in chasing a star. His acting was very realistic. Seeing this, Dong Zhuo also laughed. Come on. Pour a bowl of strong liquor for Li Taoni. The two of them drank the wine in the bowl heroically. Li Taoni is a hero among men. If he brings his men and generals to join me, there is no need to worry about the failure of the great cause. Dong Zhuo spoke frankly, and did not hide his ambition at all. He knew that Li Ji was also an ambitious man, and would definitely not tell the things here. After all, telling them out would not benefit anyone. General, this is wrong. Now you have the Xiliang Iron Cavalry as your wings, and you have many capable and good generals to command you. Li Ji is just an incompetent person. How can he help you? Li Ji hurriedly laughed, trying to fool him. If I say you have it, you have it. Dong Zhuo's tone suddenly became unfriendly, and Li Ju and others stood up one after another, pulling out a section of the swords on their waists, revealing the shining blades. The temperature in the tent dropped several degrees in vain, and a gust of cold wind blew, and a heavy murderous aura rose. Like the silence before the tsunami, calm but hidden murderous intent. The Xiliang army wanted Li Ji to express his position here, otherwise he would be in trouble. However, Li Ji was least afraid of such threats. In his opinion, Dong Zhuo was as fragile as a paper tiger. Chapter 206. Thousands of miles to chase. The general has been through hundreds of battles, and has been in Xiliang for decades. He has enough prestige in Liangzhou. Moreover, the general has a good relationship with the Chang tribe. As long as he waits for an opportunity, the general can take Liangzhou into his pocket. He only listens to orders and not to announcements. Li Ji chuckled, put his hands behind his back, and walked in the tent, completely ignoring the cannibalistic eyes of Dong Zhuo and his generals. There are many capable and good fighters under the general's tent, and there are countless people who are better than Ji. It can be said that the general will not give more or less Ji. At this time, how much benefit can the general get if Ji joins the general's forces? Li Ru's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and then whispered a few words in Dong Zhuo's ear. After hearing this, Dong Zhuo's hand holding the wine bowl trembled slightly, and he asked Li Ji with a smile, from Li's tone of voice. It seems that he thinks that I can definitely take Liangzhou and appease the Chang people. Now I am an officer, and those Chang people are rebels. It is a blessing that the two sides don't fight and bleed into a river. No. Li Ji shook his head, thinking that Dong Zhuo's words were biased. The Chang people are brave, and can become excellent cavalrymen when riding war horses. They are a rare source of soldiers for the formation of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry. The general has no reason to give up. As long as the general enters Liangzhou and uses both kindness and force, the Chang people can be subdued. At that time, a good general can be sent to recruit soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers can be obtained. Dong Zhuo's eyes turned cold. Li Ji's words were roughly the same as those of his own strategist Li Ru, both of whom used the strategy of persuading and appeasing to win over the Chang people. In his eyes, Li Ji's strategic vision was not necessarily worse than Li Ru's, which made him more determined to win over Li Ji. Li Tony, you said you are an incompetent. Only my son-in-law Li when you can see this step. Do you think everyone here is as incompetent as you? After these words came out, Li Ju and others looked unhappy and glared at Li Ji. It was obvious that Dong Zhuo's words irritated them. Haha. The general misunderstood Ji. Ji meant that Li Ji of the Xiliang army was incompetent. And Li Ji of General He Jin was helpful to the general. What do you mean? Dong Zhuo frowned slightly. And Li Ru behind him seemed to understand something. And his eyes flashed. General, you are determined to do something great and become a high-ranking official. But the impoverished Liangzhou cannot support your career at all. Only the rich Guanzhong is the place where the dragon rises. But have you ever thought about how to enter Guanzhong? There are many aristocratic families in Guanzhong. Even if I am a disciple of the Yuan family, most people will not look at me straight. I can only rely on the Western Liang army to force my way into Guanzhong. Dong Zhuo was hit in the sore spot and clenched his fists, unwilling to do so. That's why He Jin's Li Ji is helpful to the general. Does Li Tongni mean that there is a way for my lord to enter Guanzhong legitimately? Old Fox Li Ru asked cautiously. Now the power of foreign relatives and eunuchs is fighting fiercely. And most of the literati are watching from the sidelines. As long as they wait for an opportunity to appear, He Jin, who holds the military power, will certainly summon a large army to enter the city to find Zhang Rang, or even kill him on the spot. Could this opportunity be Lu Hong? Li Ji smiled but said nothing. Some things cannot be said too clearly. When the time comes, I will advise the general and apply for the general as foreign aid. Then you can enter Guanzhong with a legitimate reason. Right? After Lu Hong died in history, because of the dispute over the throne, He Jin followed Yuan Shao's advice and summoned Ding Yuan and Dong Zhuo as foreign aid to Luoyang for protection. Li Ji, who came from the future, naturally knew the cause and effect of this matter. Only when Dong Zhuo successfully entered the capital, the situation of warlord separatism was opened. And he could also become a local lord and do the work of a loyal minister of the Han dynasty. Moreover, he was a double agent. When He Jin led his troops into the city, Zhang Rang would definitely contact him to lead his troops to Luoyang for protection for his own safety. At that time, he could also fish in troubled waters. I heard that there are many good things in the royal treasury. Great! 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 Dong Zhuo laughed and slapped his thigh after hearing this. The general has taken control of Luoyang, and I have raised troops outside the pass to respond. What worries us about success? What Anmin said is true to my heart. The Liangzhou rebels were defeated and killed by the Han army, which surprised many players who did not participate in the rebellion. In history, the rebels confronted the Han army for nearly a year. If it weren't for the meteor in November, which caused the rebels' morale to plummet, Dong Zhuo and others took the opportunity to go out of the city and defeat them. But now, in the Battle of Meiyang, hundreds of thousands of rebels were killed by the Han army, and Bei Gongboye and Han Sui fled with their troops. Not only that, the Han army sent a large army of cavalry, and the soldiers left Yu Fufeng in two groups and entered Liangzhou to pursue the rebels for thousands of miles. Jiang Cheng, are you saying that you can defeat the Han army? Bei Gongboye exuded a murderous aura, staring at the other party with tiger eyes. General, the Han cavalry is like a wild dog sniffing a scent, chasing us like crazy. Now we have reached a point where we can't retreat, so we might as well fight them and put our lives in danger. Jiang Cheng raised his arms and said loudly. At the same time, he glanced at important Chang generals such as Bei Gongboyu, trying to persuade them to attack the Han army together. He has a famous general like Murong Xiaozong, but he has no soldiers and horses. Even if Han Xian is reborn, he can hardly do anything. Now, if we want to save the situation, the best way is to let Murong Xiaozong lead this rebel army and defeat the aggressive Han cavalry. The Han army just defeated us and is in high spirits, while our army's morale is extremely low. There is no chance of winning against them, Li Wenho said worriedly. The Han army will certainly look down on us after their great victory. We can defeat them by setting up an ambush, and then we won't need to flee Liangzhou. How confident are you that the ambush plan will succeed? I have already heard that the commander leading the cavalry is General Palu Dongzhuo. I am 100% confident that I can deal with him. Dongzhuo has been active in Xiliang for decades and is an absolute warrior on the battlefield. Why are you 100% confident? Bei Gongboye asked. Dongzhuo is good at fighting, but it is only because his son-in-law Li Ru advises him. Now he leads his troops thousands of miles deep into our territory, chasing us day and night. So he naturally won't bring the scholar Li Ru with him. Without Li Ru, Dongzhuo is a toothless tiger. As long as we set up an ambush, we can cut off all the claws of this tiger. Jiang Cheng took a half step back. and a Xianbei general appeared. And the surging momentum, like a volcanic eruption, frightened everyone. Isn't this the man who once injured Hua Xiong, the most powerful general in Xiliang? Beiyang Boya said in surprise. He remembered that it was this man who injured Hua Xiong that allowed him to successfully escape Dong Zhuo's pursuit. Report to the general. Murong Xiaozong is not only skilled in martial arts, but also good at commanding troops. Chapter 207 Rush to the Rescue. Who? The wind whistled past, and Li Ji's cavalry was stationed in Anning County to escort the Han army's follow-up food and grass. It was not an easy task to chase Beiyang Boya for thousands of miles. The supply line was very long. If there was no general to take care of it, it would be easy for others to adopt the strategy of cutting off food and returning in defeat. Originally, Dong Zhuo wanted to send a good general to Anning County to maintain the delivery of food and grass. But Li Ji took the initiative to offer to escort the food and grass. If the general wants to quickly ascend to the post of governor of Lianghe, the best way is to make great contributions in this battle. And the head of the rebel leader Beiyang Boya is the greatest military achievement. If Ji acts with the general, he will share half of this credit. This reason made Dong Zhuo unable to refute. In history, after Zhang Wen defeated the rebels, he sent Zhou Shen and Dong Zhuo and others to chase and kill Beiyang Boya and others. But they were all defeated by the rebels. If Dong Zhuo had not been an experienced general who used the strategy of repairing the plank road in the open and sneaking through Qinsong in secret to successfully escape back, otherwise the troops sent by Zhang Wen would have been annihilated and returned in defeat. Although Dong Zhuo had the elite Xiliang Iron Cavalry and famous generals such as Li Ju and Guisi, his opponents were not ordinary Chang people. According to Li Ji's guess, the Lord player who had Murong Xiaozong would definitely take the opportunity to persuade Beiyang Boya to lead the Chang rebels. So Dong Zhuo was not facing the simple-minded Chang people, but Murong Xiaozong, a famous general of the Eastern Wei who had entered the martial temple. In history, this Murong Xiaozong was a general of Erzhurong, the general of Tianzhu, in his early years. Later, he surrendered to Gao Huan and served under the Eastern Wei. This man once led 100,000 troops to defeat the southern Liang army in Hanzhan, captured Liangmen Emperor Xiao Yuanming alive, and then returned to Wang and defeated Ho Jing. When he was besieging Yingchuan and spying on the city by boat, a strong wind broke the rope of the boat and blew the boat to the foot of Yingchuan. The defenders grabbed the boat and fired arrows at it. Murong Xiaozong jumped into the water to avoid the rain of arrows and drowned. He was a tragic and unlucky general. In the third year of Jinzhong, 782, Murong Xiaozong, as a famous general of the previous generation, was enshrined in the Temple of Martial Arts and was listed as one of the 64 generals in the Temple of King Wucheng. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube shows that Murong Xiaozong cannot be said to be the top military general in history. But he is more than enough to deal with Dong Zhuo and his ilk. It was because of such a person that Li Ji did not want to follow Dong Zhuo to hunt down the rebels. If he did not do it well, the loss of soldiers would be a small matter, but the death or injury of one or two generals would be painful. Anyway, the purpose of his training had been achieved, and the mere military exploits were not worth exchanging his life for. Wow wow. The black crows raised by the Yair army made a hoarse and unpleasant sound, flapped their wings and fell into the soldiers in black clothes. My lord, the black crows seemed to have new information. No need. I almost know it. Li Ji looked at a horse galloping on the ground in the distance, rushing towards where they were stationed. It should be that Dong Zhuo fell into Murong Xiaozong's trap and suffered heavy losses. He needs to ask Li Ji for help. Dong Zhuo is arrogant and conceited. If Li Ru is by his side, it will be fine. At least he will listen to his son-in-law, and Li Ru can also give him advice. Now Dong Zhuo did not bring Li Ru to the battle. With Murong Xiaozong's ability, it would be a simple matter to set up a trap to defeat Dong Zhuo. A general with broken armor and blood all over his body was brought to Li Ji. This man was an old acquaintance of Li Ji, Dong Zhuo's son-in-law Niu Fu. Brother Anmin, my father-in-law was ambushed by the rebels and is now trapped on a hill near the Wei River, unable to move forward or backward. I hope you can send troops to rescue my father-in-law as soon as possible. The rough man Niu Fu cried in front of Li Ji, with snot and tears all over his face. Li Ji pretended to be shocked and asked hurriedly, Dong Polu is a veteran on the battlefield. Mr. Li also gave him many instructions before he went to the battle. How could he be ambushed by the rebels? I heard that there is a capable man among the rebels, named Murong Xiaozong, who used the strategy of luring the enemy deep into our territory. He was defeated by us several times at first, which made my father-in-law despise him and chase them deep into our territory. Then he set up many ambushes in the Wei River area. In order to avoid heavy losses, my father-in-law had to go up the mountain. Before going to the battle, my father-in-law only carried a few days of dry food. Now he is trapped and may not be able to hold out for a long time. So he sent several troops to break through. Now I am the only one who has arrived here safely. Please send troops quickly to help my father-in-law. Niu Fu answered truthfully. Is that so? Li Ji pinched his chin and hesitated. But I am responsible for escorting grain and grass. If someone attacks here while I am providing support, not only Dong Polu, but also, I will be forced to evacuate Lianzhou. No. I need to ask the general of the cavalry first. Seeing Li Ji running away, Niu Fu hurriedly grabbed Li Ji's trouser legs and cried, Brother on me. As the saying goes, a general is not subject to military orders when he is away. This is where our Han army is stationed, and the Chong people dare not come to attack. How about this, Brother Anmin? Leave a small number of troops to garrison, and I will personally stay here. You don't have to. Li Ji glanced at Niu Fu's shabby personal panel. If Niu Fu was really given the task of guarding the grain and grass, if the Chong people came to attack, there would be a great chance of success. Alright. Dong Polu is a loyal minister of the Han dynasty. How could I stand by and watch him die without helping him? Besides, you are escorting the food and grass. Who will lead the way for me to rescue Dong Polu from his predicament? Jiando, you take the Tianqiong army to garrison here. Sun Xiao, Jingxi, Anxing, Shuji, Yuan Fu, you follow me to the battle. Yes. Dong Zhuo and tens of thousands of Xiliang cavalry were trapped on a small hill. The surrounding area was extremely desolate, and there was not even a stream. Countless people were surging at the foot of the mountain, staring at the prey on the mountain with greedy eyes. Murong Xiaozong adopted a strategy of showing weakness to trick Dong Zhuo into joining the game, and then buried a large number of ambushes here. Even if Dong Zhuo had a group of elite soldiers and generals, he could not defeat the rebels led by Murong Xiaozong. The Xiliang cavalry was forced to dismount and fight, repelling wave after wave of rebel attacks. Seeing that this was a tough nut to crack, Murong Xiaozong simply adopted a siege strategy to try to make Dong Zhuo and others surrender without a fight. Dong Zhuo's throat was smoking. He had not drunk much cold water for several days. Instead, he had fought with the rebels many times, which made him lose a lot of water. Many soldiers had already drunk all the water in their water bags. The whole army no longer had enough water resources to support it. If there were no more reinforcements, Dong Zhuo would have to lose face and surrender to the Chong people. What on earth is this Niu Fu doing? He is so slow to ask for help. Hua Xiong lay on the ground in the shape of a Thai character, cursing. If you have this strength, you might as well kill a few rebels. At least you will have more people to accompany you when you die. Li Ju glanced at Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong became anxious after hearing this and wanted to fight with Li Ju. At this moment, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder came from a distance. Chapter 208 Jingsai Army moves out. A black line rises on the horizon in the distance. The dragon bird army is like a black torrent, making a roaring sound, overlapping, and rushing towards the rear of the rebels with the momentum of a raging wave. Charge! Li Ji leads the way, driving the golden level warhorse under him, holding up the overlord's spear as a sharp knife. Thousands of cavalrymen behind him follow him, holding their weapons tightly, forming a triangular cone formation during the charge. The horses neigh and gallop out. The earth shakes, and hundreds of miles of dust are rolled up. The speed of the warhorse is about to reach its limit. In the blink of an eye, it crosses hundreds of feet away, constantly shortening the distance with the rebels. The strong wind tears the air, making bursts of noise, and the dragon bird cavalry is like a sharp blade that splits the air into two sides, overlapping and rising air waves, hitting both sides. All the chi in Li Ji's body burst out, forming chains that linked all the soldiers behind him. Qi and blood surged wildly, like a blood-colored fluid that continuously condensed on Li Ji through the chains. The noise in his ears seemed to disappear, and there was silence. His whole body was filled with manic power. Li Ji felt that he could drill through heavy rocks with one shot. This was not intentional, but whenever he led the army to go to war, the complete version of the Overlord ancient scripture he practiced would automatically connect the soldiers and mobilize the blood and chi of the army to bless himself. Xiang Yu is a representative figure of military situationists. He has been fighting all his life, fighting on the battlefield, and making a great reputation. Not only is his martial arts the best among all the heroes, but he also has a mysterious art of blessing the army. Famous generals who are good at military tactics may be mediocre in bravery, but they can set up a large formation, mobilize the army to form a military force, bless themselves, and burst out with extraordinary abilities. For example, Wang Ming under Li Ji's account. Although his bravery is average, as long as he is given enough soldiers and horses, even if Li Xuanxi charges into battle, he cannot be killed. The overlord ancient scripture was the method of Xiang Yu's practice. Naturally, it recorded the military blessing technique that overlord was good at using. Even if Li Ji didn't know how to use it, as long as he mobilized his true energy, he could easily use the military to bless himself and improve his combat effectiveness. The 9th level mental method was far more mysterious than he had imagined. The charging point chosen by the Dragon Sparrow army was not too far from the rear of the rebels. At the maximum speed, it rushed to the front of the rebels in a blink of an eye. Boom! It seemed that the mud and rocks rolled down from the mountains to form a terrifying mud and rock torrent. And it was like a river breaking through the dam and tilting out to become a torrent. Thousands of cavalrymen were like a peerless fierce weapon, fiercely piercing into the rebel army. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and countless sounds of broken bones rang out. The armored giant shield in front of them was torn apart in an instant as if it was made of paper, and a large amount of blood mist exploded. The rebel soldiers who blocked the Dragon Sparrow army were like being hit by a rumbling heavy chariot, and they fell to both sides. If someone could look down at the battlefield from midair, they would find that the sharp sword of the Dragon Sparrow army quickly cut the rebel army in half. The rebel soldiers in front were no match for the cavalry. The spears pierced through their bodies, and a huge force knocked them to the ground. The horses' hooves trampled heavily on their bodies, crushing them into meat paste. "It's reinforcements," Li Ju said in surprise, although he had never seen Li Ji's troops in person. Such a fierce momentum was exactly the same as the army that attacked the rebel flank before. Dong Zhuo poured the cold water from the water bag into his mouth, jumped on his horse, and shouted, "Everyone, replenish water and follow me to break through." Swish! The armor shook, making waves of vibrations. The defeated Shiliang Iron Cavalry rekindled their fighting spirit and followed Dong Zhuo to charge at the rebels at the foot of the mountain. The rebels were disrupted by the sudden reinforcements and panicked. Even if Murong Xiaozong had great abilities, it was difficult to control them. After all, these soldiers were not trained by him personally. He had only taken over for a few days, and it took a lot of effort to successfully ambush Dong Zhuo's troops. Now that the Han army reinforcements have arrived, the rebels have lost hope of turning the tables. One-handed 18 picks. Li Ji's physical strength was rapidly consumed, and the overlord's spear in his hand rolled up endless air waves, and strange winds blew. Ordinary soldiers were dragged by the strange force and could hardly stand. Finally, they were immersed in the terrifying spear shadow and turned into debris. A Chong general came out from the upper right, grabbed a big knife, and chopped a blade of light from top to bottom towards Li Ji's head. Wherever he went, the ground was cut, and countless gravel flew up. Boom! Before Li Ji made a move, a silver spear that was faster than him. The silver dragon shadow roared for 9 days, and the blade of light shattered into light and shadow with a click. Then the spear came out like a dragon, and Chen Dao burst out with unmatched power, flashing a cold light in the void, and instantly pierced the Chong general, who was looking for death. The long spear bent slightly and picked it up. The lifeless corpse flew in the air and smashed into the army behind him. The rebel soldiers were knocked to the ground and were in a mess. A sound of horse hooves sounded in the distance. Li Ji knew that Dong Zhuo was going to work with him to break out together. At this moment, the defeat of the rebels was certain, and Dong Zhuo's predicament was resolved. The only thing left was how to maximize his own benefits. "Where is the Jingsai army?" The heavily armored cavalry quietly approached Li Ji, each carrying a hard bow and holding a hooked long spear in his hand, with a terrifying momentum. "Sunqiu, Han Sheng, Shuji, you take 500 Jingsai army and attack Beigong Boya fiercely." "Yes." The 500 Jingsai army suddenly left the army under the fierce general, and the heavy armor shone coldly. The momentum twisted, and the murderous aura rose. The speed suddenly increased a few points, almost turning into a phantom. Boom! It was as if the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, and the mountains collapsed and the dams burst. The heavily armored cavalry charged like a mad war beast, and a large area of air was stirred, and waves of air roared and exploded, sweeping across the wilderness. The Jingsai army charged, and it was unstoppable. It was like breaking through waves and instantly breaking through a square array. The destructive power was no worse than that of the air army. Or even stronger. The cavalry was divided into heavy cavalry and light cavalry. If ordinary cavalry rushed into the army, their speed would definitely be hindered. Cavalry without speed is like a mud cow entering the sea, never to return, and can't make any waves in the infantry formation. Therefore, most generals use cavalry to pull the enemy formation and rely on mobility to surprise attack the food route and other tasks. In total war, the impact of cavalry is raised, allowing light cavalry to have the ability to attack infantry. The stronger heavy cavalry is here like a nuclear weapon in ancient times, with destructive power beyond imagination. The 9th level Jingsai army. Dealing with weak rebel soldiers is as easy as eating and drinking water. One by one, another by one, the horses of the Jingsai army trampled on the heavy defenses set up by Murong Xiaozong. And the speed did not decrease. On the battlefield, they rushed like a chariot, killing countless soldiers. The 500 Jingsai army, led by Li Tsunxiu and other generals, killed people and Buddhas. And no one in the rebel army could stop them. Chapter 209 A Hero's cutting off his arm. This heavily armored cavalry has a terrifying momentum. Jiang Chang's nose was sweating, and he was obviously frightened by the momentum of the Jingsai army and felt terrified. Especially the several fierce generals who led this army. Their momentum was extremely violent, and the strength displayed by each of them was much stronger than Murong Xiaozong beside him. Not good. They are coming for us. Murong Xiaozong calculated the route of the Jingsai army and found that the other party noticed them sitting in the central army. Or more accurately, noticed Beigong Boy and Li Wenhou next to them. Li Tsunxiu and others were like a sharp scalpel, tearing open the weakest part of the defense line with great precision and rushing to kill. Humph. If there are any first-line warriors here, they will definitely not come back, Jui said with great disdain. But the solemn look on his face betrayed him. The Han army is coming aggressively. Their target should be Beigong Boy and his men. There is no reason for us to die with them. Jiang Chang decided to escape secretly. The current situation of the rebels was not something that Murong Xiaozong could save. Even if Han Xian was reborn, he could not save Beigong Boyu. But Beigong Boyu refused to do so. Seeing that Jiang Chang wanted to escape from the battlefield, he grabbed him and threatened him. Jiang Chang, the ambush plan was proposed by your generals, and I followed it honestly. As a result, Dongzhuo was not destroyed, but we were beaten back by the reinforcements. You actually want to escape? Bang! The flaming horse lance pierced the void and slashed at the arms of the Chang leader. Beigong Boy was horrified. He did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. He quickly let go of Jiang Chang's arms and barely avoided Murong Xiaozong's killing move. The divine fire on the horse lance jumped, burning Beigong Boy's skin, which was red. Surround them. Beigong Boy was furious. The Chang generals and a large number of Huangzhong Yitsong drew their weapons and surrounded the place where Jiang Chang and the other two were. Jiang Chang drew his sword and pointed it at Beigong Boy and Li Wenhou. Murong Xiaozong raised his horse spear, and the divine fire wrapped his whole body, like a fire god, which was daunting. Zhu Yi held a strong crossbow in his hand, and the ancient lines emitted golden light. The sharp crossbow arrows turned into streams, ready to be fired. The Liangzhou players who followed Jiang Chang also drew their weapons and confronted the Chang people. It seemed that this rebel army split up again and formed two factions on the battlefield. Suddenly, a terrifying roar shook the earth and set off waves of sound waves, as if it was real and had endless power. Hundreds of rebels were directly blown away and lost their combat effectiveness. In a blink of an eye, the Jingsai army had killed to the vicinity of Beigong Boyu. The thunderous sound just now was made by Li Tsunxiu. Beigong Boyu, it's unwise for us to clash here. You don't want to die, do you? Jiang Chang said with a deep breath. Beigong Boyu snorted coldly and didn't answer. But the look in his eyes when he ordered his men to put away their weapons had already shown his attitude. Stop them! The two Chang leaders roared wildly, gathering a large number of elite troops and generals under their command to form a heavy line of defense in front of them. Li Tsunxiu waved the Yuan spear, smashing a large area of the void. And the explosion came whistling. And the wind, clouds, thunder and lightning gathered. Like a golden god who controlled the power of thunder and lightning. The black unicorn neighed and whistled. And the weapon of the warhorse owner suddenly burst into unparalleled brilliance. And the golden true energy was wrapped in it, making it sharper. Endless energy shot out. First level, second level, third level, fourth level. The Yuan spear showed unimaginable power. And the fragile defense line in front of him was instantly torn into pieces. Hundreds of soldiers vomited blood and flew into the air. Die! The shadow of the silver dragon flashed, leaving a dazzling figure in the void. And bursts of air were cut through with a sharp explosion. Chen Dao rode a warhorse, and the man and the horse became one, leaving a trail of afterimages on the battlefield. Like a meteor across the starry sky. Like lightning across the sky. The speed of the silver dragon spear was so fast that ordinary people could not catch its trace at all. The air wave roared and the power was amazing. The soldiers in front of Chen Dao had no idea what was happening. They only felt a pain in their chest. And then their bodies became lighter. In a flash, they flew into the air and were picked up by the spear for several feet. Leave the rest to me. Wang Zhong's hair and beard were furious, and his broadsword turned into a streak of silk. He slashed countless sword shadows in the air, rolling up a terrifying heat wave, with the faint sound of a phoenix crying, and spread his wings and flew high. Blood splashed, and he was unstoppable. Everything was a joke in front of the sword shadow, and was instantly chopped into pieces. The armor and iron shield chopped by the sword shadow turned into countless fragments, flying around with amazing power. A large number of soldiers could not avoid it, and the sound of puffing continued to sound, piercing into their flesh and blood. The three generals of the Dragon Sparrow army attacked at the same time, and instantly blasted the Chong people's defense line into pieces, revealing the figures of Bai Gongboyu and others. Many Chong generals were horrified, completely ignoring the previous orders, and urged their horses to get into the crowd, trying to escape. Bai Gongboyu and others were no exception, and they fled in all directions. I'm going after Bai Gongboyu. Li Tsuanqi rode his horse and charged forward, and the king used spear and Yan's cudgel smashed through numerous obstacles. But the power of the four elephants shattered the void, and the momentum was terrifying, chasing Bai Gongboyu closely. I'm going after Li Wenhou. Han Sheng. The Jingsai army is handed over to you to lead. Chen Dao, who has always been taciturn, rarely said a word. The warhorse neighed. The man and the horse became one, and they shuttled through the battlefield like a lightning, chasing Li Wenhou. Ah! Huang Gong, who was one step behind, was stunned. Although the generals of the Long Ke army had a good relationship, when it came to making meritorious deeds, no matter how good the relationship was, it would be useless. Bai Gongboyu and Li Wenhou's leaders were undoubtedly the most valuable among the rebels. As long as they were captured, they could make great achievements. It's no wonder that Li Tsuanqi, Chen Dao and them. Who doesn't want to make great achievements and be promoted? After taking down the longbow, Wang Zhong had to charge and shoot important generals at the same time. Although they are not as valuable as Bai Gongboyu, they are still a military achievement after all. And a little bit of accumulation can also gain a lot of credit. The phoenix shadow appeared on the sharp arrow, with its wings spread in the void, and the divine fire rose. A large area of the void was twisted by the high temperature, forming lines. Suddenly, a golden stream of light flashed and pierced into the body of the phoenix fiercely, followed by a mournful cry, and the phoenix shadow shattered like a bubble. Huh? Wang Zhong didn't expect that the arrow he shot would be hit. In a blink of an eye, he saw a Han general putting away his crossbow and looking at him provocatively. Interesting. Wang Zhong grabbed several arrows, pulled the bowstring with his sturdy arms, and killed Zhu Yi in a three-grade posture. Zhu Yi was shocked, turned his sword to knock the incoming arrows away, and the terrifying force came out, causing his body to shake a little. With such a delay, Zhu Yi's speed slowed down, and Huang Zhong came up in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yi is being entangled by the enemy. Let's turn back and rescue him. Jiang Chang didn't want to lose this great general here. My lord, don't be impulsive. This man is very powerful. Even I can't defeat him. If we rescue Zhu Yi, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape from here. For now, we have to cut off our own arm. Chapter 210 News of the Defeat. Murong Xiaozong, seeing his lord adopt the strategy of cutting off his own arm and abandoning him, Zhu Yi was furious. Pulling the trigger, the crossbow in his hand suddenly shot out a golden stream of light, tearing through the void, rippling many ripples, and whistling. Huang Zhong rode his horse and swung the phoenix red snow sword, slashing the waves of fire, and the hot blades slashed the fierce stream of light, accompanied by a burst of explosions. The crossbow arrow engraved with ancient patterns broke into two pieces in midair, and the sharp long sword actually left a tiny gap. The crossbow arrow fired by Zhu Yi caused the durability of a diamond-level weapon to drop sharply. Huang Zhong was furious when he saw the sword was damaged, and led the Jingsai army to attack the culprit. The Jingsai army rushed through the rebel formation, acting recklessly, and drove out waves of blood and layers of flesh, and killed in front of Zhu Yi in the blink of an eye. Die! Huang Zhong shouted loudly, like a god chanting a spell, like thunder tearing through the night. And the long sword suddenly burst out with unprecedented power. 3 feet of flames rose. The phoenix cried, and countless air was rolled up. The air waves were surging, and Zhu Yi was bombarded with unimaginable momentum. Zhu Yi, who was targeted, broke out in a cold sweat, but was instantly steamed by the terrifying high temperature. He resisted the shock and raised the crossbow. The golden streamer shot out again, heading straight for the phoenix that seemed to be real. Boom! 10,000 layers of air flow were shaken up, sweeping in all directions. Huang Zhong rushed out from it, his strong body stretched out, and countless divine fires jumped on the long sword in his hand, as if he was grabbing a handful of red fire, and the divine light surged, angrily slashing the enemy general from top to bottom. In a panic, Zhu Yi drew the sword at his waist and tried to block. A sound of broken weapons rang out, and countless broken sword fragments flew out, piercing the bodies of the surrounding soldiers. Helmet! Armor! Warhorse! Zhu Yi was not spared either. Most of the fragments flew around and covered him. His body was pierced, revealing blood holes one after another, with warm blood flowing and blood dripping. The warhorse felt pain and threw Zhu Yi to the ground. The tattered helmet rolled off, covered with blood and dust. A long knife was placed next to his neck. The sharp blade slightly cut a blood mark, and the pain stimulated Zhu Yi's nerves. Surrender, and I will not kill you. The general's martial arts are the best among all the heroes. Zhu Yi is convinced of his defeat and is willing to surrender. Zhu Yi, with disheveled hair, sighed, and the arrogance in his eyes had disappeared. He supported himself with his hands on the ground, looking very miserable. Zhu Yi surrendered and became Huang Zhong's trophy, while Li Ji attacked the rear of the rebels. Dong Zhuo led the Xiliang Iron Cavalry, who were besieging the mountain, and took advantage of the momentum of the hillside to plunge into the rebel square formation. In an instant, countless rebel soldiers were killed and wounded. The sword slashed out, a cold light flashed, and many heads flew up, and several bloodlights sprayed into the sky like springs, forming a bloody storm. Dong Zhuo rode on a Lianzhou horse, wiped the warm blood on his face, and showed a crazy smile. He hadn't fought like this for a long time. On a small hillside, many players who participated in the Lianzhou rebellion looked at the bloody battlefield not far away, and they were terrified. I didn't expect Dong Zhuo to be so cruel. It's really scary. Dong Zhuo in history was talented and martial when he was young. Few people in the army could compare with him in strength. But he could shoot left and right on the warhorse, and his martial arts were no worse than anyone else. He just fell into depravity and abandoned his martial arts after entering Luoyang. If we kill Dong Zhuo here, then the plot of Dong Zhuo entering Luoyang may not happen in the future. Dong Zhuo is guarded by Hua Xiong, Li Ju and other people, and is protected by elite troops such as the Xiliang Iron Cavalry Feixiong Army. What can we use to kill Dong Zhuo? There was a silence on the hillside. They are different from local NPCs. They all started from scratch and managed their own territories before they had a qualified army. The trained army combined could not withstand a charge of Dong Zhuo's Xiliang Iron Cavalry. Warhorses neighed. Black crows circled in the sky, and the black-clad crow army broke through the military formation and joined Dong Zhuo. Father-in-law. Niu Fu's eyes were filled with tears, seeing that Dong Zhuo and his men were still insisting. He left Li Ji's army and came to Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo patted his son-in-law's shoulder fiercely and nodded heavily. If you hadn't asked for reinforcements, we would have died here. Father-in-law, you have the fate of an emperor and are full of arrogance. How could you fail here? General Palu, Li Ji said with a bow. At this time, Dong Zhuo's official position was several levels higher than his own, and Li Ji was very polite to him. I dare not thank you for your great kindness. I will definitely send you a heavy gift after this battle. The two soldiers joined forces, and the Yer army and the Xiliang Iron Cavalry charged together, like a torrent that swept across the land, rolling up waves of blood and rain. Bei Gongboy and Li Wenho were chased by Li Tsunqiu and Chen Dao respectively, and they had no ability to command the army. Jiang Chang abandoned Zhu Yi and fled with the recruited Murong Xiaozong. At this time, the rebel soldiers were leaderless, running around like headless flies, unable to form an effective military formation to block the Han army's breakout. A Chang general tried to turn the tide, and led the soldiers and horses at hand to draw their bows and arrows, forming a dense rain of arrows. shooting at the Han army. Li Ji's true energy overflowed, turning into an invisible defense to protect himself tightly. The arrows whistled and stopped suddenly 3 inches in front of him, only hitting a ripple, and no more achievements. The cavalry behind him was not afraid of the rain of arrows. The armor kept ringing with a clanging sound, and the weapons in their hands were dancing, and a large number of arrows were hit and flew backwards. The Chong rebels could not withstand the breakout of the Iron Cavalry, even if they had an advantage in numbers. Without the leadership of famous generals, they were no different from a pile of loose sand. Soon, the Han army Iron Cavalry was covered with blood, broke through the obstacles of the rebels, galloped on the land, and left. In addition, the Jingzai army led by Huang Zhong and others also withdrew from the rebel army and returned to Anding County. The news of Dongjua's siege reached Zhongwen's Meiyang County on the day Li Ji sent out his troops. The newly appointed general of chariots and cavalry could not sit still. When the army was dispatched to rescue Dongjua, Li Ji, Dongjua, and others took the remaining troops and retreated to Meiyang County overnight through the teleportation array. I didn't expect that there were still many strong men among the rebels, and even Dongjua suffered a loss. After hearing Li Ji's job description, Zhongwen sighed. Dongjua, who was standing aside, was a little embarrassed and had to put on a stinky face and said coldly, "I was just careless for a moment. The rebels are like ants in my eyes, and can be easily destroyed." Zhongwen shook his head, and at the same time, he was a little happy in his heart. Dongjua's defeat frustrated his prestige in the army. He, the general of chariots and cavalry, could take the opportunity to regain the military power and improve his voice. Dongpolu, Li Tony, you have been through a great battle and are exhausted physically and mentally. Go back and rest first. After asking about their health, Zhongwen sent them back and reorganized the troops. Now Zhou Shen and Sun Jian were still attacking Han Sui's Yuzhong County. In order to ensure that no accidents happened, he decided to move camp to provide support. Chapter 211 Jui. Back in the tent, Li Ji listened to the various reports from his generals and the casualties of the Dragon Sparrow army. Li Ji rushed thousands of miles to rescue Dongjua, and he only led 3,000 Ye army and 500 Jingzai army to attack the rear of the rebels. Although the morale of the rebels had fallen to a low point at that time, and the combat effectiveness they exerted was not as good as usual. Most of the rebels taken away by Beiyang Boi were Chong people. They were fierce in martial arts, and with Murong Xiaozong as the commander, they brought a lot of trouble to the supporting Dragon Sparrow army and caused a lot of losses. Of course, these losses were far less than the benefits Li Ji gained in the Battle of Meiyang, and were still within his tolerance. Moreover, Dongjua would also owe Li Ji a big favor because of this matter. Unfortunately, Li Xuanxiu and Chen Dao did not catch Beiyang Boi and Li Wenhou, two important figures. After all, there were many Chong generals and elite Huangzhong Yitsong Jun guards around them, and it would still take some tricks to kill them. I have captured a general. Huang Zhong walked into the tent with a Han-looking general and reported to Li Ji. What is this man's name? He claims to be Jui. Jui? Li Ji was slightly surprised, and then ecstatic. He did not expect that Jui, who shot and killed Bai Meisong, was captured by Huang Zhong in this battle. This is a rare good general. Although he has character flaws, it is not in vain. Name Jui. Occupation Military General War. Identity Prisoner of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Level 80. Brave 82-85. Commander 88-90. Wisdom 60-60. Political Strategy 22-22. Charm 10. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Arrogant. Black loyalty is not easy to improve. Crossbow skill. Blue when using bows and crossbows. Personal combat power plus 5%. Bow and crossbow skill power plus 25%. Continuous shooting. Blue personal combat power plus 5%. The attack speed of the troops under your command increases. Ambush. Purple the success rate of ambush strategies increases. If successful, after the ambush, the enemy troops gain the effect of confusion. The combat effectiveness of the troops is minus 5%. And the combat effectiveness of the troops under his command is plus 10%. Chong people's tactics. Purple if the commander is a troop composed mainly of Chong people. The personal combat effectiveness is plus 10%. The coordination of the troops is increased, and the influence of the enemy general's characteristic effects is reduced. Cavalry killer. Purple when facing a troop composed mainly of cavalry. The combat effectiveness of the troops under his command is plus 15%. And the attack gains the armor piercing effect, armor piercing, 150% damage to cavalry. Boundary Bridge first landing, gold when the commander first lands the death squad. The personal combat effectiveness is plus 20%. The combat effectiveness of the troops under his command is plus 15%. The attack speed is increased. And the range is increased. When facing cavalry troops, the armor-piercing effect of Cavalry Killer becomes 200%. There is no return. Gold the greater the difference in the number of enemy and our troops, the higher the combat power of the troops commanded by Ju Yi. Up to plus 25%. Each attack has a high probability of breaking the enemy's armor and reducing the durability of the enemy's armor to 0. Skills Gold Flow Penetration, S level. Tearing Wind and Cloud, S level. 3 stars in a row, S level. Flying Petal Salvo, S level. Mental Method Ancient Chong Tactics. Equipment Ancient Chong Strong Crossbow, Diamond level. Special Arms Xianning Death Soldiers, 7th level arms. The upper limit of recruitment is 8,000 people. Before Ju Yi surrendered to Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, he had been living in Liangzhou, learning and mastering the Chong people's tactics. He once recruited a private army with very strong combat effectiveness. Later, Ju Yi felt that he could not do anything big in Han Fu, so he betrayed Han Fu and surrendered to Yuan Shao, who had a background of 4 generations of 3 officials. To help Yuan Shao defeat Han Fu, he first defeated Han Fu in Yuan Shao's camp, and then obeyed Yuan Shao's orders to defeat the southern Xiongnu troops. When Yuan Shao and Gong Sun Zan clashed, Ju Yi defeated Gong Sun Zan's 30,000 troops at Jiechu with 800 elite soldiers, including Gong Sun Zan's proud White Horse Song troops. The Battle of Jiechu became a classic for a while. However, due to his personality, Yuan Shao believed that he had ill intentions. So he summoned him in front of him and killed him, and annexed his troops. It can be said that Ju Yi is a capable villain. Ju Yi is identified as a bow and crossbow general, with the characteristic blessing of bow and crossbow damage, and can exert extremely terrifying capabilities against cavalry. Among Li Ji's generals, either they are single-handed generals like Li Tsunxiao, or famous generals like Lu Xiangsheng, who have bonuses against cavalry. Only Huang Zhong can bless archers. Subjugating Ju Yi can not only enrich the changes of the army in the formation, but also become a killer when facing enemy cavalry. Only Huang Zhong carried the special unit Phoenix Longbowmen in the Dragon Sparrow army, and the rest were ordinary longbowmen. The addition of the first-line soldiers can enrich the system of the army. As for Ju Yi's character, this will test Li Ji's means. In fact, Ju Yi just wants a high position and a generous salary. As long as Li Ji can satisfy this point, it will be okay. Moreover, Li Ji has a god like Wang Ming in his account, so suppressing Ju Yi is just a simple matter. Li Ji only needs to use Ju Yi while guarding against Ju Yi's sudden backstab, which requires Li Ji's ability. Moreover, Ju Yi's unruly character is not something that everyone can tolerate. For example, Li Tsunxiao found a person who was more arrogant than him, but weaker than him barking in front of him. If he didn't punch him, he would not be Li Tsunxiao. Ju Yi, the Liangzhou rebellion is a foregone conclusion. You have become my prisoner. Why don't you surrender quickly and serve me? Ju Yi, with disheveled hair, struggled, and finally shook his head and said, I have recognized Jiang Chong as my master, and will not surrender. Yo, you still have a loyal side. Li Ji couldn't help but laugh and persuaded, Jiang Chong is just a Liangzhou rebel. He is just an ant in front of the Han army. We can crush him at will. Moreover, I am the governor of Kuaiji, and the lieutenant of the rebellion appointed by the court. Only by serving me can you make achievements and bring honor to your ancestors. I didn't expect that the general is so young and is actually a governor of a county. Ju Yi looked at the other party in surprise. Not only that, Jiang Chong is an ungrateful villain. You fought for him and made many contributions, but he abandoned you, a meritorious minister, and fled at the critical moment. Are you willing to serve such a lord? After that, Li Ji walked to Ju Yi's side and personally untied the shackles on his body. If you think Jiang Chong is a wise leader, you can leave here. I will never stop you. I didn't expect the general to be so righteous. If I don't serve the general, how will people in this world see me? If the general doesn't mind, I am willing to serve the general and share his worries. Ju Yi didn't think much about it and kowtowed to Li Ji. Warrior in the field, Ju Yi expressed his loyalty to you. Do you agree? Yes. Li Ji helped Ju Yi up and said with a smile, I have you to serve me, which is better than 100,000 soldiers and horses. Chapter 212 Stalemate. Less than 2 days after Li Ji and others returned, the teleportation array in Meiyang County suddenly opened. and a group of defeated soldiers appeared in it, filled with the smell of blood. And every soldier had a tired look on his face. Very decadent. Obviously, this army had lost a battle not long ago, paid a lot of price, and suffered heavy losses. The players near the teleportation array felt a little puzzled by the sudden arrival of troops. You know, the city they were in had just experienced a great battle, defeated the Chong army, and won the victory. Logically speaking, the court had no reason to send troops to support, and would not send such a remnant. What's wrong with Lu Hong? Why send such an army to fight? They look so decadent. Their fighting power is not as good as those of the Lord's armies. It shouldn't be like this. Although Dong Zhuo was defeated by Bei Gongboya, Li Ji rescued him in time, and did not cause much damage. There are still hundreds of thousands of troops in this city. It is impossible to send only a few hundred people to fight. I recognize him. That's Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong. Suddenly, a player exclaimed, causing a commotion. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It's impossible to make a mistake. I saw Sun Jian from a distance in the previous battle of Meiyang. The 4 generals around him were aggressive, and looked like they were not easy to mess with. Aren't they Sun Jian's 4 generals of the Eastern Wu? Sun Jian was defeated. So doesn't that mean he didn't capture Yuzhong? Not only did he fail to capture Yuzhong, but even the Han army he brought with him was killed, and only a few people were left. The Han army was defeated. Soon, the news that Zhou Shen and Sun Jian had returned reached Zhang Wen's ears, and he immediately sent troops to the teleportation array to disperse the crowd of onlookers and escort the remnants into the army camp. Zhou Shen was seriously injured, and the Han army he led was almost wiped out. Even the soldiers recruited by Sun Jian in the Jianghuai area suffered heavy casualties. Dong Zhuo was defeated and surrounded. Zhou Shen's army was wiped out, and the 2 troops sent by Zhang Wen were frustrated in Liangzhou. The 2 defeats caused the morale of the Han army stationed in Meiyang County to plummet. You mean we fell into the enemy's food cutoff plan? Zhang Wen asked, touching his chin after hearing Sun Jian's report. That's right. Han Sui and others led troops to station in Yuzhong County. I originally suggested that General Danko cut off the enemy's food supply and let the rebels fall without attacking. But the general didn't listen, and instead led troops to besiege Yuzhong. Unexpectedly, Han Sui and Bian Zhang divided their troops and cut off our food supply. General Danko was terrified and abandoned the Axis and wanted to return to Meiyang. The rebels took this opportunity to kill us and almost wiped out the whole army. Sun Jian endured the pain and answered with a bow. The tiger of Jiangdong returned to the barracks and did not treat his injuries. He went to Zhang Wen without stopping to report the battle situation. Zhou Shen is just a straw bag. But you did not stop Zhou Shen. It seems that you are just like that. Dong Zhuo sneered at Sun Jian. Sun Jian's defeat and miserable appearance made Dong Zhuo feel good. He took this opportunity to sneer at him fiercely. You? Sun Jian gnashed his teeth, wishing he could eat Dong Zhuo alive. However, as Dong Zhuo said, the leader of the Han army was Zhou Shen, and as the assistant general, he really had no ability to stop Zhou Shen's decision. This made Sun Jian unable to refute, and he could only swallow his anger. The overconfident Dong Zhuo seemed to have forgotten that he was trapped on the hill a few days ago, and could not eat or drink. In the end, Zhang Wen, the main general, had to mediate and reluctantly persuade the 2 to leave. The news of the victory of Meiyang was spread to Luoyang City, and the news of the setbacks of Dong Zhuo and Zhou Shen also spread to Luoyang City. The originally happy Emperor Ling of Han suddenly changed his face and was in a very bad mood. He successively found Zhang Rang and Yi Jin and asked them if they needed to change the main general to push the front forward. This made Zhang Rang and Yi Jin speechless. Zhang Wen took office for only 1 month and defeated hundreds of thousands of rebels. Now he has only lost 2 games. And Lu Hong actually proposed the idea of changing the general. Doesn't it mean that the emperor thinks that changing the general can win a victory? However, Zhang Wen's relationship with them is average, and changing the main general will not cause any loss to them. But Li Ji was their man. Once the chief general was replaced, people like Dong Zhuo, Li Ji, and Zhou Shen, who served as generals of the Han army, would inevitably be replaced as well. You have to know that they let Li Ji participate in the Liangzhou War just to gain military merit and improve his official position in order to expand their voice in the court. If Li Ji was replaced, their wishful thinking would also be in vain. So, the 2 of them persuaded Lu Hong to give up this idea with kind words. The Han army responsible for pacifying the Xiliang rebels obviously did not know what happened in the court. and they were still passionately confronting this group of rebels. Bagong Boy and Li Wenho were seriously injured and retreated to their respective tribes. Han Sui and Bian Zhang, who were dragged onto the pirate ship, could only take over the rebellion banner of the two men and continue to fight the Han army with the remaining rebels. The Liangzhou rebels suffered heavy losses in front of Meiyang County and were unable to invade Sili and threaten Chang'an. They had to withdraw to Liangzhou and deal with the Han army in Xiliang. Obviously, this group of rebels, who have lived in this barren land for many years, are more familiar with it than Zhang Wen and his men. Even if they have Dong Zhuo, a local, to lead the way, it is difficult to form an effective advancement. Relying on the bravery of Li Ji and others, Zhang Wen conquered some counties. But most of the counties were still under the control of Han Sui and were threatened by the rebels. Li Ji got some new intelligence during the battle. The Liangzhou players headed by Jiang Chang abandoned Bagong Boy and joined Han Sui to serve him. With Yang Chang's strong recommendation, Murong Xiaozong was reused by Han Sui and led a large number of troops to fight against the Han army, showing excellent talents. Moreover, Han Sui was also a capable vassal. He joined forces with Murong Xiaozong and did not show cowardice under the front of the Han army. After more than a month, the Han army still had little achievements, and the pacification of Liangzhou was far away. It has been 2 months since Li Ji participated in the Liangzhou War. It is now June, and there is only 1 month left before the start of the national war. Although Li Ji did not make much contribution in the war, he obtained countless spoils of war, including countless Liangzhou horses and many Chang captives who were good at fighting. These were high-quality soldiers trained into special arms. In addition to these, Li Ji also captured Yan Xing, who had a promising future, and Zhu Yi, the commander of the Xianding Death Squad. Their value was much higher than that of the warhorse captives. If Li Ji wanted, he could sell them to other lords and get countless money. But only a fool would do such a thing. In order to replenish the troops before participating in the national war, Li Ji had to find an excuse to leave here and return to Kuaiji. Chapter 213 Return to Kuaiji. Your Majesty, the court has spent countless money to pacify Liangzhou, but there is no hope of pacifying Liangzhou. Moreover, Liangzhou is just a barren land, and the tax revenue received is less than 1 or 2 of other states. There is no need to let Zhang Wen continue to pacify Liangzhou. I dare to say that for the sake of the people of the world, Your Majesty should give up Liangzhou. The new minister Cui Lai stood up and made a suggestion at the court meeting. Many people showed contempt for this man. Everyone knows how Cui Lai got the position of minister. As soon as this was said, the upright counselor Fu Xie stood up and cursed Cui Lai as a traitor and proposed that Lu Hong behead him. When Lu Hong asked why, Fu Xie used the examples of Emperor Gaozu of Han Lu Bang and Emperor Wu of Han Lu Che, and cursed Cui Lai as an unfaithful person. Emperor Ling of Han was persuaded by this loyal minister and did not take Cui Lai's suggestion to give up Liangzhou. At the same time, a transfer order was brought up. The bandits in Kuaiji County are rampant and threaten the people in the county. Li Ji requests to take his troops back to Kuaiji to suppress the Shanyu. My lords, what do you think? He Jin, who was wearing the same pants as Li Ji, was the first to stand up and said loudly, Li Taisho once killed the Shanyu leader Pan Lin, and he has a good reputation in the county. These bandits are just jumping up and down while the prefect is away, causing a temporary storm. As long as Li Taisho returns to Kuaiji, he will naturally be able to suppress this group of clowns. The general is right. But the battle in Liangzhou, Lu Hong, the Emperor Ling of Han, was a little worried. He had just been persuaded by Fu Xie that Liangzhou must be conquered. He knew Li Ji's record and that he was a general who could fight. If he was withdrawn at this moment, it might be difficult to pacify Liangzhou. Your Majesty, the rebels have been driven back to Liangzhou by our army and can only hide in some counties. Our army is sure to win, and whether Li Taisho participates again has little impact. Moreover, the bandits are rampant. If Li Taisho does not return in time, Kuaiji may take the opportunity to seize Kuaiji. Li Ji had already consulted with He Jin and asked him to persuade Lu Hong to let him go as much as possible. Lu Hong pondered for a while, then looked at Zhang Rang beside him, who nodded slightly, thinking that He Jin's words made sense. Okay, let Li Ji return to Kuaiji with his troops, and Zhang Wen will still preside over the war to pacify Liangzhou. As soon as the edict was issued, Li Ji, who had reorganized his troops, bid farewell to the generals and returned to Kuaiji with heavy spoils of war. However, when Li Ji left, Sun Jian and Dong Zhuo exploded like 2 barrels of explosives. and the tit-for-tat situation became more and more serious. Without Li Ji as the middleman between the two, it was impossible for Zhang Wen to mediate the conflict between the two alone. Finally, in a battlefield, Dong Zhuo did not support Sun Jian, causing the latter to fall into the siege of Murong Shaozong and suffer heavy losses. If Zhang Wen and others had not arrived in time with a large army, I am afraid that this tiger would have died in Liangzhou long ago. After the news of this battle was reported back to Luoyang, Emperor Ling of Han was furious. He criticized Zhang Wen for his incompetence, removed his official position, and used Lu Ji, who was idle at home. In addition, Sun Jian was transferred to the court as a counselor because of his previous military exploits, and Dong Zhuo followed Lu Ji to continue to fight the rebels. Other generals such as Yuan Peng and Zhou Xun were removed from their official positions and transferred back to Luoyang to serve in various positions. Lu Ji was born in Confucianism, and his prestige in the court was higher than that of Dong Zhuo. He was also much more capable than Dong Zhuo, and he could suppress Dong Zhuo better than Zhang Wen. However, Lu Ji's opponents were Murong Shaozong and Han Sui, who were much more capable than Zhang Jiao at the time, and the war in Liangzhou was more stagnant than before. At this moment, Li Ji had already slipped back to Kuaiji, enjoying the private massage of Duchan and Xie Yushu. The so-called Shan Yu rebellion was just an excuse for Li Ji, with celebrities like He Qi, Shi Jicai, Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Shiji in charge. How could the bandits be so desperate as to provoke Li Ji? Moreover, under Li Ji's instructions, He Qi went into the mountains every now and then to find trouble with the bandits, and beat them so that they shrank in the deep mountains and old forests like quails, and dared not move. The map here was expanded tenfold, and Li Ji didn't know how many people were hiding in the mountains in the county. Liberating these people was a good way to supplement the population in the south, which lacked population. Perhaps we can use gentle means to get these people out of the mountains and participate in farming. Li Ji was thinking while enjoying Duchan's foot massage service. At present, Li Ji's Kuaiji County has entered a stage of stable development. As long as Dong Zhuo does not enter the capital and does not kick off the prelude to the separatist movement, he has no legitimate reason to conquer the surrounding county towns. Honestly, farming and honest development are the top priorities. In addition, the national war will kick off soon, and at that time, they will have to show the strength of their Eastern Han dynasty to other countries and regions. It's better to hit once, and for all to avoid 100 punches. Besides, they have blood feuds with many countries, so they can take this opportunity to torture them. Duchan, take Yunshu out to play. Li Ji twisted his body, making a series of crackling sounds. Great. Duchan happily led Xie Yunshu out. Since returning to Kuaiji, he has become depressed. With the help of gods like Wang Ming, he really doesn't need to worry about the difficulties in government affairs. He only needs to control the general direction. In terms of military affairs, with Lu Xiangxing and others, he doesn't need to worry about anything. He just needs to firmly grasp the military power in his hands. In history, the Eastern Wu adopted a hereditary military system. That is, the famous Wu clans all have their own troops, which can block the troops and rely on their power to establish their lives. But Li Ji would not do this. Military power is the most important thing to save your life in troubled times. No one will listen to you without troops. Only by mastering the military power, everyone in Kuaiji will obey his orders. So Li Ji's actions to suppress the aristocratic families have never stopped. But even so, the aristocratic families in Kuaiji did not dare to rebel and scold Li Ji easily, because who knows that Li Ji has a bad temper, and he might bring tens of thousands of troops to the door to invite him to drink tea one day. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are so lucky. Zhang Xiaoming walked in, his eyes swirling around Duchan and the others, but he quickly retracted them. Come on. I remember you hooked up with another girl. They traveled here. There is no exit button. Maybe they can leave this world and return to the present world after death. But who dares to do that? After a year, most players have become accustomed to the pace of life here, and many people have taken root here, married and raised children. People like Zhang Xiaoming who have the right to speak, just like those diamond bachelors in later generations, are sought after by many people, including some beautiful girls. You are here. Is there a problem with the guild? Ah. No. A great lord in Guangzhou wants to invite you to Luoyang to discuss the national war. Chapter 214 Dragonbird City. Guangzhou Lord. Li Ji frowned, and found that he didn't seem to have dealt with Guangzhou Lord in his memory. Since the establishment of the guild, the boss has not taken care of our players' affairs. All the players' affairs in Kwaiji County, no matter how big or small, I have to deal with them personally. I almost died of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaoming complained for a while, and then explained to Li Ji, this lord is called Qin Fan, and his territory is near Chang'an City. This person recruited a large number of players to work for him, and he has great prestige among Guangzhou players. It sounds like this person is quite capable. More than quite. This person recruited Chu Tudong, one of the 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion, and made great contributions in the Yellow Turban War. It is rumored that this person's merits are ranked among the top 3 individuals, and it is suspected that he recruited Zhu Wubo. After hearing Zhang Xiaoming's words, Li Ji remembered that Zhang Xiaoming had mentioned in the epic battle that there was a lord in Guangzhou who had a general under him, and he led him to thrive in the battle. In the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the top 3 players in personal merit will receive the Peerless Recruitment Order. It seems that in addition to him and Qin Fan, there is another person who has recruited peerless generals and civil officials. I remember you have met him before. Zhang Xiaoming nodded and replied, yes. I worked with him in the same military camp in the first stage. He seems to be easy to get along with. Li Ji obviously would not be replaced by Zhang Xiaoming's subjective impression. After Qin Fan heard the news of the national war, he immediately proposed a pre-national war meeting and invited players and guilds in the East Han region to participate in the discussion. The number of players in the East Han region can be counted in hundreds of millions. Even the capital city of Luoyang cannot accommodate so many people at the same time. What the boss said is very true. Zhang Xiaoming complimented, and then said, the main forces participating in the national war are undoubtedly large guilds that gather countless players and large lords with a certain scale of territory. So the majority of people Qin Fan invited to participate in the meeting are well-known players in various states and counties. From what you mean, even a small lord like me was invited. Wow. Boss, you are so Versailles. You should know that in the East Han region, except for you, there is no one who sits on the position of prefecture governor. Most of them are county magistrates and county lieutenants. Zhang Xiaoming rolled his eyes helplessly. He controls the largest guild in Kwaiji County, has countless henchmen in his hands, and is responsible for collecting instant information from other players for Li Ji. According to the intelligence he collected, no player had become a governor and managed a population of 1 million before Dong Zhuo entered the capital. Not even Qin Fan, who recruited Zhu Wubo to bring troops to participate in the national war. The player's official position and title must be considered. Li Ji has a governor of Kwaiji on his left hand and a lieutenant in his right hand, and can bring up to 80,000 troops, making him the first player. Unless Qin Fan has a brain seizure, it is impossible not to invite Li Ji to the meeting. Where will the national war meeting be held? It will be in Chang'an City where Qin Fan is, and it will start on time in 10 days. Li Ji calculated the time. The national war meeting will be held in 10 days, and the national war will start a few days after it ends. It seems that the other party has caught up with the time. Okay, you can go to Chang'an with me then. Li Ji is a prefect, and Zhang Xiaoming is the nominal president of the official guild of Kwaiji, so he can naturally participate in the meeting. No problem. In order to prepare for going to Chang'an City, Li Ji talked to the second-in-command Wang Meng in advance, asking him to preside over the affairs of the county and continue to supervise the training of the soldiers. Although it was almost the same before. You don't need to bring soldiers to Chang'an. You only need to bring 1 or 2 fierce generals to fill the facade and protect your own safety. Shuji, Jingxi, you guys take a rest and go to Chang'an with me soon. The strongest general in the Dragon Sparrow army is undoubtedly Li Cunxiu. But Li Cunxiu is a martial arts fanatic. If he is taken to Luoyang, he may see other people's generals and beat them up. At that time, the relationship was not good, which would do more harm than good to the subsequent national war. Sure, Jingxi is different from Chen Dao. They are calm and reserved, and they are loyal guards. Although their bravery is not as good as that of a freak like Li Cunxiu, they are more than enough to guard Li Ji. Chang'an is still under the control of the Han dynasty, and is a neutral city. There are a large number of Han troops to maintain order, and basically no accidents will happen. Taking advantage of this period of time, Li Ji took the time to upgrade Longke Town to a city. Although he controls a county, it is no longer necessary for Longke Town to be a city. But he wants to see what kind of rewards will be after upgrading to a city. Using the resources of a county, a small town is simply upgraded to a city. After a period of earthquakes, the Lord's Mansion once again changed its appearance, and it became brand new and magnificent. Territory Longke City. Lord Li Ji Xianmin. Population 246,957. Public sentiment 99. Public security 99. Political index 1369552/500000. Economic index 1426885/500000. Cultural index 1209888/500000. Military index 949849/500000. Territory specialty yellow wine. Existing buildings 9th level infantry barracks. 9th level cavalry barracks. Winery. Buildable buildings city walls. After the city is upgraded in the territory, the next upgrade path is small city, medium city, large city and giant city. And its scale is respectively county, county seat city, state seat city, and national capital. So Li Ji could have divided Longke City into the new county seat of Kuaiji County and made it the 16th county seat. But he didn't need so many. After Longke City is upgraded to a small city, Li Ji can legitimately move the county seat to his territory, making it the political and cultural center of the county. Such a move by Li Ji can not only attract a large number of people to his territory, but also improve his voice in Kuaiji. Congratulations to the player for upgrading to a small city, and give him 1 gold level talent of each life profession in Longke Village. In the future, gold level talents will be refreshed in large quantities, and diamond level talents will be refreshed with a very small probability. This is a general reward that can be obtained every time a territory crosses a major stage. However, Kuaiji County has a complete range of diamond level talents, so this reward is a tasteless and a pity to throw away. Congratulations to the player for upgrading his territory to a small city. The people in the territory are happy and praise the player's reputation. The territory will maintain public sentiment and public security at 100 in the next year. In the next year, within the jurisdiction of Longke City, the resource output rate will be plus 100%, reducing the occurrence of natural disasters and man-made disasters. Congratulations to the player for upgrading his territory to a small city. The player will be rewarded with a random special building blueprint and a random wonder blueprint. Note that because of your hard work, you have gained the curiosity of a local military general or civil official, who will soon visit your territory. Chapter 215 Rewards for upgrading the city. A special building blueprint. A wonder blueprint. And attracting a non-official military officer to visit. The previous territory buffs are just a drop in the bucket. Successfully used a random special building blueprint. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Guozijian building blueprint. Wow! It seems that I got a good blueprint. Name Guozijian. Quality special building. Description: the highest institution of learning and education management agency in ancient China. Emperor Wu of Jin, Sima Yan, first established Guozixu. And during the reign of Emperor Yan of Sui, it was changed to Guozijian. During the Tang and Song dynasties, Guozijian, as a national education management agency, governed its subordinate Guozixu, Taixue, and Saimengsu. Each school had a doctor and a chief priest in charge of management. Special effects. In the territory where the building is located, a legalized imperial examination can be held once a year to select talents, and the local noble families will not resist this. Students who settle in the Imperial Academy have a chance to obtain a new characteristic. If the number of characteristics is full, the quality of a characteristic will be randomly upgraded. 300 students. High-quality civil officials are easily born in the territory. Construction conditions: 100 taels of gold, 100 units of wood. Construction time: 30 days. The Imperial Academy began in the Jin dynasty and was originally named Guozixu. After several dynasties of reform and renewal, it was officially changed to Guozixu during the Sui Yongdi period and was used until the end of the Qin dynasty. Because the imperial examination system was abolished, Guozixu was also abolished at the same time. An institution with similar functions is Taixue in the Han dynasty. The two are often mixed together, and the name of Taixue replaces Guozixu. However, the role of Guozixu is not only to cultivate talents for the country, but also to play a regulatory role, which is a function that Taixue does not have. Li Ji is not a king or an emperor now, so the supervision function of the Imperial College cannot be played much. Instead, the role of the Imperial examination is of great significance to him and Longke City now. Nowadays, the best way to become an official is to be selected as a filial and honest official or to be recruited by a superior. It is difficult for ordinary capable civilians to take this path, and the imperial examination system of the Sui and Tang dynasties opened a window for them. However, If the imperial examination system was implemented at this time in the Eastern Han Dynasty, it would definitely be opposed by the powerful families and literati. Li Ji was just a county governor, and did not have much ability to deal with the abuse of the families all over the world. The special building of the Imperial College allows Li Ji to reasonably carry out the imperial examination and select talents in Longhai City. He has been thinking so much. And the appearance of this drawing is really a pillow for someone to send to him when he is sleepy. Summoning several important civil officials such as Wang Ming, Ken Zhe, and Shi Shicai, Li Ji handed them the drawings of the Imperial College and told them to prepare for the imperial examination while building the drawings. He was going to participate in a national war, which meant that he would not show up in Kuaiji County within the next 6 months. He could take advantage of this time to let his officials handle the affairs of the imperial examination and spread the word to attract talents from other states and counties to take the exam. As soon as the national war was over, the properly prepared imperial examination could be held under the auspices of Li Ji. My lord, holding the imperial examination is a blessing for the poor. The poor Kenzei and Shi Shicai saw the extraordinary nature of the imperial examination at a glance, and raised their hands and feet to express their agreement. Wang Ming and Wen Tianxiang also felt that the imperial examination system had only benefits and no harm, so they naturally would not oppose it. Guijia and Xia Ying, who had aristocratic family backgrounds, one was slacking off, the other didn't dare to speak loudly, and they also conceded the feasibility of the imperial examination. My lord, since the imperial examination is used to select civil officials, why not select military officials at the same time? Shi Shicai, who was standing by, suggested. Shicai's words make sense. So we will use the form of military examination to hold it together with the imperial examination. As for how to test, you can discuss it with Jiando and others, and make a rule for me to see. Yes. After the preliminary decision on the imperial examination was made, Li Ji waved everyone away and continued to draw blueprints. Successfully used the random wonder blueprint. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Tonkai Tower blueprint. A question mark slowly appeared on Li Ji's head. Boss Chow, who built the Tonkai Tower, is still alive in the world. How could he draw this thing himself? Name Bronze Sparrow Tower. Quality wonderful building. Description during the Three Kingdoms period. Cao Cao built Yedu after defeating Yuan Shao. He built the Bronze Sparrow Tower, the Golden Tiger Tower, and the Icewell Tower, which are called the Three Towers of Yi in history books. It is the birthplace of Jinan literature. The tower is 10 meters high and has more than 100 rooms. It is famous for many inscriptions by celebrities of all dynasties. Special effects. For every beauty with charm greater than or equal to 95 collected by the builder. The cultural development speed of the territory is plus 10%. No upper limit. The combat effectiveness of the territory army is plus 1%. And the effect of peace and prosperity is obtained, peace and prosperity. The people's hearts and public security of the captured city will not drop to 70. And it is difficult to resist. Construction conditions 100 taels of gold. 1,000 units of wood. 1,000 units of iron ore. Construction time 1 year. A very interesting building. Li Ji only needs to collect beauties to get the blessing of Bronze Sparrow Tower. In history, Cao Cao was one of the 3 towers built in Yeqing after defeating Yuan Shao and winning the Battle of Guandu. The purpose was to show his achievements and intimidate the surrounding forces. Counting the beauties on hand, Li Ji helplessly found that his subordinates were all muscular men like Li Tsuinqiu. And only the maids Duchan and Xie Yunshu met the requirements. Many literati and poets wrote poems about the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Among them, the one that impressed Li Ji the most was Du Mu's poem. The east wind is not with Zhou Lang, and the Bronze Sparrow spring is deep, and the 2 Qiaos are locked. Coincidentally, the protagonists of the poem, the 2 Qiaos, are in the neighboring Lujiang County, and have not yet married Sun So and Zhou Yu. Isn't this forcing myself to collect beauties? Li Ji scratched his head and said to himself. And Yao Chan and Xie Yushu, who happened to be serving beside him, heard it clearly and couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes. Does the young master mean to find many mistresses? Yao Chan was thinking about how many people she would serve in the future. As a spectacular building, the Bronze Sparrow Tower consumes a huge amount of manpower and material resources. It takes a year to build it. You should know that previous buildings can be completed within a month. This means that if the construction starts now, it will not be completed until Li Ji finishes the national war, and he cannot enjoy the blessing of the building. Forget it. Let's give this thing to Jean Glue and others. Let them worry about it. Li Ji called a soldier stationed outside and asked him to take the drawings to Wang Ming. In addition to the 2 maps, Li Ji also has a general, which is to attract an out-of-field general to Longke City. This in disguise provides players with an opportunity to conquer generals. Li Ji can take this opportunity to conquer the visiting characters. However, the visiting characters are uncertain, but they are in the out-of-field state. They can be Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang and others, or Xing Derong, Pan Feng and others. The upper and lower limits are very different. I don't ask for Zhao Yun and Zhuge Liang, but I can accept Taisher Ci. Chapter 216 Go to Chang'an. The 12 emperors of the Western Han Dynasty and the 12 emperors of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty's rule lasted for more than 400 years, during which there was a period of turmoil due to Wang Mang's usurpation of the throne. However, Emperor Guangwu Luxiu emerged, defeated Wang Mang with great force, and was awarded titles such as Great Mage and Son of the Plain, and moved the capital from Chang'an to Luoyang. 160 years have passed from Lu Xiu's generation to Lu Hong's generation, and the status of Chang'an City is no longer as important as it was in the Western Han Dynasty. But even so, Chang'an today is still the secondary capital of the Han Dynasty, and the political center second only to Luoyang City. The number of players settled here is not much less than that of Luoyang City, which has also created a number of large guilds hidden in it, which are dominating the world. The reason why Qin Fan, the Lord of Guanzhong, chose to hold the National War Conference here is not only because he is the local snake here, but also because of the historical status of Chang'an City and the elite lords, who have been deeply rooted in this 800-mile Qinchuan. The competition here is much more fierce and bloody than in the south. Qin Fan spent countless money to rent dozens of luxuriously decorated houses in Chang'an City to provide rest for players from various states and counties, showing the hospitality of the host. On the day of the National War meeting, before dawn, a large number of spectators squatted near the teleportation array of Chang'an City, analyzing the invited players, like pointing out the mountains and rivers. At the same time, many players saw business opportunities and sold their props and equipment here, earning a lot of money. For a time, it was overcrowded. Get out of the way! The heroic female general clenched her fist with one hand and formed an invisible force with her momentum alone, forcibly overthrowing the players in front of her, clearing a path for her lord. Look! Look! That female player is Ding Xia from Yuzhou. She recruited Yang Miaozhen, who is said to be invincible in the world, and is a great lord in the local area. I know that Ding Xia seems to have become close to Lu Yu, and is highly valued by Lu Yu. The governor of Yuzhou has assigned her many tasks dealing with Wuhuan and Xianbei. When Lu Yu fought with Gong Sunzan in history, he lacked powerful generals. Now that he has the help of Yang Miaozhen, doesn't he have a chance to defeat Gong Sunzan? If Lu Yu has someone to help him, then Gong Sunzan, who has greater potential, will naturally have a lot of lords following him. Look! The general holding a rake next to that player is the great lord who surrendered to Gong Sunzan. The players invited to participate in the National War meeting are all famous and powerful players in their respective states and counties. Players, like those who are eating melons and chatting near the teleportation array, are not qualified to participate in the meeting, and can only point fingers and chat here. Ding Xia is Lu Yu's man, while Yao Luan, who recruited Shi Denai, is Gong Sunzan's man. The two forces are incompatible, and they use these two as pawns to fight on the chessboard of Yuzhou. The Lord player forces headed by Ding Xia and Yao Luan fought each other over the territory dispute. The two sides are extremely jealous of each other. Look! They are about to collide. This group of people like to eat melons, and don't mind the big things. It would be best if they could see two powerful lords fighting here and perform a six-nation grand appointment. However, the two of them just glared at each other fiercely, and then crossed each other, which disappointed the people present. As time went by, more and more elite players appeared in Chang'an City, and the military commanders and civil officials they brought with them were a feast for the eyes of the spectators. After all, these characters who only existed in history now appeared in front of their eyes. Chu Xiong, the great lord of Jingzhou, unexpectedly recruited Xing Derong, the general of Lingling, one step ahead of others. Zhao Shi, a player from Yizhou, seemed to have colluded with Zhang Lu, the later governor of Hanzhong, to seize Hanzhong, an important city in Yizhou. Wang Song, the lord of Bingzhou, robbed Lu Bu's 8 strong men and recruited Chao Xing, the galaxy shooter. In advance, many lord players were attacked by his hidden arrows. The teleportation array flickered again, and a Han lord and a Xianbei general holding a horse lance appeared. Hey! Isn't that Jiang Chong, the great lord of Liangzhou? Didn't he join Beiyang Boy and become a rebel? How can he come to Chang'an without being afraid of being hunted down by the Han army? What are you afraid of? Now the Han army is in a stalemate with Han Sui and his men. Countless small-scale battles have broken out in the Wei River area. But whether it is the Han army or the rebels, it is impossible to start a full-scale war without full confidence. Do you think that if you report Jiang Chong to the Han army, you will get some money? After hearing this, Jiang Chang's face turned as black as coal. This situation is not impossible. Although the result of the national war is related to the face of all players in the Eastern Han area, this is just a meeting of a civilian organization, and the Han court does not care about this matter at all. He is now labeled as a traitor. If someone really makes trouble to report him, those small leaders of the Han army who want to get promoted and make money will definitely find ways to catch him. Thinking of this, Jiang Chong couldn't help but speed up 2 steps and leave here with Murong Xiaozong. Look, that's Li Ji, the real First Lord. Li Ji has been on the system announcement several times and has become a household name. He has also become a prefect of a county, and his development speed is far ahead of other players. There was a commotion near the teleportation array, and the news of Li Ji's arrival spread to all directions. 2 white-robed generals? How can they not be the legendary Li Tsuingxiao? Many people knew from gossip that Li Ji recruited the Flying Tiger General, who is comparable to the Overlord. They came here to wait for a glimpse of the legendary General Li. But in the end Li Ji didn't bring Li Tsuingxi with him at all, and many players were very disappointed. Wait, isn't there only one white-robed General Zhao Yun in the 3 kingdoms? Li Ji recruited Zhao Yun? I squatted at the gate of Zhaojia village every day, but I didn't see Zhao Yun come back. Those villagers said that Zhao Yun was still learning from his master. So how could he be recruited by Li Ji? That's Chen Dao, the commander of the Baili soldiers, and Shi Jingxi, the 11th Taibao of Li Qiong. The player from Yangzhou finally solved the mystery. Chen Dao and Shi Jingxi. Everyone was shocked. Although these 2 people were not as good as Zhao Yun, one of the 5 tiger generals. They were both famous and brave. Li Ji instantly became the focus of the whole audience. It seems that I am quite popular. Li Ji touched his chin, completely ignoring the eyebrows from male and female players. Zhang Xiaoming rolled his eyes helplessly and complained, "Boss, you are also a county governor, and you have Chen Dao and Shi Jingxi, 2 great gods, guarding you on both sides. You can't find another player with this configuration in the entire Eastern Han dynasty. Boss, don't you think that other lords are like you, with counselors like rain and brave generals like clouds? Isn't it?" As the 2 talked, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Li Ji looked at them carefully and saw the faces of the other party clearly. And then he laughed. Chapter 217 Heroes. What are you laughing at? Jiang Chong looked at Li Ji's playful face and was immediately furious. I remembered something happy. Li Ji's words further ignited Jiang Chang's temper, and he exploded like a barrel of dynamite. Hey, this is Chang'an City, not Yuzhong County. Be careful of your identity as a traitor. Li Ji patted Jiang Chang's shoulder lightly and spoke earnestly, as if the 2 were old friends who had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. Jiang Chong calmed down immediately, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Give me back Ju Yi. Jiang Chong clenched his fists, and words came out of his teeth one after another, as if he wanted to eat Li Ji. Fool. Right? Li Ji said unhappily. Ju Yi was captured alive on the battlefield by me, and he is my trophy. You name a price, and I can exchange it with money. Sorry. Ju Yi has become my man. If you want to exchange it with Murong Xiaozong. You? Murong Xiaozong's ability is much stronger than Ju Yi, and the conditions proposed by Li Ji are obviously not willing to make a deal with him. Thinking of this, Jiang Chong could no longer bear it, and punched the face that he hated. But a hand was faster than his fist, and it grabbed it, and Jiang Chang's fist could not move forward half a step. Are you good at fighting? What's the use of your fighting, you little jerk? Li Ji smiled with his eyes slanted, and the strength of his arm gradually increased. The latter's face turned as red as pig liver because of the stimulation of pain. Let go of my master, Murong Xiaozong roared, and his true energy was mobilized, turning into divine fire surrounding his body, and the horse spear in his hand pierced the unarmed Li Ji. Chen Dao and Shi Jingxi did not dare to be careless, and 2 long spears came one after the other. The silver dragon spear swung the flying horse spear, and the silver true energy extinguished the divine fire like a silver wave. The 100-flower silver spear rushed out from the flank and went straight to Murong Xiaozong's neck. The famous general of the martial temple did not dare to be careless, so he had to pull back to block. A sound of weapons hitting each other was heard, and the strong force made Murong Xiaozong retreat several steps. It seemed that the battle between Li Ji and Jiang Chong had been decided. The sudden fight between the two made the onlookers very excited. It turned out that this was the real big melon. Pa! 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 Accompanied by a round of applause. A player in his 30s came over, followed closely by a giant 10 feet tall. With a fierce momentum, the giant's momentum crushed the void, making a bang, and rolled up an invisible air wave that swept Li Ji and others, oppressing everyone's nerves. Qin Dao and Shi Jingxi were immediately alert as if they were facing a great enemy. The aura of this giant was like a melting pot, full of oppression. They had only felt it on Li Tsuanxiu. You two are important members invited by Qin to attend the meeting. Please give me a favor and stop it. When the local snake Qin Fan heard that a player had a conflict, he immediately rushed to mediate. The East Han district has countless elite players, many of whom come from the same place. Because of the dispute over territory, there are many conflicts between them. These all need to be resolved by him, the owner. However, it is really incredible for a Liangzhou player to have a conflict with a Yangzhou player. Humph! Seeing that he is no match for Li Ji at all, and has no chance to get Jui back, Jiang Chong had to leave with a sullen face. It's President Zhang. I think the person next to him must be Li Taishou. Zhang Xiaoming manages the official guild of Kuaiji County for Li Ji. He is also a well-known figure among the guild gang players. In addition, Qin Fan had dealt with Zhang Xiaoming more than once in order to invite Li Ji to participate, so he naturally knew Zhang Xiaoming. It's a good thing that Li Ji didn't bring the Flying Tiger General Li Tsuanxi with him. Otherwise, with Zhu Wuba alone, it might not be possible to separate Li Ji and Jiang Chong. Of course, it is also possible that Li Tsuanxi beat Jiang Chong and Murong Xiaozong to death before Qin Fan arrived. Lord Qin. Li Ji really didn't know the other party's official position, so he had to call him this. Qin Fan nodded, and then personally took Li Ji and Zhang Xiaoming to the location of the National War Conference. The location of the National War Conference was set up in Chang'an City. Qin Fan took the lead and jointly held this meeting with several large guilds in Chang'an City. There were hundreds of players invited to the meeting, and each of them was either the president or vice president of the guild, or a great lord with thousands of troops. Not only that, there were also a large number of players who maintained order to prevent sudden destruction. After the epic battle, many people received recruitment orders and began to recruit powerful generals and civil officials. These elite players brought their own respected generals with them, on the one hand to protect their own safety, and on the other hand to show off their muscles to others. For example, Li Ji came here with two well-known generals, but the power he showed among this group of players was not ranked. And even worse, he brought a small-scale army, all composed of special arms. With a casual glance, Li Ji could always see a historical figure appear in his sight. If the players gathered here united in an uprising, they might take over this important city in one fell swoop before the defenders of Chang'an City could react. Hey, brother Shi, how have you been recently? Li Ji joked when he saw an old acquaintance. Shi Lang from Wuyuan County shook his head and said with a sad face, recently, the Xiongnu often invaded us and robbed us of food. It is really too difficult to develop. Ha! Don't worry. As long as you have as many war horses on hand, I will buy them all. Li Ji controls the money of a county, which can be said to be rich and powerful. Brother Li, the Xiongnu have been active recently and may attack Bingzhou. Are you interested in taking advantage of them? Sure. The Xiongnu have forgotten the pain after the scar healed. If there is a chance, I will lead the troops to teach them a lesson and capture their cattle. Sheep and horses, by the way. Li Ji believes that fighting the Xiongnu is a sure win. And Bingzhou has famous generals such as Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, so he can take this opportunity to recruit them. Oh! Isn't this Lord Li Taishou? Ding Xiao on the side also found Li Ji and came to say hello. The two are in an alliance relationship, and their territories are not in the same state. There is no territorial dispute in the short term, and there are horse business exchanges. The current relationship is very good. You are doing well with Lu Yu. You must help me in the future. Well, although I follow Lu Yu, General Bai Ma has been eyeing me covetously, and recently he has supported a lord to oppose me. My life is not as comfortable as before. You have Yang Miaozhen and Song Xiansa to help you. Even if Lu Yu is weak, he can beat Gongsun Zan. Although the fourth lady is powerful, Yao Luan is not a pushover. He has sure deny in his hands. And the three brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang have surrendered to Gong Sun Zan in advance. With so many powerful generals, the fourth lady can't beat them at all. Interesting. Li Ji smiled slightly. Chapter 218 National War Conference. If you are beaten to a dead end by Lu, Guan and Zhang, you can come to Kuaiji and get a job. Get lost? You are a dog with no ivory in your mouth. I have tried my best to help you get war horses. Now is just the trial stage. Lu Yu and Gong Sun Zan will at least wait until the heroes are divided before launching a full-scale war. Then I can recruit 1 or 2 generals with the level of the 5 tigers. Won't it be okay? Ding Xia rolled her eyes at Li Ji in anger. Yes. Who can tell what will happen next? The current disadvantage does not mean that it will also be a disadvantage in the future. It is possible that you can recruit some god generals to make you soar to the sky. Just like this national war. As long as you think about it a little, you will know that this activity is an opportunity for players to turn the tables and distance themselves. If you perform well and get high points, you will definitely get a lot of rewards. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Yun will go to Gong Sun Zan after he goes down the mountain. You will have to face 3 of the 5 tigers. Ding Xia cracked her fingers and felt that Li Ji's words made sense. Yang Miaozhen can hold back 1 of the 5 tigers. So who can deal with the other 2? Hey, I heard that you recruited Li Cunxiao, so you can borrow him to use at that time. Okay, as long as you pay enough. Let alone Li Cunxiao. Even calling the Dragon Sparrow army to support you in the north is fine. Okay, it's a deal. Xin Fan invited elite players from all regions to gather together. Many people took this opportunity to get to know players from other states and counties and discuss the matter of alliance. They now have no territorial disputes and can establish trading routes to obtain the required resources. Especially the players from the 3 states of Yu, Bing and Liang, who have warhorse resources in their hands. For the southern players who lack horses, it is a reliable source of warhorses. The world is bustling. All for profit. The world is bustling. All for profit. The strategy of making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby countries, which was brought into full play by them. Although Li Ji came from the south, and his strategic resources were not as rich as those in the north, he was the #1 player. And many players from all over the world wanted to get to know him. You want to order warships. Do you need navy to develop in Bingzhou? A player from Bingzhou approached Li Ji and stated his intention. This person was Wang Tsong, who recruited Chao Xing. My territory is close to the Yellow River. Maybe one day I will need warships. Cross the Yellow River to the south and attack Luoyang? Li Ji thought the other party's idea was extremely bold. Wang Tsong, whose little idea was discovered, coughed awkwardly and said with a smile, people without dreams are no different from salted fish. If they succeed, wouldn't it be possible to learn from Boss Chow to hold the emperor hostage to command the princes? You are really brave. When the national war is over, send someone to my territory to discuss in detail. Okay. As the sun rose, the invited players finally arrived here. Xin Fan saw that everyone had arrived, and then clapped his hands lightly, signaling everyone to stay calm. As the initiator of the National War Conference, Xin Fan had to give some face to the players who were arrogant and focus on them. Please take a seat. The space in the house was limited, and there were only dozens of chairs that could be placed. So Xin Fan roughly considered the strength of the invited players and assigned seats. Having a chair to sit on here is undoubtedly a symbol of status. Li Ji took the lead and sat on the chair, just facing Xin Fan. Li Ji, who holds the positions of governor and lieutenant, stands out among the group of players, and no one dares to object. Players who bring troops to participate in the national war need to evaluate their official positions and titles. The higher the official position, the more troops they can carry. Players like Li Ji who have a half-official position are the top force in this national war. Then, there are the large guilds in the Eastern Han Dynasty, which have tens of thousands of players. Although they cannot form a decent army, as the player level goes up, the ability they exert will also be greater, which is an important part of the national war. The remaining small guilds or players who like to fight alone will become scattered troops, acting as important components and the eyes of the top force, similar to scouts collecting information and transmitting intelligence. This national war concerns the dignity of the country and the face of all players in the East Han region. I hope that you will not do things like stabbing in the back in the national war because of personal grudges. After the national war, you can fight as you please. Xin Fan glanced at everyone and said word by word with a very unfriendly tone. The players present could not help but not do those despicable things in the national war if they had a little sense of honor. Not to mention that they would be united by the surrounding players to attack and become public enemies. They could not stand being called traitors and being poked in the back every day. As the saying goes, no matter how fierce the internal fighting is, they will never let outsiders laugh at them. The number of cities allocated for the national war is based on the size of the country. For a country as large as China, the number of cities allocated will definitely be more than that of other countries. So we have to coordinate who will guard what city. Each city has a certain number of soldiers and a famous Chinese general guarding it. But they will not follow us to attack cities in other countries. So, the task of attacking the city depends on our group of people. Whether it is attacking or defending, it needs to be coordinated. Qin Fan supported the table with both hands and stood up, like a tiger with its waist and abdomen bent. Does anyone know who the city's defenders are? The announcement did not mention the relevant information. Perhaps we will have to wait until the day of the national war and enter the national war battlefield to know. If we draw a general like Xiao Kuo, wouldn't it be a disaster? Everyone was silent for a while, and Li Ji smiled awkwardly and said, "It shouldn't be, because I recruited Xiao Kuo." "Ah, this?" Qin Fan pondered for a while, and said, "The matter of the defender can only be dealt with as it comes. The system wants to mess with us, and we have no way. The number of players in our Eastern Han area can be calculated in hundreds of millions. If there is no one to command them, they will be no different from a pile of loose sand." Someone said, "I suggest that the most powerful force in a county be selected as the person in charge to lead the players in the same county." "How about it?" "A good idea." Qin Fan nodded in approval. At this time, most of the player forces are active in a county, and even Li Ji only controls a county. Using counties as units is just right for the current situation. "I agree. No problem. This suggestion is in the interests of the vast majority of people." And they all raised their hands to express their opinions. "Brother Li Ji, what do you think?" Chapter 219 All Parties. Qin Fan is very good at dealing with people. Seeing Li Ji's hesitation, he asked, "This suggestion is good, but my situation is a bit special." Li Ji touched his chin and said playfully, "What do you mean?" "You know, I am a county governor, and I also have the position of a lieutenant. I can carry up to 80,000 soldiers." Hiss. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, contributing to global warming. Most of them are just a group of county lieutenants and county magistrates. The number of soldiers they can bring into the venue is only a few thousand, which is nothing compared to Li Ji. Even the large guilds in the East Han district that manage hundreds of thousands of players will be dispersed in less than one attack when facing Li Ji's regular army. I need to command my own troops to form an independent army, and I'm afraid I don't have the spare energy to command the players in Kuaiji County. Li Ji felt that commanding players was a thankless task. Not only would it distract his attention, but the points earned by the players would not be counted on him. So he simply brought it up here to get rid of them. This matter is very simple. Just let the largest player guild in the county command it. You can act on your own. Zhang Xiaoming raised his hand silently. "Sorry. I am in charge of the largest guild in the county." Qin Fan, who knew Zhang Xiaoming, patted his forehead helplessly, but he forgot that Zhang Xiaoming worked for Li Ji. Good guy. Kuaiji is surnamed Li, not Lu. Right? Then let Zhang Xiaoming lead the players in Kuaiji County to act. Brother Li Ji, you can act on your own. Don't ask others. Qin Fan finally opened a privilege for Li Ji, the only player who could act independently of the masses. He also lacked the number of people, and his risk in the national war also rose sharply. Li Ji formed an independent army, and the remaining players gathered into forces in counties and kingdoms. Everyone discussed that after the county and state forces entered the national war battlefield, they quickly settled in the nearest city and were responsible for the defense of the city and assisted with the local famous generals. And they also selected several famous lords, such as Qin Fan as the core. They also took on the task of attacking and decided when to send troops to attack other countries' cities. Of course, if their own city was lost due to the attack, this black pot would be borne by these core players, and they would be nailed to the pillar of shame and scolded. In this national war, there must be many countries that are hostile to us and regard us as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. Japan, which has a good life, thinks it is the first great cold Netherland in the universe. Upon hearing the name of Japan, all the players present could not help but be moved. Japan in the present world barks like a mad dog, and most of the Chinese people want to slap it twice. And this national war is a great opportunity to beat them up. Damn it. If I hadn't built a big ship, I would have been the first to rush to the island to feel the scorching temperature back then. A Qingzhou player was very angry and cursed. It's not okay to feel it. They are polite but not righteous. And they are afraid of power, but not virtuous. Such people must be beaten. When it comes to killing the enemy, everyone is as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. And their morale is extremely high. Qin Fan had to cough twice, forcibly suppressing the voices of the players, and said, not only the daily life, we also need to pay attention to the Western countries. Those Westerners are a bunch of cheap bones. They were sold by Ame and helped count the money. That's right. Alas, that's wrong. We must despise the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. Although the Western countries are not very good, there will definitely be outstanding people among them, recruiting various powerful heroes. Everyone talked about it. It's a pity that the border of the Eastern Han dynasty cannot be entered and exited at will. Otherwise we can inquire about the situation of other countries. The player who developed on the border side. Because of this, we can't despise them. Qin Fan said with a calm face. When the National War Conference was held in the Eastern Han district, other countries that were qualified to participate in the National War also held meetings. America, the capital. Elite players from all over America gathered together and formed a circle. Sitting in the first place was the first player, Steve. Because the civilization has a short existence. The background of America is not a historical plot like the Huaxia area, but a fictitious game background. Therefore, the profession of the American player is not a traditional general profession, but a variety of strange game professions, such as wizards, swordsmen, etc. We have always been the number one since the founding of America. Even if we come here, we must take the number one throne. Steve said loudly, and the huge behemoth monster behind him snorted hot air and exuded a dangerous breath. Europeans have always been our lackeys, and they are not our opponents at all. Only China in the East can fight us. As long as we defeat China, we can deter everyone and sit on the throne of this world again. So, we must do our best to capture all the cities in China. The black player on the side asked, there are thousands of famous generals in China. From your tone, it seems that you can deal with them. My behemoth allows me to recruit 9th level behemoth troops. And points can be consumed in the national war to recruit troops without restrictions. As long as I have enough points, I can raise a 9th level behemoth army. The group of meat paste in the East Han district will not be the opponent of the behemoth army. Steve snorted coldly, looking defiant. Not only that, we can also recruit vampires, werewolves, etc., and even the legendary dragons. The players in America are full of confidence and think they are invincible. Western countries, because they are united in the form of the European Union in the present world. Even here, most Western players are willing to unite and conspire for national war. Jerusalem is full of talents. German player Thomas, French player Anthony, and son never sets player Elizabeth sit together at the head. They are all top players in each district. Because the system blurs the boundaries of Europe, they can gather in Jerusalem. Our goal is to reproduce the heyday of the West. Eastern District, Kyoto. What the predecessors can't do, we will do. The players who live a good life show sinister smiles, and their eyes look through the thick walls at the rich Oriental dragon. Chapter 220 Selection. The National War meeting in Chang'an City ended smoothly. The news that the Eastern Han District planned the player troops based on counties and kingdoms spread out, causing a lot of heated discussions. There were more than 100 counties and kingdoms in the late Eastern Han dynasty. After this division, the players participating in the national war will be divided into more than 100 troops, not including special cases like Li Ji, who brought a large army. Due to the large number of counties and kingdoms, Qin Fan and others added a division based on the state level on the basis of the counties and kingdoms. That is, the counties and kingdoms in the same state were put together and accepted the command of the core players. Therefore, the Eastern Han player army was roughly divided into 13 parts, and each part was divided into several county-level armies, based on the names of their respective states. They were divided into Sili Army, Yuzhou Army, Chongzhou Army, Qinzhou Army, Shuzhou Army, Qizhou Army, Lianzhou Army, Bingzhou Army, Yuzhou Army, Yizhou Army, Jingzhou Army, Yamzhou Army, and Jiaozhou Army. The selected core players are all top forces in each state, and they can convince the public in terms of both reputation and strength. However, when selecting the core players of Yuzhou, There was a little accident. At present, Ding Xiao and Yao Luan of Yuzhou are backed by the big lords and grab a lot of resources. No matter who is the core player of Yuzhou, they can suppress the local players well. But there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. No matter whether Ding Xiao or Yao Luan is in charge, the other party will never accept it. Moreover, they represent different positions. If they lose to each other in this competition, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to their reputation. The two quarreled over this matter. Yang Miaozhen and Shi Denai competed with each other in momentum, almost cracking the meeting room. If Jin Fan's Zhu Wubo was not present and personally suppressed the two famous generals, otherwise they would have casualties in the Eastern Han area before the national war started. This matter directly gave Jin Fan a headache. No matter which side sat on the other side, the other side would always disagree. Yao Luan also threatened bluntly that if he could not become the core player of Yuzhou, he would take the players who defected to Gongsun Zan to learn from Li Ji to form an independent army and act on his own. Gongsun Zan has a great reputation, and he has Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei under his command. In the future, another five-tiger General Zhao Yun may come to join him. His war potential is much higher than Liu Yu. Most players in Yuzhou follow the White Horse General, so it is not a joke for Yao Luan to form an independent army. On the other hand, although Ding Xia joined Liu Yu and became an official, her voice among the players is not as loud as Yao Luan, and she cannot attract enough players to form an army. After a series of discussions, Yao Luan became the core player of Yuzhou, which was agreed by the majority. Ding Xia would definitely not do it. She announced on the spot that she would act independently with Liu Yu's players, without giving face to her competitors. This matter was also spread out and caused a sensation. Yao Luan and I have different positions, and our relationship is incompatible. After he becomes a core player, although he will not use those dirty means openly, he will definitely trip me up secretly. Instead of obeying him, it is better to be independent and act on my own. Ding Xiao and Li Ji booked a room and drank wine in a depressed mood. The matter of national war is related to future development. You are just a county magistrate of Zhuo County, and you can only lead 5,000 soldiers, while most players have average abilities. If the number is not enough, it may be difficult to form sufficient combat power. Compared to the other party's depression, Li Ji seemed very relaxed. If these 5,000 soldiers are all special troops, plus hundreds of thousands of players, it is not necessarily impossible to form an army. Yang Miaozhen and Song Xianzi did not carry special troops. How can you train special troops? You really have the ability to peek at the panel. No wonder the fourth lady said that you always look at her with strange eyes. Li Ji coughed twice in embarrassment when he saw that he had let the cat out of the bag. You and I are allies. I won't tell others that you can peek at others. Ding Xiao waved her hand and continued to drink the wine in the bowl. Although I didn't get as many merits as you in the Yellow Turban Rebellion, I also got a good ranking on the list and got a recruitment order. Who did you recruit? Qin Liangyu, the commander of the White Spear soldiers. Li Ji leaned back slightly, and a wave of waves was set off in his heart. Qin Liangyu was a female general in the late Ming dynasty. She was as brave as a man. She was the only female general in history who was recorded in the official history of generals and ministers as a famous general of the dynasty. She was named the Marquis of Loyalty. She once quelled the rebellion in Sichuan, suppressed the rebel Shi Chongming, and Bang Yan, Zhang Xianzhong, and Liu Rusai, and won the victory of Qingdu, Chongqing, and Kemen, with outstanding military exploits. The White Pole soldiers she trained for her husband Ma Qiancheng were a special type of soldiers who were good at mountain warfare. They participated in the campaigns of pacifying Bo, pacifying Shi, aiding Liao, resisting the Qing, serving the king, and suppressing bandits, and won outstanding merits. If it weren't for the alliance, I wouldn't tell you about Qin Liangyu. Ding Xia burped. Although the 5,000 White Pole soldiers are powerful, I'm afraid they can't stop a great lord like me. Otherwise, you can take your troops and follow me. Now it's just like this. After saying goodbye to Ding Xia, Li Ji returned to Longke City. The national war will start in a few days. Li Ji took advantage of this time to discuss with his civil and military officials who should be selected to participate in the national war and who should be stationed in Kuaiji. In the eyes of local NPCs, Li Ji's participation in the national war was just fighting a group of barbarians, which was no different from fighting Shan Yu at ordinary times. So the people of Kuaiji County continued to play music and dance. During the national war, Li Ji's territory at Longke City was protected by the system, which meant that other players' armies could not attack Longke City. But Li Ji not only had to manage Longke City, but also the entire Kuaiji County. There were countless forces in the huge county city, not to mention those noble families who were hypocritical. And the Shan Yu clans in the territory had not been completely pacified. Once they learned that Li Ji was not in Kuaiji County, if they were instigated by some people with bad intentions, they might take the opportunity to jump out and make trouble, threatening Li Ji's territory. So some generals were needed to help Li Ji garrison Kuaiji County in the next 6 months. Moreover, the generals chosen must be loyal to Li Ji. If a general with the same character as Xiao Kuangyin is chosen, it is very likely that a Qinqiao mutiny will occur directly. The people who can be called famous generals under Li Ji's command are Wang Ming, Lu Xiangqing, Zhu Yi and He Qi. Wang Ming is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. He is impeccable in terms of ability and status. But Wang Ming is too good. He cannot be absent from the national war. The latter is Lu Xiangqing. His four-dimensional abilities are very balanced. He can handle both internal affairs and military affairs. It is a bit too wasteful to keep him here to guard the house. There are also Zhu Yi and He Qi. Chapter 221 Crazy and straightforward. Zhu Yi surrendered not long ago, and because of his characteristics, his loyalty to Li Ji is not very high. Although he has good ability, it is not the best choice for Zhu Yi to be the garrison commander alone. Moreover, Zhu Yi's Xianding Death Squad is the only heavy crossbow soldier in the army, which is twice as effective against cavalry, and is an indispensable type of soldier in the national war. Is it still He Qi? Li Ji rubbed his swollen temples. Due to his frequent expeditions against Shan Yu, He Qi's level has risen rapidly, and is almost close to his peak state. His ability is enough to defend Kuaiji. In history, he was famous for his specialization in fighting Shan Yu, and dealing with Shan Yu rebellion was just a piece of cake. However, without He Qi, the Don Wushanlin light infantry, without a specific general to lead, would find it difficult to exert its full strength. Although Ding Xia agreed to act together, the ability of the White Spear soldiers is similar to that of the Don Wushanlin light infantry. But after all, this is someone else's army. How can it be as good as his own troops? He tends to take He Qi with him. Kuaiji County is my base camp, and it cannot fall into the hands of others. Dirun, Song Rui, Shiji, Jingwang, Xiao Kua, Lu Pai, Gong Du, Pei Yuan Xiao. You stay in Kuaiji for this national war. Beware Shan Yu and those insects hiding in the dark. When Tianxiang and Zhang Shiji became the three heroes of the late Song dynasty, although their military capabilities were not as good as Wang Ming and others, they were enough to resist the attack of Shan Yu. Although Lu Pai and others were surrendered generals of the Yellow Turbans, their Zhang Ning was in the hands of Li Ji, and his loyalty could be guaranteed. Li Jinglong and Zhao Kuo were both average in ability, and could be said to be Li Ji's two generals. Even if they were instigated by others, they would not make any waves. Then, the list of participants in the national war can be determined: Wang Ming, Jia Su, Guo Jia, Shi Jisai, Lu Xiangqing, Li Cunxiao, Huang Gong, Shi Jingxi, Chen Dao, Yan Xing, Zhu Yi, He Qi and Zhou Song. The lineup is extremely luxurious. My lord once said that there are people who are good at using witchcraft among the barbarians. Zhang Ning, the daughter of Zhongju, can use the art of thunder and lightning, which may be a trump card to crack the barbarians. Shi Shizai suggested. Shizai's words make sense. Li Ji almost forgot about Zhang Ning, the new great virtuous teacher. After all, the other party is a master-level talent. Even if he can't beat Zhongju, his thunder and lightning skills are enough to threaten ordinary famous generals. After determining the candidates for the expedition, it is necessary to plan the types and numbers of troops to be sent out. Tianxiong Army and Yair Army are the main cavalry units of Li Ji. After the battle in Liangzhou, they seized a large number of high-quality war horses. So they expanded again and changed to 5,000 people. The two special cavalry units totaled 10,000 people, and the number of other low and medium-level cavalry units was also increased, making up 15,000 people. Among the special infantry, there are He Qi's Dongwu Mountain Light Infantry and Chen Dao's Baili soldiers. So Li Ji recruited 8,000 light infantry and 2,000 Baili elite soldiers, and the rest of the heavy infantry, spearmen and other low-level ordinary infantry recruited 20,000 people. Huang Zhong's Phoenix Longbowmen and Zhu Yi's Xianning Death Soldiers are both 7th-level troops. Li Ji recruited a total of 3,000 people for financial considerations, and ordinary crossbowmen recruited 18,000 people. As the only 9th-level army, Jingxai Army, Li Ji gritted his teeth and expanded to 1,000 people, 21,000 cavalry, 30,000 infantry, 24,000 crossbowmen. These are all the troops that Li Ji will take to the national war. In addition, Li Ji also recruited soldiers and stationed them in various counties to serve as garrisons to prevent sneak attacks from Shan Yu. The system does not restrict the conditions for participating in the national war. In other words, any player can participate in the national war. Even players with living professions can participate. Although these players are not able to participate in the war, they can stay in the city to play their professional strengths and earn money. Sir, Sister Zhang Ning can fight the barbarians. So why can't I go with her? For such a long time of half a year. You need someone to serve you. Duchan opened her big watery eyes and pulled the corner of Li Ji's clothes and said coquettishly, since getting rid of the identity of a maid in the palace, Duchan has been as free as a bird out of a cage. At most, she massaged Li Ji's feet and shoulders. She was free and unrestrained. And her life was much better than before. As soon as she saw that Li Ji was going to lead his troops to fight again, Duchan pestered him and said that she would follow him no matter what. Those barbarians have not been educated yet, and I'm afraid they will hurt you. Besides, someone needs to take care of you in the mansion. I'll take you there when you grow up. Li Ji rubbed his lowly's head and sighed that it felt really good. Duchan is the most beautiful woman in the 3 kingdoms. Full of charm. Her profession is a dancer in the life profession, and her skills can buff the army with various buffs. However, Duchan is not yet an adult, and her 4-dimensional attributes have not reached the peak, so the role she can play is extremely limited. The battlefield of the national war is extremely dangerous, and even he doesn't know whether he can survive. Duchan's personal safety is not guaranteed at all. Then I will just accompany Sister Yushu. Duchan had to give up, but after taking Li Ji's purse, she was extremely happy and ran out of the mansion with Xie Yushu. The players who returned to their respective spheres of influence began to reorganize their troops and prepare for the national war. The national war will take half a year, and players must arrange things for the next 6 months. Especially players who own territories. If they do not make detailed plans, the territories without anyone to preside over will fall into a state of stagnation and development within half a year. Li Ji was no exception. After he left, Ken Zhe and Wen Tianxiang were in charge of internal affairs. The development of Longke City would naturally not stagnate. However, this was Li Ji's territory after all, and Li Ji needed to make corresponding arrangements. Dirun, Song Rei. The construction of the Imperial College has been put on track. So the most important thing is to do a good job in the Imperial examination. After I leave, you have to prepare for the Imperial examination. The Imperial examination will be held in Kuaiji at the beginning of next spring. Ken Zhe and Wen Tianxiang nodded. With their intelligence, they naturally knew the importance of the Imperial examination to Longke. As long as the Imperial examination was successfully held, they would be able to harvest a large number of high-quality talents to fill the middle and low-level government officials. At this time, the messenger stationed outside came in and reported to Li Ji, "Report to the Lord. There is a scholar outside the house, asking for an audience. Please let him in." I saw an arrogant scholar with his head raised, striding in, but seeing that Li Ji did not move at all, he immediately showed a trace of displeasure. I heard that Governor Li is courteous to the wise and humble to the humble, but now that I see him, it seems that the rumors are not the same. Li Ji raised his eyebrows, glanced at the other party and smiled. The so-called courteousness depends on whether the other party is really capable. I think you have an extraordinary demeanor. Please take a seat. After that, he stood up and invited the other party. May I know your name? The scholar who came to see Li Ji was only 20 years old. Very young. But his tone was not polite at all. And he was arrogant. I am Yu Fan. Yu Zhengxiang. Chapter 222 Yu Fan Yu Zhengxiang. Yu Fan. A wild and straightforward man. Li Ji was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this great talent would come to him before he even visited him. Most of the important civil officials in Dongwu were from aristocratic families. The 4 surnames of Wu County held various important responsibilities, so that there were often thousands of county officials, almost controlling the internal and external affairs of Dongwu. The Yu family, a local aristocratic family in Kuaiji, also provided talents for Sun Ce and Sun Quan. That is, the outspoken Yu Fan in front of him. In history, Yu Fan was the son of Yu Xian, the prefect of Rainan. In his early years, he served as Gongchao under Wang Lang, the prefect of Kuaiji. Later, when Sun Ce attacked Kuaiji and Wang Lang was defeated, Yu Fan followed him and guarded him. It can be seen that this man is a loyal person. If Wang Lang hadn't asked him to go home personally, he would not have abandoned his boss and went home. Yu Fan was quite capable. He was not only wise and knowledgeable in government affairs, but also proficient in Ishue. He used divination to predict that Guan Yu would be killed within 2 days. Sun Quan praised him as you are not as good as Fushi, but you can be compared with Dongfang Shua. Moreover, he also knew medical skills. Lu Ming used this as an excuse to let him join the army to attack Jingzhou and cross the river in white clothes. He also advised not to take it lightly, so Lu Ming did not fall into the ambush of others. However, this person had certain flaws in his character. Qin Shou called him the ancient madman. He repeatedly gave advice to Sun Quan, which made Sun Quan quite dissatisfied. At the same time, he was not on good terms with some officials, was slandered many times, and was eventually exiled to Jing County. Later, he pretended to be drunk at Sun Quan's banquet and was indifferent to his monarch, which made the emperor of Eastern Wu so angry that he almost drew his sword and chopped him. In addition, Yu Fan was also very venomous. He often mocked the captives Eugene and Nifeng, and even called Zhang Zhao a dead body at a drinking party, and talked nonsense about gods. In the end, Sun Quan couldn't stand this troll and exiled him to Jiazhou, which was still uninhabited, and he eventually died in a foreign land. Although Yu Fan had some flaws in his character and liked to taunt people, this was much better than Zhu Yi's repeated behavior. To employ this person, one only needed to endure the other party's verbal attacks. Name Yu Fan, Zi Zhongxiang. Occupation Civil Official, War Department. Identity Yu Yao. Kuaiji. Level 50. Brave 60, 70. Commander 32, 34. Wisdom 84, 90. Political Strategy 84, 90. Charm 60. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Crazy and straightforward. Black, crazy and straightforward in ancient times. Because of the relationship between words, it is possible to be disrespected by the Lord, or even get into trouble. Poisonous tongue, blue when taunting someone with lower wisdom than oneself. The other party has a chance to get the taunt effect, taunt, easy to fall into the enemy's strategy. The probability is related to the difference in wisdom between the two. Lecture, blue there is a chance that a high characteristic civil official will be born in the territory. When holding a relevant position, the students you teach have a chance to gain a characteristic. One minister does not serve two masters. Purple loyalty is extremely easy to improve. Elaborate and well-informed, purple broad knowledge. Rich experience. The development speed of the cultural index in the territory is plus 20%, making the territory attractive to talents with cultural blessing characteristics. Clear will and integrity. Purple corruption in the territory is reduced by 30%. The government is in harmony, and the development speed of the political index is plus 50%. Sarcastic and just. Gold if the advice is adopted. The adopter will gain a sober effect, sober, not affected by the enemy's one-time strategy effect. And the combat effectiveness of the troops commanded will be temporarily plus 20% until the end of a battle. Wei Miao Xian Tong, Gold Mastery Shui. Skill power plus 50%. With a chance to ignore physical consumption when using divination-related skills. The success rate must be above 50% when using Qi Min Dun Jia-related skills. Skill power plus 20%. Skills Divination, S level. Medical Mastery, S level. Daily Travel 300, S level. Qi Min Dun Jia, S level. Swearing, S level. Mental Method, Yu Family Mental Method. Equipment, none. Special Arms, none. Sir, you are straightforward and have the demeanor of a gentleman. I don't recognize your talent, so I hope you will forgive me. Li Ji bowed his hands to apologize. Took Yu Fan's arm. Invited him to sit down and negotiate. And personally poured tea. No matter how thick-skinned Yu Fan was, no matter how sharp his words were, he was just a young boy in his teens. Faced with the courtesy of a county governor and making tea, he was suddenly a little helpless. Moreover, he came to seek refuge with Li Ji. His previous arrogant and contemptuous look was just to test Li Ji's temper. After all, he also knew his own character. If he didn't have a good-tempered lord, he might not be able to show his talents, and there would be no need to seek refuge. Yu Fan stood up awkwardly and said with a bow, "The prefect is magnanimous. Please forgive my previous rudeness. I have heard that those people with strange tempers are all talented people with thousands of books in their minds." Zhongxiang stood up several times. "Don't you think my floor is too hard?" Li Ji smiled and waved his hand, and asked Yu Fan to sit down again. "I dare not. I dare not." Yu Fan sat down. And when he saw that Li Ji had no intention of blaming him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder if Zhongxiang has anything to do this time. Could it be that the prefect needs Ji's help? It's not my father who has a request, but Fan who has a request. The prefect has just entered Kuaiji. Although I am not talented, I am willing to take charge of the writing under the prefect's account. Yu Fan spoke frankly, and was very confident in his talents. Officials in the opposition, Yu Fan pledged his loyalty to Yu. Do you agree? Yes. As soon as Li Ji took office as the governor, he attacked the Kuaiji aristocratic families. He punished many disobedient and even rebellious aristocratic families, which dealt a heavy blow to the power of the local aristocratic families. His name, Li Ji, is notorious among the aristocratic families. Except for Xia Yin, who had sent his daughter to be an official. No other aristocratic family was willing to let their children serve in the county. Originally, he did not plan to rely on the aristocratic families. There are also many talents among the players, enough to supplement the grassroots in various places in the county. And now that he has obtained the building of the Imperial Academy, he can hold the Imperial Examination every year. Now that the news of holding the Imperial Examination has been spread, it will not be him who will be in a panic, but those aristocratic families, who are no different from termites. I didn't expect that before I left for the national war. There would be a child of an aristocratic family willing to come and seek help for me. And it was such a big fish. In fact, Li Ji did not mean to discriminate against the noble families. As long as the children of the noble families have real talents and hard work, Li Ji will not close the door to their official positions. Today's matter should be shared with you. Li Ji excitedly shook the other party's hand and said happily, Yes. After a conversation, I heard from the people of Yuyao that Zhongxiang is proficient in divination. I wonder if this is true. Yu Fan waved his hand and said arrogantly, although Fan is not proficient in this art, it is probably impossible for the Lord to find someone in Kuaiji County who is better than me. This is very Yu Zhongxiang. Chapter 223 Opening. I wonder what the Lord wants to calculate. Marriage or wealth? Li Ji patted his thigh and laughed. Since Zhongxiang is proficient in this art, why not calculate what I will do next? Yu Fan smiled slightly, and did not use the divination art, but directly said, Tens of thousands of elite soldiers have gathered in Luoke City, and many soldiers have been recruited in various counties. The Lord may have the intention to go on an expedition. When I was on my way here, I heard that the Lord's raised troops to fight against the barbarians. I guess the Lord is also thinking about this matter. Zhongxiang is really talented. I wonder if I can win this expedition. My Lord is a man of great luck. He can turn danger into fortune. How can he not win? When it comes to going to war, everything depends on human effort. My Lord has many brave generals and counselors under his command. It is easy for him to deal with the barbarians. What a great saying. Everything depends on human effort. Li Ji nodded with a smile and asked, Today I first met Zhongxiang, but I feel as if I have seen Zhongxiang for decades. Zhongxiang is a great talent. I wonder if he is willing to follow me to fight against the barbarians. Yu Fan has a divination skill, which is similar to Song Xian's ability. The two of them may not be able to beat Zhuge Liang together, but they are enough to deal with most players from other civilizations. Turn danger into fortune. Seek benefits and avoid harm. Li Ji's luck has reached 99 points. With two talented people who are proficient in the art of Chiman Duanjiao guiding him, he may be able to exert unimaginable energy. Since the Lord values Fan so much, Fan will naturally do his best. That's great. The time of the national war was approaching day by day. After Li Ji conquered Yu Fan, he continued to prepare for war. The 80,000 soldiers carried the necessary equipment and dry food, and made full preparations. During this period, no great talents came to visit, which made Li Ji a little disappointed. He still remembered that after upgrading the territory to a city, a local NPC general and civil official would come to visit. Although the upper and lower limits of their abilities could not be guaranteed, Li Ji's luck value was so high that it was impossible to see a bad talent. Li Ji had entrusted Zhang Xiaoming to ask the players of the guild to pay more attention to the talents who visited in the past few days. But until the day of the national war, there was still no news of talented people. It's my fate to get it, and it's my luck to lose it. Maybe there will be news when the national war comes back. 80,000 soldiers gathered in Luoke City, waiting for the start of the national war. At the same time, the teleportation array in the city flickered, and a 5,000-man army appeared in it, holding a long spear made of solid white wood, with a hook with a blade on the top and a hard iron ring on the bottom. The posture is vigorous. And the momentum of 5,000 people is not much worse than that of tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. The people coming are Ding Xia's 5,000 white pole soldiers. Since Yao Luan became the core player of Yuzhou, his reputation has been further improved. And players who originally favored Liu Yu have also switched sides to Gong Sunzan's side. Even if Ding Xia has Song Xianzi to guide her, she can't do anything about this situation. The current situation in Yuzhou is somewhat clear, and Yao Luan has vaguely suppressed Ding Xia. Of course, Li Ji is not idle enough to intervene in the affairs of Yuzhou, which can easily be chopped off by others with his hands and arms. Is this Qin Liangyu? Li Ji directly ignored Ding Xia and spied on the new female general, who stood up. Qin Liangyu is a valiant and heroic woman who is as good as a man. Although she is not as imposing as Yang Miaozhen next to her, she is familiar with military books and is much better than the fourth lady in commanding troops. Me Governor Li. Compared with Yang Miaozhen's cold personality, it is obvious that Qin Liangyu is easier to get along with. How about it? Compared with your group of rough men, are my female generals more pleasing to the eye? Ah. Yes. 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 If I bring out Yuchan and Xia Yushu, wouldn't it raise the level of appearance of the Dragon Sparrow army? Li Ji agreed on the surface, but secretly complained. The generals of the two sides began to greet each other. After all, they will act together later, so they should get to know each other in advance to avoid chaos when fighting the barbarians. TSK. Flying Tiger General Li Cunxiu, whose achievements surpassed those of Zhuge Liang and Wang Jinglu. Even Huan Zhong, one of the 5 Tiger Generals, has been recruited by you. That's awesome. How's it going? I didn't lie to you about the support from the north last time. You were more than enough to defeat Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Indeed. How much do I have to pay to hire Li Cunxiu and his men? Simple. Exchange them for Yang Miaozhen and Qin Liangyu. Get lost. When Li Ji and Ding Xia began to bargain, the troops from various counties also began to gather, because no one knew where they were teleporting to. They simply gathered in advance to avoid looking for troops after entering the battlefield. After Longke City upgraded the city, it could build a legendary array like ordinary county towns. Li Ji immediately built a teleportation array unique to Longke City. However, Longke City is Li Ji's foundation. He did not open it to the people and players in the city. They could only go to Shanin County, 50 miles away, to use the teleportation array. Every time the teleportation array is used, whether leaving or coming, it requires Li Ji's permission. If it is not to pick up Ding Xia's troops, the teleportation array of Longke City will probably need to eat dust for a while. Huaxia District National Announcement. The National War Battlefield will be opened in 10 minutes. Players are requested to choose whether to participate in the National War within 10 minutes. No more waiting after the deadline. Here it comes. Li Ji was very excited. After waiting for so long, he finally received the announcement of the National War. Confirmed to participate. The National War concerns the face of the entire country. If they do not perform well in this National War, they may not be able to raise their heads in the international arena for a period of time. Moreover, the rewards of the National War are extremely generous. If you are eliminated in advance and fall behind, there will be a certain gap with others. Just like a snowball, the top-ranked countries will roll bigger and bigger, while the bottom-ranked countries will be widened by others and eventually become the target of others' annexation. Not only Li Ji is preparing for war and preparing the army, but other players are also trying their best to improve their strength. Their foundation is definitely not as solid as Li Ji's. They can only rely on the knowledge of the present world to go to places where famous generals and civil officials appear, or even borrow generals and civil officials from the princes who are loyal to them. It's just a barbarian. Why do we need to help them? What? Brother Anmin is also going to participate. In this case, I need to help my brother. Are any of you interested in going? Cao Cao, who became the governor of Dongjun, became excited when he heard the name of Li Ji. He straightened his back and scanned everyone. The Xiahou brothers took the responsibility and stood up, saying in unison, Governor Li is both civil and military. We are willing to go and suppress the barbarians. Not only Cao Cao, but also the princes of various places dispatched troops and generals to lend their generals to the loyal players to improve their strength. After all, if the players are doing well, they, the princes, can also benefit. Chapter 224. First time in the National War. The National War is about to start. It has been detected that the player has obtained an official position and can bring 80,000 people into the National War battlefield. The conditions are currently met. Do you want to enter immediately? Li Ji and Ding Xia received the notification at the same time, and then confirmed their identities and entered the battlefield. A flash of white light. Li Ji and others only felt white in front of their eyes. The touch from the soles of their feet changed, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Many low-level soldiers found it difficult to remain calm, causing a slight commotion, which calmed down the next second. The sky in the distance was covered with a layer of haze, and the ancient aura of killing came to the face, which made people alert. Send several teams of scouts to find out all the terrain within a radius of 20 miles. Li Ji remembered that the players' landing range was 20 miles around the National War City, and the place where they were located was in a valley with high walls on both sides. The 80,000-man army was stretched out in an instant, unable to look after each other. High walls rose on both sides, if they did not evacuate in time, as long as other civilization teams appeared on the high walls to attack them. Li Ji's dragon bird army would be skinned alive. Dozens of scouts and several crows carrying black crows rushed out from the front and back, acting as eyes for Li Ji and gathering information. The 80,000-man army did not sit still and wait for death. They quickly broke away from the valley and saw a vast plain. It was so big that Li Ji could see the outline of the city in the distance clearly. The red flag symbolizing China was flying high, and soldiers were patrolling back and forth on the city wall, with people surging, except for the city sitting alone in it. Li Ji could not see anything else on this plain. This is not a good phenomenon. The battlefield of the national war does not use the terrain of the main world, but independently generates a neutral continent. The terrain around the cities of various civilizations is randomly generated, which is extremely a test of luck. The city that Li Ji approached was obviously not so lucky. It was located in the center of the plain, with no defenses on all sides, and even no decent moat. If it was besieged, it would easily become an isolated city and be at the mercy of others. Huaxia District National War Announcement. Huaxia District has 6 cities, namely Intian City, Lenin City, Luoyang City, Chang'an City, Xianying City and Daxing City. Please participate actively and guard the Huaxia cities. Congratulations to the players for discovering Lenin City in Huaxia District. Such a familiar name. Isn't this the name of the capital city set by some dynasties in Huaxia? Intian corresponds to the Ming dynasty. Lenin corresponds to the Southern Song dynasty. Xianying corresponds to the Qin dynasty. And Daxing corresponds to the Sui dynasty. For example, Luoyang and Chang'an, because too many dynasties founded and changed dynasties on them. Li Ji could not guess which dynasty the 2 cities corresponded to. Lenin City is the capital established by the royal family of the Song dynasty when they crossed the Yangtze River to the south. Perhaps the city is guarded by famous generals of the Southern Song dynasty. Ding Xia also discovered the blind spot and said happily, the Southern Song dynasty has the 4 generals of the Restoration, as well as outstanding generals such as Meng Gong and Zhong Zhe. Even if the city is in the plains, they are enough to protect themselves. Why don't you say that the 4 powerful ministers of the Southern Song dynasty guarded Lenin, but they were loyal to the royal family? Li Ji complained helplessly. The defenders of the National War City are random, and you never know what kind of immortal teammate the system will choose for them. Soon, the scouts sent out return one after another. The Crow Army has the assistance of black crows, and its exploration efficiency is much higher than that of ordinary scouts. Outside the valley is also a plain, with a large river running through it, flowing from west to east, and a vast dense forest outside. Based on the feedback from the scouts, Li Ji and others roughly drew a rough map, and circled one of the places, which was considered by everyone to be the focus of attention. The terrain of Lenin City became clear. It is located on a plain, and Li Ji's place in the south is separated from the outside by the valley. Outside the valley is another plain, with a large river running through the center and dense forests in the distance. As for other aspects of Lenin City, they are all uninhabited places with no dangers to defend. So if Li Ji and others want to help defend the city, they may set up a line of defense at the entrance of the valley. Do you have any ideas? Li Ji pointed to the circle in the picture and asked Ding Xia. The players were born near the city of their own civilization. If we don't defeat them quickly, we are likely to be surrounded. They chose to build a stronghold near the river bank near us. We only need an elite cavalry to attack them at night, and the possibility of defeating them is very high. The national war lasted for 6 months. In order to defend their own civilized cities, they not only rely on solid cities, but also need to set up strongholds everywhere to prevent surprise attacks from others. Many smart players have set up defense lines outside, and they are mutually supporting the city. Don't worry. I won't be stupid enough to attack their city. The Dragon Bird army has a total of 80,000 people, of which the number of cavalry has reached 26,000, accounting for more than 1/3 of the total. Letting the cavalry attack the city, unless he, the commander, is too optimistic. Report to the Lord. The enemy's flag has been found. It is a red flag with a yellow star on it. After the scouts discovered the troops outside the valley, Shi Jingzi personally took a few soldiers of the Crow army to obtain information about the enemy troops through the vision of the Black Crow, so as to know both himself and the enemy. Anan? Li Ji showed a sinister smile. The battlefield of the national war is based on civilizations, and the flags of each unit are automatically replaced with the national flags of the present world, such as the red flag of China, the sun flag of Japan, the Tai Chi flag of the Great Cold Nether country. You only need to see the appearance of the enemy's flag to know the identity of the other civilization. Moreover, players cannot pretend to be the identity of other civilizations. Even if they pick up the enemy's flag, it will automatically refresh to the flag of their own civilization. The Anan people in the present world are very jumpy. They are jokingly called the 5 permanent members of the internet. Their keyboard typing ability is much harder than the pancakes on the roadside. How many people are there? I see that there are only 3,000 regular troops among them, and the remaining 100,000 people are no different from chickens and dogs. Li Ji understood what Shi Jingzi meant. This Anan lord brought 3,000 soldiers and horses with him. It seems that the other party is doing well in the Anan area, and his position is equivalent to that of the county magistrate of China. In addition, there are 100,000 players following him to arrange his troops. The enemy had 103,000 men, while Li Ji had 26,000 elite cavalry. He only needed to seize the opportunity to defeat them in an instant and leave. Zhongxiang. Xiansu. I wonder what the result of this expedition will be. Yu Fan and Song Xiansu both knew the basics of Qimeng Duanjia, and they all used their own special skills to predict for the Lonke army. The result is auspicious. Li Ji nodded, glanced at everyone, and said loudly, in this case, call up all the cavalry, and follow me to defeat the enemy. Chapter 225 Impact. Whirl. Whir. The setting sun is like a shadow, and a strong wind occasionally sweeps across the river, stirring up waves. Li Guangqing, one of the great lords of Anan, pulled his blown-up battle robe. Several Anan generals followed him, one of whom had a 3-strand beard and was much more imposing than the others. This general was Li Guangqing's confidant, named Wu Wenyong, a famous general of the Xishan dynasty. Together with the others, he was known as the 7 Tigers of Xishan and participated in the Qingyu War. How are the scouts sent out? Have you found any troops from other civilizations? Li Guangqing was able to reach the top lord level in the Anan area, not only because of Wu Wenyong's help, but also because of his cautious character. After landing on the battlefield, he did not immediately contact the other players in the Anan area, but built a fortress under Wu Wenyong's guidance, and formed a corner with the Anan city. While sending out scouts to explore the surroundings, they also sent people to the nearest city to contact the local garrison commander in an attempt to get support. Most of the scouts have returned, and only those in the valley have not returned yet. Wu Wenyong replied respectfully, it is easy to hide soldiers in places with complex terrain. We must explore them clearly, and we must find out whether there are other civilized cities on the other side of the valley. Li Guangqing rubbed his right eyelid, which was twitching from time to time. If the left eye twitches, good things will come. If the right eye twitches, disasters will come, and feudal superstitions will come. He didn't believe that there was a team of soldiers hiding behind the valley, staring at them covetously. At this moment, dozens of black crows were circling above Li Guangqing's 100,000 troops, roaring and making unpleasant sounds. The ground under his feet suddenly shook slightly, and the clever Anan player was surprised to find that the water in the bowl began to shake. Li Guangqing suddenly felt something was not right, and he jumped on his horse very swiftly. He saw a thin black line rising on the horizon in the distance, and in front of them were dozens of soldiers wearing the unique armor of Anan. He recognized that these fleeing soldiers were the scouts he sent out, but now they were being chased by the enemy like wolves chasing sheep. Several streams of light cut through the sky, and the hot flames burned a piece of void, rendering it fiery red, and accurately pierced the bodies of the Anan scouts. Dozens of miserable screams of pain sounded almost at the same time, and were transmitted to the ears of the 100,000 Anan soldiers, who were building a fortress through the air. It's cavalry. There are cavalry approaching here quickly, some players exclaimed, causing a lot of commotion. 1 spread to 10. 10 spread to 100. And the news of the enemy attack spread quickly to every corner of the army like a plague. And a panic rose. Waste. All of you are waste. The enemy has killed so close. And we only found their traces. Li Guangqing cursed. He had fought in the Annan region for a whole year. So he naturally knew the importance of intelligence. He did not expect that before the scouts he sent out returned. Their tracks had been discovered. Wu Wenyong took over the army, waved the flag in his hand, and began to mobilize 100,000 troops. Reorganizing the troops, attempting to have a head-on confrontation with the incoming troops. But he misjudged the difference between players and ordinary troops. Most players were cowards, and they were only temporarily dispatched by Li Guangqing. And it was impossible for them to work completely for Li Guangqing. Although dying in battle here will only force you to return to the main world, no one is willing to endure the pain of death in a sober state. Moreover, if you die in battle, your personal points will be cleared, and you will no longer have the possibility of participating in the national war. No one wants to die at this time. As long as someone flees, it will cause a chain reaction, leading a large group of people to flee. And then it will be no different from a huge defeat. The 100,000 Annan troops were in chaos in an instant. Boom! Like thunder tearing through the night, breaking the silence of this side. The shaking of the earth became more and more violent, like an active volcano constantly accumulating power before erupting. The black-clad and black-armored Crow army acted as the vanguard, as if a black torrent was wantonly washing over the earth, rushing with overwhelming momentum. The place where Li Ji chose to charge was not far from where the Annan army was stationed, and he could kill the Annan players in an instant. The figure rushing in the front was as majestic as an iron tower, wrapped in golden light, like a golden god made of gold. Use skills to force them back. A few players reacted and threw out countless skills. A large number of ice cones, flames, lightning and other spell attacks appeared in the void. Very dense. Li Tsuinxiao, who was the first to bear the brunt, did not change his eyes at all. A terrifying strange wind suddenly blew up, forming countless small whirlwinds that destroyed all the calligraphy in front. Get out! Li Tsuinxiao shouted loudly, like a lion king in the deep forest roaring wildly. The terrifying sound waves seemed to be real, and the void was rippled wherever it went. The next second, with the wind, the sound waves turned into a heavy hammer and hit the players, who were blocking the front fiercely. Their internal organs were instantly shattered, and a large amount of warm blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. These people lost their lives quietly. This is much stronger than Wu Wenyong. Li Guangqing sat in the central army, seeing the bravery of the enemy generals. He couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and sweat. Not only Li Tsuinxiao, but also Huang Zhong, Shi Jingxi and Chen Dao, who acted as the vanguard, had a bravery value of more than 90, and their strength was far beyond the imagination of the Annan players. Boom! Red fire meteors, spirit snakes circling, silver dragons raging, countless strange phenomena rising. The Annan people standing in front of them were as fragile as paper, and were instantly torn into pieces. For sharp blades pierced blood holes in the Annan army, and countless warm blood sprayed out, almost turning everyone into blood. The Tianxiong army, following the Yair army, pulled the trigger in their hands. Thick gunpowder rose from the barrel, and the red-hot iron balls burst out, smashing the enemies in front of them into irreparable wounds. Firearms? All the Annan players were shocked. They are still fighting with cold weapons. How can there be civilizations that can use firearms of the later era? Isn't this a foul? Before they could think about it, the 3-barreled fire gun fell straight down. Their heads burst open, and disgusting things splashed out. Kill! Yu Wang's spear swept lightly, and countless Annan players were directly blown away by the energy. And the broken internal organs mixed with blood came out of their mouths, and they were barely breathing. Li Tsuinxiao's eyes were like lightning, and his eyes swept back and forth across the battlefield. Relying on his almost instinctive fighting sense, he locked onto Li Guangqing's direction. The black unicorn under him made a hissing sound and turned into a black whirlwind that swept across the battlefield. A strange wind blew around him, and Li Tsuinxiao madly waved the weapon in his hand, and a large number of broken limbs and arms flew off in response. And he killed Li Guangqing in the blink of an eye. There were also 3,000 personal soldiers blocking him. Chapter 226, Walking Away. Li Guangqing knew that the history was extremely long, and it was the only ancient civilization that had not been cut off in the world. It had produced countless famous generals. If he could recruit one of them, he might not be able to call the shots in Annan, but he would be able to gain a piece of heaven and earth and become the king. Is this lord sick? He just came in and started a war without exploring the surrounding map. Li Guangqing clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His face became ferocious and extremely scary. Although he had 100,000 troops, most of them were players, and their military literacy was not enough to form an army. Only the 3,000 Shishan soldiers he brought had a certain combat effectiveness. However, the attacking army had tens of thousands of people, and they were all cavalry. Even if they were outnumbered, they were enough to smash their mob into pieces. Retreat to the other side of the river. Li Guangqing saw that the army was fierce, and his 100,000 men were no match for them. He could only ask the defenders of Annan City for reinforcements to stop the enemy's front. The stronghold chosen by the Annan army was close to the river bank on the side of the valley, built by the water. If they wanted to escape back to the nearest city, they had to swim across the river. Originally, they used the vision of their generals to build a solid bridgehead, and they were not afraid of being cut off from water. Unexpectedly, they made a fool of themselves and became their death. But it's okay. As long as they swim across the river, they can rely on this river to set up a defense line. After all, this place is closer to the city of Annan. Unless the opponent is a reckless person, he dare not cross the river to attack them. Li Guangqing gave it a try, using the 100,000 player army as a meat shield and leading 3,000 Shishan soldiers to try to cross the turbulent river. But just as he turned his back, a thunderous roar exploded, like the sound of tigers and leopards lurking in the mountains and forests, which made the 3,000 Shishan soldiers unable to control their weapons and their hearts and gallops. In a daze, Li Zuinshu had already defeated countless Annan players single-handedly and killed in front of Li Guangqing. The Annan generals who were guarding on the left and right roared, suppressing the fear in their hearts, waving their weapons, and riding on thin war horses. Where did this skinny monkey come from? I'm not interested in playing with monkeys. Li Zuinshu's body was shining with golden light, and the King Yu's spear blasted through the void, turning into an endless afterimage, with a thunderous explosion. And before the Annan generals could make a move, they pushed out the 800 kilograms of weapons, and the terrifying power blasted a big hole in their bodies, and blood was dripping. With the roar of the black unicorn, the Annan generals fell from the horses back to the ground almost at the same time, and fell into the bloody mud, killing their general so casually. The 3,000 Shishan soldiers could no longer stand. Even if Wu Wenyong tried his best to maintain the formation of the army, it was difficult to save the situation of collapse. Humph! Want to escape? The black unicorn felt pain, and the speed of the galloping increased again. It was as if a black hurricane was blowing on the battlefield. Endless golden energy was radiating. The armor of the Shishan soldiers was useless, and the people and armor were cut into pieces. Li Guangqing's pupils shrank. The black whirlwind in his sight was getting closer and closer. The exposed skin was aroused by the sharp energy. The divine light in front of him was like a rainbow, rendering this world golden, which made the Annan Lord dare not look directly at it, and closed his eyelids tightly. Kill! Like a verdict from a god. Li Guangqing's ears were bleeding, and his eardrums were ruptured. The heavy Yuan spear thrust out, and a sharp edge instantly submerged Li Guangqing. At the critical moment, the loyal Wu Wenyong held his spear against the sharp edge. But the next moment, the terrifying power transmitted from the weapon poured into his body, and hit the organs in his body without hindrance. The soft internal organs instantly shattered into blood clots, and the bones around him made a slight sound, and countless cracks were all over them. Li Guangqing only heard a loud explosion, and a large number of fragments wrapped in warm blood flew around and hit him. With a flick of his eyelids, Wu Wenyong's warhorse was empty, leaving only a pool of blood on the saddle. Wu Wenyong. Before he could roar in pain, Li Guangqing's body disappeared in the vortex of strange power that followed. Li Zuinshu killed two important figures in the Annan region with 2 moves. He didn't seem to realize what he had done, or he thought that the 2 people in front of him were nothing special. He snorted coldly, dropped the broken meat on the spear, and walked away. After Li Guangqing died in battle, the morale of the Annan players, who were originally a motley crowd, plummeted. Most of them saw that the situation was not good, and decisively left the team and jumped into the river. The 100,000-strong army was defeated, under the leadership of Huang Zhong and other generals. 25,000 dragon bird cavalrymen cut the group of Annan players into several pieces like a sharp knife, and then showed their shining weapons to harvest their lives. In the distance, on the other side of the river bank, the flag symbolizing Annan appeared in the sight of the dragon bird army. The reinforcements that Li Guangqing requested from the Annan city finally arrived at the battlefield. Li Guangqing was killed in battle. Hearing the news from the front, the face of the Anan lord couldn't help but twitch. Although Li Guangqing is not as good as the top player in their country, he is still a great lord, and his level ranks at the end of the first echelon. Players who die in the national war can be resurrected in the main world, but the cost is only the loss of points and qualifications. And the generals and soldiers who were brought to participate in the national war, if they died here, it would be a real death, and they would not be resurrected in the main world like the players. Li Guangqing suffered heavy losses and lost the help of Wu Wenyong, a tiger general. Maybe after the national war, we will annex his territory. Lord Anan touched his chin and showed a sinister smile. The security of the territory can be protected during the national war, but the system will not continue to protect it after the national war, and it may be attacked by others at that time. These are all issues that players need to consider. Chapter 227 Opportunity. Li Guangqing's 100,000 troops were being slaughtered, and the Anan reinforcements on the other side of the river seemed to have no intention of supporting them. They stayed quietly in place, which was quite like a cross-river fire. Kill them all. Lu Xiangqing served as the commander of the vanguard. In his eyes, this group of weak players like chickens were not worth mentioning, and the identity of the enemy barbarians made it impossible for him to retain mercy. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Because of the existence of national honor, Li Ji could not recruit Anan players to surrender for his own use. Forcibly capturing and driving them was like carrying an unstable bomb, and you didn't know when it would explode. Simply sending them all back to the main world would increase Li Ji's personal points on the one hand, and weaken the strength of the Anan region on the other hand. It was simply a matter of killing two birds with one stone. Most of the Anan players were driven into the river, and the blood that flowed out almost dyed the river red. The cries shook the earth, and the arrows that followed pierced their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they were washed away by the rushing river without a trace. The Anan players who came to support were sweating profusely, faced with the wanton slaughter of their compatriots. Even if they were cold-blooded, they did not remain indifferent. Finally, someone couldn't stand the pressure and rushed over with a roar. But before taking a few steps, a dense rain of arrows shot from the dragon bird army, as sharp as a thorn, like the poisonous needle at the tail of a wasp. Extremely cruel. Li Ji's tens of thousands of infantry and crossbowmen had already arrived at the battlefield to cover the cavalry's retreat. The players who rushed out were instantly shot into a hornet's nest, and their bodies were covered with standard Han army arrows. The first bird to come out will be shot. Seeing someone fall into such a tragic situation, those players who originally wanted to follow the charge immediately took back their steps and dared not move. The enemy killed so many of us, and you are just watching here. Do you have any conscience? The Anan players, covered in blood, escaped death and finally crossed the river to the shore, seeing an army of their own civilization not far away. They couldn't help cursing. This Chinese army is so fierce that even Li Guangqing's 100,000 people can be defeated. We only have tens of thousands of people here. How can we be his opponent? The best way is to use the river as a boundary and prevent the enemy from crossing the river with peace of mind. But as soon as the voice fell, the dragon bird army on the other side of the river shot another rain of arrows, dragging the flying stars, which was more terrifying than before. There was a faint sound of the cry of the phoenix, and the sharp arrows cut through the sky and attacked the Anan reinforcements. They are obviously out of range. How can the Chinese still shoot them? There must be high-level special crossbows on the opposite side. The Anan lord who commanded tens of thousands of people drew his sword and blocked the fierce arrows. A crisp sound followed, and a terrible force came along the sword, shaking his arm numb. The players behind him used their own life-saving skills, but they still couldn't stop the arrows of the phoenix longbowmen. Their bodies were instantly pierced, and large pieces of flesh and blood were taken away. Retreat! The Anan reinforcements were frightened by the sudden rain of arrows and panicked, and they were in chaos. Several more waves of arrows fell, and nearly 1,000 lives were lost again. The Anan players just withdrew from the range. The black crows hovered overhead, and the unpleasant sounds they made seemed to laugh at their incompetence. Should we cross the river? Li Ji coveted the enemy on the other side of the river. You know, if he killed one person, he would get 1 point. The 100,000 troops that just attacked Li Guangqing have earned him tens of thousands of points. The moment he stepped into the battlefield of the National War, the National War Personal Points Ranking List and the Civilization Points Ranking List were opened at the same time, and players could check their points ranking anytime and anywhere. First place, Steve from the American region. Points, 40,689. Second place, Li Ji from the Chinese region. Points, 39,846. Third place, Qin Fan from the Chinese region. Points, 25,691. Fourth place, Thomas from the German region. Points, 20,986. Fifth place, Natasha from the Russian region. Points, 18,468. Not long after the national war started, many people encountered other civilizations and fought. There were 2 Chinese players in the top 5, which made many players in the Chinese region excited. The only unpleasant thing was that the first place was occupied by the disgusting American players. The enemy is well rested, and if we attack across the river, it may cause some unnecessary losses. We can pretend to cross the river to attack, use a small number of troops as bait to lure them over, and then use the advantage of archers to shoot them. If they retreat in fear, we can take the opportunity to cross the river. If they attack by force, it is just a simple matter for us to withdraw. The strategies of Shishitsai and Guijia reflect their personalities. One is steady and cautious, and the other is a strategy of using strange troops, which is difficult to understand. Li Ji touched his chin and felt that both strategies had their merits, but in order to gain points, he wanted to implement Guijia's strategy. At this time, the Annan army, which was confronting Li Ji's Long Ke army, became agitated again and slowly retreated, as if giving up the fight over the river. What does it mean? Li Ji immediately thought that the other party wanted to use the strategy of luring the enemy deep into the river, luring them to cross the river to pursue, and lay an ambush behind. But in a flash, this might be a trick of the enemy to scare Li Ji into crossing the river and attacking, so that they could return to the city safely. Yu Fan used divination to check the result of the hexagram, and said in a deep voice, according to the hexagram, another force appeared in the southeast, and the enemy army will suffer a great disaster. Li Ji then looked at Song Xiansa, who was grabbing his beard, and the latter nodded, agreeing with his companion's statement. It seems that there should be other civilizations attacking the city of Annan, forcing them to return to defend the city. After hearing Ding Xiao's words, Li Ji nodded. The city of the national war is the foundation of the players. Whether it is food supply or recruiting troops, these logistical matters need to be completed in the city. Judging from the size of Annan city, they are allocated at most 2 cities. If one is lost at the beginning of the national war, it will cause great losses to the Annan players. We forcefully cross the river, and send out scouts and black crows to observe the surrounding situation. 80,000 soldiers and horses began to build a pontoon bridge on the river, attempting to forcefully cross the river. Fortunately, the Annan people did not use the strategy of attacking halfway across the river, and Li Ji and others crossed the river steadily. Moreover, the Annan people were retreating faster and faster. After crossing the river, not a single person could be seen. Report to the Lord. The city in the distance is under attack from other armies. The surrounding Annan barbarians have withdrawn to the city. The flag of the army attacking them is a red sun with a white background, just like the result of Yufan's hexagram. The city of Annan was under attack from other civilizations. Those Annan players wandering outside rushed to support them, and had no time to care about other things. And the army attacking the city of Annan was the Japanese army that was living a good life. Li Ji rubbed his hands excitedly. It seems that this is a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 228 The Young Sixth Heavenly Demon King. On the second day of the national war, it was still dawn, and countless Japanese players emerged in the dense forest outside Fuchin City, among whom there were special foot soldiers holding 3.5-room spears, iron cannons, etc. This Japanese army was determined to capture this Annan city. The Annan defender leaned on the top of the wall with his arms, looking at the dense enemy troops not far away, and couldn't help but feel a tingling scalp. The eyes of all the Annan players in the city were focused on this Annan general. Everyone present knew that only he could resist the attack of the Japanese. Nguyen, the second emperor of the Taesan dynasty of Annan, possessed amazing military capabilities. His voice was like a huge bell. His eyes were flashing like lightning. He was cunning and good at fighting, and he defeated the Qing army and was regarded as a national hero by the Annan people. Hold the city. Nguyen did not dare to be careless. Facing the aggressive Japanese army, he adopted a conservative strategy and relied on the city to resist the enemy's attack. In this battlefield, there are not only the forces of Japan and Annan, but also a third party secretly watching. Li Ji led his generals to leave the Dragon Sparrow army and quietly climbed a hill not far from the battlefield. A large number of black crows were scattered to capture the movements of both sides. 5-petal pattern. Could it be the army of the Oda family? Li Ji's eyesight is not good enough, so he can only guess the identity of the Japanese from the information obtained by the Black Crows. The background of the Japanese area is the Warring States period, in which there are countless daimyo, who almost divided up all the territories of Japan. If Japanese players want to stand out, the best way is to join those potential daimyo and become retainers, such as the Takeda family, the Yasuji family, the Oda family, etc. During the Warring States period, the trend of the lower class overthrowing the upper class prevailed. Japanese players who joined the daimyo could take the opportunity to seize power and turn over to become the master. If it was really Oda Nobunaga who led the troops to attack the city, it might be possible to capture the city of Annan. The Oda family was a daimyo of Owari province during the Warring States period. Among them, Oda Nobunaga, known as the Sixth Heavenly Demon King, was the most outstanding. He became one of the three heroes of the Warring States period in Japan together with Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Yasushi. Oda Nobunaga was the eldest son of the Oda family, and could not be recruited by players at all. It is very likely that the Japanese players persuaded Oda Nobuhide, who was still in power, to send his outstanding descendants to the National War battlefield for some training. There will definitely be a gap between civilizations. There is no famous general in the Annan region who can resist Oda Nobunaga's front. The Japanese army set up a battle formation under the city, and the siege equipment built overnight was slowly pushed out. The number of ladders, siege towers, and battering rams is difficult to count. The reputation of the three heroes of the Warring States period spread throughout Japan, especially Oda Nobunaga, the Sixth Heavenly Demon King. A large number of players are willing to follow the footsteps of the Oda family because of this person. There are millions of players who have surrendered to the Oda family, which makes Oda Nobuhide, who had been defeated by Saito and Imagawa, still confident and fearless of the powerful enemies around him. Moreover, the young Demon King of the Sixth Heaven agreed to participate in the national war, which led to more players following his footsteps. The number of Japanese players and NPC troops participating in the attack on Annan Fuchin has reached 2 million, which puts great pressure on the Annan players stationed in the city. Although there are also millions of Annan players stationed in Fuchin, it is difficult to predict the outcome when facing the aggressive Japanese army coming down from the city. Attack the city. The young Oda general drew his saber and cut his sabi, letting out a roar. The Oda infantrymen behind him formed square formations one after another, and the players following them also mobilized. And the soldiers and horses they brought also formed military formations, manipulating catapults and other equipment to blast boulders at the city. Boom! The catapults roared like thunder, and nearly 1,000 boulders were thrown into the air at the same time, rubbing out sparks, turning into a meteor shower, and falling on Fuchin City. The boulders blocked the sunlight, and the Annan defenders stationed on the city wall were crushed into meat paste before they could recover from the shock. The walls of Fuchin City shook constantly, dropping a lot of gravel and soil, and trembling. A large number of soldiers and players dressed as warriors, relying on the cover of siege towers and other equipment, began to approach Fuchin City. Shoot! Nguyen-Hu was tense and highly focused, commanding the archers to fight back. While the Japanese catapults were loading, the Annan archers emerged from the top of the wall, and a large number of arrows formed a dense rain of arrows, as if covering the sky and the sun, whistling and nailing the Japanese vanguard troops to death. Fire, frost, lightning. The Annan players stood on the high tower, ignoring the consumption of physical strength, and released a large number of skills. Although the players were cowardly, they had to stand up and contribute their strength when civilization was threatened. Another round of boulders fell, taking away the lives of a large number of Annan defenders. This time, the young Oda general showed extraordinary military talent, decisively attacked the enemy's archers, and caused a large number of casualties to the opponent. At this moment, the Japanese army was not threatened by the rain of arrows. Countless simple ladders were set up on the city wall. Under the leadership of the Oda family troops, the Japanese players climbed the ladders, like a group of ants on the city wall, constantly gnawing at the durability of Fuchin. The prepared gold juice, stones, rolling logs and other city defense equipment were carried up to the city wall at Nguyen-Hu's urging. Every time the hot gold juice fell, there would be a scream rising to the sky. Countless Japanese soldiers fell from the ladders, smashed to pieces, and piled up into a mountain of corpses under the city wall. But there were too many Japanese soldiers, and they rushed forward and continued, madly consuming the equipment prepared by the Annan army. Finally, several Japanese troops rushed up the city wall and fought hand-to-hand with the defenders. Screams, roars, and the sound of swords and knives hitting armor. All kinds of sounds mixed together, making people feel scared. Fuchin City is like a meat grinder. Bang! There was a loud noise at the city gate, and the ferocious ramming car, like a giant beast, broke through the rain of arrows and faced the city gate. Burn them! The defenders above the city gate threw a large number of torches, which hit the car and raised a thick smoke. However, the battering ram wrapped in wet cowhide was not affected at all, and the round pile made of iron core hit the city gate again, creating a crack. The siege went very smoothly, and the young Oda general showed a confident smile. The players following him were all amazed, but also felt it was natural. After all, this was Oda Nobunaga, one of the three heroes, a terrifying figure known as the Sixth Heavenly Demon King. The closer the player was to Oda Nobunaga, the higher his status in the Oda family. Even though Oda Nobunaga was surrounded by the Black Mother clothes and the Red Mother clothes, there was still a Japanese player following him, Tojo Takeda. So far the highest-ranking player in the Oda family, was appreciated by Oda Nobuhide and had a close relationship with Oda Nobunaga. Looking up at the battlefield, Tojo Takeda's eyes turned around, and finally stopped on the girl next to Oda Nobunaga, revealing an extremely eager desire for possession. Chapter 229 The Third Party. Saito Kicho, one of the three wives of the Warring States period, was the principal wife of Oda Nobunaga in history. If the war had not started suddenly, Oda Nobunaga would have married Saito Kicho in 3 months and brought the beauty home. But even so, in order to reach a ceasefire agreement, Oda Nobuhide and Saito Dosen forced Oda Nobunaga to marry Saito Kicho in 3 months according to the agreement. This means that Oda Nobunaga will hold the wedding on this battlefield during the war. Facing the naked eyes of Higashi Takeda, Saito Kicho was helpless. She knew that the other party had a close relationship with her fiancé, and was one of Oda Nobunaga's think tanks. If she told her fiancé about this, it would destroy their relationship. Now she could only frown to protest. The siege has entered a white-hot stage. A large number of Japanese soldiers climbed up the city wall and formed a circle formation one after another, resisting the drive of the Anin defenders, as if they had taken root on the city wall and stood firm. As long as the Japanese army can expand the extent of the capture of the city wall, they can capture the Anin city and get some national points. A sharp blade flashed in the crowd, and the heads of dozens of Anin soldiers flew up in response. With blood like a pillar, Nato Katsusuk, a retainer of the Oda family, held a samurai sword in his hand, climbed the city wall and killed the enemy. Owari dance! The samurai's sword turned into a shadowless, slashing out countless sword chi, cutting the armor of the surrounding Anin defenders in two. As a loyal retainer of the Oda family, Nato Katsusuk, one of the 4 elders, obeyed the order of the head of the family and followed Oda Nobunaga to participate in the national war and guard him. The offensive of Japan was as violent as the tide, wave after wave, more fierce than the last, and it made Nguyen-Hu's army breathless. The sky gradually darkened, and the sunset in the distance was as red as the blood on the wall. The terrifying atmosphere of killing filled the entire battlefield, and the bloody atmosphere was everywhere, which was extremely tragic. The siege lasted for nearly a day, and it was about to enter the night. Oda Nobunaga seemed to have no intention of calling off the troops and planned to fight at night. The Anin defenders on the city wall were exhausted and almost exhausted. Oda Nobunaga also seized this point and continued to attack Fuchin City. Boom! A dull thunder-like collision sounded throughout the battlefield, and the gate of Fuchin City wailed. A large hole sank on the gate wall, and the gap became larger and larger due to the deformation of the gate. The Japanese soldiers who pushed the ramming car could clearly see the defenders behind the city gate through this gap, throw down the rocks and smash them to death. The city gate is the most important part of the city. Once it is breached, the enemy will swarm in from the city gate. With the strength of Anin district, fighting a street battle with the Japanese is even less likely to win. A large number of boulders were thrown down from the city wall and hit the ram with a bang, leaving a dent. The Japanese soldiers who pushed the ramming car were unable to dodge and were hit by the boulders, causing their heads to break and bones to fracture, leaving them dying. At that moment, the ferocious beast lost its life and stopped ramming the city gate. The defenders on the city wall burst into exclamations, as if they had found a way to deal with the ramming car. But the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. Dozens of Japanese players who supported the ramming car came and used skills to increase their strength, and suddenly pushed the heavy iron round pile. Rumble. Like a thunderous explosion, The wooden bar stuck in the center of the city gate made a cracking sound, then broke apart and broke into 2 pieces. No. The wooden bar that fixes the city gate is broken. Hold up the city gate. The general in charge of defending the city gate responded and mobilized all the soldiers around to become human sandbags to hold up the city gate that was constantly bombarded. The Japanese players also discovered that something had happened to the city gate and rushed to support them despite the rolling boulders and the impenetrable rain of arrows. The iron round pile hit the city gate again, making a dull sound, like a beast roaring. This time, the collision effect was excellent, and the defenders holding the city gate no longer had the strength to block this collision, and flew backwards shouting, "Wow!" The chain of the city gate shook and made a sound, and the tightly closed city gate was finally knocked out with a gap that could accommodate 1 person. The city gate is about to be breached. Everyone, work harder. All the Japanese players were excited. As long as they could capture the city gate, they would be able to get the city if nothing unexpected happened. Finally, the city gate could not withstand the fierce attack of the enemy army. After a wail, it was pushed inward by the Japanese. "Go in and kill them all!" Oda Nobunaga drew out the famous sword of Yasukiri Hisabi, roared and led the reserve troops to attack Fuchin City. This batch of troops contains the elite of the Oda family, such as the special cavalry of the Black Mother Clothes and the Red Mother Clothes, whose combat effectiveness is much stronger than the siege troops mainly composed of players. The 3.5 long spears formed a quilt formation and slowly advanced forward, relying on the overly long weapons to continuously strangle the charging Anon soldiers. 3-stage attack. The matchlock guns in the hands of the iron cannon foot soldiers spewed out flames, and violent explosions rang out, and a puff of gunpowder rose. The burning iron ball shattered the void, making a piercing roar, and hit the enemy's armor in the blink of an eye. The iron pieces shattered. The bones broke. The soldiers who were shot screamed, and the terrifying impact force threw them away and fell into the crowd behind. 3 consecutive noises rose one after another, and the iron cannon foot soldiers quickly cleared a space at the city gate. The black-clad Black Mother Clothes and the Red Mother Clothes dressed in red rushed out from the left and right sides of Oda Nobunaga, like 2 long snakes flying on the battlefield, and quickly rushed into Fuchin City. The weapons turned up and down, and the cold light flashed. A large number of Anon soldiers had no power to fight back. As soon as they shouted out, their heads were taken away. Defeated, seeing that the city was about to be breached, Guinhyu became decadent directly. Facing the offensive of Nato Katsuki, it was even more difficult to resist. However, after a few rounds, he had more than a dozen wounds on his body, and his breath was weak. The black crows in the sky were still circling, and their smart eyes revealed a glimmer of wisdom, as if they had human nature. The Japanese have already invaded Fuchin, and the battle is coming to an end. It's time to send troops. The Japanese and Anon have been fighting for nearly a day, and both have lost a large number of men and horses, and they have long been exhausted. Seeing that they are about to take the city, the Japanese will definitely relax their vigilance. This is the best time to send troops. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Today, Li Ji will become a fisherman who sits on the mountain and watches the tigers fight. Rumble. There was a terrible sound of horse hooves like thunder in the distance, shaking the land. Why is there dust rising? Is there a sandstorm? No. There are people in the dust. Cavalry. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 230 Battle. The end of the horizon was filled with smoke and dust, and the war horses galloped over, rolling up countless gravel, forming a terrifying momentum. Red flag. It's a red flag. The Chinese army. As neighbors of China, both Anon players and Japanese players are familiar with this flag. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. The Chinese are indeed very insidious, and use the art of war to the extreme. The Japanese suddenly became anxious. They are about to break through Anon's Fuchin City, and they have paid a huge price for it, losing a large number of elite players and NPC troops. Now a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared, and they were Chinese who had a grudge against them. And it was easy to lose the results of the war that were about to be won. The national war was full of intrigues and deceptions. Here, strength speaks, and there is no morality. As long as you can win, no matter what insidious tactics he uses. Not good. The young master is in danger. Nato Katsuki secretly said that it was not good. He came here to complete the task of protecting the safety of the young master of the Oda family. As for the attack on the city, it was just in response to Oda Nobunaga's request. Now that a third party has joined the war, threatening Oda Nobunaga's safety. Even if he has forced the enemy general into a desperate situation and is about to kill him, he can only draw his sword and leave. The samurai sword cut through the void, accompanied by the falling shadows of cherry blossoms. The blade was as sharp as a blade, and once again cut a long wound on Guanhu's body, and the terrible force blasted him away. Guanhu hit the wall and formed a human-shaped dent. A lot of blood spit out of his mouth, and his breath was weak. Close your eyes. Open your eyes. The expected killing move did not fall on his neck, and the surrounding Shishan soldiers grabbed him off the wall. Run away? Guanhu's eyes widened, and he didn't believe that the enemy general would actually give up the opportunity to kill him. The Chinese army. After hearing the explanation, Guanhu recalled that a player had told him that there was a Chinese army of tens of thousands of people wandering nearby, and it also defeated the 100,000-strong army of Annan. But he didn't care at the time. A few tens of thousands of people were not worth mentioning in front of Fuchin City, which was guarded by millions of Annan soldiers. Pass the order down. We have formed an alliance with Huaxia. These are just the vanguard troops, and there are millions of troops to support us. Guanhu didn't know whether Li Ji was an enemy or a friendly army. He directly lied that he was in alliance with Huaxia, with the purpose of intimidating the Japanese army and inspiring the Annan players fighting in the city. Huaxia's relationship with Annan is not very good, but they have a blood feud with Japan. This time, they will definitely attack the Japanese army outside the city first. Annan players had to pinch their noses and take the news seriously. It's bad. The Chinese cavalry is about to arrive at the battlefield. Oda Nobunaga had a gloomy face. Their large army had entered the city and fought hand-to-hand with the Annan people. Now the sudden attack of the Chinese army disrupted all his plans. I will meet the enemy in person. Pulling out the famous sword of Yukiri Hasabi, Oda Nobunaga scanned the crowd and finally fell on his own brother. Brother Nobuhiro. Brother Nobuyuki. The task of conquering Fuchin City is now in your hands. Please make sure to protect Godai. Oda Nobuhiro and Oda Nobuyuki nodded, and at the same time, a hint of inexplicable meaning flashed across their faces. More than 100,000 players and tens of thousands of Oda troops were mobilized, closely following Oda Nobunaga's warhorse and rushing out of the battle. A trace of worry appeared on Saito Kicho's pretty face, and a samurai dress Saito retainer beside her comforted her. Don't worry, sister. Nobunaga is the eldest son of the Oda family, and there are countless masters around him. There is no need to worry about his safety. Brother Mitsuhide is right. Li Ji and others used the perspective of Black Crow to continuously capture the movements of Dongying and Annan. The movement of 100,000 troops naturally could not be hidden from their eyes. Dongying has already invaded Fuchin City and fought hand-to-hand with Annan players. Most of the troops were trapped in street fighting and could not get out. It was also thanks to Oda Nobunaga that he had reserved hundreds of thousands of troops outside the city in case of emergency. Huang Zhong drew his bow and arrow, and his majestic body sat steadily on the horse's back. A sharp arrow shot out, breaking through the sound barrier, like a red fire meteor across the sky. The explosion resounded in the void. The oncoming Mother E people had no way to avoid it. The sharp arrows suddenly tore the armor on their bodies. The terrifying power suddenly burst out, and the whole person exploded like a bomb, causing a wave of air and pushing the surrounding soldiers onto the back of the horse. Huang Zhong was the top sharpshooter in the Three Kingdoms. His shooting range was far beyond that of ordinary people. The arrows on his quiver were rapidly consumed, and he kept shooting and killing the Japanese thread troops. Charge! Li Ji, under the protection of Li Tsunxiao, led 1,000 Jingsai troops and smashed into the Japanese army like an extremely heavy hammer. The Yuang spear seemed to shatter the world, accompanied by bursts of explosions, and dozens of Oda family soldiers were smashed in the blink of an eye. The war horses neighed, and the Jingsai soldiers roared and stabbed the long spears in their hands, piercing the enemy's body with the barbs, and pulled the enemy away from the horse with all their strength. For a moment, the Japanese cavalry fell to the ground like dumplings, and were ruthlessly trampled by horses. Shi Jingxi waved the 100-flower silver spear and led the Black Crow army to attack the right wing of the Japanese army from the left. In the eyes of the Japanese players, the cavalry in black clothes seemed to bring ominous evil spirits, constantly harvesting their lives. Lu Xiangxing and Yin Xing acted together, leading the Tianqiong army behind them to attack from the right side. The fire guns exploded, and the hot iron balls hit the bodies of the iron cannon foot soldiers, blasting them into meat. The cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army was like a wave, tearing several holes in the Japanese army and pushing the soldiers to both sides. Generals such as Chen Dao, He Qi, Qin Liangyu, and Huang Zhong led their respective special arms to form one offensive formation after another, following the cavalry and constantly strangling the enemies on both sides. The Baili soldiers wore white bird feathers and animal hair on their heads, and the long spears in their hands thrust out at the same time, turning into a forest of sharp spears, madly swallowing and spitting out silver spears. Under the leadership of Chen Dao, they were like a silver-sharp knife, viciously piercing the throats of enemy soldiers. Pierce in. Pull out. A bloody storm was set off. He Qi's Dongwu Mountain Forest Light Infantry and Qin Liangyu's bygone soldiers were agile and light, stabbing out their weapons and taking lives before the enemy made a move. Shoot them. Zhu Yi and Huang Zhong commanded the archers. The sky was full of arrows accompanied by bursts of piercing air. The rain of arrows poured down, covering the sun and the sky, covering the Japanese army. The arrows shot by the first-line soldiers emitted golden light, turning into golden streams, whistling and piercing the iron armor of the enemy soldiers, penetrating the body. The remaining force did not decrease, and the golden streamer shot several soldiers behind him again, and then got stuck in the flesh and blood. The Phoenix longbowmen pulled the bowstrings at the same time, and their blood and chi were mobilized, and a phoenix shadow appeared in the void. The moment it spread its wings and flew high, the phoenix suddenly flapped its wings, and countless red streams of light fell from the sky and smashed into the Japanese crowd. The divine fire bloomed, and countless Japanese players were set on fire and turned into ashes. Chapter 231. Young people should not be too arrogant. 3-stage attack. 3-stage attack. The Iron Cannon foot soldiers regrouped, and 3 voices rang out in succession. Thick smoke drifted away with the wind, harvesting the lives of the Dragon Sparrow army. Players with professions such as Onmyoji and Miko summoned a large number of Shikigami and ghosts, and rushed towards the enemy cavalry with their fangs and claws. The sharp claws like knives flashed cold light. The fangs in the huge mouth opened wide, and the fishy smell came to the face. In the blink of an eye, the throat of the cavalry was torn open, and blood flowed like a river. Focus on shooting their ghosts. An arrow soared into the sky, dragging a long spark, like a red fire comet across the void, and instantly crashed into a wolf-shaped Shikigami. The wolf-shaped Shikigami twisted, and finally exploded with a wail, turning into a little starlight. The player of this Shikigami was severely injured, spitting out blood and fell to the ground. No one dared to take Huang Zhong's arrow head-on. Golden and red streamers staggered in the void, forming a brilliant rain of arrows that fell on the Japanese players, killing countless people. More than 20,000 cavalrymen rushed across the land, like a wave rolling up countless Japanese players. Rushing through the formation, Li Ji used the Overlord spear, bursting out with terrifying force, turning the spear into a stick, and suddenly smashed the samurai of the Oda family, accompanied by a roar and bursting into several pieces. And the death was extremely miserable. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from my ears. The air around me exploded, and a gust of evil wind suddenly hit me from behind. With a twist of his waist and abdomen, the Overlord spear stabbed forward from the flank, and a faint true chi attached to the tip of the spear. The surrounding void was instantly pierced like a bubble, making a sharp explosion, like thunder, like lightning. The air wave roared, and the speed of the spear was extremely fast, and the momentum was shocking. The Japanese ninja who attacked was blinded by the sight, and he couldn't see what flashed by at all. He felt his body lighten, and was picked up by the spear into the air. The next moment, a fatal pain came from the heart. After assassinating the ninja, bursts of explosions sounded around, and thick smoke suddenly rose, covering Li Ji's whole body. Shuriken, scattering ling, countless exquisite weapons cut through the smoke, and shot towards Li Ji from all directions, with the sound of breaking through the air. The true energy was mobilized frantically, stirring up the air to form an invisible protection in front of him. Li Ji shook his spirit, and the Overlord spear brought a strange wind, sweeping all the incoming weapons away. Kill! The Japanese ninja rushed out of the smoke, and the unsheathed ninja sword emitted a cold light and attacked Li Ji. Each civilization has a unique special profession to enrich the combat system of each civilization. Although the ninja profession unique to Japan can't play much role on the front battlefield, they are the best candidates for assassination missions. If they are not careful, high-ranking generals and important counselors will die in their hands. Unfortunately, Li Ji is not an ordinary general, and the generals guarding him are not ordinary people. A golden figure suddenly appeared in the smoke, and the divine light it emitted was as hot as the sun. A dull roar came out of the mouth of this god, as if to pronounce the life and death of this party. "Don't hurt my lord." The rolling sound waves set off waves in the void, and the invisible sound waves were like substance, shaking all the smoke away, revealing the figures of the ninjas. Li Tsunxi fought with both sides, and Yu Wang's spear and Bai Yan's Lao stabbed out at the same time. The infinite power contained in it almost destroyed the world and returned to its original state, with only the residual power at the end. The ninja's body could be crushed into particles. In an instant, the sneak-attacking Japanese players were killed almost at the same time, and a lot of blood and flesh splashed, making a mess. Not only Li Ji was attacked, but also Qin Dao and other generals who commanded the troops were threatened by this group of dwarf warriors. Unfortunately, the Japanese players misjudged Li Ji's strength, or Li Ji's power was beyond imagination, and they were killed in the blink of an eye. The combat power displayed by the Dragon Sparrow army was beyond imagination, and the Japanese players fled in panic. Whether it was a frontal battle or a surprise attack, they could not stop the advancement of the Dragon Sparrow army. Minamoto no Yoshi's one-word cut. Oda Nobunaga's ghostly figure shuttled across the battlefield, pressing Hasabi to emit heavy demonic energy and slashing on the bodies of the Dragon Sparrow army soldiers. Dozens of crisp sounds rang out almost at the same time, and the solid iron armor and the flesh under the armor were cut into two pieces. The palm of the hand wiped across the sharp blade without leaving a drop of blood. Oda Nobunaga has taken action. The Japanese players, who had originally felt desperate facing the Dragon Sparrow army, saw this famous general, one of the three heroes of the Warring States period, take action, and hope rose. The legendary figure who could defeat the strong with the weak and win the Battle of Okahazama must be able to lead them to defeat the Chinese army. Young master, we have found the position of the enemy's main general. However, he is guarded by a fierce general, and the ninja team sent out was killed. Oda Nobunaga heard a hint of belligerence in his eyes. I have heard that China has countless famous generals, and I want to fight him. Dongying Wutai, you come to command the army. After that, Oda Nobunaga ignored the dissuasion of Nato Katsusuk beside him, rushed out of the formation in the blink of an eye, and killed the heavily armored Jingsai army. Oda Nobunaga participated in the national war not because he followed his father's orders to gain experience, but because he learned from the players that countless talented people appeared in it, and he had a strong desire to fight with the famous generals of other civilizations. Li Ji led the Jingsai army to charge forward, and the attacks of the Japanese long-range troops fell on him, and his armor jingled, but he made no other achievements. A touch of black and red appeared in the sight, and two cavalry of different colors, but the same style, rushed out of the formation, led by a very young general. Where did the fool come from? Dare to face the heavy armored cavalry? Li Ji saw the opposite side rushing straight over, and couldn't help but chuckle. But the next second, his skin was aroused by a pimple, and the extremely sharp sword energy broke through the air. Before he got close, Li Ji felt the deadly sharp energy. The Overlord's spear was decisively pushed out, like a point of cold light in the air, accurately piercing the sword energy. With a click, Li Ji exerted his strength suddenly, smashing the enemy's sword energy in one fell swoop. Oda Nobunaga showed a curious look and asked, "Are you the commander?" Except for knowing some specific Japanese words, Li Ji could not use Japanese at all, let alone communicate. Facing Oda Nobunaga's gibberish, he could only listen to it as bird talk. The speed of the Jingsai army increased a few points. The distance between the two cavalry was only a few dozen feet, and they collided in an instant. The war horses neighed, and the barbs of the spears were stuck in the flesh and blood of the mother's cavalry, pulling them off their horses one after another. In the first collision, the mother's cavalry was no match for the Jingsai army, and suffered heavy losses. Nisue, Oda Nobunaga was furious, and the pressure of the Hasabi burst out with brilliant brilliance, flashed a Z shape in the air, and slashed towards Li Ji. Boom! A heavy weapon came out, successfully held the samurai's sword, and rolled up thousands of air waves. His hair was blown back, and Li Ji sneered, "Young people should not be too arrogant, and learn to pick on the weak." Chapter 232 Battle of the Gate. Although Oda Nobunaga could not understand Chinese, the obvious mockery on Li Ji's face told him that what the other party said was not good. Secret, Demon King sword drawing technique. As if a thunderbolt rose from the sky, the sharp blade burst out with a strong light, and Li Ji's figure was completely submerged by the dazzling divine light. However, this extremely young warrior still did not see the change in the enemy's expression, and even the mockery was stronger than before. Suddenly, A fierce momentum came from the right, and the majestic power pushed everything in the void to both sides, forming an endless wave of air, as terrifying as a storm. Boom! The Yuan spear was as light as a thin needle in Li Xuanxi's hand, and it hit Oda Nobunaga's weapon in an instant. The tremendous impact force followed, shaking Oda Nobunaga's arm holding the knife trembled, and the meridians in his body were broken under the impact of the great force, and he became a useless person in an instant. With a wow sound, Oda Nobunaga vomited a lot of blood and fainted on the horse's back. Young master! Nato Katsusuke was eager to protect his master, and he held the unconscious Oda Nobunaga in his arms with one arm. Li Ji had the skill of identifying people, and he could tell Oda Nobunaga's identity at a glance. Oda Nobunaga was not known for his martial arts, and he was lucky to be able to take Li Xuanxi's attack without dying. Among the famous generals of the Warring States period, perhaps only Usuji Kenshin, the Dragon of Ekigo, could take 1 or 2 moves from the Flying Tiger General, and the current 6th Heaven Demon King could not do it. What would happen if the future head of the Oda family was strangled in the cradle? Li Ji's hands trembled, and the Overlord's spear stabbed out decisively, passing Nato Katsusuke's defense at an extremely tricky angle and heading straight for Oda Nobunaga's head. At the critical moment, Nato Katsusuke abandoned his weapon, forcibly grasped the Overlord's spear with his palm, and the sharp spear had instantly cut off half of his palm. But the next second, Yuang's spear came quietly, and the manic turbulence hit the armor, making a series of noises. Nato Katsusuke's samurai uniform was instantly crushed into pieces by the energy, revealing his strong back, accompanied by the sound of countless bones breaking. This loyal old man flew off the horse and fell into the mother's clothing. The surrounding Japanese players hurriedly helped Nato Katsusuke up, and his palms were stained with a large area of blood and broken bones. The heart had stopped beating, and Nato Katsusuke used his life to forcibly protect Oda Nobunaga's safety. The eyes of the black mother's clothing and the red mother's clothing turned red, and they roared one after another, like a wild beast with mad hair, rushing towards Li Ji's Jingsai army fearlessly. As a result, they were constantly knocked to the ground by the long spear. Oda Nobunaga is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Li Ji used the true energy to bless his voice. Like a thunder exploded over this battlefield. After being rushed by the cavalry and nearly collapsed, the Japanese players, whose morale was already extremely low, suffered a heavy blow after hearing the sound, and their fighting spirit was extinguished. Oda Nobunaga fainted, and the Japanese players lost the leadership of their commander, and were no different from a mob. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot kill a lion. The Jingsai army suddenly exerted force, using Li Xuanxi as a sharp knife, and suddenly stabbed the mother's clothes. The black and red cavalry were pierced through the throat, and fell off their horses one after another. Oda Nobunaga is dead? After hearing the bad news, Dong Yingwutai, who was temporarily in charge of dispatching the army, couldn't help but widen his eyes. One of the 3 heroes of the Warring States period actually died in this wilderness, and died at the hands of the Chinese. It is simply a shame for Japan. No, Oda Nobunaga is guarded by Nato Katsusuke. It is impossible for him to die so easily. This is a trick of the Chinese. Dong Yingwutai hurriedly sent out his personal soldiers to stabilize the troops of all parties. At this moment, the armies on both sides became chaotic, and dense horse hoof sound sounded from far to near. The sword light on the left was like a waterfall, and the cold light on the right was like a star. Infinite strange winds rose out of thin air, and the terrifying divine light covered all the important Japanese players, including Dong Yingwutai. Jiendo, I killed these people first. Don't compete with me for credit. Shi Jingxi rushed out from the right with the Yair army and ran into the Tianqiong army led by Lu Xiangxing head-on. The most important thing now is to attack the city. But you are here to fight for merit. It's your good luck that I'm not here to report you. Lu Xiangxing snorted coldly, and led the Tianqiong army to charge again, cutting a gap in the square army formation and leaving. Hey, wait, I'm just kidding. The Japanese troops who resisted Li Ji were quickly defeated by the Lonkai army without the command of Oda Nobunaga and others. The large Japanese army has entered Fuchin City and fought a bloody battle with the Annan players. There are scattered weapons and cold corpses everywhere. Ruan Hui took back the command of the Annan army without Nato Katsuki's entanglement. Release the elephant soldiers and take back the city gate. Ruan Hui once relied on the Shishan elephant soldiers to attack Liqing and defeated Sun Shi's Qing army. It was a powerful army of exotic beasts. The elephant stable was opened, and the fully armed war elephants roared and rushed towards the Japanese army in the city like crazy. The fire tiger on its back was spitting out flames, and hot iron balls pierced the bodies of the Japanese players. While screaming, the limbs as thick as buckets trampled on the Japanese soldiers, crushing them into bloody mud. The sudden joining of the Shishan elephant soldiers caught them off guard. Oda Nobuhiro and Oda Nobuyuki, who served as commanders, sweated on their foreheads. This army of strange beasts brought them great pressure. Brother Mitsuhide, is Nobunaga really dead? Compared with the attack of Japan, Saito Kicho was more concerned about the safety of her fiancé. The information on the battlefield is full of fraud. Nobunaga is protected by the samurai of the Oda family, so he may not die. Sister, isn't it a good thing for you if he dies? At least you don't have to marry a big fool. Akechi Mitsuhide crossed his arms, seeming to be quite dissatisfied with Oda Nobunaga's rude character. Brother, stop talking like that. If the people of the Oda family hear it, it will cause dissatisfaction and even affect the marriage between the two families. Marriage? Sister, you won't think this is just an ordinary marriage, right? Saito Kicho fell silent. Boom! At some point, the sky of Fuchin City became extremely dark. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and a silver lightning snake flashed faintly. On a small hillside, Zhang Ning climbed up the temporary tower under the protection of Zhou Tsang. Her yellow clothes were blown up by the hurricane, showing her graceful figure. The Lord's cavalry is about to approach the city gate. Miss needs to take action to send down thunder and punish the barbarians. Zhou Tsang said softly. Li Ji saved the fire of my yellow turban army and has done us a favor. How can I not agree to such a request? Zhang Ning raised the 9-section staff in his hand and shouted, Thunder God, help me. Chapter 233, Seizing the City. As soon as Zhang Ning finished speaking, the world seemed to respond to the believer's request. The wind was blowing hard, and the gloomy sky was covered by endless black clouds. Silver lightning snakes frequently flashed through the clouds, making a terrifying sound. Boom! A silver thunder waterfall fell from the sky to the earth, and suddenly struck the gate of Fuchin City. The terrifying power of thunder exploded instantly. The silver snakes roamed around, and the dazzling white light drowned the figures of the surrounding soldiers. Those who were hit turned into charcoal in an instant. Without even a scream, a piece of open space was cleared at the gate in an instant, leaving a deep pit. Rumble. The black clouds became agitated again, and hundreds of silver lightning snakes fell at the same time, like silver spears piercing from the sky to the ground, forming a terrifying momentum. The bloody aura that permeated the void was instantly cleared, and the dim battlefield was suddenly illuminated exceptionally brightly. The dense thunder spears directly engulfed the entire Fuchin City, and the terrifying power of thunder bombarded the ground, leaving one pit after another. Thunder also fell on the modeled city wall. A large amount of mud and stone were split and flew up. The scorched dents scattered black smoke, and almost collapsed. Countless thunder and lightning continued to fall in the city, indiscriminately attacking things with life in the city. Both the Anon army and the Japanese army were the objects of thunder and lightning, except for some brave and extraordinary generals. The soldiers who were hit were directly submerged in the silver light and were killed instantly. The retainers of the Oda family formed a defensive formation, and the samurai's swords cut out countless sharp air blades, rushing straight into the sky, competing with the silver snake. With a rumble, thunder and air blades collided in the void, bursting out a strong light, and those who looked directly at it felt dazzling. The endless air waves swept across the 8 wildernesses, and the Japanese soldiers below could not stand it all, and were blown to the ground like fallen leaves. Thunder and lightning came one after another, breaking through the defense of Japan in the blink of an eye and bombarding the formation. Countless shrill screams sounded almost at the same time, shaking the earth. No! The thunder and lightning are fierce. The Chinese troops are coming. We must retreat. Oda Nobuhiro and Oda Nobuyuki sweated on their foreheads. They could not deal with this natural disaster at all. Even if their father came, they might not be able to do anything. Millions of people fought in the city, but now they became the target of thunder and lightning. In a blink of an eye, both sides lost countless people. There was a blast in the ears, and the Shishan war elephant was frightened. Its body like a hill vibrated and ran like crazy. The elephant's trunk swept across the front, attacking and killing indiscriminately regardless of friend or foe. A large number of Anon players and Japanese players were directly swept. Their ribs were broken, and they lost their voices. Crazy! Crazy! The Anon soldiers who controlled the war elephant pulled the reins hard. But how could the power of mortals compare to that of beasts? Instead of pulling them, they were thrown down by the war elephants, and their extremely strong legs suddenly smashed on them, crushing them into pulp. The frightened war elephants lost control of humans and instantly showed their ferocious side, turning into wild beasts. Dozens or hundreds of war elephants were galloping on the streets at the same time. Ordinary houses were as soft as mud and stone in front of them, and their terrifying destructive power directly destroyed them. Like a mountain tilting, like a river bursting its banks, a large amount of wood chips and mud and stones flew, and the elephants smashed everything in front of them with their terrifying and boundless power. No, the elephants are rushing towards us. Akechi Mitsuhide's face changed drastically. He didn't care about the reaction of the Oda family. He quickly grabbed Saito Kicho's hand and fled with Sato's retainers. Faced with a large number of war elephants rushing over frantically, countless Oda warriors slashed out sword energy and bombarded the beasts. The sharp sword energy cut blood marks on the body one after another. The war elephant screamed in pain, and the trunk swung wildly, rolling up dozens of warriors and throwing them into the air. The hill-like body was dripping with blood, and it hit the Oda army like Mars hitting the earth. Countless soldiers flew backwards in an instant, and the sound of bone fractures kept coming from their ribs. Da-da-da. The dense sound of horse hooves came from far and near, and Li Ji's troops came quietly after the thunder and lightning ended. The two Oda brothers were terrified, knowing that they could not fight, and decisively launched a breakout from the gate of the other side of the city. The entire Japanese army was in chaos. Why did the Oda family retreat? They were clearly going to capture the Anan city. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. I'm afraid we can't capture the city. Damn Chinese. Damn thunder and lightning. The Japanese player gritted his teeth and looked at the Dragon Sparrow army rushing in with a ferocious face. The large Japanese army was fighting frantically in the city. The troops stationed at the city gate were not many at all. Under the special care of thunder and lightning magic, the troops were killed and wounded. Li Ji's cavalry easily passed through the city gate and entered the interior of Fuchin City. There were countless pits in the city, and soldiers died everywhere. The strong bloody smell hit people's faces, making people frown. The degree of tragedy here is comparable to the previous Guangzhou battle. Shuji, you lead the Baili elite soldiers to guard the city gate, and don't let a fly fly over. Yes. Qin Dao led the bloody Baili elite soldiers to line up at the city gate. After a fierce battle, this 8th level army suffered a lot of losses. Li Ji entered the battlefield with tens of thousands of troops, killing everyone he saw, and fighting with Anan and Dongying. The city became more chaotic. The Anan players resisted the attack of the Dongying army, and they were exhausted. Originally, they were already unable to cope with the offensive of the Dongying people. And now with the addition of the Chinese side, the difficulty of winning this city defense battle has risen sharply. One-handed 18 picks. Li Ji took the lead and directly intervened in a life-and-death struggle between the Anan general and the Dongying general. The Overlord's spear brought endless strange winds, suddenly shattering the weapons of the two, and taking the lives of both sides almost at the same time. The cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army rushed on the low and uneven streets, and the extremely bright weapons continued to harvest the lives of the enemy. As terrible as the god of death, Li Tsuinxiao shouted, and the King Yu's spear cut through the wind and clouds, and the weapon with supreme divine light burst out and bombarded the mad war elephant. The next moment, the terrible impact force directly shattered the war elephant's internal organs. A wailing sounded, and the mountain-like body fell to the ground, splashing smoke and dust. The light flew. Wang Zhong showed amazing archery skills, and the feather arrows shot out in all directions like red fire meteors, whistling and piercing the brave generals. The Japanese players who received the retreat order were attacked on their backs. On the one hand, they had to deal with a non-Yuan's counterattack, and on the other hand, they had to resist the backstab of Huaxia, which made them extremely uncomfortable and miserable. Tsuinxiao, you lead the Jingsai army to force the position of the Anan defender, and you must kill him. The Dragon Sparrow army has only tens of thousands of people, far less than the other two parties, and the results achieved now are beyond imagination. However, if the war is dragged on, once the Japanese or Anan gain a foothold, then the Dragon Sparrow army will be the first to suffer. Chapter 234 Epilogue. The three parties fought until the sunset, and the screams and shouts of killing continued. After the senior figures of the Oda family issued the order to retreat, a large number of Japanese players fled everywhere, trying to escape from the trapped city. I am stationed at the gate of the city here by the order of my lord. No one is allowed to pass. Qin Dao's spear danced wildly, like a silver dragon swimming in the void, tearing the armor of the Japanese warriors one after another. And they died on the spot. The elite soldiers of the Baili behind him thrust out their spears at the same time, with a white light shining brightly, and the majestic spearheads pierced straight through the enemy's body. Soon, a hill of corpses appeared at the gate. Tap tap tap. A dense sound of footsteps came from far away, and a well-equipped samurai army quickly approached here. Whoever stands in my way will die. The samurai of the Saito family drew out his saber, and his figure turned into a ghost, suddenly appearing in front of the elite Baili soldiers. The dazzling sword light burst out instantly and hit the soldiers. In an instant, a cold light was faster than that, and the cold spear tip pierced the void, and heavy air waves whistled in, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the enemy's saber. The silver dragon phantom roared for 9 days, and the tip of the spear covered with a faint white true energy seemed to be the sharpest spear in the world. The terrifying spear power smashed the samurai's sword, and the mighty spear force followed, engulfing the samurai's body in an instant. The sound of dozens of hard objects piercing into flesh and blood continued to sound, and the samurai with blood holes all over his body was picked up by the long spear and flew out like a piece of tattered rag, knocking down several soldiers behind him. Akechi Mitsuhide was sweating profusely, and the close-up of the samurai's sword bison kept shaking with his arm. He never dreamed that such a brave general would guard the city gate here. Could it be that Oda Nobunaga is really dead? Akechi Mitsuhide muttered. If this young general in white robe was in their Japan, he would probably be the top one. Oda Nobunaga's mediocre skills would definitely not be his opponent. Retreat! Akechi Mitsuhide knew that he was no match for him, and decisively issued an order to evacuate. You want to run after you come here? Chen Dao galloped on his horse, and a silver spear broke through the air. In an instant, he rushed into the army of the Saito family with his horse. The cold light flashed, as bright as the stars in the night sky, and dozens of samurai were directly pierced through the throat. The Saito family's army collapsed instantly after being killed by Chen Dao. Surround him! Akechi Mitsuhide saw that Chen Dao was about to break through the obstacles, and hurriedly mobilized the soldiers in his hands to set up one line of defense after another in front of him. The annihilation of the Saito family is not a small matter, but the safety of Saito Kicho is a big matter. If Saito Kicho is caught, the alliance between Nino and Owari will not be possible at all. As a retainer of Saito, Akechi Mitsuhide was bound to bear the wrath of Saito Dosen. Saito Dosen's cruelty was known to everyone, and he did not want to end up being torn into pieces. Boom! There was a loud noise behind him. Under the horrified gaze of Akechi Mitsuhide and Saito Kicho, Chen Dao was like a silver dragon, and the sharp spear tip burst out with unimaginable power under the powerful force. The defense line in front was like paper, and the fragile flesh was instantly strangled by the sharp spear tip, and a large number of broken limbs flew to both sides, accompanied by a series of miserable cries. Chen Dao, like a bloody man, rushed over. The long spear flipped and swept Akechi Mitsuhide's samurai sword away with one move, and then the spearhead turned, and the sharp spear tip pierced his shoulder and knocked him to the ground. The Baili elite soldiers, who followed Chen Dao to charge forward decisively, and tied up Akechi Mitsuhide and Saito Kicho. Where did the woman come from? Forget it. Send it to the Lord's tent for him to decide. Chen Dao frowned and looked at the disheveled woman. The commander was captured, and the remaining Fuji warriors were no match for the Baili elite soldiers, and they were soon slaughtered. I didn't expect that even the samurai of the Saito family fell into the hands of this army. It's better not to offend them. Wait. Saito Dosen's daughter was captured. That's Oda Nobunaga's fiancée. What should we do? What else can we do? Let's escape and tell Oda Nobunaga about this news and let him decide. The terrifying combat power displayed by the Baili elite soldiers made them feel terrified, so they had to choose other gates to break out. A large number of Japanese players cursed and withdrew from Fuchin City with their remaining troops. Nguyen-Hu noticed the change in the situation in the city and made a decisive move. He summoned the surviving soldiers to push the defense line outward in an attempt to regain control of Fuchin. However, the black crows that were watching him overhead screamed and constantly exposed his position. There was a commotion on the right side, and a strong momentum rose to the sky. Li Tsuinshio, covered in blood, led the Jingsai army to break through the outer defense line and kill Nguyen-Hu. Yu Wang's spear smashed the void, making a harsh explosion. This space seemed to be shattered, shaking and disturbing. Nguyen-Hu, with a horrified look on his face, was instantly engulfed by the golden divine light, and the supreme power directly crushed him into slag, which drifted away with the wind. Dead? The surrounding Annan players could hardly believe that the famous general of their country actually died at the hands of the Chinese generals. For a time, there was complete silence. But the next moment, the pain in their bodies stimulated their nerves, and they died under the blade of the Dragon Sparrow army in shock. Spread the word and order them to surrender. Li Ji was overjoyed to learn that the Annan garrison was killed by Li Tsunxiu with a spear. Nguyen Hu was the backbone of the Annan players. As long as he died, the morale of the NPC garrison in the city would definitely be hit hard, and they would no longer have the heart to fight, and would only become ghosts under the knife of the Dragon Sparrow army. And there was no need for the Annan players to hold on. After all, the loss of this city had become a general trend, and there was no need to lose soldiers and generals here. They still had a city to garrison. If people continued to die, the other city would soon become the target of other civilizations due to the lack of troops and horses. Lu Xiangxing fought side by side with the young General Yin Xing, leading the Tianxiong army with bloody armor in the city, riding horses and slashing swords, constantly killing the fleeing players and soldiers. Ding Xia brought her own generals, with Yang Miezhen, a powerful weapon, and Song Xiansa, who was able to predict the future and avoid the dangers. With 5,000 soldiers, they were like fish in water in the city, constantly killing enemies and gaining points. He Qi followed Li Ji's instructions, escorted Wang Meng and other counselors and officials into the city, and began to deploy defenses. The war horses neighed, and the Yair army was like a black torrent that dispersed the Annan players, setting off a bloody storm. Shi Jingxi, the chief general of the Yair army, crashed into the heavily guarded city lord's mansion. The Baiwa Lanin spear turned into a spirit snake in his hand, sweeping away countless players, and the terrible spear light pierced their bodies. A long spear bombarded the stone tablet of the city lord's mansion, and the stone tablet broke into several pieces under the huge force. Then another new stone tablet rose, and ancient Chinese characters appeared on it. All announcements on the national war battlefield, Fuchun City in Annan District, was breached by players in Huaxia District, and the national points of Huaxia District +1. Chapter 235 Post-War Events. As soon as the announcement was made, all the players were shocked. The national war had only been going on for 2 days, and a civilization had successfully conquered other people's cities so quickly. However, when they heard the word Huaxia, many people were relieved. Huaxia is a top power in the world, with a size that is rare. It is natural for it to conquer a small civilization like Annan. However, they found that Li Ji's points on the personal points ranking list were rising rapidly like a rocket, and they were instantly upset. Especially the long list of numbers. Many people couldn't count them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I just saw that Li Ji's points were only tens of thousands. How come it exceeded 1 million in the blink of an eye? Unless Li Ji conquered the city of Annan alone, it would be impossible for him to have more than 1 million points at once. Are the millions of Annan players pigs? Even if they are pigs, how could Li Ji capture all of them in 2 days? The system opened a backdoor for the Chinese. This is unfair. Many players were so angry that they scratched their heads. They simply couldn't understand how a Chinese lord could take down a city with 1 million people with just his army. How did a city get taken down? The players stationed in another city in the Annan district were the most confused. They were defending the city well, but how could another city of theirs be stolen? The Oda family players, who were defeated by Li Ji, fled back to Edo Castle on the other side of the deep forest in a panic. After hearing the news, they all showed angry expressions. We were going to take Fuchun, but Li Ji showed up and took the city we were about to take. The points of this country should belong to our Japan. There is a deep blood feud between China and Japan, and the situation is as incompatible as fire and water. Now a Chinese lord stepped on their shoulders and took away the results of the war. The brand of Japan was almost broken by Li Ji. No. The Chinese are extremely cunning. We can only seek help from America to get back on our feet. In addition, we have to send a large number of ninja warriors to assassinate their important figures, especially that Li Ji. The Japanese are typical of not being able to play. Using the dirty method of assassination while looking for a father is in line with their character. In the wilderness outside a city, a large number of non-human troops are stockpiled. If Li Ji hadn't done something big, this non-human army would have launched an attack long ago. I didn't expect China to be so quick and take the city before the United States. I must kill this man to promote the name of the United States. Steve pulled out a colorful game weapon and shouted fiercely. In addition to the shock of other civilizations, even many Chinese players were in an uproar. You, who had left the action at the beginning, actually went to take someone else's city. Really good. Qin Fan, the Lord of Guangzhong, led the players from the 3 auxiliary lands to besiege the city in the Khmer area, and the defenders on the city wall trembled. Based on the size of the Annan area, there are no more than 2 cities. Li Ji has already occupied one. So as long as the remaining one is eliminated, all Annan players can be eliminated directly. Ju Wuba, you personally break the city gate. The players outside were boiling because of an announcement. And Li Ji, the culprit, was still unaware of the commotion he had caused. Congratulations to the player for successfully occupying Annan City. And add 1 million points to the personal score. Li Ji's ranking quickly climbed to the top, far ahead of Steve, who was in second place. And Huaxia's name also sat on the first place throne of the national ranking. Because the player has conquered Fuchin City, he has the right to change the name. Is it necessary to change the name? Change it to Jiaoji. Anyway, Annan was called this name under the rule of Huaxia before, so it is just right to change it to this name. Because Fuchin City has become a city of Huaxia, a large number of Annan buildings have been directly replaced by Huaxia buildings. A large number of new buildings appeared in the ruins, attracting attention. In addition to these, Jiaoji also refreshed a group of 300,000 Han army defenders to assist Li Ji in defending the city. It's a pity that these 300,000 can't go out of the city to attack other cities. Li Ji tried the right to mobilize the defenders, and found that the other party could only defend the city, and couldn't take a step out. If this 300,000 army could follow him to fight, he, Li Ji, really dared to continue to fight other civilizations. Jiaoji City had experienced a fierce battle. Most of the buildings were torn to pieces, and there were stinking corpses everywhere. Li Ji had to send people to deal with these things. In the short term, Li Ji might not be able to send troops. My lord, the casualties are counted. Please take a look. Fortunately, Li Ji brought his 4 counselors and the troll Yufan. Otherwise, he would have a headache dealing with the internal affairs of the city. Wang Meng was transferred to the position of defending the city by him. Gui Jia and Jia Su did not know where to go after the battle. Only Shi Jicai and Yufan were capable. In this battle, Li Ji took advantage of the surprise attack, and the losses were not worth mentioning compared to the other 2 parties. But even so, the loss of the Dragon Sparrow army exceeded 50%, with a total loss of more than 40,000 people. If there was no restraint from Lu Xiangqing and others, the Dragon Sparrow army would have dispersed by itself in the midst of fighting. Fortunately, he could spend the national war points to recruit troops. Li Ji had more than 1 million points on him, not to mention replenishing the losses. Expanding the army was not a problem. My lord, Shuji has also captured 2 Japanese people. Bring them up. Soon, a man and a woman were pushed in front of Li Ji. Name Mingguang Xixio. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity Prisoner of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Level 30. Brave 80, 83. Commander 84, 91. Wisdom 82, 88. Political Strategy 73, 80. Charm 60. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Subjugation, Black loyalty is extremely unstable. When it drops to a certain bottom line, it is possible to launch a coup. Believe in Buddhism, Blue believe in Buddhism. And the development speed of the cultural index in the territory is plus 5%. Samurai, Blue when fighting with others. Personal combat effectiveness is plus 5%. Saito Retainer, Purple when leading Saito Samurai to fight. Personal combat effectiveness is plus 10%. And the combat effectiveness of the troops is plus 10%. Elegant, Purple, possessing a profound upbringing. He gains a high favorability during the initial conversation, and the probability of persuading the other party increases. Jubai, Purple when leading the army in battle. The unit's combat effectiveness plus 15%. The marching speed increases, and the physical recovery speed increases. Sanri Tianxia, Gold when launching a coup successfully. The 4 dimensions are temporarily plus 5, and the luck is plus 10, which lasts for 13 days. Shilin is coming, Gold when fighting with the enemy. Personal combat effectiveness plus 20%. Unit combat effectiveness plus 20%. And it is not easy to fall into the enemy's strategy. Skills Toki Sword / S level. II / S level. Strike 1000 miles, S level. Heart Method Warring States Kirin Heart Code. Equipment Bison Close-Up, Diamond level. Special Arms None. Li Ji was a little confused. Chapter 236 Dealing with 2 people. There are few generals in the Annan area. Most of the generals recruited by Annan players are fictional characters. and their strength is not very good. The only historical general, Wu Wenyong, was killed by Li Tsunshu with a spear. Players in Japan are still in a dormant and forbearing stage. There are not many warring states generals that can be recruited, and the main generals are all retainers of the Oda family. Li Ji thought that he did not capture any famous foreign generals in this battle, but he did not expect Chen Dao to be so lucky and capture a person who left a deep mark in the history books of Japan. Akechi Mitsuhide, one of the 4 kings of the Oda family, made great contributions to the Oda family and was highly regarded by Oda Nobunaga. At the same time, he was also the one who forced Oda Nobunaga to commit suicide, and the regime he established was nicknamed 3 Days of the World. The atmosphere of overthrowing the superiors was prevalent throughout the Warring States period in Japan, and the coup launched by Akechi Mitsuhide was a typical example. The Oda Nobunaga I met before was very young. Akechi Mitsuhide is 5 or 6 years older than him. He should not have served in the Oda family yet. Li Ji had no players who knew Japanese around him, so he could not know why Akechi Mitsuhide followed the Oda family to stir up this mess. So he had to focus on another captive. It was Saito Kicho, whose charm reached 95 points. Li Ji immediately figured out the complicated relationship between them. Akechi Mitsuhide served in the Saito family at the beginning, probably because the head of the Saito family sent many retainers to protect his daughter. And there is also a saying that Akechi Mitsuhide and Saito Kicho are cousins. In this way, it is reasonable for Akechi Mitsuhide to appear in the national war. I am the fiancé of the eldest son of the Oda family, the daughter of Saito Dosen. Seeing the Chinese general sitting in the first seat coming towards him, Saito Kicho panicked instantly and quickly revealed his identity in an attempt to scare the other party away. Unfortunately, Li Ji did not understand what she said. The more you struggle, the happier I am. Li Ji played the villain, holding Saito Kicho's chin and smiling evilly. Yummy D. He understood this sentence. Jiasu on the side grasped the timing and decisively manipulated the hearts of Saito Kicho, who was almost collapsed. Saito Kicho was struck by lightning and fell into Li Ji's arms in a daze. Akechi Mitsuhide, who was tied up like a dumpling next to him, suddenly became anxious. Zhang Ning is exhausted and needs someone to take care of her. Yuan Fu, take her over and take care of Zhang Ning. Jiasu's wisdom was far superior to Saito Kicho, and he controlled Saito Kicho's mind in one shot. Tonkatai needs beauties to settle in. The more beauties settle in, the stronger the bonus effect. Li Ji doesn't care about the relationship between Saito Kicho and Oda Nobunaga. Once she is in his hands, she will never run back to Japan. As for Akechi Mitsuhide, Li Ji has some concerns about his character, so he decided to wait and see. My lord, the spoils of war in the city have been counted, and there are a total of. Shishisai completed the task assigned by Li Ji and returned to report the results. There are countless players who died here, and the equipment of various grades they carried fell on the ground and became ownerless. Li Ji naturally accepted these spoils with a smile, although his army didn't use them much, and the durability of these equipment was more or less reduced. As long as they were slightly repaired and sold to players in need, they could also make a lot of money. In addition, we also captured more than 30,000 barbarians and more than 100 war elephants. After taking Fuchin, the Annan army and the Dongying army that did not withdraw were no match for the Longhai army, and they became prisoners without much resistance. Li Ji did not intend to kill them all in exchange for points. After all, these tens of thousands of people could only be exchanged for 30,000 points at most, and killing too many might cause mutiny. If they resisted regardless of the losses, they would lose more than they gained. These 30,000 people were transferred and integrated by Wang Ming. With a little training, they could become Li Ji's vassal army. Using other people's soldiers to attack other people's cities is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Just like the Tang Emperor Li Shimin, he recruited the surrounding Qingfu tribes as the main force, and only dispatched a small number of Tang dynasty troops to achieve the established military goals. All announcements in the National War Battlefield, Honduras City in the Mai area was breached by players in the American area, and the national points in the American area were +1. Since all cities in the Mai area have been conquered, all players in the Mai area are forced to withdraw from the National War Battlefield, and the national points of the American area are +3. National War Battlefield General Announcement: the Tongwang City in the Khmer area was conquered by the Chinese area players, and the national points of the Chinese area were +1. Since all cities in the Khmer area have been conquered, all players in the Khmer area are forced to withdraw from the National War Battlefield, and the national points of the Chinese area are +3. National War Battlefield General Announcement. Seoul in the Goryeo area was conquered by the Russian area players, and the national points of the Russian area were +1. National War Battlefield General Announcement. Damascus City in the Syrian area was conquered by the German area players, and the national points of the German area were +1. Since all cities in the Syrian area have been conquered, all players in the Syrian area are forced to withdraw from the National War Battlefield, and the national points of the German area are +3. National War Battlefield General Announcement. It seems that the fact that Li Ji took the lead in taking the city has stimulated the players of other countries to speed up the pace of attacking the city. Several civilized cities have been conquered in succession and lost the qualification for the national war. Fortunately, there were other Chinese players who took down the city, and they retained the first place with a slight advantage of 1 point. Maybe we should eliminate the small country first to earn national points, and then fight with Ame. Li Ji noticed that eliminating civilization can get 3 points. The country was on the list, which made the players excited, and they did not notice that Li Ji, who was originally in the first place, fell down because of the rapid clearing of points. Take advantage of the window period of recruiting troops to visit Lenin City next door. Using points to recruit troops can greatly reduce the time of recruiting troops. Li Ji consumed all his points in one breath and increased the size of the Dragon Bird army to 150,000 people, leaving the affairs in the city to Wang Ming. Li Ji took Li Tsuanxiu and Chen Dao to Lenin City, Kuaiji County, Shaonin City. The teleportation array was crowded with people, and many players set up stalls nearby to sell equipment. After a flash, 3 figures appeared in the teleportation array, and an old man walked out with 2 children. "Excuse me, which way should I go to Longke City?" The old man stopped a player and asked politely. Seeing that the old man was wearing a simple cloak embroidered with a round crane, and seemed to be from a noble family, the player did not dare to be careless and replied respectfully, "I also want to go to Longke City. Why don't you come with me?" "Old sir? Thank you for your trouble, my friend. I wonder what business the old sir has in Longke City. I heard that Governor Li built an imperial college, and I came here just to take a look out of curiosity." Chapter 237. Defenders of each city. Huaxia has 6 cities, which is much higher than other countries. Fortunately, the number of players is also far greater than other countries. The troops stationed in each city are not small at all, and are even a bit bloated. Li Ji has just occupied the city of Annan. He only has 300,000 troops donated and his own 150,000 troops. With such a force to defend the city, it is not difficult to encounter an army of a small country. With the command of Wang Meng and others, it can be easily defended. But if facing the army of several countries united, it may be a bit difficult. So Li Ji needs to go to the city of Huaxia to negotiate with the players who lead the state and county troops, and divert a certain number of players to help him defend the city. Although the combat effectiveness of the players is much worse than that of the regular army, it is more than enough to fight this kind of city defense war. In addition to these, Li Ji also needs to communicate with the defenders of the Huaxia city and ask them to open the 2-way teleportation array for future support. The nearest city to Jiaoji is Lenin City, so Li Ji will personally meet with the garrison commander of Lenin City to open the teleportation array between Jiaoji and Lenin. The 3 war horses quickly passed through the valley that had just landed. Players have already built various fortresses and strongholds in the wild of Lenin City, guarding Lenin City like stars supporting the moon. I am Li Tsuanxiu. My master broke through a city of Annan not long ago. We need to open a teleportation array to Lenin City. You should quickly find the garrison commander of Lenin City. Li Tsuanxiu was tall and strong, and he stood directly at the city gate. His terrifying momentum shook the mud and stones on the city wall to fall continuously. Really? The soldiers guarding the city, wearing the standard armor of the Song dynasty, looked at each other, at a loss. Who would not restrain their momentum when looking for their superiors? It was more like looking for trouble. Fortunately, there was an old acquaintance of Li Ji, Zhang Xiaoming, on the city wall, who explained the origin to the defenders. Please come in and rest for a while. General, I will go and invite you right away. The city gate immediately opened a crack that could accommodate 1 person, allowing Li Ji and others to enter the city. Zhang Xiaoming immediately brought dozens of elite players to help Li Ji in. Why is the guard of Lenin City so strict? Li Ji felt that the atmosphere in the city was a little solemn. Big brother, you don't know? The scouts we sent out found that the Kyoto city of Japan was nearby. After learning about this, the guards of Lenin City strengthened the guards. Zhang Xiaoming replied, and then told all the information he had collected. There are 13 Chinese state-level troops, and the Chinese troops stationed in Linen City are from Yang, Jing, and Jiaozhou, with a total of 5 million. The guards of the 6 cities are the top generals of each dynasty, namely Meng Gong of Linen City, Han Qinhu of Daxing City, Wang Jian of Xianying City, Feng Yi of Luoyang City, Li Ji of Chang'an City, and Chang Yuchen of Jinling City. They are all gods. After knowing the garrisons of each city, Li Ji smacked his lips unconsciously. If this group of people could lead the troops out of the city, other countries would probably have a headache. In addition to these, Li Ji also learned that the troops that conquered Cambodia were the Guangzhou player troops led by Qin Fan, Zhang Xiaoming. Jiaoji needs players to garrison there. You can negotiate to transfer some people to help. Zhang Xiaoming patted his chest and said, "Don't bother so much. The command of Yangzhou is in my hands. I will let them go to Jiaoji City after the teleportation array is opened later." That's fine. Although the number of Yangzhou players is not as large as that of the northern states, there are at least 1 or 2 million of them, plus the army they carry, which is enough to garrison Jiaoji City. The news that Li Ji came to Linen City spread quickly, and many players came to watch the first player to capture the city, with Li Tsuinxiu and Chen Dao by his side. The strong aura separated this group of players to prevent Li Ji from being crushed to death by the crowd. "Brother Li Ji, I am Chu Xiong from Jingzhou. We met at the National War meeting before. As a core player of Jingzhou, Chu Xiong came to say hello, and there was a big man with a silly smile beside him, who didn't look very intelligent. Who is this?" Before Chu Xiong answered, the big man stepped forward and said confidently, "I am Xing Durong, the general of Lingling. I have heard of your name for a long time. I have heard of your name for a long time." Chu Xiong had to smile awkwardly. Everyone knew how watery the title of general was. Sun Wei, the core player of Jiaozhou, also came to greet Li Ji, and they were considered to have known each other. But no one knew how sincere this was. After all, the states where their territories were located were adjacent, and they might have conflicts in the future. "Are you looking for me?" Soon, a general of the Song dynasty appeared in front of Li Ji, and his magnetic voice interrupted the conversation of Li Ji and others. The visitor was the famous general of the southern Song dynasty, Meng Gong. Behind him was a group of well-equipped soldiers, and the bloody smell on their bodies was extremely strong, as if they had just returned from the battlefield. Each garrison commander would carry a certain number of special soldiers, such as Nguyen Hu's Tay-Sun elephant soldiers. Li Ji estimated that this army might be Meng Gong's Zhongshuan army. "That's right." Li Ji saluted in a proper manner. Meng Gong nodded and said with relief, "I didn't expect that the person who captured the city was so young. The young are really formidable. It's all thanks to the desperate fight of my soldiers." Meng Gong was a famous general of the southern Song dynasty. He once commanded nearly 2/3 of the southern Song dynasty's front to resist the enemy's front. He was called the master of mobile defense by foreigners. If Yu Fei is the sharpest spear of the southern Song dynasty, then Meng Gong is the hardest shield of the southern Song dynasty. You are promoting the power of China. How can I not agree to open the teleportation array? You just need to conquer the barbarians outside. Linen City will not fall with me. Meng Gong was full of enthusiasm, and directly agreed to Li Ji's request. After sending Meng Gong and his Zhongshuan army away, Li Ji told Chu Xiong Sun Wei and the others about mobilizing Yangzhou players to Jiaoji. The two did not say much and readily agreed to Li Ji's request. There is no way. After the players capture the city, it will be changed to the city of their own country. If there are not enough troops stationed and the city is stolen by other countries, not only will the opponent's points be added, but also your own points will be deducted. This is 2 points in one round, which is a huge loss. So in the later stage of the national war, the more cities you occupy, the fewer troops you can mobilize, and eventually a defensive situation will be formed. By the way, there are 2 cities in Annan district, one of which has been taken by me. As long as I take the remaining one, I can eliminate them and get 4 points. Do you know where it is? Li Ji paid attention to the Annan people. Chu Xiong pondered for a while, then said, "Annan's other city is not here. It is near Daxing City. It is said that the people of Daxing City have begun to attack, so we don't have to think about it." Okay. At least it was taken by our own people. Not a loss. But I know that another civilized city was also beaten to only 1 city. Are you interested in doing it? Chapter 238 Sending Troops. Which civilized city is it? Li Ji couldn't help but feel a little curious. In addition to the cities of Japan, there are other civilized cities outside Linen. It seems that Linen is surrounded by wolves, and is in a very bad situation. It's Goryeo. Bangzi? Chu Xiong nodded and said, there are 2 cities in Goryeo. One is Hancheng near Tsarist Russia, and the other is Kaijing near Linen. Hancheng has been destroyed by the great lord of the Russians, leaving only Kaijing. We have sent people to find out that the commander guarding Kaijing is Yi Sun-sin, a famous general of the Joseon dynasty. It seems that you have long been planning to attack Bangzi. Although China, Japan and Goryeo are neighbors in terms of geography, their relationship with each other is very ordinary. Basically, if you don't like me, I don't like you. Now there is an opportunity to teach this jumping clown a lesson. They will not miss it. Korean players have praised Yi Sun-sin's military ability to the sky, but his ability needs to be discounted. Moreover, he is a naval commander, and the city defense battle may not be able to fully display his talents. Sun Wei of Jiaozhou also invited Li Ji to join the team to attack Goryeo. There are a lot of Chinese players, and the number of surrounding enemy cities is limited, which leads to fierce internal competition. This national war not only has national rankings, but also personal rankings. Everyone knows that the rewards for ranking at the top are extremely rich. So if they want to be on the list, they must get more points. And the only way to quickly get points is to defeat the stone tablet of the enemy city. And a stone tablet is worth 1 million points. Li Ji and Qin Fan in China each took a city, and the points they got have long exceeded other players, making them unique. How can this not make Chu Xiong and Qin Fan jealous? In the eyes of Chu Xiong and Sun Wei, although Li Ji is strong, the points they may get by acting with him are not as good as those they can get by acting alone. But if Li Ji joins them, the efficiency of the siege will be greatly improved, and the chance of taking the stone tablet in the melee will be greater. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoming and Li Ji in Yangzhou are in the same boat. To win over Li Ji is to win over Zhang Xiaoming and his Yangzhou players. Li Ji certainly knew what the 2 men were thinking. They just wanted to rely on his strength to achieve the effect of quickly conquering cities and territories. After a little thought, Li Ji said with a little embarrassment, I'm sorry. My army just captured a city and lost a lot of soldiers. It will take some time to recruit troops. I may not be able to send troops in a short time. With the 150,000 troops and 30,000 vassal troops being recruited as the main force, plus some drawn from Yangzhou players, it is enough for Li Ji to attack a city of a small country. Although Li Sun-sin is stationed in Kaifeng, Li Ji is also confident that he can take him down. In addition to the benefit of reducing losses, Li Ji can't think of any other benefits of acting with him. How many troops do you need to recruit? If it doesn't take long, we can wait. 150,000. Hiss. The 2 looked at each other, shocked in their eyes, and then smiled bitterly. With 150,000 regular troops and Yangzhou players to help, Li Ji really doesn't need to go with them. Since Brother Li is not interested in this operation, we will act on our own in Jingzhou, Chu Xiong said, cupping his hands. Li Ji looked at him apologetically, and then said, with the number of players in Jingzhou, there is indeed a good chance to capture Kaijing. But don't forget that there are cities in Japan outside Linen, and they may come to disrupt the situation. Don't worry. Linen will never fall with Minggong, the master of mobile defense. I'm just afraid that Xiaorizi will sneak attack the rear army when you attack the city. Li Ji is very familiar with this move. It seems to make sense. Chu Xiong touched his stubble-covered chin and began to think about the possibility of his plan. Japan's relationship with Goryeo is not very good, and its relationship with China is even worse. If they show their backs to Xiaorizi, it would be strange if Xiaorizi didn't stab them to death. If they suffer heavy losses due to Xiaorizi's backstab, it will be impossible to capture Kaijing, and Linen will also be in danger. To be honest, there is also a Japanese city in Jiaoji, so I can't send a large army to help you. However, I can send some troops and players to help you guard the rear to prevent Japanese sneak attacks. If China sends troops, Japan will definitely not sit idly by. Li Ji thinks that maybe he can take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. This is a very good relationship. After the 3 of them roughly agreed on the matters of sending troops, Li Ji took Li Tsunxiu and Chen Dao and returned to Jiaoji through the teleportation array. At this time, because the teleportation array was opened in Jiaoji, a large number of players from Yangzhou poured in to help defend the city. Li Ji called his capable minister Wang Ming and asked him, Jin Glu, I will lead troops to attack Kaijing with the troops in Linen soon. The safety of Jiaoji will be handed over to you. Please rest assured. My lord, Wang Ming said with a bow. There is a barbarian city behind the deep forest. Most of the barbarians we defeated last time fled here. Now that I am leading with my troops, they may come back. Li Ji's words were meaningful. And Wang Ming, who was extremely talented, naturally understood what he meant. If the Lord achieves his goal, Ming needs some generals. Chen Dao, Yan Xing, He Qi, Shi Jingxi, and the newly recruited 60,000 soldiers are all under your command. In addition, I will ask Ding Xia to cooperate with your actions. Good. In Edo City, countless high-level players gathered to discuss major events. The two cities of Japan are adjacent to China. They have been eyeing Linen City with their wolfish ambitions. Linen City's deployment of troops in the past few days naturally did not hide it from them. China's actions made the players in Edo and Kyoto uneasy. So they took advantage of the fact that the Linen troops did not send troops to unite and discuss countermeasures. Haha. I didn't expect that the dignified Oda clan would be defeated by an unknown person. Even Oda Nobunaga, the sixth Demon King, was seriously injured. What a bunch of useless guys. The Japanese player wearing a red samurai uniform laughed loudly, not giving any face to the player of the Red Guards, who defected to the Oda clan. That's right. After all, he defected to the Kai Takeda clan, with the big man Takeda Shinjin behind him. And he also controlled the Takeda Red Guards. Among the players of the Oda clan, only the eliminated Toei Takeda could compete with him. The player who defected to Oda suppressed his anger and said sarcastically, Takeda Tani Ryo. The Chinese who took Jiaoji once said that we were just like this. And what they said about the Red Guards and the mother clothes were just in name only. Is there such a thing? Chapter 239 Attack Kaijing. There are 3 states of players in Linen and Jiaoji, including players and their NPC troops. Up to 5 million people, with Jing and Jiao as the main forces, and some Yangzhou players participating. A total of 3 million people went to attack Goryeo Kaijing City. The mighty army, with flags covering the sky, filled the mountains and fields with 3 million troops. Like a black torrent that completely eroded the wilderness of Linen City. Suffocating. If Chu Xiong had not recruited a reliable civil official to assist, Xing Daorong alone would have exhausted the general of Lingling to death in dispatching troops. It took Chu Xiong and others several days to organize an army of 3 million people. And Li Ji's 150,000 troops were also fully recruited in these few days. Brother Chu, I will follow you with soldiers and horses after you set off and enter the designated ambush position. Taking advantage of these few days, Li Ji sent a large number of people to explore the surrounding environment clearly and made a detailed map. With the advice of counselors such as Wang Ming and Guijia, Li Ji and Chu Xiong decided their respective attack directions and ambush positions. Chu Xiong and others were envious when they thought that Li Ji had a capable person like Wang Ming to help him. Brother Li has strong soldiers and horses, and he will definitely beat the little life to pieces. If our attack is not very smooth, I hope Brother Li will help us. I will definitely help. The boundless Chinese army went to Kaijing with great momentum, attracting the attention of many civilizations. However, after seeing that the direction of China's attack was not theirs, they all felt a little lucky. After all, with a huge army of 300 people, their small civilizations could not withstand China's rough treatment. Li Ji looked at the endless team and pondered. It's time for us to set off. The team participating in the ambush was mainly composed of veterans brought by Li Ji from the main world, with a total of 90,000 people. Even if the Bai-Air elite soldiers and the Yair army were transferred to Wang Ming, Li Ji still had 3 special troops: the Tianqiong army, the Xianning Death soldiers, and the Phoenix longbowmen, which were enough to defeat the sneak attack of the Japanese team. The Chinese army set out on the journey to conquer Kaijing, and the Korean players, who were regarded as the target, were immediately shocked. First, Natasha in the Russian region took Seoul unreasonably, and now the Chinese are also going to attack us. I didn't expect that our universe's #1 Great Cold Netherland would be targeted like this. Is this Chinese army stupid? Didn't they see that the Japanese city is next to them? Aren't they afraid of being robbed? We have the #1 war god of the Great Cold Netherland, Li Sunchen. Even if Sun Wu of China comes, he will have to suffer here. After the Korean players got the news, they just output a mouth cannon. But it couldn't affect the Chinese army under the city wall at all. Li Sunchen, who was boasted by the Koreans as the #1 war god, was standing on the city wall with his sword in his hand, frowning as he looked at the large army below that was forming siege equipment. Seoul was captured by players from the Russian zone, and a large number of Goryeo players died tragically at the hands of the Russian army. Only a handful of players were able to escape. Now there are only 1 million players stationed in Kaifeng. plus the troops they brought with them, and the garrison in the city, which barely reaches 1.5 million, half less than the Chinese army outside the city. Although Li Shanchen knew that the Goryeo players around him boasted that he was the #1 god of war, he knew clearly what his talent was, and was far from reaching that level. Moreover, he was better at fighting on the water than defending the city. Facing these 3 million enemy troops, Li Shanchen had no confidence at all. Attack! The sound of the war drums of the Chinese army exploded in the air like thunder, and countless players participating in the war were excited and led their troops to charge towards Kaijing. A large number of siege equipment were slowly pushed out, like a ferocious beast galloping on this battlefield. Cover the charge. Players with archery skills and NPC archers of the Chinese army drew their bows and arrows together. In an instant, countless arrows whistled towards the walls of Kaijing at the same time, forming a dense rain of arrows, which seemed to cover the sky and the sun, making people depressed. The sharp arrows suddenly tore through the armor, horribly crushing the flesh and blood, and the sound of passing through the body continued to sound on the Goryeo soldiers. Boom! Dozens of terrifying roars came from the rear of the Chinese troops, and dozens of boulders were thrown into the air, rubbing against the air and lighting up sparks, like a meteor shower falling on the city wall. The terrifying power instantly flattened everything around, and the Goryeo soldiers under the boulder were crushed into meat paste. Waves of air swept in all directions, and the aftermath of the boulder's fall shook the defenders away, and a lot of blood sprayed in the air. Let the sticks burn. The player with fire skills ignited the boulder tied with hemp ropes, and the scorching temperature twisted the surrounding void. Crackling sounds continued to sound, and sparks jumped from time to time. Boom! 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 The catapult loaded with flaming boulders made a thunderous sound again, like a thunderbolt, and dozens of boulders hit the city wall in a perfect parabola. A lot of mud and rocks splashed, and countless black smoke rose from the walls of Kaijing. The Goryeo soldiers holding giant shields did not dare to put out the fire at all. Kill! The soldiers of the Chinese army roared, shaking the earth, as if the space was shaking because of it. A large number of ladders were set up on the city walls, and the soldiers kept stepping on the ladders and attacking the city walls. Countless stones and logs roared from the city walls and hit the enemy with the concerted efforts of the Goryeo defenders, accompanied by screams. The Chinese soldiers who had no way to escape fell from the ladders one after another like dumplings in a pot, and were smashed to pieces. Even though the number of Chu Xiong Sunway's troops was twice that of Goryeo, the siege was still very fierce. The towering siege tower finally approached the Goryeo city wall, and like a frog sticking out its tongue, a series of solid plank doors hit the top of the wall, forming a series of air bridges. The Chinese cavalry, ready to go, galloped out, and the bright weapons emitted a cold light under the sunlight, and the blades were like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cavalry rushed to the city wall, and the war horses neighed excitedly, and the powerful impact kept knocking over the defenders in front of them. Many Goryeo soldiers were mobilized, holding large shields and surrounding from all directions, relying on their mortal bodies to stop the Chinese cavalry. The cavalry that lost speed was no different from a target. Sharp spears pierced through the gaps in the shields and pierced through the enemy's body. Not far from Kaijing, there was an elite Chinese army ambushing. They heard the sound of Chu Xiong and others attacking Goryeo clearly, and their emotions were constantly mobilized. They wanted to go and help. Li Ji looked at the sun hanging high in the sky and muttered, "It's almost there. It's almost there." There was an unusual vibration from the ground. Chapter 240, Japanese Attack. Xingdurong. You lead the troops to attack the city yourself. Seeing that the siege was in a tense situation, Chu Xiong had to send out Xingdurong, the only fierce general in his hands. "My lord, rest assured, I will cut off the enemy's head in this battle." Xingdurong patted his chest and made a muffled sound. Looking at Xingdurong's confident and arrogant look, Chu Xiong was depressed. Others were surrounded by Wang Ming, Li Tsuanxiao, and he only had Xingdurong. A fool. But it was not his fault. Most of the famous generals and civil officials in Jingzhou were concentrated in the northern Jing area, and many of them came from aristocratic families. Chu Xiong was just a small county magistrate, and he had done his best to recruit Xingdurong. Fortunately, Sun Wei beside him was even worse than him. None of the local generals in Jiazhou could fight. Sun Wei could only rely on the unknown generals around him to dominate Jiazhou. Compared to the 3 southern states that were extremely poor, players active in the northern states lived a much more comfortable life. There were many brave generals and counselors, And you might run into one or two famous people just by walking around. Not to mention those players who had joined Cao Cao, Yuan Shao and other lords, who could also borrow generals from their immediate superiors to participate in the national war. So, this was why Chuxiong and Sun Wei tried their best to bring Li Ji in. There was no other reason. Li Ji's generals could make up for the gap between them and other states in terms of senior generals. Here comes General Xing Daorong of Lingling, with his majestic and powerful body stepping on the cloud ladder. Xing Daorong held a huge axe, with an arrogant and majestic aura. With a loud shout, the huge axe slashed out a dazzling air blade, which slammed into the city wall with a roar. Boom! The terrifying destructive force raged on the city wall, and a large amount of mud and rocks flew in all directions, and a crack several tens of meters long appeared in it. The surrounding Goryeo soldiers were affected, vomiting blood and flying backwards to both sides, with no part of their bodies intact. Xing Daorong walked like a dragon and a tiger. His figure flashed on the cloud ladder, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, and broke through to the city wall of Kaijing in the blink of an eye. The giant axe swung and chopped down from top to bottom, and a tens of meters long air blade flew up from the ground, cutting the enemy in half wherever it went. The city wall was immediately covered with blood and flesh, and it was a mess. There was not even a single intact corpse. A Goryeo general roared wildly, drew out his big knife, and killed from the crowd. The knife light was dazzling, and countless energy flew over, but was blocked by Xing Daorong one by one. With this level of attack, do you look down on General Lingling? Xing Daorong grinned, holding a huge axe and charging forward, like a meat tank flying on the city wall, and instantly crashed into the Goryeo general. A bursting sound rang out, and the Goryeo general was knocked several meters high. Countless blood sprayed out. His chest was completely sunken, and the broken ribs almost showed through his back. Brutal. Too brutal. The Goryeo players around swallowed hard, and their arms holding weapons couldn't help shaking. They didn't dare to speak loudly, for fear of being targeted by Xing Daorong. The most famous generals in China are the 5 Tiger Generals. Could it be that Xing Daorong also has the strength of the 5 Tiger Generals? A Goryeo player who was proficient in Chinese trembled and said. The fear in his eyes betrayed his uneasy heart. As soon as these words came out, the people around him looked at him sideways. Xing Daorong was domineering on the city wall, and his huge axe kept killing enemy soldiers, as if he could defeat 10,000 enemies, which frightened the Goryeo players. Retreat! As if a sound like a raging wave shook. The sharp sword energy slashed at Xing Daorong's back out of thin air, and aqua-blue ripples appeared in the void. Li Shunshan finally arrived at the scene, and personally sniped Xing Daorong. The evil wind rose behind him, and Xing Daorong did not dare to be careless. He twisted his waist and abdomen, and suddenly smashed the aqua-blue sword energy with the momentum of splitting Huashan. Xing Daorong's forehead was sweating, and the arm holding the huge axe trembled slightly. He seemed to have met a tough guy. The fierce battle in Kaijing City naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of the surrounding civilizations. A large number of scouts were sent out, and returned to report the situation every once in a while. Takeda Taniryo was wearing a scarlet armor, as if he was in a flame. Just looking at him, his eyes would be burned and he couldn't look straight. As the first player of the Kayakata family, he was standing respectfully behind a general at this time. The battle has already started in Kaijing City. I don't know when we will send troops, the wise man said by the Akata family to help ask the leader of the Akata team. The strong and muscular Ito Masatora sat on the warhorse, and the momentum he exuded shook the surrounding trees. Countless players who defected to the Akata family looked at the first commander of the Akata team with fiery eyes, waiting for instructions. Young master, when will we send troops? Ito Masatora did not act on his own, but asked his student instead, because his student was Takeda Yoshinobu, the eldest son and future heir of Akata Shinjin, the head of the Akata family. At this time, Takeda Yoshinobu was only a dozen years old, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his young face. Those ignorant people always say that the fool of the Oda family is much more talented than me. But they were seriously injured by the Chinese. I want to see how powerful the Chinese are who can't even deal with that fool. Charge the whole army. Dozens of four-pointed military flags symbolizing the Akata family were set up. Akata Yoshinobu drew his samurai sword and rushed out in front of the soldiers. Ito Toramesa and his brother Yamagata Masekage guarded him on both sides. It is as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as aggressive as fire, and as immovable as a mountain. Takeda Shinjin used these 4 sentences from Sun Tzu's Art of War throughout his military strategy. Countless flags with these 16 words embroidered on them appeared in the military formation. Thousands of red armored cavalry rushed out from the ambush site, followed by countless Japanese players, like a red torrent washing over the land, quickly approaching the rear of the Chinese army. As if the earth-shaking momentum broke out from behind, Chu Xiong and others who stayed in the front army felt it clearly. Report. An unknown number of troops appeared behind us and attacked our rear. Just as Li Ji expected, the Japanese could not hold back. Chu Xiongqiang pretended to be calm, clenched his fists tightly, and said loudly, "Don't panic. Everyone. I have long expected that the insidious Shuri would attack, and I have asked Brother Li to ambush them with troops. If they are hit by our fists, they will definitely not return." Silent. The Red Guard's cavalry team galloped quickly on the ground, and the battle-hardened Fan Fu Huchong smelled a hint of something unusual. Why did our army attack the enemy's rear? But they didn't react at all? No. There is an ambush. Countless murderous intentions suddenly appeared around.